Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was the master of deaths and evility? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Cigarette clutched in his hand and music loud enough to waken in Furious. Harry slept on the worn threads of what used to be a splendid and intricate carpet. Grimmauld Place had seen better days, and he had never quite found the motivation to keep the renovations going once it became clear he would be residing alone in the decrepit house. So he had left most of the furniture and decor as it was when he had inherited the house. A fire blazed in the foyer, its embers crackling softly, sending ashes swirling in graceful patterns as they settled onto the wooden floor. Somewhere in the house, Creature swept away the dust, grumbling about the sorry state of the noble house of the Blacks and his unconscious master, unable to take care of himself well enough to retire in his bed rather than on the living room floor. If only Harry saw it as his bed. Despite having lived in the house longer than his godfather and Merlin, if that didn't sting into him, everything was still serious. Serious bed, rotten house, vulgar posters in his room, and Gryffindor keepsakes strewn around. His soul still alive in the cracks of the wall, only if Harry let it undisturbed. He lived as a ghost whenever his self-imposed missions brought him back to London, haunted the rooms for a few days, thanked Creature when the elf bullied him into eating at least a meal a day, and drank himself into oblivion before starting all over again. To Harry, the house belonged more to the elf than himself anyway. He was always cautious never to voice the sentiment out loud, as the last time he had dared vocalize the thought, he had to endure the small Creature repeatedly smacking him in the shins every time he walked past him. And if Creature persisted in shadowing his master just to administer said smacks, well, Harry never protested, so he saw no cause to cease. As the proud elf of a stately house, it was his right to help his master listen to reason. Master must wake up now. Master must eat. The croaking voice of the elf was barely loud enough to rouse Harry, and with a snap, Creature conjured a bucket of freezing water, tipping it over him, and putting out his cigarette at the same time. What the duck, Creature? Harry sputtered and coughed, glaring at the grinning house elf and sighing once he noticed the soggy cigarette. Was that really necessary? I mean, did you have to conjure ice cubes with the water? That shit hurts. Creature is only wanting to help the master. Creature has made tasty treats for the master to eat, he replied with a wily smile, not bothering to answer Harry's questions. Creature, but I'm not hungry. Maybe it escaped your notice, but I was sleeping. Harry got up, stretching his back with a satisfying crack, dragging his feet toward his unpacked backpack to fish out a dry cigarette. He hoped he would be able to finish this one before Creature deemed it a personal offense and drowned it as well. Master has let the nasty alcohol dim his senses and make him stupid, the elf said with a snap of his fingers, the nicotine pack flying from the bag towards his outstretched hand. Master is a wizard who does not need his wand to call the nasty and stinking tubes. Cigarettes, Creature. They're called cigarettes. May I have them? Harry sighed, unwilling to argue with the elf so soon after waking up. Please? He quickly found himself with a lit smoke between his lips, coughing his surprise away and glaring at the elf when he had the gall to let a raspy laugh escape. Master will eat now. Creature has made treacle tart and the weasel's soup. I told you before, Creature, I'm not hungry. If Master refuses to eat, Creature will have to send for the mother weasels and her brood to threaten my master. Creature knows his master has not replied to her last letters. Harry stopped in his tracks, turning his furious gaze slowly towards the house elf, ready to bolt if needed. You wouldn't dare, he bluffed unconvincingly. He knew very well Creature had already contacted Molly or her children in the past, cackling gleefully when the former sent howler after howler, ordering him to open his fluke connection so she could step in and force-feed him if necessary. Not that he needed to eat anymore. The perks of being the master of death, he supposed. As if the Dursleys hadn't drummed into him that he didn't deserve the food in the first place, their words echoing in his mind each time he brought the cutlery to his mouth, choking him before he could even take a bite. Resigned to let the small Creature clad in a pillowcase feed him rather than facing Molly Weasley, he dragged his feet into the kitchen, sitting at the table with a moody face. An expression he didn't keep for long after smelling the steaming bowl of stew. A smile wiping off the frown he was wearing only seconds ago. He was glad Molly had given her family recipe to Creature, probably deciding he would need it when he came home from his travels. She had never been more right. The bowl brought Harry back to the long nights of summer spent at the burrow laughing with Ron and Ginny while their brothers chased the gnomes in the garden. Hermione grumbling about her revision, but still smiling when one of the small imps flew across the field. He could still taste the dirigible plums brought by Luna, their juices flowing down his mouth and neck, and the graceless levitation brought by the fruits. Each spoonful filled him with laughs he hadn't heard in years, each clearer than the last and harder to live without. Maybe tomorrow he would reach out to Luna, tell her he was back, and talk about the creatures he had met during his travels. Talk about her discoveries as well, organize a trip together maybe, if she was available. Who was he kidding? He would wake up tomorrow with a hangover and the same lingering wish for the flames in the living room to spontaneously ignite and consume the rotting walls, fervently hoping that this time the fire would burn him to a crisp and carry him to the afterlife out of his reach. Alas, the multitude of lethal scars etched on his body proved he wasn't destined to join his family. Ever. As usual, Harry would prepare yet another bag to embark on his next adventure, always seeking out increasingly remote corners of the world to evade the hardships waiting for him in England. Always on the run from his grief and from the ghosts of the people he loved, dead by his hands over the years and kept alive only by the guilt he carried like a cross across the globe. Feeling his eyes grow wet from the memories brought by his supper, he finished his bowl and hastened bites before washing it by hand, the methodical movement helping him sort out his emotions, pushing them further away from his mind to be kept in a closed box he never opened. A small hand movement in the direction of the treacle tart made it fly into the cold box, ready for the following day, if Harry managed to actually eat 2 days in a row. He dragged his feet to the couch and slumped into the pillows, knowing only too well that he would spend the night tossing and turning, red eyes, giant snakes, and green bolts haunting him even in the realm of his dreams, decades after the war. Harry was yet again unpleasantly woken up, the metallic knocker of his front door echoing in the empty corridor, waking Walburga's portrait and shaking the house awake with its owner. Ever since he had accepted the Black Lordship in a desperate attempt to feel closer to his godfather, he had gained a new understanding of the saying, "a house with character." The magic inhabiting the house made it almost sentient, responding to him and making him feel the brunt of every displeasing experience the house experienced because of him. He had once slept in the weed-infested garden because he had the impudence to enter his house with some mud on his shoes, staining the flooring, and had been promptly thrown outside by a temperamental gust of wind, like a disobedient dog, as he shivered in the cold and tried to keep away the memories of another life, another time, when Petunia had made him sleep outdoors because his report card was better than his cousin's. He had tried to bargain with his house in vain, the doors staying shut. When the day came, it dawned on him that the house had been graceful enough to throw him outside with his wand, and that he stayed a wizard, despite what his memories of his time with the Dursleys told him. He had cast a warming and cleaning charm, apologizing to Grimmauld Place, the doors finally consenting to open and let him in. After that, he had cast a Scourgify before entering the London house without fault. His head pounding from Walburga's shrill obscenities, he trudged to the door, waving his hand as he passed the enchanted canvas to draw the curtain, and sighed with relief as silence fell over the house. Constant vigilance engraved in his mind over the years, he moved forward slowly and pressed against the wall, his wand firmly held in his hand and ready to react if needed. "Come on, Harry. I know you're there. I hear the old bat shut up from outside," Bill's voice called out from beyond the door. "Duck," he whispered. Harry could only hope he was alone. "I'm alone," he said, answering Harry's unspoken question. "Mum's at home fussing over Victoire. She caught the dragon pox. She set fire to Mum's collection of dishcloths yesterday. It was hilarious." Harry could see the shadow of the older wizard behind the stained glass decorating the door, his arms crossed and his stance firm. He wouldn't budge until he opened the door. Resigned to let Bill in, he pressed down the handle and pointed his wand at the redhead's chest as soon as he came into sight. "What did Fleur say when you were attacked by Greyback?" he asked, the paranoia from the war never really far. "She told Mum she was pretty enough for the both of us," Bill answered with a chuckle. elbowing Harry to enter the house. I just think she was afraid the scars would draw in crowds of adoring fans fawning over a war hero. Harry lowered his wand with a smile. Yeah? And where are those adoring fans? Honestly, seeing Fleur with you is painful. Like a troll courting a unicorn. Bill laughed, looking around the corridor, no doubt noticing the cobwebs invading the place a little more each time he invited himself in. You wound me. I can see that. You look positively distraught. Will I ever recover from such harsh words? He said, placing his hand dramatically on his forehead. Somehow, I think you will, Harry replied before asking, Cuppa, and leading Bill into the kitchen, casting a cleaning spell over the living room to erase the evidence of how low he had fallen, blushing as the numerous bottles in the liquor cabinet cleared themselves with a loud clink. Bill's upturned eyebrow showed he wasn't ignorant of Harry's less than discreet tidying up, but chose to avoid commenting on the matter. So you said Victoire was ill? How did she catch dragonpox anyway? Isn't that something you catch when you're a child? Harry placed Bill's mug, decorated with a badly drawn moon and a replica of his scars, an old present from Teddy, on the table and made himself a strong coffee, waiting for the redhead to answer. I forgot that you were lucky enough to avoid it as well. Usually, you catch it when you're young, but Victoire was lucky, or unlucky enough, to escape it when everyone else caught it, he said, sipping his tea. She came home this weekend grumbling about, and I quote, dishonest arseholes too interested in chasing her to find their brains. Apparently, her latest beau caught it from his little sister and avoided telling her because he didn't want to cancel their date. Harry chuckled understandingly. He could easily imagine Victoire's justifiable anger and the flurry of hexes hurled at the ignorant boyfriend's face. How's he looking? He asked, sipping his tea as well and making a face when he realized the tea was scalding hot. His own mother didn't recognize him when she was finished with him. Last time I saw him, he was bald and sported a ravishing set of goat horns. Harry's bark-like laugh nearly woke up Wahlberg's portrait again, and he had to breathe a little to calm himself enough to answer. She went easy on him then. Yes, she did. Fleur might have something to do with the fact that the poor bastard now only speaks in riddles. A handy variation of the babbling curse. Should disappear in a week or two, when Victoire's cured. Serves him right. A companionable silence filled the kitchen while the two wizards sipped their drinks, Harry cooling his down with a wandless spell, the creaking of the house offering a background tempo to the magpie's chatter in the garden. The two men offered a peculiar portrait. Bill looked at Harry, concern etched into his scarred face, looking not a day over 30 despite having celebrated his 53rd birthday a few months ago. As for Harry, the ex-Sorer still had the appearance of a 17-year-old, his hair grown to his shoulders in a bundle of knots, his body and face marked by scars he refused to get rid of. The constant aura of weariness he wore as a cape made him look closer to 19, even though he would be celebrating his 43rd birthday in a few months. Despite their apparent age difference, both wore their past on their faces and the hardships of the war on their shoulders. I didn't come here to talk about Victoire, Bill said, interrupting the quietness. Firstly, Mum requires you to be at the burrow on your birthday and said you would be there, even if she had to come get you by the skin of your teeth. Secondly, Bill continued, interrupting Harry's protests, I received a letter in October addressed to Lord of the House Black and couldn't open it. I suppose the wards of the house extend to your letters as well, he finished, fishing said letter out of his pocket and presenting it to Harry. That's weird, he answered, taking the letter in his hands before casting every detection spell he could think of, all coming empty. I named you my steward. The wards should recognize you no matter the sender. Look at the address. I think the house saw it as personal family correspondence. Family? I don't. He paused, finally taking in the name and the address in stunned silence. It said, William Billy Black, Forks, Washington, United States of America. This has to be a joke, right? He asked, turning the letter over. I mean, unless one of the Blacks had a secret child. Everyone is accounted for on the tapestry. Can't know unless you read it, Bill answered in a sing-song voice. Harry opened the letter deftly, keeping the envelope on the side under a stasis charm, an old habit of his days as an Auror when he needed to document every detail of the evidence. Dear Lord of the noble and most ancient House of Black, as a descendant of Ephraim Black, I require your aid regarding a troublesome situation between a creature we know as the Cold Ones and a human. The human, Isabella Swan has been rejected by her immortal companion and seems unresponsive to our best attempts to help her return to a normal life. I know the legends surrounding my distant family and the powers your kind wields. If there is anything to be done to help her, please answer. I fear for her life. William Black. Harry had to admit, the letter was clear to the point and intriguing enough to make him want to pack his bags without even finishing his cup of tea. Well, looks like I'm needed in Forks, Washington, he said, leaning back in his chair, visibly taken aback. Seems that way, the older wizard answered after reading the letter, putting it down in the bubble charm, keeping the envelope in stasis. Need some backup? Nope, he said, with a sharp popping sound. I should be back in a couple of months. The mortals are right up my street. I'll be doing some local research. He held up a hand to cut off what Bill was about to say. And yes, I'll be at the Burrow for my birthday. Don't think I've forgotten last year's Howler. I was watching a chimera when it opened. Do you have any idea how much damage those duckers can do? I seem to remember you drunkenly telling us about it at least 1, 2, or 20 times, yes? Yes. Well, he huffed. It hurt like a bitch. My messages having been delivered, I will be on my way, Bill said, getting up and placing delicately his mug in the sink. Before leaving the kitchen, he rested his hand on Harry's shoulder, catching him off guard with his warmth. We try not to crowd you, but you know we're always here for you, right? He said softly, his other hand gently stroking Harry's unkempt hair. We miss you, and Teddy does too. He's too respectful of your grief to ask for more, but he misses you. Harry felt his throat tighten, and tears filled his eyes. He knew only too well his shortcomings where his godson was concerned. I know, Bill. Thanks. I'll keep it in mind and go see Teddy before I leave, he sighed before adding, again. That's all I'm asking, he replied, pressing Harry's shoulder once last time. I'll see you soon, and if you have any trouble with these cold ones, I'm only a Patronus away. Harry didn't answer, and Bill didn't wait for one. He left, throwing his friend and brother a last worried look and closed the door loudly, his keys locking the door with a final sound. As soon as he heard the door close, Harry closed his eyes, letting his tears fall freely, his shoulders shaking while he wept. Head in hands, he berated himself about all those times he had run away to faraway countries, rather than staying with Andromeda to raise Teddy. All the times he had chosen to flee instead of being the godfather Remus had hoped he would be. He'd suffered because of Sirius's unreasonable actions, realizing as he grew older that if his godfather had put his vengeance aside instead of running after Pettigrew, he could have had it all. He would never have suffered at the hands of the Dursleys, their influence still burning brightly after decades away from Privet Drive, and he would have grown up properly, healthy, and happy. An orphan still, but with a family, friends, and happy memories, raised in the magical world and far less ignorant of his role in the coming war. With a magical education, he would have been more prepared as well. A true soldier maybe instead of a sacrificial lamb with a lot of dumb luck. Harry still remembered when he had vowed to Remus he would be the best godfather that could ever be to Teddy, when he had promised he wouldn't regret his choice. Once again, he had managed to spoil everything he touched. Sometimes he wondered what Remus thought of him. Was he watching from beyond the grave, looking at his actions with thinly veiled disappointment, wondering if he should have asked someone else to be his son's godfather? Ron would have been a better choice. Did he and Tonks shake their heads as they watched their only child dare not ask his godfather to spend time with him because Harry was too busy mourning the dead, drowning in his grief to spend time with the living, and running away from everything that had fallen on his shoulders since the end of the war? Duck. It hurt. Harry had put Sirius on a very high pedestal for years, cursing anyone who dared speak ill of him or criticize his actions, only to fall even further when he realized that his godfather had also been human, prone to making mistakes, perhaps even more so than other humans, distressed, first by grief, then by his years in Azkaban, where exposure to Dementors was not recommended for one's mental health. He had been content to watch his godfather shine from afar, basking in the cold light of that star, hoping that one day they could burn brightly together, hoping that somehow Harry could replace the fact that when Sirius looked at him, he saw James instead of his son. Bill's words had hurt, as did the crushing realization of his misdoings. But he refused to wound Teddy any longer. This unknown man could wait. His priority went to his godson, and if Teddy needed his presence, then he would be there for him without having the young man beg for it. It had taken him years to let go of the pain of serious actions. He wouldn't let Teddy live through the same pain. He sent a Patronus to his godson after a quick pick-me-up from his liquor cabinet and fled to his flat as soon as the young boy answered, his wolf Patronus still pacing alongside Harry as he tripped and fell on the multicolored carpet. All in all, it ended up being a great evening. Teddy had greeted him with a bone-crushing hug and lively discussion, as if Harry hadn't just spent months abroad without seeing him and barely a postcard sent his way. In moments like this, Harry realized how lucky he was to have him and how mature Teddy was at 25 compared to him when he was his age. Amidst the exchange of gifts he had brought back from his travels, and Teddy's paintings under wraps he had asked him to open when he was alone, Harry apologized profusely to his godson, atoning for his misdeeds and forgetfulness. Harry had felt his heart bleed when Teddy had started crying on his shoulder, the metamorphogus hair turning a deep shade of blue as his tears soaked his godfather's worn jumper. When his weeping had subdued, he had opened up about his pain each time Harry set off to new adventures, how alone he felt despite understanding how important it was to his godfather and his wish to see him more frequently. Teddy had quickly forgiven him after he had apologized again and again, ending the discussion after it became clear that Harry would soon follow him in his blubbering if they went on. Their conversation acted as a needed reminder of how sensitive and secretive Teddy could be with his emotions and how careless Harry had been of his feelings. Teddy, of course, had asked about the letter, having heard about it through the Weasley grapevine and being too curious for his own good. Harry had read the correspondence to him, happy to have his opinion since Teddy was technically the only one with black blood still alive, which was why Harry had made him his heir as soon as he had taken the Lord's mantle. What Harry hadn't expected was his godson jumping up and down and squealing with joy at the prospect of having new family members to meet and asking him all kinds of details Harry didn't have about the prospective new members of their family. He had almost pushed his godfather out the door, ordering him to pack right now and leave by the earliest portkey to the United States, their previous conversation all but forgotten in the light of the news. He really didn't deserve Teddy. His godson was so much like his mother and father, a Hufflepuff to the bone and the kindest soul he had ever met. His worries, sadness, and loneliness seemed to be erased by the prospect of meeting new family members and adding them to their broken tree. "Come on, Harry. Be honest. You want to go, don't you?" He had whined when his godfather had alluded to staying here to see him more often. "What I want is to take care of you and stay because you need me," Harry assured. "That's what I want." "Okay, but hear this. I really want to meet them. If they already know about the power of our kind, it means they're not subjected to the statute of secrecy. Can you imagine inviting new people to the dinners at the Burrow?" He negotiated, an impish and falsely innocent smile on his lips. Harry couldn't help but smile. "You know I would never say no to new family, Teddy Buck, but you're my priority. And, Merlin, we just talked about that. Please, Harry, for me?" he asked with a pout, before going on, "The only thing I really need you to be there for is my art show. But that's only in a few weeks, and I'm not even close to ready," he sighed. "In all seriousness, you should go. I'm not going to leave the studio until I'm finished, and if I really need someone to take care of me, I can always pop by Grandma's," he said, "or Molly's," he added.
Fine.
"Fine. I'll go. I can't say no anyway, can I?"
Nope.
Teddy answered, throwing his arms around his shoulders and burrowing his face in his neck, reminding Harry of the hugs he gave him when he was smaller. He had surrendered, cowed by the least innocent smile he had ever seen. Sometimes, he wondered if his godson had been a hat stall as well because he was far too Slytherin for Harry's tastes. That or he spent too much time with his cousin Draco. The pompous git. They had spent the rest of the evening talking about Teddy's upcoming art show and Harry's preparations for what Teddy had dubbed as his family fun adventure. When Teddy had been lulled to sleep by the movie they were watching, another Hobbit marathon they wouldn't finish, Harry had occupied himself with some cooking, casting a wordless muffliato on the kitchen area. He set to fill his night with cooking enough food for an army, hoping it would last Teddy at least a week, allowing him to concentrate on his paintings and projects. And if he took the opportunity to renew the old wards of the flat as well, he considered constant vigilance a lesson he'd never regretted, even if its instructor hadn't lived long enough to reap the benefits of his teachings. It mattered little to him if he appeared paranoid, At least he was sure his godson was well protected. Harry had left in the morning feeling a little less like an arsehole for leaving Teddy once again and happy at the prospect of meeting new family members to introduce him to. He had mulled over his decision a few times, contemplating returning to Teddy's flat to tell him he was staying anyway, ready to support him in any way possible. But Harry also knew he tended to overwhelm people easily, lurking in the background, waiting for them to need him, and Teddy was stressed enough as it was. He couldn't go back on his decision. Not only had Teddy assured him he wasn't angry with him for leaving again so soon, happy to learn of other black descendants, but by now, the human girl could be dead, or something else entirely. He couldn't brush off that easily someone whom the magic of the house considered as a blood relation, and his conversation with his godson had been a harsh but necessary wake-up call on his duties. He wouldn't ignore them any longer. He had run long enough. He was going to sort this out, bid farewell to the inhabitant of Forks and their problems, and go home to face his numerous issues. Ron would say it was his saving people problem that motivated him to act now. Hermione would say it was a mix of a hero complex and a martyr upbringing, leaving him with a heightened sense of duty to those who could be part of the Black family. The truth was, it didn't matter what they would have said. They weren't there to say it anymore. Putting down Teddy's still-wrapped painting next to his bag to take with him, he started packing, dutifully ignoring creatures less than discreet, tooting of disapproval as the elf followed him around the house. Chapter end notes. Thank you so much for reading this first chapter. Hope you liked it, and feel free to leave kudos and comment. Edit. Came back for some grammar mistakes and added clarification regarding Teddy's age.
La pushed baby.
It's La Push. Chapter summary. Harry owes Kingsley one hell of a pastry basket, experiences the incredible Forks weather, and meets Billy Black. Chapter notes. Hello everyone. Thank you so much for each of you who commented, left kudos, or just read. I wasn't expecting so much, and honestly I'm overjoyed. This is the last chapter before Harry starts his life in Forks and meets the Cullens, so stay tuned and enjoy Billy taking one look at Harry and deciding to adopt him. Enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The next morning, he had shrunk and packed more than half of his library, unwilling to put up a fluke connection between where he would be staying and Grimmauld Place. It had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that the flu regulation department had threatened to fine him multiple times already if he kept doing the charm work himself. He had tried to book an appointment to fill in the necessary forms at the ministry, but they had proved very uncooperative. Harry had left the ministry without his form, 1,000 galleons fine because he had annoyed them, and a colossal headache. So he had packed like he wouldn't be coming home for months, which was useless really. After all, he could just apparate straight to Grimmauld Place from the States if he wished to do so. From what the letter implied, the cold ones Billy talked about were vampires, and although he had met a few, he was far from being an expert in magical creatures. It had seemed sensible to prepare for any eventuality, and he had packed all the books he had found on the subject. Thankfully, the Black Library had no shortage of books on mythical and dark creatures, some written by Black members, and one diary Hermione had drafted herself when she had looked into Harry's immortal condition after the war. As he gathered half his house and furniture in his bag, he remembered with a fond smile the day she had shown them the movies she had watched as a child. They had organized a viewing of the best Disney classics, starting with The Sword in the Stone, and the Weasleys had nearly all fallen to the floor laughing as they watched the Muggle version of Merlin sing and pack his belongings into his bag. The twins had been the worst of the lot and ended up having their wands confiscated by their mother for a week for pranking her by repeatedly levitating the armchair in which she was knitting, singing the film's song, and dancing around her. Unsurprisingly, Molly stopped laughing after the first 3 days and took their wands away before they could do any more damage to her fragile nerves. Hermione had taken inspiration from the film spell to create her own version of the charm, allowing them to pack up quickly and efficiently whenever one of the Order's safe houses was threatened during the war. They had all become experts at the spell before the end of the war, too used to moving left and right and leaving at a moment's notice because of the Death Eaters. In a way, he was happy to use it now. He'd rather use it to bring with him more books, pictures, furniture, and clothes than he needed instead of running away from danger and Death Eaters again. With his things finally packed, Teddy's mystery canvas included, he had nothing else to do but pace the morning away, holding the portkey Kingsley had sent him in his hand. The plastic rubber duck had been delivered by the minister himself by flew between 2 meetings, the ex-soarer urging him to be careful and asking him to play nice with the American authorities. When he grew tired of the endless pacing, he sat in one of the armchairs he was leaving behind, too old and fragile to withstand the reduction charms, and browsed through a novel he had bought during his travels but never read, and found himself quickly captivated by the story. When the clock chimed 12, he activated the portkey, his bag on his shoulder and his book forgotten on a side table in the middle of a chapter. Despite the grace he could admit to possessing in the air, he had never quite gotten the hang of his balance whenever he took magical transportation and stumbled when appearing in the portkey regulation office located in Seattle. A fact the Weasleys never seemed to tire laughing about, especially when he visited them and face-planted in the living room. Every time, reluctant to attract unwanted attention by the Wixen manning the counter, he dropped his used portkey in the designated bin and signed off with the name he liked to use when traveling, Hadrian Peveril, and exited by the front door as fast as he could. He still refused to claim the Peveril seat he was heir to at the Wisengamot, hesitant to remind the Wixen that the Peveril line remained alive. Harry didn't want anyone snooping around the Hallows and the trail they left, and was perfectly happy to let the Ministry and the wizarding world think that the tale of three brothers was just that, a tale and nothing else. The mantle of the Master of Death was a burden Harry wouldn't wish on anyone, and he didn't trust the Wixen in positions of power enough to let them know that immortality was indeed possible. One insane maniac running after eternal life was enough, thank you very much. As he closed the door behind him, he realized that the time difference meant that most of the shops were closing, leaving open only a few bars and restaurants in the magical alley. He would have to send Kingsley one hell of a thank you basket for his foresight regarding the portkey's arrival time. He walked to a secluded alley and swiftly apparat to the reserve next to Forks, disappearing from the alley with an echoing crack of magic. Before leaving, Harry had looked up Billy's address and had located a secluded spot near his house, thankful for the modern technology allowing him to have precise images of the place he would be apparating to. Godric blessed Google Maps. It was raining. Not that it surprised him. According to the information he had dug up during his hasty research, Forks was one of the rainiest towns in the U.S., and La Push, where Billy lived, was only half an hour away. He couldn't quite understand why they seemed to take pride in it, but in a way, it served as a welcome reprieve compared to the heavy and humid heat of the tropical rainforest where he had been camping for the past few months. A wizarding tribe in Brazil had contacted him about an infestation of nogtails on their land, and their hounds had been hit with a peculiar illness some days before. Without the white dogs trained to chase the demonic piglets, the crops had faltered and the farmers feared for the durability of their community. Entirely understandable. Nogtails were known to destroy entire hectares of agriculture in a few hours and were unrecognizable as different from muggle piglets until their feeding time, which conveniently was at night. They were also damn good at hiding and staying undetected. So Harry had gone. All in all, it went pretty well. The whole affair had taken 5 weeks, 6 at most, and he had stayed far longer than necessary to explore the neighboring cities and landscape, immersing himself in the Brazilian wizarding culture, learning all he could in his limited time. It had been a while since he had such a good time on one of his missions, and the thought crossed his mind that maybe he would move there for a while when he wouldn't have any reason to stay in England any longer. He just hoped it would take as long as possible. Although Wixen could easily live up to 150 years old, in his experience the life of a wizard rarely extended that long. As far as he knew, Dumbledore had been a rare exception and far from being the life expectancy Wixen expected. To be honest, he could easily understand why. Between the regular wars, 2 of them recent enough, and the Wixen's love for increasingly dangerous activities, they rarely saw how far their longevity stretched. He adored his world, truly, but had enough honesty to admit most witches and wizards were batshit crazy, and none of them had any survival instincts. Harry shook himself out of his thoughts and discreetly cast a point-me spell in the direction of Billy Black's home and the reservation, pulling up his leather collar to shield his neck from the rain, and set off on foot. As he walked, he gazed around, taking in his surroundings with fascination as the lush forest unfurled before his eyes as he went further into the wilderness. In some ways, it reminded him of the Forbidden Forest. Here, too, the trees towered over him, forcing him to strain his neck to gaze at the treetop, and the canopy vibrated with life and dark-colored birds. A subtle fog descending on the deep brown earth cascading from the bushes to the ground below. The sound of his steps was muffled by the dense carpet of fallen needles from the pine trees, the crisp and serene atmosphere of the forest allowing him to distinctly hear the chatter and movement of the crows concealed among the branches. He could only hope this one had fewer werewolves in it. Ideally, none. None werewolves in the forest was good. None was a good number. After 20 minutes or so of walking through the greenery, he saw Billy's house from afar, nestled amidst the towering trees. It was a small, weathered home, its paint fading under what must be years of the rain's assault. It was a miracle any color had held frankly, and if he had to guess, he would say the house had started as a vibrant yellow when it was first painted. The wooden porch sagged slightly under the weight of 2 well-worn rocking chairs and 3 imposing flower boxes filled with multicolored wildflowers. Despite its dated appearance, there was a sense of warmth and homeliness emanating from the house, with its postbox slightly skewed to the left and the polished wooden ramp going up to the off-white door. Before he could even reach the ramp, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man seated in a silver wheelchair, his long black hair cascading around his shoulders. "You must be that lord I wrote to then," he grunted, not sounding impressed at all. Harry had to admit that he could understand. The letter Billy sent him was dated from October, and they were well into April. Overall not great, and although they had agreed on a time to meet and he was more than early, he could admit that if the roles were reversed, he wouldn't be very impressed either. The fact Harry looked like an underfed and troubled teenager couldn't help either. At least he had remembered to hide his scars this time. Billy thinking he was a magnet for trouble wouldn't help his case. He was, despite what he wanted, but he thought it would send the wrong message if he let them show. Too much, teenager escaped from juvie, and not enough war veteran and overall adventurous spirit you can still trust. Promise. "Yes, sir," he answered respectfully. Never mind that they probably were closer in age than their respective appearance suggested. "Don't yes sir me, son. Billy will be fine," he finally replied after giving him a once-over, before reaching out and shaking Harry's hand firmly. "And you? I don't suppose people call you Lord. What's your name?" "Harry. Harry Potter Black," he replied anxiously, a sincere smile spreading across his face as he noticed Billy's lack of recognition of the Potter name and simply nodded in return. Billy turned, a soft smile on his lips as Harry introduced himself, then gestured for Harry to follow. "Come in. I've made some salmon stew, and it's piping hot." Harry couldn't be entirely sure, but he could have sworn he heard Billy mutter something about him needing the nutrients before the man pushed his chair inside. He shrugged and followed, putting his palm on his wand before stepping across the threshold of Billy's home, immediately struck by the cozy and lived-in atmosphere enveloping him when he found himself in the living room. Unlike Grimmauld Place, where you wanted nothing but to leave as soon as you stepped in, this house exuded a warm welcome that no magic could ever replicate. Harry wanted nothing more than to sit on the comfortable leather couch and bask in the echoes of the laughter and friendly conversations he could feel still floating in the air. He couldn't have contained his wistful smile even if he had tried. It reminded him of the Burrow before the war, the house brought to life by the love its inhabitants poured into its walls. According to the intricate and colorful lures decorating a section of the entrance wall, and the array of fishing poles neatly arranged in the wicker umbrella stand, Billy liked to fish. "You like to fish?" Harry asked, desperate to ease the tense silence that had settled between them, gesturing vaguely to the lures on the wall. "Love to," Billy answered easily, satisfied by Harry's reaction to his home and nodding once again. "Great region for it too. I caught the salmon for the stew during their migration season," he answered, serving 2 bowls from a huge pot and putting them down on the table. He waited for Harry to sit, head resting on his crossed hands. "So," Harry started. Sorry, I'm late?" Billy sighed. "I don't need your apologies, son." He pushed the bowl in front of the wizard. "Eat," he ordered, sliding a spoon next to it. "We tend to our own first in matters regarding others when we can. In truth, I don't blame you for your lack of answer or not coming earlier." He stopped and scratched his chin, seeming lost in his thoughts for a few seconds. "Especially if you were traveling when I sent it," Billy added. Harry nodded quickly, opening his mouth to answer and quickly shutting it when Billy looked at him and then the bowl in quick succession. Apparently, the Molly rules applied here as well, refraining from slurping quite inelegantly the thick and creamy stew. He did his best to finish the dish. One day, he would have to sit them all down and ask them where their obsession with feeding him soup came from. Granted, he wasn't very tall, but this was going too far, and Billy was the second person to offer him stew in the last 24 hours, and Harry had lost count of the times Molly's soup had coincided with his visits. To be honest, I didn't know if I would even have an answer, and I wasn't counting on one, Billy admitted. Ephraim, my grandfather, died a long time ago, and the tales from the English side of the family were rare. He only spoke about them when he missed them, and it didn't seem they were missed that often. Harry cringed. It didn't surprise him. Ephraim wasn't on the tapestry, and there had to be a significant reason for his portrait to have been deliberately destroyed or erased. Unfortunately, the Blacks weren't known for their open-mindedness. After all, Alfred Black had been burned from the tapestry only because he had sent a few galleons to Sirius when his nephew had run away to the Potters, and as Billy still lived in the Muggle world without any contact with the magical side of his family, Harry could only guess his grandfather had been a squib. He didn't have to be a genius to understand that Ephraim's departure from his family had probably been far from voluntary once his parents realized he wasn't showing any sign of underage magic. "I see," he replied neutrally, having finished his meal. "What kind of tales did your grandfather pass on to you?" "He told me enough that you don't have to worry about the—" "What was it? Statute of secrecy?" Billy answered easily, clearing the table efficiently and settling a maroon fleece blanket on his legs. He went on, "He told us about his family, all born with magical power and him without. Not worthy enough to be kept with his brothers and sister. The thing he insisted on the most, though, was the importance you all place in blood." He huffed dismissively, gesturing towards Harry as he ended his sentence, inadvertently lumping him with the blood purists. "Doesn't matter. The important thing is, I sent a message and you answered. Just because my surname is the same as yours. That's enough for me. For now." Harry let out a long sigh, putting his face in his hands, trying to find the courage to explain everything to Billy. "My surname isn't Black. Well, I mean it is now, but I wasn't born with it." He took a cigarette out of his pack mechanically, playing with it to ease his nerves. "My godfather's name was Sirius Black. He was the son of Walburga, as I understand it, Ephraim's sister. She wasn't the most loving soul even as a child, or so I was told." He sighed again. "It doesn't surprise me your grandfather moved here after his family disowned him. England isn't known to be progressive towards non-wizarding kind." He looked away, focusing on anything but Billy's understanding and curious eyes. "My godfather named me his heir before passing away. I've had a hard time understanding what he actually wanted me to do with the mantle he left me." Harry stopped, unable to keep going on, voice breaking. "Great Harry, you should be even more pathetic. By Merlin, why was it so hard? It wasn't as if any of this was recent. Why was he breaking down now in front of a complete stranger?" "I understand," Billy said, nodding slowly and placing his hands over Harry's trembling ones. "It is hard for the living to understand the will of the dead, to know our place and why we are left with such hazy instructions." Still holding Harry's hands in his, he turned his head to a framed drawing hung on the wall. "My grandfather brought upon our family a great responsibility, one my son is struggling with. I often wish I could bear the burden that befell him. I would take the world's weight on my shoulders if he ever needed it." He breathed slowly, squeezing the wizard's hands one last time before letting them go. "I sometimes wish I could ask my grandfather why I wasn't chosen to bear this burden, and why my son is the one to suffer when I could shield him from everything. But Harry, one thing you must understand. Alive or dead, my son would still be the one to shoulder this responsibility. I can change nothing, however much I want to." Harry swallowed the lump in his throat, nodding in comprehension. "Sirius would have named me his heir eventually. I would have always ended Lord Black, premature death or not." "Exactly," Billy replied in a deep voice. "I'm not going to pretend to know you, Harry, and God forbid I should think you told me a quarter of what's really on your mind. But we're family now that we've been introduced, and I'll help you if I can, son." It took all of his composure to hold back his tears and stop from weeping like a child in the middle of Billy Black's kitchen. He had met the man only 10 minutes ago, yet everything in him reminded him of Sirius. The same easy smile, the same creases on his forehead when he thought before speaking, and the full comprehension and acceptance of the person he was talking to. dark corners, and all. I'll only suggest this once because I don't want to encourage unhealthy behaviors, but let's go outside. Looks like you need that smoke, and in my experience, there's nothing more peaceful than the forest bordering the reservation to mull over unpleasant business. Without waiting for an answer, the middle-aged man rolled outside, letting Harry take some time to compose himself before following. They stayed in companionable silence while Harry desperately inhaled the first drags of his cigarette, adding clouds of smoke to the ambient fog stagnating in the atmosphere. He had to admit, Billy was right. It was incredibly peaceful. He could hear the rustle of the leaves caressed by the wind, the soft rhythm of the raindrops falling from the sky and crashing on the tree bark, offering a steady melody he rarely found in London. Although, he felt like there was something more to the tranquility of the reservation than its proximity to the surrounding wilderness. He closed his eyes and let his magic trickle out of him in controlled waves, sensing with it what he couldn't see with his eyes open. It poured out of him like smoke, slithering across the land and expanding in slow tendrils of intention and power. As it spread, the tendrils reached out, poking around delicately, burrowing under the earth to get a better feel of what could linger around. It seemed the ground had been protected some time ago, the lasting smell of the wards reminding him of fresh rosemary and sage heated by the sun. It wasn't that surprising. Either Ephraim himself had enough residual magic to ward the land in some way or another, or the inhabitants had warded it themselves through purification and intention. McGonagall had tried to explain it to them when they were younger, but he had never quite understood what she meant before becoming the master of the Hallows. Magic was intent, and intent was everything. Faith on its own could accomplish a lot, and even without a magical core, Muggles could access the lingering magic around them and thread their design into its threads with enough repetition and intent. Purification, whether with burning plants or other means, often worked because of the repetition and overlaying of similar intents, waking up the residual magic of the place. He was calling back the tendrils of his magic when he felt something unknown pull on it, bringing with it the cold smell of the moon and tugging at a faraway memory, like the forgotten feel of a knitted jumper against his face. Harry opened his eyes abruptly, feeling Billy's stare and finding the older man watching him intently. He would have to investigate this later then. So, this mug human, you told me in your letter, Isabella, what's the deal with her? He asked, taking another drag of his cigarette. Billy started explaining the Cullen Coven and the treaty his grandfather had put in place the first time the vampires had settled on the territory, their peculiar diet, only reason why the treaty had been agreed to in the first place, and Carlisle's job at the town's hospital. Honestly, he's the best of a bad bunch. I don't like saying it, but his being here does the town a great favor. He's good at his job, patched up some guys better than any human could have done, he admitted, letting a scowl show on his face. He went on to explain Bella's attraction to one of the doctor's kids, their fast and intense romance and his worry that she was biting off more than she could chew, how he had asked his son to warn her off the Cullen Coven. Not his proudest moment, he had admitted, her despair when they suddenly left and the despair that accompanied their departure. Then the months she had spent with his son, Jacob, repairing broken bikes in their garage and her laughter coming back, her appetite slowly increasing and the dark circles under her eyes fading away. He also mentioned her tendency to engage in dangerous activities, putting herself in harm's way repeatedly and Jacob's unsuccessful efforts to dissuade her from following one of the Cullen children to Italy to join her, in Harry's opinion, idiotic immortal boyfriend. Once he stopped talking, Harry let out an impressed whistle. If she was seen in Volterra, then her fate is already sealed. What do you mean? Well, from what I remember, the Volturi are the ruling class of the vampires. They're kings, if you will. They take their secrecy as seriously as us. I have to give them that, but unlike us, they don't have the advantage of memory charms. He looked away, unsure of how to deliver the bad news. If a human learns of the existence of vampires, they have no choice but to kill or transform them. He paused. They leave no other option, Billy. If they know she's aware of the Cullen's true nature, they will give her no other choice. I see. Billy sighed slowly, the weight of his worries for his community and the child of a friend visible on his otherwise smooth face. So there is nothing you can do? I didn't say that. He lit another cigarette. There is something you told me that doesn't sit right. The Cullen boy abandoned her, alone in the woods, I might add, and she drops everything at a moment's notice a few months later to go to another country, potentially letting human-eating vampires know she exists and knows about them. He huffed, shaking his head, a few strands of hair escaping his bun and cascading along his neck. Bella's behavior was something people had come to expect from him, but he also had no sense of preservation whatsoever and was known to jump into every dangerous situation he could get his hands on. The fact that this muggle, underage high school girl put herself in danger like that was concerning. At the very least, there is something in this whole situation that's bugging me, Harry continued. What makes no sense as well as why the boy was in Italy in the first place and why she had to go to him. I'd have to confirm if she met the Volturi as well or not. What you suggest? I'd like to observe them from afar first. I don't think we're on a timed schedule, and I'll be more than enough if the Volturi decide to check the situation in Forks. Harry took no notice of Billy's raised eyebrow, clearly asking himself how the addiction-riddled scrawny boy could face potentially powerful vampires. You said they go to school here? Which one? Forks High School. Only school in the city. Can't really miss it. They accept transfers during the semester? As far as I know. Duck, he exhaled, running a hand over his face and groaning. Looks like I'm going back to school then. He turned his head away from Billy to blow his smoke and added, because it went so well the last time I went to school. If there was a way he could get his answers without playing the role of a teenage student, he would take it. No questions asked. Unfortunately, during Billy's explanations, he had gone through every outcome he could think of, and if the Cullens kept their secrets close to their unbeating chests, it could be years until he uncovered enough to give Billy a clear view of what was happening. The man deserved to know what he was in for and to prepare if, in fact, the Cullens had managed to catch the Volturi's interest. Harry vaguely remembered the information he was given as head Auror about this specific classification of vampires. According to the Ministry, these undead were detached from the magical world and considered dark creatures only because of their feeding methods. But as far as the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was concerned, this particular brand of immortals was, essentially, a muggle problem. When Harry had been appointed as head Auror, he had glossed over the treaties signed between the vampire ruling class and the then minister. But as the creatures weren't what he was hunting at the time, he hadn't dug any further and went on with his mission, stuck in a constant state of fight or flight even then. Too occupied by the resurgence of the Death Eater movement in the UK spreading over to Europe, the treaty had stayed on his desk, forgotten and overlooked. And when the threat was removed, he had packed his stuff and never set foot in his office again. Maybe he could ask Creature to find the treaty for him. Merlin knew elf magic was powerful in a way most wizards could never grasp, and it could be handy to be aware of the rules put in place between their species before stumbling into a potential political scandal as he was prone to do. Harry really didn't want to essentially infiltrate a school only to get closer to a muggle girl he knew nothing about, but he owed it to Billy and his son. He also owed it to himself. He would have given anything for someone to come check on his well-being each time he was in over his head with the suicide missions Dumbledore had thrust at him all his childhood. Or even someone from the magical world coming to check in on him while he was at the Dursleys. From what Billy had told him, he could empathize with Bella, young girl coming to live with her father, starting a new school, falling under the charm of an older and charming student, being told a secret only she was allowed to possess and accompanied by a blowing of hot and cold, leaving her and then calling her back to them. His situation was rather different, but in all honesty, he had felt lost and abandoned all his life, raised like a pig for slaughter by Dumbledore, abused by the Dursleys and thrust into Gryffindor, House of the Brave and Sacrificial, dragged from expectation to expectation, molded into the wizarding world, but never in the way he wanted. He supposed he knew what it could be like, to be in way over his head, be lost without the words to say it to anyone. Harry could still remember the scream choking him during his 5th year, the fear that if he let it out, it would never stop and he would stay on his knees, head turned upward and wailing until his vocal cords snapped. Right, I'll be on my way, he said, slapping his thighs and getting up, suddenly weary and needing movement to escape the dark path his thoughts had taken. Billy looked at him, eyebrow raised, startled by the change in their conversation. All right, son, don't be a stranger, okay? Come to dinner once in a while. I have more questions to ask, he said jokingly, but with an air of seriousness. And I'll have Jake check in with you once I have your address. Can't stop you, can I? Harry asked with a smile, his hand trembling with the adrenaline. I'd love to see you try. Harry let out a dry laugh and walked away, his bag on his shoulder and refraining from disapparating. He would arrive at his hotel room quicker that way, but what he truly needed was to unwind, and he waited until he was out of Billy's sight to Accio Sirius motorbike out of his bag, canceling the reduction charm he had cast on it. The rumble of the engine soon echoed in the empty and humid streets, and Harry let it surge forward, his breathing slowing down as he rode from La Push to Forks. That night, he dreamed of Sirius. He had expected it and had stayed awake as long as he had been able to, pushing back the moment when he would close his eyes only to meet his godfathers. By now, he had a better grasp of what could trigger his nightmares, and Billy's smiles, so similar to Sirius, and high cheekbones, so similar to Andromeda and her sister, had been sufficient to throw Harry back in the heart of the battlefield, facing the Veil once again. He was running in quicksand as Sirius and Bellatrix dueled in front of the Veil, its whispers even louder now than when he was younger, the voices of the dead murmuring their warnings. To him, the lights of the spells fired between the two cousins lighting up the translucent curtain, their sound and most of their glow absorbed by the portal next to them. It wasn't the first time Harry had this dream. He knew by now how it ended. He still remembered Remus' arms around him, keeping him in place rather than running behind his godfather, convinced that he only needed to reach inside to catch his hand and pull him out of the unfamiliar realm. Still, time after time, he tried to alter the course of his nightmare, screaming, shouting, urging Sirius to get away, trying to fire spells at Bellatrix to avoid seeing his godfather die again and again. Nobody could fault him for trying to change the course of his nightmares. Sirius and Bellatrix had stopped and were watching each other with a mad gleam in their eyes, the adrenaline of battle pumping through their veins as they faced each other in defensive and offensive positions. Bellatrix opened fire first, casting a wide array of dark spells, forcing Sirius to step back to counter them, bringing him closer to the Veil. Unaware of his position, Sirius fought back with a desperate edge, redirecting her curses and hexes where he could as one of them hit the ceiling, breaking off small chunks of rock that fell between them in a cloud of dust. He looked down, and Bellatrix raised her wand, a cackle already forming in the back of her throat. Harry tried to scream again, fighting against invisible restraint, unable to come any closer to shield his godfather if needed, ready to throw himself into the line of the spell if it meant he didn't have to watch Sirius die one too many times. His scream died in his throat as he realized that Bellatrix had lowered her wand and the two blacks had stopped fighting, both of them turning to look at him expectantly, Sirius with a gleam similar to his cousin's, so out of place on his otherwise charming face. "Why are you screaming, pup? You can't save me, you know that, right? I die in the end, remember? I fall," Sirius said calmly, his voice almost ethereal, so devoid of emotion was it. This wasn't supposed to be happening. Sirius never spoke to him, never. Harry was always stuck, an unwilling witness to his greatest failures, forced to watch the deaths of his loved ones night after night without being able to warn them of the impending danger, condemned to watch their end without even being able to close his eyes, forcing himself to witness it all. The fact that his godfather and Bellatrix were walking towards him, both wands raised and pointed at him, made no sense, and he shivered as his back broke into a cold sweat, his breathing quickening as they drew closer. "You can't save me, Harry," Sirius continued in a soft voice, gently cupping his godson's face, his thumb tracing a soothing path up and down his cheek, wiping away the tears Harry hadn't felt falling. Sirius sighed. "You can't save me because you killed me, Harry." Like a loose cannon firing between his broken ribs, Harry could feel the words carve a path of guilt through his bones, shattering them, etching his guilt further into his flesh as each small piece of bone dug into his heart. But still, he couldn't wake up. "You killed me, Harry," he roared, his gentle tone all but forgotten and his voice echoing in the empty amphitheater. "Just like you murder everyone who cares about you. You started by your parents, and now even your closest friends are dead. What have they done to deserve you?" Harry choked on his breath. No, 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 no. "No, Sirius, please," Harry begged, tears falling freely down his cheeks and reaching out to his godfather, desperate to hold him, feel him even if he had to endure more of this. "I don't think so, pup," his godfather answered, batting Harry's hand away. "You see, this conversation is almost at its end. and my cousin has a casting advice I'd like to try out." Bellatrix let out a delighted chuckle and Harry closed his eyes in defeat, understanding far too quickly what advice his godfather was alluding to. He shivered, while rising up his throat, biting his tongue to avoid giving his nightmare the satisfaction of his screams. "Is Itty Bitty Potter scared? Remember Potter? Remember what I told you?" she asked, leaning forward to whisper in his ear. "You have to mean it to cast it. You're too dangerous, pup. You have to be stopped one way or another," Sirius continued in a mournful voice, raising his wand to Harry's chest. Harry shook his head, begging his godfather to stop. "Crucio!" Harry screamed until his vocal cords snapped and the pain jolted him awake. His magic had unleashed, swirling around him furiously, the hurricane of pure power destroying the hotel bedroom he was sleeping in, only stopped by the wards he had put in place before falling asleep the day before. Amidst the chaos, his cries echoed through the room, punctuated by deep, gut-wrenching sobs coming from the very depths of his fractured heart. Each sob rattled his angular frame, his body heaving under the weight of his anguish and despair, his guilt shaking him to his core as tears streamed down his cheeks. Harry stayed curled up, hugging his knees, until the first light of dawn pierced through the faded curtains, the sunrise blinding him through his tears. When his tears had stopped flowing, he traipsed to the bathroom, splashed his face with cold water, and forced himself to start his day. Stay moving to avoid thinking, avoid feeling. If he stopped to think about it, he would fall apart. So he did the only thing he knew: pack his bag, start his engine, repair his vocal cords with a wordless spell, and stay moving. Always moving. Chapter end notes. Hoped you liked it. I have to admit I loved writing Harry's nightmare. It gives me brain rot tbh. Although I am also a little bit sorry, and I promise that he'll get better. Just not right now though. An American Welcome. Chapter summary. Harry finds his dream house and meets his realtor, who he likes a little less. He also forges papers to enroll in the Muggle high school, but everyone should just close their eyes about that. Chapter notes. Hi. Thank you for all the comments and feedback. I feel so blessed that so many of you like this FIC. Quite a short chapter, but it's also the last one before Harry starts his classes, and I felt like he deserved at least a few hours of tranquility. Enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. After a ride around town on Sirius Unshrunk bike to place the various shops and buildings, he stopped at the high school to enroll, walking straight to the main office. Hello? The young woman behind the desk raised her head with a snap, wincing under the pain the movement seemed to have caused her. "What can I do for you, young man? I was wondering if I could enlist. I only just moved here, and I don't want to fall behind," he answered shyly, his hand rubbing the back of his neck. "Of course. I'm sure we can find a place for you. Sit over there," she said, pointing to a triad of metal chairs welded together. "Do you have the necessary papers?" "Yup, right here in my bag," he said, tapping his backpack. Truly, Umbridge would enjoy hearing his constant lies. The scars on his hand pulled at his skin uncomfortably at the reminder, and he was grateful for the glamour he had put on before leaving his hotel room. Between his scarred skin everywhere and the purple circles under his eyes, he didn't know what would frighten Muggles the most. The brown-haired woman introduced herself as Abigail, as she gave him the forms and indicated how to fill them, sitting back in front of her computer once her explanations were over. Harry registered under his usual alias, not wanting the Cullens to associate his name with Billy or Jacob, now well aware of their distrust towards one another. Well, Billy's distrust towards them at the least. After a few spells to duplicate and change the necessary records he needed, he gave back the forms, casting on the poor Abigail a light confundus for good measure. One could never be too careful, and he'd rather Abigail forget she'd entered him in the system than find out his records didn't exist beyond the forgeries he'd given her. She gave him back his timetable for his elected classes and bid him a good day, looking around her to remember what she had been doing as soon as he stepped out the door. He made a mental note to check on her during the week to ensure there were no undesirable effects and cast a healing charm on her neck, his way to ease his guilty conscience. He wished he cast a memory charm instead, but he was shit at them, and done by someone with as much raw magic as him, it could have disastrous repercussions on the Muggle's mind, so that was out of the equation. His first classes started the next Monday, meaning he had 4 days to buy a home and move in. It seemed doable. During his ride, he had spotted a real estate agency and gathered he could always start here. Not that it mattered. If nothing struck his fancy, he could always build the house himself. but he wanted to avoid contacting construction crews for the things he couldn't do himself if possible. Magic and electricity didn't mix well, and he didn't feel like explaining why he had a fully built house with no electrical installation whatsoever. Once in front of the first agency, his gaze was immediately drawn to a picturesque photo of a wooden cabin surrounded by trees, its porch illuminated by sunbeams. That was it. He didn't even want to look for any others. He knew he wouldn't find a better suited house for his shirt stay and forks. Harry called the number and tried to explain to a confused man that he wanted to buy it without even seeing it and wished to pay for it immediately and in full. After a few minutes, the man seemed to accept he wasn't being scammed or pranked and asked that they meet in front of the house to ensure Harry wouldn't regret his impulsive purchase. He readily agreed with a surprised grin and wrote down the address and coordinates. To say he wasn't accustomed to this level of honesty would be an understatement. He distinctly remembered when Hermione and Ron had found their flat in London. Their realtor would have avoided showing them the lodging at all if he thought he could have gotten away with it. Another difference between big and small towns, he supposed. He parked a few minutes earlier than the time agreed on in the earthen driveway, pleasantly surprised with how secluded the house was. The cabin was built in the middle of a clearing and was a 20-minute ride away from the small town, promising peace and tranquility. It was nestled in the middle of the dense forest, surrounded by towering trees that stretched skyward, creating a vibrant canopy of greenery overhead. The immense trees enveloped the cabin, their branches reaching out protectively, casting stippled shadows stretching across the wooden porch. The facade boasted wide windows. Their frame had clearly been maintained, and the varnish reflected the few sunbeams peeking through the branches. Harry couldn't wait to see the golden glow of the sun illuminating the inside of the lodging. The windows themselves seemed to have been built as portals, connecting the inhabitants to the surrounding woods, offering glimpses of swaying branches and the occasional wildlife passing by. A wind chime, carefully hung by previous occupants, added a charming touch to the overall atmosphere with its soothing melody. Harry could already see himself in the foggy mornings before his classes, enjoying his burning coffee while listening to the melody of birds native to the area. Maybe he would even install a water basin for them. He hadn't realized how far away from nature Grimmauld Place was. He had a garden, but the overgrown weeds had claimed their ownership of the terrain a long time ago, and apart from the rare times he found himself standing in the odd sunbeam that could be found in London, he rarely enjoyed nature from the comfort of his home. Not that he had a home. Grimmauld Place felt too empty, too cold to be considered as such, and the echoes of the people no longer filling the London house with cheer and laughter had sucked whatever life was left in the crumbling walls. The borough had been the closest thing to a home he had ever found, only to be later tainted by the absence of the three missing Weasleys, their spoons never to move again on the family's clock. Ron, Ginny, and Fred, their names akin to a funeral dirge looping around in his head, scratching his remorse raw and leaving him bleeding and sore. He found himself wondering what his home would be like if he ever found it. A sudden sound pulled him out of his thoughts, noticing only now a bright red car pulling up the driveway with a cheery man behind the wheel honking in rapid beats. "You must be Hadrian," he called out, his head poking out of the window. "I'm Mark. We spoke on the phone." Mark stepped out of the car, waving in his direction, a bright smile plastered on his face and a bright blue folder under his arm. It felt strange, thought Harry, to have such a smile sent your way with no other reason than a cheerful disposition and a good mood. The man really was different from the realtors Hermione and Ron had talked about. Or maybe it was an American thing. They did seem like a rather cheerful bunch. Harry waved back, a shy smile creeping his way, unsure how to react to Mark's warm temperament and upbeat attitude. "That's me. How do you do?" Harry replied, extending his hand to greet the realtor. "Great, great. And you? I'm so happy you're thinking of buying this cabin. It's been on the market for a while, and no one seemed to want it. People prefer living in town, you know." He leaned towards Harry. "Honestly, I blame the lodge, our local diner. Only join in the town, mind you, but the food is awesome. Or top-notch, as you would say." He ended with a laugh and a conspiratorial glance. Mark was getting on his nerves. The conversation had been going on for less than 2 minutes, and he was already exhausted. If this was to be the basis for his interactions with Americans, he sensed he would tire of school very quickly. "I'm fine," he replied concisely, taking back his hand and surreptitiously wiping his hand on his worn-out jeans. "I can't wait to visit the house. Should we get on with it? Of course, of course. Englishman, always on a tight schedule, eh? Mark elbowed his way through his joke, and Harry had to remember his breathing methods for a clemency, training to stop himself from cursing the overbearing muggle here and there. Thankfully, Mark led the way soon after and stepped aside to let Harry pass when he unlocked the door. The inside of the house was even better than he could have imagined. As he stepped through the door, he found himself in an expansive, empty space with high ceilings that seemed to stretch endlessly overhead. Sunlight poured in through the curtain, less windows, casting warm beams of light that danced across the wooden floor, giving the living room a welcoming glow. Further on his left, a wide chimney had been built against the wall, and he could already imagine his plush armchairs and sofa arranged around the stone fireplace, perfect for curling up with his research or enjoying the crackling warmth with a cuppa on a chilly evening. He didn't know what to think of the kitchen, however. It was separated from the living room by a high countertop, and its vintage-style aesthetic blended in beautifully with the modern appliances integrated into the design. Under a large window stood a farmhouse sink, offering a striking view of the woods. He just didn't know when he would use it. He had asked Creature to stay in Grimmauld Place, unwilling to let the elf interfere in his business more than strictly necessary, and Harry didn't cook for himself. He ate, sometimes, but fixing himself a sandwich or a quick fry was the extent of the effort he was inclined to put into his well-being. It stood to reason that the kitchen would probably stay unbothered during his stay. Harry didn't even need to see the rest. If the remaining rooms were anything like the two he had seen, he knew he had found the perfect place to stay. Buying it meant he would have somewhere peaceful to retreat every once in a while when he needed peace and silence. I'll buy it. He even liked how the wooden beams and walls absorbed his voice despite the absence of furniture to muffle the echo. After easing Mark's worries that he wouldn't regret his impulse purchase, they signed the sales contract leaning over the car's hood, and Harry wired the payment in whole, earning a surprised look from the realtor and a thorough check of his accounts and emancipation paper. Thankfully for him, Mark was too shocked to ask him why on earth a 17-year-old would need to buy a house and be able to pay in a single transfer. That, or maybe he thought it was an English thing. He would have to assess how much people would be willing to accept based on their preconceptions of cultural differences. It could come in handy. Nonetheless, he was relieved he didn't need to spin the tale of the poor orphan starting over again with his parents' heritage. Not that it would be untrue, he just didn't feel like hearing the man's coos of compassion after his already bothersome chatter. With the keys finally his and the whole day ahead, Harry undertook the lengthy task of unpacking his belongings, feeling for the first time a childlike glee in making a space his and his alone. He transfigured some branches and leaves into the furniture he missed, such as a bed, a wardrobe, a coffee table, and many other things he didn't take with him when he left London. McGonagall would be proud, he thought with a rare sense of pride. His furniture actually looked like what he had in mind, and the only proof of their original appearance was the odd bark-like texture on the molding of his bed or the greenish hue of his coffee table. He could live with it. He spent the rest of his day decorating and fixing the house in places where it was needed, exploring the rest of the rooms and realizing with surprise there was a guest room included in the homey cabin. He didn't like to dwell on things that could never happen, and as he didn't plan on staying long, having friends over would probably be out of the equation, but he still furnished the room with basic furniture to accommodate a guest if he ever had one. It couldn't hurt to be prepared for any eventuality. That night, Harry drifted off to sleep the moment his head met the pillow, exhausted from the extensive use of his magic. But it was done. At last, Harry's move to Forks was finalized, and he was ready for the beginning of his classes on Monday. Chapter endnotes. I hope you like this chapter. Don't hesitate to leave kudos or comments, and I'll see you next week. Don't hesitate if you have some ideas or questions as well. Duck School, Ugly Cars, and Panic Attacks. Not necessarily in that order. Chapter summary. Harry finally meets the Cullens and Bella and is wholly unprepared for what that entails. Chapter notes. Hi everyone, thanks again for your sweet comments. I swear each one brings an enormous smile to my face, and I cherish every one of them. Harry finally meets the Cullens and has his first look at Jasper. I hope it will live up to the expectations you had, and as always, don't hesitate to tell me what you thought about it in the comments. See the end of the chapter for more notes. He had been so wrong. He would never be ready for Monday. Helped by the internet connection he had put in place thanks to a handy spell a Japanese wizard had taught him during his travels, He had quickly been able to look on the web the amount of information he would need to pass as a Muggle student in a regular high school. To say he had underestimated the sheer magnitude of what he needed to know would be far from the truth. He had vastly miscalculated the knowledge he would need to fake being a high school student. In other words, he was utterly and completely ducked. His years of primary school were far behind him, and although he still possessed a distant memory of the lessons he had followed during his childhood, the constant survival at the hands of the Dursleys tainted his memories, rendering them foggy and unusable. And afterwards, his years at Hogwarts had washed away his Muggle education, sweeping his brain clean to replace mathematics and science with potions and transfiguration. He could only hope he could blame it on the British private school education system, because there was no way he could learn 7 years of curriculum in 2 days. He reckoned he could do all right in art, PE, and foreign languages thanks to his expeditions, but there was no way he would be able to lie his way through science or mathematics, well aware they were in no way close to potions or arithmancy. Harry resolved to spend his weekend hunched over his books and his computer to try and get up to speed with the school's expectations of a student in their senior year. When Monday showed its face, Harry was a walking corpse. Dark circles carved under his eyes and face, sunken with lack of sleep and proper nutrition. He looked like a revenant and was wholly unprepared to face the undead he was supposed to investigate. Over the past 2 days, he had been so absorbed in feverishly catching up on the Muggle curriculum that it had left him no time to research the hybrid vampires residing in Forks or learn about their lifestyle. It looked like he would have to do it the Potter way. In other words, wing it and hope for the best. He had left early, wishing to observe the students coming and going before classes, hoping to catch a glimpse of Bella or some of the Cullens, and enjoyed the ride to school, the brisk wind lashing his face and sweeping away the remnants of his short nights. He was currently leaning on his bike, cigarette in hand and dressed in serious old leather jacket, glamour and disillusionment spells woven on his skin to avoid curious stares. He had just lit up his 3rd cigarette when his magic started acting up, wrapping around him in a protective shell in response to the quiet apprehension crawling along his back. A horrendous silver car pulled up, standing out from the less attention-grabbing vehicles in the parking lot. The Muggles around him didn't seem to react at first, but they soon moved away from the Volvo, separating in small groups and giving the car a wider berth than necessary. The standing students in the parking lot didn't seem to react more than a quick look in the car's direction. Still, they soon moved away from its path, giving the vehicle a wider berth than necessary, clustering in small groups like a herd of deer sticking together when faced with a predator. A shark prowling amidst a school of fish. It even moved at a walking pace, apex predator camouflaged as one of their own, prowling its hunting grounds with an uncanny ease. Harry knew this was one of the Cullens' car before he even saw the passengers, and was proved right when he watched the driver get out. Merlin's sweaty balls. It was painstakingly obvious the boy wasn't human. With his lush auburn hair and perfect skin, it was like seeing a marble statue come to life. Even the way he exited the vehicle didn't seem entirely natural, like it was rehearsed and fake. When he turned around to catch a glimpse of the parked cars, Harry saw his topaz eyes, striking even from a distance. He also thought the world had finally caved and given him the cruelest joke he had yet to witness, a ghost from his past lighting the braziers of his guilt once more, keeping aflame the burn of the sins he carried across his shoulders. Hermione had told him years ago of the Muggles' theory that everyone on Earth had a certain number of doppelgangers, people who look like you to a certain point, sometimes enough to pass as twins in certain conditions, differentiated only by the separated existence they had experienced. But this was taking the piss. The vampire was the spitting image of Cedric, and Harry felt an icy dagger pull apart his heart and carve his aorta, leaving behind reddened frost encasing his beating organ. In the graveyard once again, the rumble from the cooling engines became the gravel-like laugh of the Death Eaters, taunting Cedric's corpse as he fought for his survival, his only goal being the Hufflepuff's hand in his as he portkeyed away from the massacre of his childhood. Breathing slowly and silently to avoid attracting the vampire's attention, he tried to keep the mounting panic attack at bay, clearly not ready to see the face of his late classmate. First champion of his never-ending list of dead friends, he seemed to sow wherever he went. His Auror training kicked in as he felt sweat pool in his backside, and he tightened his occlumency shields, pushing his panic attack far behind them, keeping his overwhelming emotions at bay for now. Right now, he could have kissed Robards and the mandatory mind defense training he had forced the Auror team to take. The rest of the Cullens had gotten out of the car, and now standing next to the silver car were two couples, still, silent and unblinking, looking like they were waiting for something or someone. The first couple stood close to each other, with the most stunning woman he had ever seen linking her arm with the gigantic bear of a man. In some ways, she made him think of Fleur, the same blonde hair, shimmering in a subtle silver under the gray sky, a similar otherworldly beauty capable of enthralling anyone she laid her eyes on. The girl looked more like a Vila than a vampire, but that could be because her bitch's smile reminded him of Fleur's whenever Bill admitted he was wrong about something. The man looked like he could give a dragon a run for his treasure hoard, and seemed to be entirely made up of burly muscles topped with brown hair and an easy smile. He moved more than the others, his free hand tapping on the roof and his gaze regularly sliding to his companion, offering her a dazed smile when she laid her eyes on him. Their love was breathtaking even from where he stood, and despite their differences, they fit together like two parts of a whole. The other couple, on the other hand, seemed poorly matched in a way he couldn't quite pinpoint. The girl immediately made him think of Luna, her eyes wide and full of mirth, small movements made on the ball of her feet making her swing back and forth as she held her companion's hand, her chocolate hair catching the light with every strand. As for her companion, he held her hand like a lifeline, his jaw set in a firm line, and his attitude rang a familiar bell in Harry's mind. His golden eyes methodically scanned the parking lot, jumping from student to student at a rapid pace, and the arm unheld by the pixie's grip was poised behind his back in a posture so stiff, Harry wondered if vampires could have cramps. The blonde's spine was stiff as a steel rod, and everything in his attitude exuded the air of someone readying himself for an attack, a position Harry was well accustomed to. Despite his undeniable beauty and otherworldly softness, this man was a warrior, a soldier, carved from the same fractured stone as him. Setting aside his growing sense of kinship for the blonde, Harry tried to remember that right now, the creatures were the ones that he had been sent to investigate, and he'd do well to remember the danger he was in. However much his blood boiled at the possibility of being seen and understood by a kindred spirit. Inhaling and exhaling silently, he sent tentative tendrils of magic to poke around them, hoping none of the creatures would sense his intrusion. A frown bloomed on his face when he realized he felt nothing. None of the Cullens exhibited even a sliver of the magic he expected to feel around them. It was like they weren't even there, his magic sliding over them like fog on a placid lake. The Coven members were speaking together in hushed voices, and with increasing urgency, and Harry deplored his lack of preparation, wishing he had cast the spells he used in the past to find werewolf packs in the wild. A scent and noise-canceling charm would have gone a long way in this situation, and he longed to hear their whispered conversation. They were soon joined by a frail mousy girl with brown hair who attached herself to Cedric's lookalike's arm like it was a lifeline in the deep sea. That must be Bella. The blonde girl wrinkled her perfect nose when she linked her arm with her boyfriend, and Harry reluctantly admitted the Muggle girl had more courage than he gave her credit for. Even used to magical and strange creatures, his senses had gone on full alert when the Cullens drove in and she was standing next to them, seemingly without a care in the world. Although she seemed quite pale and thin for her height, Harry was by no means an expert on health matters, and it seemed a little on the nose for him to notice that the girl looked poorly, but he was surprised no one from the group seemed to take notice of it. Maybe she was just sick. As she joined them, they continued their animated conversation, their gazes darting around the parking lot in turns. Bella, listening to their excitement, joined in after a delighted gasp and a smile towards the blonde man, mirroring their actions. Merlin, what he wouldn't give to listen in on their conversation right now. He doubted the vampires acted like that every morning, and he couldn't help but feel he was missing out on important information. He was about to cast the spells allowing him to creep closer to the group when the warrior looked in his direction, his golden eyes zeroing in on him and locking with his own. He didn't know how, but he felt the vampire knew exactly where he was standing. Cold sweat trickled down his back, his light shirt sticking to his clammy skin in an instant, shivers running up and down his spine as his skin covered with goosebumps. He couldn't shake the feeling of a deer facing a panther, its predatory gaze fixed on his prey. He felt a fleeting sensation of rightness click before it was washed away by his panic attack coming back in full force, his flight or fight response triggered by the sudden attention in his direction. His vision blurred and his hands started to shake, his teeth chattering as he held his jaw to avoid being heard. In a desperate attempt to stay hidden, he let the deepest walls of his occlumency shields fall to feed his disillusionment spell with magic, more focused on staying invisible than on protecting the furthest parts of his mind. His breath was coming out in short, panicked huffs, his throat constricting and contracting uselessly, forcing him to swallow down the invisible threat choking him. Usually, he would have lit up a cigarette by now, focusing on the bitter smoke filling his lungs, slowing down his breath with each slow drag on the nicotine tube, but he couldn't. The vampire was still looking straight at him, and not only was Harry not stupid enough to light up something that would give away his exact location, but the trembling in his hands wouldn't allow him to. His body paralyzed and unable to move. His spells were hanging by a loose thread, and he was surprised they hadn't wavered yet, sparking an outcry of surprised students noticing a flickering and unknown figure in the parking lot. As if emerging from a turbulent sea storm into tranquil waters, Harry felt a sudden wave of calm wash over him and cradle him in a warm embrace. He felt held, soothed, enveloped in a loving caress as the tempest passed, and he saw the light pierce his sight once again. Sailor finding his way back to the lighthouse, exhaling in relief as he realized his corpse wouldn't be added to the sea. His breathing came out less labored, the rattling in his lungs somewhat eased and allowing him a greater intake of breath than the short and laborious pants he was struggling with until now. The feeling disappeared as quickly as it had come, leaving him empty and cold, whimpering at the emptiness the warmth left behind it. A ringing bell in the building put the students in motion, the Cullens and Bella following the herd inside, the blonde vampire looking one last time behind him, his brows furrowed and a distinctive worried look painted on his face. Once he was sure all of the students had left, Harry canceled his disillusionment spell hidden behind an imposing car, casting a freshening spell over him to get rid of the clammy sweat sticking to his skin and drying his shirt. He used the walk towards the building to put his glamour back on and hoist back up the occlumency walls he had let down during his panic attack, feeling like he would need the familiar space to hide behind during his day. His glamour erased his numerous scars and projected the illusion of smooth and unblemished skin, leaving him wanting nothing more than to claw at his skin to remove the shell of otherness he felt each time he saw his features vanish under his spell. His first lesson hadn't even started, and he already wished he was back at his newly inhabited cabin, alone in the woods and far away from strange and creepy vampires and too brave for their own good human girls. Chapter end notes. Poor Harry, he's starting to realize he's in way over his head. Thankfully for him, the mysterious, soothing emotion was there to keep his panic attack at bay. We all wonder who could have done that, right? See you next week for the next chapter with a little surprise I hope you'll like. Pulsing heart and thundering rain. Chapter summary. Jasper reflects on his family and his past mistakes, finds his mate, and nearly sends Edward into orbit. All in all, a peaceful and relaxing day at school. Chapter notes. So maybe it isn't such a surprise, but here is Jasper's POV of the events in the parking lot. Hope you enjoy the dual POV and a bit more description of what happens emotion-wise. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Jasper was watching the sunrise from the roof of his house when he felt Alice's excitement hit him like a brick, her frail frame cuddling up close to him and her body almost vibrating with uncontained joy. "Hello, sweetheart. Good news?" "Oh, Jasper, everything is going to change, and I'm so happy for you." As far as he knew, she was telling the truth. He could feel her intense delight washing over him in pleasant waves and warming his unbeating heart. "What's going to change?" "Can't say." "Alice, come on," he drawled in an amused voice. "You can't just say that and not tell me anything." "I can and I will," she answered with a crystalline laugh. "And even Edward will know so tell nothing because I will sing every opera I know to stop him from hearing what's in my head. Do I need to remind you that what you consider a nice surprise can be upsetting for some folks?" he said before adding, "Well, sometimes." "Honestly, Jazz, when have any of my surprises been upsetting?" Her upturned nose and secret smile didn't fool him. He sensed her emotions turn darker, clouding her amusement with guilt. "I'm sorry. I know you can't see everything." He took her hand in his. "But surprises involving me tend to turn sour. I just don't want whatever you have planned to spoil. Like last time," he added with a sharp edge to his voice. "Jazz!" She wrapped her arms around his waist, putting her head on his shoulder. "I see you so happy. I have never seen you smile that way, I promise." Her unwavering sincerity won him over. Also, he could refuse Alice nothing. She was his best friend, the one who had taken his hand and guided him away from the darkened path he had been wandering on since his turning, and he couldn't imagine a day when he would stop being grateful for her annoying persistence when they had met. If he had to indulge in her eccentricities once or twice in a decade, as thanks for setting him on the path to salvation, he could live with it. He just hoped it didn't end like her last great surprise, involving poor Isabella thrown into a glass table as he lunged for her throat on her birthday. What a wonderful present he had given her. Jasper still struggled to forgive himself for the incident. No matter the number of times he had apologized to the human girl and her assurance that all was forgotten and forgiven, he didn't think he could ever feel like the slate was wiped clean. To him, she was just another victim of his lack of control, another face to add to the endless bodies he had scattered on the battlefield. And this time, Maria wasn't the one to blame for his impulses. His thirst for blood was a burden he bore alone. The sun was higher in the sky now, and Jasper knew he should be getting ready to leave. His family would depart soon, and Edward would pester them all until they were in the car and ready to go, driven by his need to join Bella and spend as much time as he could with her. How he wished he could skip classes and go hunt instead of enduring another day he felt he had already lived 100 times. Sighing once again, he tried to take comfort in the thought that it was his last year after all, and that he would soon be able to leave for university. This time, he would choose something obscure and way less popular. Anything to leave behind the memory of high school and its excitable crowds with the warm smell of their blood trailing behind them constantly. Jasper understood too well the need to appear as a family and follow the same education, but what he wouldn't give for Carlisle and Esme to tell everyone he was enrolled in a faraway college and was homeschooled. Anything to flee the hormone-riddled teens bumping their way to adulthood and far less intense emotions. Their feelings like a stab to the chest each time he felt their intensity, and his desperate tries to remember they weren't his. Still lost in his thoughts, he barely noticed Alice leaving and planting a kiss on his cheek. Only when he felt Edward's impatience and irritation did he realize it was almost time to go. Not that it mattered. They were all already clothed, and if not, it took only a few seconds for them to actually put their outfits on, and Edward drove like a prison escapee on the run, only slowing down when he heard an officer's thoughts nearby to avoid being flashed or arrested. They had not once arrived late and probably never will. Still, everyone insisted on keeping up their perfect family pantomime, all too grateful for Carlisle and his welcome to put his job and reputation in danger. It wasn't the first time they lived in Forks, and their father figure seemed quite attached to the small town. No one wanted to be the reason why they couldn't come back in a few decades. He jumped from the roof and landed in front of the car, smiling privately and taunting his scowling brother when a rock chipped the silver paint on one of the bumpers. "Maybe if your car is damaged enough, I can finally take my bike to school. It would be much more enjoyable than feeling Emmett's and Rosalie's emotions when they're close enough to count their eyelashes." "Yeah, well, try hearing them when they're 2 seconds away from jumping from the car to jump each other instead," Edward grumbled with a disgusted scowl, climbing in the car and honking for good measure to call the couple in question, Alice already going down the stairs in a joyful hop. "Alice, why are you singing Carmen?" asked Edward, concern replacing his irritation. "It's a surprise for Jasper, and I don't want you to ruin it," she answered with a playful pout before adding, "You can't keep a secret. You're too used to knowing everything about everyone. This is important." She winked at Jasper, and Edward rolled his eyes at the sky, used to her whims by now. Like Jasper, he knew that nothing would make her change her mind and didn't care enough to try. Jasper could feel his impatience and the worry brought by the distance between Isabella and him. Honestly, they had been separated for only a few hours, and even though Carlisle liked to play blind regarding his favorite child, Jasper knew too well Edward spent his nights watching his sweetheart sleep. Like a creep, he added for his brother's sake, cheering as his annoyance flared and began to stain with anger, the wave of his irritation like the grating surge of the sea against the hull of a boat, scraping his nerves raw but still amusing enough to forego the discomfort it brought. It was far too easy to rile him up. Unfortunately, Rosalie and Emmett came out of the woods at that moment, and Jasper didn't want to know what they were doing due to their satisfied mood, so he didn't have the opportunity to annoy his brother any further. Once again, Edward tried to bring his car to a premature death, swerving left and right at a demonic speed, and Rosalie and Emmett cooed lovingly while Alice sang along with the radio. He loved his family, but sometimes they made him feel so alone, abandoned in the middle of a tempestuous sea of emotions that weren't his. Edward had found his half, an oasis of peace amidst the turbulent thoughts of the others. Emmett and Rosalie lived for each other, content in their mate bond that seemed to strengthen every day, and Alice found solace in her found family, leaving her love life to fate. Eternity was too long of a time to spend without a soulmate. The sky was a pleasant shade of gray. As usual, and Forks and Jasper found himself once more captivated by the myriad of hues strewn across the sky, forming a canvas reflecting his mood. The clouds hung low, casting a certain darkness over the landscape. Yet amidst the gloom, there was a quiet beauty to be found, one that appeased him like a comforting embrace, a simplicity in the lack of emotions brought by the gray clouds. Meanwhile, the dense woods flanking the road seemed to pulse with life, their tall, imposing trees standing as silent sentinels against the monochrome backdrop of the sky. Shafts of pale, white light filtered through the canopy of rustling branches, casting dappled patterns on the leaves, and despite the overcast weather, there was an undeniable sense of tranquility in the air, so different from the sunny heat of his hometown. His vampire senses allowed him to see every inch and crevice of his surroundings, even at the speed imposed by Edward, and each iridescent feather on the nesting crows reflected dozens of minuscule beams of light. Strangely, the corvids didn't quite register as food to his vampire thirst, and he enjoyed observing them from afar without feeling the never-ending burn at the back of his throat. Every now and then, the pros eclipsed the cons. Once they arrived in the parking lot, Jasper noticed an unusual motorcycle parked between two cars, a vintage-style, black Triumph. She was a true beauty. From the inside of the car, he couldn't see if it actually was a vintage or a newer model based on the 60s model, but he wished he could have ridden to school on one of his bikes, if only to share an understanding nod with the owner of the sleek ride. As he stepped out of the car, Jasper felt an inexplicable shift in the air, as if the very essence of the world had suddenly changed in nature. The world around him came alive in a way he had never experienced before, every fiber of his being attuned to a presence radiating warmth and comfort, tinged with a deep longing. A rush of anticipation coursed through his veins, alight with excitement and affection. With each breath, he could feel the air crackle with an almost tangible energy, a sensation strong enough to send a shiver cascading down his spine. It was as though an invisible thread had attached itself to his heart, beating in an unknown rhythm, with a melody he longed to discover and know as well as himself, bringing life to his unbeating chest. For the first time since his undead existence, he felt alive again, drawn forward by the connection tugging at him with a gentle insistence he could ignore no longer. He turned around to seek the source of this new feeling, only to find nothing but the familiar sight of the busy parking lot bustling with students he already knew. He didn't have time to investigate the source of the invisible force tugging at him, as his senses were assaulted by an intense whirlpool of dread and despair. For a second, he thought his gift had changed. He waited for the usual onslaught of pain that came with emotions that weren't his, akin to being trapped in a turbulent storm, violent winds tossing him around in opposite directions, dismembering him again and again until the emotion subsided. Usually, each surge of emotion felt like crashing waves threatening to engulf him and leaving him figuratively gasping for air in the suffocating darkness that wasn't his. This time, it felt as if he was standing in the eye of a tornado, a mere spectator of the ruin and destruction, leaving him unharmed. Jasper was able to see the blooming threads of the emotion, seeing his gift for the first time rather than being submerged by it, unable to distance himself from the assault. He knew the emotions weren't his, but to some extent, they registered as if they were his own, already familiar in a way he couldn't understand. Before he could use his gift to quell the panic he sensed, he was brusquely cut off from the feeling, leaving him lost and empty. His eyes darted around the parking lot to understand what had happened, expecting someone to have been involved in an accident or crying in grief, but there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. A gust of wind swept by, carrying with it the distinct aroma of thunder, mingled with notes of worn leather and the lingering smell of cigarette smoke. His body reacted involuntarily to the scent, venom pooling in his mouth as if salivating, forcing him to swallow and making him realize his thirst felt quelled for the first time. The smell was like a soothing balm to his throat, reminding him of the refreshing iced tea his parents used to make after a long day sweating under the sun. He had heard countless tales from Rosalie and Emmett and felt Peter and Charlotte's bond emerge from the emptiness. Yet nothing could have accurately prepared him for the overwhelming bliss that flooded his senses at the mere hint of his other half's scent, because he could no longer deny that the thread attached to his heart carried the perfume of thunder and rain, the pulsing of muted emotions he knew like his own, the essence of his mate. Jasper tried to stay composed, unwilling to share his newfound discovery so soon, knowing too well that once he announced his mate was nearby, his family would meddle in his affairs and try to stick their nose in his business as they always did. "You found your mate?" Edward almost shouted, attracting the undivided attention of the other members of his family, sparking unbridled glee in Alice, sincere joy for Emmett and curiosity mingled with happiness for Rosalie. "I duckin' hate you," he hissed, almost baring his teeth at his insensitive brother and only refraining because humans didn't usually growl at others. Pity. At least Edward had the good sense to appear sheepish even if his emotions told another story. The bastard was too cocky to actually be sorry. "Oh, Jazz, I wasn't expecting it to be so soon. I'm so happy for you," Alice said, taking his hand and squeezing it with genuine excitement and happiness. "We're all very happy for you, Jasper." Even if some, Rosalie glared at Edward, her annoyance on his behalf placating him a little bit. "Can't stop snooping in other people's private matters." "Yeah, bro. Welcome to the club," Emmett boomed in a sincere voice. "But where are they?" "I don't see anyone new." Jasper scanned the parking lot, his eyes jumping from student to student methodically, reaching into the fresh feeling in his bones to guide him in his search while his family talked in hushed voices, trying to guess who it could be, what they could look like, and where they were. Their discussion was interrupted by Bella's arrival, and as Rosalie stopped talking in a very mature show of disdain, Edward brought her up to speed, earning himself another dark look from his brother. Was he truly so dense as to believe that Jasper wanted the most important moment of his life broadcasted to everyone? Bella gasped in excitement, her happiness for him radiating off her in a warm and comforting surge, lighting up her tired features. "I'm so happy for you, Jasper. Truly," she said in a calm voice, mindful of not coming closer to him. For her sake or his, he didn't know. Jasper sensed an abrupt, curious emotion coming from where his heartstring pulled and turned sharply his gaze towards the source of the emotion. He could have sworn he heard a gasp and saw a blurry silhouette waver in front of the Triumph, but, thankfully, his brothers and sisters didn't seem to notice. He was about to walk in that direction when a similar terror as earlier overtook him once again, nearly bringing him to his knees in its intensity. Once again, he felt the emotions as if another part of himself had woken up, bringing him the overwhelming need to help and comfort the being the emotions came from. Without thinking, he sent a tide wave of serenity, harnessing his most peaceful memories to strengthen his gift. He thought of the tranquil mornings spent with Alice on the roof, talking about life, death, and everything in between. His late nights with Carlisle exchanging opinions about philosophy and current events, reimagining the world in 1,000 different realities. His afternoons spent with Emmett playing on the console and destroying controller after controller, and their victory laps around the house whenever one of them beat the game they were playing. He recalled the comfort brought by Esme each time he doubted himself, each time he thought himself unworthy of the family he had been brought into and had welcomed him with open arms. He tried to convey the relief Rosalie brought him whenever he needed to talk about his troubled past and her reassurances hidden by a quick wit and a dry tone, her emotions telling him more than anything she could have said. He thought of his own wish to find someone he could call home, someone he could comfort and hold in his arms for an eternity, so utterly convinced that the mounting panic attack he was feeling was his mate's, trying to soothe them wherever they were. The terror subsided, leaving behind only a quiet sense of confusion and surprise that touched his soul in a gentle caress, confirming his suspicions about the source of the intense emotion he had felt. The bell rang, putting the students still in the parking lot in motion, moving more slowly and calmly than usual, probably influenced by the use of his gift. Usually, he treated his gift as a syringe, injecting and taking whatever was needed in a small and precise manner. But unaware as he was of where his mate was standing, he was forced to broadcast on a bigger scale than usual. As a result, the group of humans were quieter and calmer than normal, offering him a welcome reprieve after the roller coaster of emotions he had dealt with in such a short amount of time. Before entering the bustling building, he turned his head surreptitiously, catching a faint shimmer near the black motorcycle, confirming once more his first intuition. There was someone there, hiding in plain sight and keeping their identity to themselves. For now, he didn't know who they were and why they chose to observe at a distance, using their invisibility gift to hide from them rather than announcing themselves and greeting him and his family, having surely felt the bond snap in place with the same clarity as him. But he wouldn't force them. If his mate wanted to stay away for now, who was he to argue their decision? He could understand the surprise of a mate bond blooming into existence as suddenly as this, maybe catching off guard the gifted vampire who seemed to own the motorcycle and was secretly grateful for his mate's avoidance. After all, it gave him some time to work out his emotions as well. He was far too often lost in the feelings of others to be able to manage his on such short notice. Jasper would just have to stay alert for the telltale scent of his mate. A delicious mix of the electricity before a storm, old cared for leather and cigarette. Strangely, the most pressing question wasn't how his mate looked like, but why would a vampire feel the need to smoke? Aesthetics maybe. God knows they were a dramatic bunch, and he could easily imagine an immortal enjoying the drama around the simple fact that the nicotine and tar in the murderous tubes couldn't kill them. Bit reckless to literally play with fire though. But who was he to judge? Chapter end notes. Know that once again I cherish each of your comments, and it's criminal that I can't leave kudos on them. I tried to show Jasper's accent while writing his dialogues and hope it showed correctly. I'm so sorry if it wasn't well done, and don't hesitate to correct some things in the comments. See you next week. Rumors and loose tongues. Chapter summary. Harry's first day at school and the rumors coming with it. Chapter notes. Thank you once again for your kind words and kudos. Hope you enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. If Harry could die, he'd have succumbed to a blood clot by now. As he tucked his head in his shoulders to avoid the whispers and the stares brought by the news of a new student, he was uncomfortably reminded of his walk to the Sorting Hat in his first year, and all Hogwarts whispering Harry Potter left and right. Only now they were feverishly and overtly whispering the pieces of information they had reaped from one source or another. It seemed fabricated facts spawned as rapidly in the Muggle world as the magical one. I heard his name was Harrison. Untrue, but it was a good alias. He would keep it in mind. Someone told me he was out of juvie. Again, false, although not far from the truth if he hadn't been hailed as a hero. I heard he's from England. Probably got expelled from some fancy boarding school. At least that came pretty close. My mom told me he had a run-in with gangs and was in protective custody. Objectively funny. He could use this one to be left alone if it came to it. You're all wrong. He's actually a famous celebrity in disguise, trying to experience a normal high school life. Well, this one was just bone-chilling with how close it came to reality, but outlandish enough that no one would believe it. How did these people even know he existed? He hadn't stepped foot outside since Mark had given him the keys to the cabin, too afraid of the small-town gossip about a newcomer to go for a grocery run. He had fasted while burning the midnight oil, hunched over his computer, trying and failing to absorb as much knowledge as possible, unwilling to turn away from his mission even for a quick meal. Harry was already familiar with how fast the rumor mill turned, accustomed to being the subject of slander from his first days in Privet Drive to his last as a public figure in the wizarding world. He just hadn't expected it to be the same in the Muggle world in a normal school, well as common as a high school hosting immortal blood-sucking students could be. Mark. The name hit him like a boulder rolling down a steep slope. Billy wouldn't have talked about him, knowing his need to observe with discretion, and the girl from the reception desk, Abigail, probably didn't remember enough of him to talk about a new student to anyone. The only other living being he had interacted with was Mark, which meant he could be the only one responsible for the news of his arrival traveling that quickly. It looked like Mark would have some serious housing issues real soon if Harry ever got hold of his address. At last he arrived in front of the classroom and took a deep breath before entering the den of vipers, the whispers increasing in intensity once he set foot inside. Behind a wooden desk, a sweet-looking woman was looking at the attendance list, her strawberry blonde hair hiding the rest of her face in a wavy curtain. Taking notice of the whispers, she lifted her head to look around, her gaze stopping on Harry with a warm smile. "Hello, you must be the new student. Mr. Peveril, was it?" Yep, Hadrian Peveril. That's me. By Gryffindor, he was a 43-year-old man. Why was he incapable of introducing himself like a normal human being? I'm Miss Miller, the teacher said, seeming to take pity on him and his impeccable social skills. I know that it's always difficult to do, but I'd like you to introduce yourself to the class and say a little bit about yourself. Great. Once again, his legendary luck struck true, and it was difficult to resent Miss Miller, her soft smile encouraging him to speak like she would for a normal 17-year-old shy and new student. Harry turned towards the classroom, taking another deep breath and hiding his trembling hand behind his back, widening his stance in the default horror waiting position drilled into him over the years, immediately meeting golden irises fixated on him. It was the handsome vampire warrior from the parking lot, and his attention was even more intense now that Harry was visible. He repressed a shiver. Handsome? He really was losing it, ignoring the discreet pull of his heart as their eyes met and the fleeting thought that he could easily lose himself in the allure of his gaze. He started his introduction. My name is Hadrian. I'm 17. I come from England and I was in a boarding school. He paused, thinking it would be enough, but a pointed look from the English teacher made him continue. America is a bit weird, but you guys have good nature. That's nice. Good nature. Yeah, great job, Harry. That's something teenagers said on a regular basis. Thank you, Hadrian, for this interesting presentation. You can go sit down next to Mr. Hale at the back. Cheers. He looked at where she pointed him, realizing that Mr. Hale was the blonde Cullen from the parking lot. Damned be his Potter luck, but at least he would be introduced to one of the family members earlier than he had expected. All the better. He could only hope that Mr. Hale would prove an informative and willing source. If they could form some kind of bond, Harry would get his answers far quicker than he had hoped. Judging by the pleasant but cautious smile the blonde threw his way, it shouldn't be too hard. As he came closer, Harry observed his soon-to-be neighbor and realized that handsome wasn't even coming close to reality. Everything in his appearance screamed perfection. He was a Greek statue come to life, his defined cheekbones and smooth skin so similar to the marble wonders of the antique world. The harsh neon bulbs in the classroom crushed the rest of the mortals with their unflattering light, and yet, for the vampire, they set aflame his golden mane, offering him an ablaze halo. At this moment, the immortal wasn't a suspect anymore. He was the archangels of old, bone, chilling in their radiant allure, their ferocity palpable and bubbling under their skin. Shaking his head to free himself from the thrall of the creature, Harry focused on the vampire again, trying to find any imperfections to distract him from the warm and tugging feeling jump-starting his heart. Without surprise, the creature had few of them, and when he sat down, Harry had found only a sliver of silver peeking above the vampire's collar, hinting at something there. A scar, perhaps. I'm Jasper, he said as Harry sat down, extending his hand for a handshake. These kind of vampires use their physical attributes to lure in their prey, using their charms to enthrall their diner, making them perfect predators. The information returned to him in a flash, and Harry barely repressed a breath of relief as he realized that his earlier fascination was perfectly understandable and even expected. Evidently, their voices were also considered an important attribute because he felt the vampire's words caress him lightly, his lips parting in surprise. Only 2 words and Harry had been thrust into the warming rays of a gentle summer sun, the voice dripping with honey and what seemed to be a muted accent he couldn't quite place. By Merlin, he was pretty. He offered a stilted smile, hoping the blush he felt burning his cheeks wasn't too noticeable, noticing with surprise that Jasper's skin wasn't as cold as he had expected. It actually felt almost warm. Hadrian, but you already knew. From the marvelous introduction I just gave, Harry replied, channeling his long-forgotten press personality, as Ron called it, presenting a demure and easygoing front. Okay, class, I'm going to recap for our new student, Miss Miller said, interrupting whatever answer Jasper was about to give him. We're reading Mary Shelley's Frankenstein this semester, and we were about to explore the themes of the novel. Harry didn't even have the book, but he vaguely remembered seeing a part of the movie from his closet at Privet Drive before the Dursleys had turned off the TV, claiming the movie was unnatural and a shame to British literature, as if any of them had ever read anything longer text than a cooking recipe or a video game tutorial in their life. Dudley had opened the cupboard afterwards, taking pleasure in tormenting him in many ways, claiming he was more of a freak than the poor creature Harry had seen on screen. Fun times. Have you read the book, Hadrian? whispered Jasper, turning him away from his less than pleasant memories, his soft tone strangely soothing. I haven't, unfortunately. I wasn't aware it was an assigned reading, so I didn't have the opportunity to buy it yet. I have more than one copy at home, my siblings, and I don't like sharing our books. Alice annotates all of her copies, and I can't bear to mistreat my copies like she does hers. I can lend you mine if you wish. To say he was pleasantly surprised by how amenable Jasper was would be an understatement, and he agreed almost immediately, keeping in mind it could be a good excuse to interact with the vampire, or be chosen as the evening's menu. Either way, he would have answers, or the Cullens would have the surprise of their life, seeing him stroll back to school the next day. He almost wanted to try, he thought, amused by the mental image of their shocked expression. That would be very kind of you. I'll bring it tomorrow. How's that sound? Perfect. Thank you, answered Harry, turning back his attention to the board but keeping an eye on his immortal classmate. They spent the remainder of the class silently, listening to the teacher's lesson, and Harry was startled when the bell rang. The grating sound so different from the antique bells announcing the end of the lessons at Hogwarts. His hand was on his wand handle in seconds, only stopping himself from pulling it out by Jasper lightly touching his elbow, reminding him he wasn't in danger. Ironic. What class do you have next? I could show you the school grounds if you... Jasper was interrupted by a fair-haired boy with a familiar face. You're Hadrian, right? Well, no, I already know you're Hadrian. Such a weird name, right? I'm Mike Newton, the boy said with a wide smile. Yep, that's me, Harry answered, his eyes darting between the vampire and the human. Noticing Jasper's irises had darkened considerably, replacing the gold from earlier with a
sombre bronzu.
I can show you the school grounds if you want. I wanted to do it this morning, but I couldn't find you in the parking lot. My father asked me to make you feel welcome since you helped him get the cabin off his hands. So this was Mark's son, Mark and Mike Newton. Such inspiration. Suddenly, he understood a little better how Snape could have hated him on sight because of his father. He wanted nothing more than to wave his wand to make Mike grow rather fetching horns right now. But before he could refuse, he heard a low growl and turned towards the sound. The vampire's eyes had turned black, and he was looking at Mike like he considered making him his next meal, light years away from the charming southern-friendly type he had shown Harry during their lesson. He was abruptly reminded he was standing in front of a predator, however nice his looks and voice were. With a sigh, Harry sacrificed himself once again, focused on getting the frail human away from the growing and unknown danger that was Jasper. A pity. He had actually enjoyed their short conversation. Yeah, sure. Show me the grounds. I think I have a free period anyway. Well, follow me then. He packed his stuff in his bag, using a discreet wandless spell to go faster, and followed Mike outside, never turning his back entirely on the feral-looking vampire who seemed rooted to the ground. During the whole ordeal, Mike hadn't even flinched when Jasper started to growl, showing once again how oblivious muggles could be. It was like Vernon standing up to Hagrid all over again. Although, at least for Mike it seemed because of his lack of observation skills, Vernon was just pure stupidity. Why in the name of magic would someone without any powers threaten a giant twice their size? And that was coming from someone who had jumped on a troll in their first year to save someone he barely knew. Although if all the Cullens acted this way at school, it was a wonder none of them had been identified as non-human yet. Growling at a fellow human couldn't be accepted this widely, for Jasper's attitude to have gone unnoticed. Meanwhile, Mike was chatting in an uninterrupted flow, pointing to some corridors and classrooms, sharing uninteresting anecdotes and sometimes valuable information like what class was held there and what corners to avoid if one wished to stay away from teenagers sharing germs. Harry vowed to remember the places Mike mentioned. He felt creepy enough masquerading as a 17-year-old as a 43-year-old man and wouldn't live through the pain of stumbling upon amorous couples. He also had had enough of teenage romance with the Lavender, Ron and Hermione triangle to last him a few lifetimes. The rest of his morning passed without any other notable event. His P class was devoid of any Cullens and fun enough, using up some of his pin-up energy. Contrary to most of his classmates, he took pleasure in the laps they were asked to run as a warm-up, reminding him of the workouts Oliver had made them do before every Quidditch training. He saw Bella running laps somewhere, but they had been separated by athletic abilities for the remainder of the lesson, and he had no way of sneaking away to talk to her without being weird as she was in the group farther away from him. It was still his first day, and most of the attention was turned towards him, whispers and curious looks still following him each time he ran past some students. Now that he thought about it, Bella had seemed curious about him as well, casting discreet glances at him at regular intervals. Would it be weird if he approached her to strike up a conversation without having been introduced? She seemed like a reserved person and didn't necessarily scream, "Popular girl," making it difficult to approach her without cause. He wasn't on a tight schedule, but his impatience ran deep, and he wanted to have his answers quickly to alleviate Billy's concerns. Fortunately, Mike was able to show that he had more to offer than just pointing out the corners where the student made out when he offered Harry to join him and his friends for lunch, mentioning he hoped Bella would be there as well. Harry was ready to take a chance and bet that there couldn't be that many students named Bella, and that he had found his excuse to strike up a conversation with her. As he entered the cafeteria, he was immediately approached by a girl with long, curly brown hair who introduced herself as Jessica Stanley and grabbed his arm, pressing her chest against it to guide him to her table. As they walked, he noticed the Cullens sitting together in silence, their food untouched in front of them and their gaze following him and Jessica. Jasper looked like someone had forced him to swallow a lemon, and the pixie girl from the parking lot was rubbing his arm slowly in a soothing manner. He took note of Bella and her boyfriend's absence from the Cullens' table and hoped the human girl would join them during lunch. He tried in vain to discreetly shake his arm from Jessica's grasp. Still, she wouldn't let go and freed him only when he was seated between Mike and a slender, gentle-looking girl with a ponytail who introduced herself as Angela and seemed to be the most interesting person at the table for now. "So, Hadrian, can I call you Hadri? Or Dryan, maybe? Where do you come from? Why are you there in Marvelous and Sunny Forks instead of England? How come no one saw you before today? How come you were able to buy the house like that?" Jessica asked with a snap. "Are your parents rich or something?" "Geez, just let the man breathe," Angela said with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry. She has no value of basic decency." "I resent that you know," she said before continuing. "I'm just curious about our newest town resident. Honestly, the only new student we had was Bella, and well, it's been more than a year, and now that she's a couple with Edward, she's old news anyway." "Classy, Jess, as always." Angela turned towards him with a kind smile. "You don't have to answer all of her questions, just so you know." He desperately wished to be back at his cabin. "Thanks, I guess. I like my name, so no nickname is good." He'd had enough nicknames for a lifetime, between Scarhead and the boy who lived. "And I moved here because I wanted to be closer to some family members who live nearby." "So you're a family man then?" "That's so hot," answered Jessica with a seductive smile. Oh no, she was hitting on him. Morgana be damned. She was only 17. She was a child for Merlin's sake. He was about to politely tell her he wasn't interested when a loud clatter saved him from the trouble, distracting Jessica, and he turned his head towards the source of the noise. Someone at the Cullen table had dropped a plastic tray, scattering food and pieces of broken plate on the ground. The small pixie girl let out an amused oops before winking at him and bending over to pick up the broken shards, her movements graceful and delicate even then. Had she dropped her tray on purpose? The wink she sent his way suggested she did, and Harry wondered the reasons for her apparent clumsiness. He had been about to reply to Jessica when the clatter distracted her. Were the Cullens listening to their conversation? If so, what did she have to gain by preventing him from answering the girl? For a minute, Harry wondered if the pixie girl had actually done that to save him from Jessica's advances. If so, he owed her a great debt of gratitude. The rest of their lunch was uneventful, and luckily, Jessica was distracted by Mike's questions about her weekend, her attention focused on the boy and not on him anymore, allowing him to spark a conversation with Angela, learning about the best places in Forks and what activities she did in her spare time. He found out he quite liked her. Her easy personality and interesting conversation were a refreshing breath after Jasper's strange behavior and Jessica's almost aggressive interrogation. She talked about her hobbies, delving into the intricacies of knitting and crochet, and he was happy to learn about a craft he knew nothing of. Petunia had briefly tried to start sewing after Mrs. Bencher from down the street had shown off her handmade dresses and cardigan, but had quickly abandoned, losing her motivation after she had realized the amount of time necessary to create eye-pleasing garments. Somehow this had been his fault as well at the time. When the bell rang, the group stood up to clear their trays and Harry realized Bella and her boyfriend, the famous Edward, had been absent during the lunch break, and he half expected to learn the poor muggle had been abandoned in the forest somewhere. Again, he turned to look at the Cullen table, half hoping to meet Jasper's gaze again. Just to check that his irises had returned to their original gold color, he told himself. But their table was empty and their trays were gone. The only potential trace of their passage was a deep indent in the plastic, eerily similar to a hand. He shook his head. He had more urgent to investigate, and his day had already been long enough. Bella was already sitting at her desk at the beginning of his next lesson, easing his worries. Her boyfriend, Edward, followed his every move through the classroom, making him tense up before he had even found his seat. To top it all, the only available chair was in front of the couple, and as the teacher introduced himself to him as their history teacher, Harry realized that he knew next to nothing about American history. He kept at bay the growing desire to hit his head on the desk. For now, chapter end notes. So this was Jasper's and Harry's first real conversation. Hope you liked it, and see you next week. A cry for help from a vampire with a human mate. Chapter summary. Jasper and Harry's first class together, and the realization that maybe, just maybe, Harry's heart may beat a little more than Jasper ever expected. Chapter notes. Hi. Thanks again for your kudos and comments. As I already said, they bring me such joy and I can't thank you enough. This chapter is a little longer than the others, so I hope you'll enjoy it. Don't hesitate to reread Chapter 6, as this is Jasper's POV, and I haven't rewritten his conversation with Harry. See the end of the chapter for more notes. What was that? It was good to know that even in trying times, Jasper could always count on Edward to be his usual impatient and insufferable self. What do you mean? He answered in a low voice, tapping into the feeling of the golden thread linking him to his mate to brush off the anger and confusion rolling off his brother in agitated waves. I mean, Jasper, that I saw and felt you use your power but against nothing, and I want to know what happened. His brother seethed in a low voice, trying to avoid attracting attention. Fortunately, the students were already distracted by the latest news of a new student starting his first day at their school, leaving Jasper wondering if this new student was his mate, or if the arrival of a new face at Forks High on the same day he met his other half was just a coincidence. Although, something in Edward's question made him tick. What do you mean against nothing? Exactly what I said. I saw nothing. Each time you seemed to connect with something, your mind, I don't know, it disappeared, like I was trying to see through smoke. Interesting. So his mate's power could potentially repel Edward's gift as well as turn invisible and cut off his emotions. He had never heard of a vampire capable of such a feat, but it wasn't surprising. He hadn't met every vampire after all, and even Eleazar, who specialized in finding powerful gifts for the Volturi a long time ago, hadn't heard of every power their kind could possess. Still, the potential of a gift capable of pushing back not only Edward's mind, reading power, but his own as well was curious and worrying. To some extent, Jasper still remembered the moment he felt cut off from his mate's emotion, their intense panic disappearing from one moment to the next, leaving in its wake a noticeable and gaping hole in his mind. What do you mean invisible? Edward's anger was slowly growing and Jasper sent a wave of peace his way, unwilling to let his brother get carried away too quickly as it was in his nature to do. Jasper, stop pacifying me and answer my questions. You're telling me someone, your mate, was in the parking lot the whole time and none of us saw anything? Do you have any idea how dangerous it could be for us? He said, the end of his diatribe ending in a slurred speech as Jasper sent waves of peace and calm his way. Jasper kept walking, picking up the pace even though he knew he would never be able to distance himself from Edward as his brother was faster than him. He enjoyed imagining his frustrated and sour expression as Edward caught up with him. I know it could be dangerous, which is why I sent a text to Carlisle. We will have a family emergency meeting after classes so we can talk about how to respond to the potential danger a newcomer brings, he answered before going on for Edward's sake. And yes, also the fact that my mate seems to be gifted and capable of evading you and I in some way, he answered slowly and calmly, hoping his brother would see that he had the situation well in hand. Jasper was over the moon to have found his mate, but that wouldn't mean he would jeopardize his family's safety for a person he knew nothing about. He would approach alone first to gather information about his mate's intention and then see where it would take him. If it came to that, he would rather take off with his mate and leave his family behind rather than put them in any kind of potential danger. But he wouldn't act rashly. He had been a soldier for more than half of his life, and he prided himself in never acting without thinking of all the potential outcomes first. Right now, he needed Edward to understand that his hysterics would amount to nothing. "Fine," his brother snapped, furrowing his brows, probably vexed by the use of hysterics. "This conversation isn't finished, Jasper. If I can't read them, they're a potential danger to this family and we'll act accordingly." "What? Like you can't read Bella, and you told her the only thing we're forbidden to reveal only weeks after meeting her? Because if that's your way of acting accordingly, I'd prefer you let me handle the situation," he barked back. Jasper left without waiting for an answer, already knowing what Edward's answer would be regarding his frail, fragile, and innocent girlfriend, incapable of hurting them. Edward could put Bella on high pedestals as long as he wished, but the reality was that with a few pictures and an internet connection, she could destroy their world and existence in the flick of a finger. She was well-intentioned, and he didn't think they had anything to fear of the young girl, especially since it seemed she would be joining them sooner than Edward had expected. But even without their speed and strength, she possessed some kind of power over them. Information, a fact his brother seemed to forget more often than Jasper would have wanted. How he wished Edward understood that rather than stay fixated on his 20th century ideals. To him, Bella was a pure and innocent young lady, too pure to remain with the likes of him without a chaperone and too innocent to be sullied with their venom or their supposed damned soul. Sometimes he wondered if one day Edward would see the oncome and realize that his idea of his girlfriend was so far off from the emotions Jasper could feel rolling off the young girl in continuous trickles. When he assured himself he was far enough from the mind reader, he let his thoughts run free on the subject of his mate and the danger Edward had hinted at. His brother wasn't wrong to think his mate could be dangerous. Their mates were supposed to be the perfect other half of their souls, and Jasper had no illusions. His mate was going to be a fighter, one way or another. Unlike Edward, he wasn't afraid of his mate being dangerous. He knew they would be. Fortunately, he had always enjoyed a little danger in his daily life, but he wouldn't impose it on anyone. When he had hurt Bella on her birthday, he had left town, driven by his guilt and his thirst, and had only felt better when Emmett had joined him in the woods, telling him that she was fine and would make a full recovery without any consequences, her injuries being only superficial. Still, he hadn't considered going back, unable to imagine Carlisle's disappointed look turned towards him. He who had put his existing family in potential danger to welcome him. Jasper knew Alice enough to know she would smile in an understanding way, but tell herself she could have prevented it if only she had seen it earlier. He couldn't bear to bring her that kind of culpability. She was easy to love with her sweet laugh and bubbly personality and was a real asset to their family. Her powers allowed them to live without fear of being discovered, and her cheerful disposition was capable of dispersing any tension and hostility far better than he could with his gift. Maybe it was better if he just stayed away. It was only when Emmett had pulled him into a strong and unexpected hug that he had let down the walls built around his tightly knit emotions, crying for hours in his brother's arms, unsatisfied by the dryness of his eyes when he stopped sobbing but blissfully empty of guilt for once, only to realize when they came back that Edward had left as well, leaving Bella alone in the forest and asking his family to follow him to allow her to forget them. As a family, they had followed, comforting Edward and greeting Jasper with their arms open, none of the judgment he had expected tainting their sincere words of reassurance. When Edward had fled to Volterra after seeing Alice's vision, Jasper had run away again, repeating to himself that if Edward died, it would all be his fault. After all, he had been the reason why his brother had pushed Bella back and hurt her in his haste to stop him from drinking the girl dry on her birthday. God. And she had been so anxious as well, and used to being at the center of the attention, so sure that something would go wrong. He hated that he had proved her right. She had been with her brother for more than a year, and he knew very well Edward was already thinking of proposing to her, and he barely knew anything of the woman that would soon join their family for eternity if she had any say in it. Granted, he could always learn those things when blood had stopped flowing in her veins, and she no longer smelled like an all-you-eat buffet, but he had been raised a Southern gentleman, and it grated him that he couldn't show his hospitality and welcome to the impressionable young girl. He knew what he looked like every time she stood close to him, and he knew very well why she hardly came by their house anymore. He was dangerous, the loose thread that could unravel his family far too easily. The weak link unable to fit in properly, still unable to get used to his family's diet. The loose cannon on a battlefield, composed of the people he loved the most. Soon their high school year would be over, and Bella would be part of their world as a participant rather than a witness. And he could finally right the wrongs he had done to her. He hoped. The students' whispers escorted him to his first class of the day, carrying rumors about the newcomer at their school, and he kept his ears open in case this supposed Harrison was either his mate or a potential unknown they should keep their eye on. Some of the rumors were painfully too big to be true, but entertaining enough to bring out an amused smile on his face, amused by the currents of excitement the humans shared today. It was easier to concentrate on their words rather than on how warm and nourishing their blood smelled. Jasper sat at his usual desk at the back of the classroom, comforted by the presence of the wall behind him, a subtle way to ensure none would creep unseen to surprise him. He was getting his notebook out, lamenting about the fact that once again, he would be unstimulated by the lesson plan, used by now to the repetitive and unchallenging lessons when he was hit by a familiar scent. Jasper was thrown back to the stormy nights he spent watching the lightning and listening to the thunder, letting the rain roll on his skin like a cleansing caress, the electricity giving him back the feeling of his hair rising on his arms, phantom goosebumps trickling up his spine. He remembered the first jacket he had ever owned, an image forgotten for decades, a distant memory of his mother hunched over her sewing machine in the night, offering him the leather coat on his 18th birthday, a sad kiss placed on his cheek and a draft notice in his hand. He had inhaled the leather collar for hours, basking in the perfume he could still smell on her creation. As the scent of cigarette smoke hit his nose, hiding another earthy scent he couldn't quite place, Jasper's mind drifted to the lazy summer evenings he had spent with his friends at their local diner, their laughter ringing in the air and their breath short from the stolen cigarettes they shared over burning cups of coffee, watching the sun rise together, uncaring for the fate of the world beyond their small measure of eternity. His mate had just entered the classroom and was standing in front of Miss Miller's desk, waiting for her to acknowledge him, his anticipation rolling off him in measured trickles. Jasper had never felt so thankful for the exceptional vision gifted to the vampires in their new life. The new student looked closer to 19 than 17, with his long black curls tied in a loose bun, cascading down his temples and neck, highlighting his exposed collarbones and the discreet tip of what seemed to be a tattoo poking out of his collar. From where he sat, Jasper could make out an angular face, cheeks hollowed from lack of nutrition and eyes bruised from the lack of sleep, their color unknown as his mate's hooded gaze was fixated on the teacher. When Miss Miller finally addressed him, Jasper was rewarded for his patience with his mate's name and voice, shuddering with pleasure at the hoarse tone of someone unaccustomed to speaking. Hadrian. He mouthed the name slowly, enjoying how the vowels rolled off his tongue, repeating his mate's name and surname like a melody as their teacher answered him, only tuning back in when Hadrian introduced himself to the class, his nervousness flaring hotly. It was only when Hadrian turned around, his stance changing from one moment to the next, leaving behind the shy and young student to offer a glimpse of something else, and falling into a position Jasper knew too well, that he understood how wrong he had been. Their gaze met across the classroom and Jasper was drawn into the greenest eyes he had ever seen. Hadrian's irises defied any description he could have given, their hue richer than the moss covering amorously the bark in the forest, alight with fire swirling and pooling behind thick lashes, his piercing attention making him feel seen for the first time in his life. Jasper had not truly lived until Hadrian had looked at him, and now that he was finally, blissfully, alive, elated and exalted, he realized how unobservant he had been. His mate wasn't a vampire. That much was obvious, as evidenced by the faint and irregular beating of his heart, echoed by the pulsing of the bond attached to his chest, the color of his eyes, too intense to be the result of any contact lens on the market, and the warm blood Jasper could hear coursing through his veins. How could he have missed that in the parking lot? Too fixated on the potential of his mate's gift, he hadn't heard the faint beating of his heart or the delicate song of his blood pumping in his veins. The question remained, how was his mate human and gifted? How was he capable of turning invisible? He put aside his question in favor of listening to Hadrian's clumsy introduction, keeping his smile to himself when he heard his melodic accent and amusing choice of presentation, barely repressing a cheer when he heard the teacher ask Hadrian to join his table. He wasted no time in introducing himself once the boy had sat, extending his hand and noticing Hadrian's skin was far too cold for a human, not even flinching when he touched Jasper's hard and cold skin. The vampire had stopped inhaling since he had realized his mate was mortal, afraid of the effect the smell of his blood could have on him once they stood closer, and he breathed tentatively, expecting the burning in his throat to flare up like Edward's did whenever Bella blushed or ran hot. Instead, all the other tempting scents seemed to dull, replaced by the smell of his mate next to him, cradling him in warmth and security, soothing the burn in his throat. He noticed Hadrian's blush as he answered him, and Jasper stared in wonder at the blood pooling in his cheeks, resisting the urge to extend his fingers to feel the heat under his digits. He marveled at the fact that his human mate didn't trigger his thirst and that his scent eclipsed all the others, offering Jasper a reprieve he had never known when surrounded by humans. Hadrian's easy answer would have been convincing enough if his emotions weren't beating in place of Jasper's heart, filling him with a sense of amusement and fakeness he longed to discover the source of, and tried to concentrate when Miss Miller started the morning's lesson. Jasper was starting to get confused. His mate's emotions were all over the place. They seemed disconnected from one another, feeling amusement when he introduced himself, and painful resentment when the teacher had announced the theme and reading of the semester. "Have you read the book, Hadrian?" he whispered, hoping his question would be enough to distract the boy from whatever memory seemed to enclose his heart. While listening to his answer and inventing on the go an excuse as to why he would have multiple copies of the same book he could lend him, he tapped into his gift, extending the tendrils of his power to sense Hadrian's feelings, restricting himself to information, unwilling to play with his emotions without informed consent. He almost broke into a smile when he felt his amusement spark out of nowhere, his positive emotions as deliciously overwhelming as the less pleasant ones he had already felt, and he had to stop himself from reaching out to hold Hadrian's hand, or run home and back to present him with the promised book. God, this was getting embarrassing. In a way, he was relieved when Hadrian looked away, lest he start chanting sonnets, spontaneously composing music, or any other ridiculous thing his brother would consider romantic. The bell rang and he saw the boy reach for something, his stance defensive, his eyes scanning the exits and the students one by one as if trying to assess which of them would be a threat first. It was clear that his mate was a fighter, and apparently one who still functioned in a state of constant fight or flight. Jasper was strangely touched that his contact seemed to remind Hadrian where he was, his body relaxing just enough to drop his hand from where it looked like he had concealed some kind of weapon. The irony of the situation wasn't lost on him. This was his chance, his opportunity to create a budding relationship with his mate and place himself as a helping classmate and then, hopefully, at least a friend if not more. Jasper was gathering the courage to propose Hadrian to guide him through the school hallways, easily mistaken for maze corridors if one wasn't careful. He was rudely interrupted by Mike Newton's overly friendly voice before he could ask Hadrian to accompany him. In all honesty, the growl that came out was purely unintentional. Granted, Jasper wasn't the tamest of his family, his experience as a human and vampire soldier still too recent to act like a functioning member of human society, but still, he wasn't so far gone that he growled left and right when something displeased him. Unfortunately for Mike Newton, who had just made an involuntary enemy, his interruption had just robbed him of a few minutes in the company of his mate. Instincts really were a bitch. He used all of his strength to stop himself from knocking the frail boy to the ground and focused on Hadrian's eyes as he left the room, noticing absently that his mate had never once turned his back on him. Smart boy. Miss Miller was about to ask him to leave the room as he had stayed unmoving for more than a few minutes, when he heard Alice's voice call out to him, dispersing the haze gripping his mind and clearing his mind, the severity of his actions dawning on him. He had just growled at a student, potentially exposing him as something other than a human, putting in danger not only his family but his entire world. For a person he had met only a few hours ago, the blink of an eye, not only in a vampire's life but a human's as well. He had to pull himself together. Hopefully, his family would have some advice for him. Maybe even, he shuddered, Edward, as he was the one currently involved in a relationship with a human. Alice slowly took his hand, guiding him outside and quickly texting their brothers and sister, asking them to cover for them while they skipped their next period to, figuratively, take a breather. "Your eyes are pitch black, Jazz," Alice told him calmly, not a trace of judgment in her tone or emotions. Jasper supposed that if anyone could understand acting out of their mind, it would be her. She rarely confided in her life before their family, still not ready to let some things go even after centuries. But he knew enough to guess and paint a somber picture. "I feel out of my body, Alice. I don't know what came over me." He fell silent, and Alice followed suit. By now, she was used to giving him some space to clear his thoughts, and he tried to sort out everything he had learned in the space of a few hours. However daunting the task, he couldn't help but rejoice at the exquisite fascination his mate brought out in him, and how unique his other half seemed to be. While he mulled over the extraordinary capacities he had witnessed his mate display, Alice was watching through him, probably looking for the consequences of his stupidity. He hoped they were negligible. So far, he had seen his mate turn invisible, or near invisible if Jasper counted the subtle blur he had seen in the parking lot and was sure had been Hadrian, and he counted it, completely block his brother's gift and cut off his emotions to the point Jasper couldn't feel him anymore. Hadrian had fought. That was undeniable. Moreover, his tense attitude and the fact that he seemed to bring weapons in class didn't help disprove this theory. His mate had lived a harsh life. Whether still the case or not, he would have to see, but the purple bruises under his eyes and jutting out bones were indicators enough as well. Jasper let out an unnecessary sigh. "Do you see anything, Alice?" "No. I didn't want anyone to worry anyone, but they deflect my gift as well," she said contritely. In front of his surprised silence, she added, "I listened to your conversation with Edward before our first period. It's crazy how unobservant you are when you bicker." He chuckled, allowing the distraction tactic he knew she was using. "Bicker implies we're having fun when the only thing I want is to throw him through the nearest wall." The brunette laughed quietly, and Jasper was sure she was committing their conversation to memory and would play it in a loop the next time she was with Edward. "So, your mate seems pretty special, she asked in the teasing voice she used whenever she wanted someone to spill something. "Yes, he does. And it looks like we're facing something none of us have encountered." It pained him to admit it, but he agreed, "Indeed. Come on, Jazz, you know I don't have that kind of patience. I didn't even see him," she whined. "What does he look like? What does he smell like? Did you talk to him yet? I need answers if I can't see anything." Jasper laughed, getting up and looking at his watch, realizing that they should head back if they wanted to appear at lunch, although it was, in his opinion, a useless endeavor as they didn't eat anything. "I'll tell you all about it after classes. I don't want to repeat myself, and God knows that Carlisle will want to have every little detail." "PFFF, fine. I'll wait, but you better have a detailed tale, Jasper Whitlock," she answered in a capricious tone. As they ran back to the school grounds, Jasper noticed he felt calmer, his head clearer than it had been this morning. It had been a while since he hadn't felt so many emotions, tearing him apart and dismembering his mind, and he had needed the time to reconstruct it. He knew Hadrian was a potential danger to their family, an apparent human with capabilities he had never even heard of until now, and had the potential to tear apart everything they had worked for. But as they got closer to the school buildings, the only thing playing in a loop was the hungry desire to know more about him. Jasper wanted to learn who he was, how he functioned, how he thought, what he thought about everything from the new movies coming out to his opinion on Jasper's collection of obscure records he never showed anyone. For a long time, he had thought the mate bond would be an instantaneous feeling of love, a plague that would imprison his heart and soul, keeping him bound without any escape possible. He hadn't accounted for the longing feeling of not being close enough, the desire to know this other person as well as he knew himself, better even. The overwhelming need to share his existence with someone he barely knew, he who was secretive at best and withdrawn and brooding at worst. "Bella and Edward won't be at lunch with us," said Alice, bringing him out of his current obsession. Has something happened? He hoped his brother hadn't left her in the woods. Again, that had been shitty enough without her getting an encore. "I think they're just talking. I don't know if you've noticed, but they've been at odds ever since we came back from Italy." He snorted and answered sarcastically, "Really? I had no idea. What a surprise." "You're an ass. I just think one of them is wearing theirs as a hat, and between you and me, it's not Bella." "Shut up. Leave them time to sort things out. Soon Bella will be family, and everything will be all right. If you say so, sweetheart. Alice pushed the door to the cafeteria, skipping to their usual table, her skirt bouncing with her. It was in moments like this that Jasper understood how she could more easily pass for a high school student rather than the young adult she actually was. Bro, did you actually growl at Mike Newton? Asked Emmett with cheer, apparently delighted with how the events unfolded. Alice, how much of the morning's events did you share in that text? He grumbled, sitting down and staring at the door, waiting for Hadrian to appear. Maybe he could invite him to have lunch with them. No, bad idea. They didn't eat. It was one thing to fool unobserving humans who listened to their instincts and avoided their gaze. It was quite another to invite one to their table and make up bullshit excuses for why none of them ate. Practically nothing. Honest. Just that you almost broke Mike's legs just because he offered your mate a tour of the school grounds. She answered, her smile and energy oozing innocence. Emmett's guffing laugh was answer enough, but he was pleasantly surprised by the empathy and understanding coming from Rosalie. I get it. I was ready to tear your throats each time one of you even looked at him. Why do you think we disappeared for a year just after he was transformed? She said, putting her hand on top of his. It gets easier, but the first few weeks aren't going to be easy for you. He didn't answer, too surprised by her unusual sympathy. He smelled Hadrian's scent before the boy pushed the doors and before he could wave at him and hope his mishap hadn't scared him. He saw Jessica grab his arm, seduction and attraction rolling off her in pungent waves. It was good to know nobody planned to give him a break. He felt his anger and irritation build up in his throat, threatening to escape in a feral growl once more. Breathe, Jazz. Do what you do best. Observe and analyze the situation, intervened Rosalie, her hand squeezing his until it nearly cracked, and coupled with Alice's soothing circles on his arm, it was enough to bring him back to his senses and his surroundings. Jasper took an unnecessary breath, inhaling his mate's scent like a drug he could never get enough of. There was something else to his smell, a deep smell of nature, not unlike petrichor and ozone mixed together, but ringing a bell he couldn't quite grasp, a memory buried far away, evading him like smoke between his fingers. As he did this, he felt Hadrian's irritation at being grabbed. He saw his attempts to free his arm and Jessica's subtle movement to get a better hold of his arm. He almost saw his relief when the girl let his arm go and allowed him to sit, noting his displeasure at being seated next to Mike and his curiosity when he was introduced to Angela. Funnily enough, Hadrian didn't seem to notice that all the students who were already seated deflated in deception when he sat with someone other than them. So, he's your mate then? Asked Emmett, a contrite smile on his lips. Yes, his name is Hadrian. A redundant admission as his brother and sisters had heard Jessica's endless litany of questions as well. Jasper, he's human. I can hear his heartbeat from here. But, Rosalie fell silent, biting her lips, a nervous till Jasper knew well. It's so faint. It's like, Alice went on, it's like he's sick, finished his twin, her nervousness replaced by worry and empathy. He knew why. It was already hard enough that his mate was human and destined to die well before him. But if Hadrian's heartbeat was indeed an indicator of sickness, his time with Jasper could very well be cut short. He just hoped Hadrian wouldn't be averse to an immortal life alongside him and his family. He had none of Edward's religious beliefs about the damnation of their soul, and if the boy was ready to be turned, he would bite him with no regrets. From where he sat, he could hear the group's discussion and tried to catch every small detail of his life Hadrian could give, and he felt his mate's unease, but it was once again dulled and muted, far weaker than what he had felt from him in the parking lot this morning. And then Jessica called him hot, desire oozing from her pores, and Jasper nearly split the table in half. Although he despised attracting attention, he was relieved when Alice threw her tray on the ground, stopping Jessica in her tracks and their conversation continuing on other subjects. Well, wasn't that discreet and inconspicuous, Alice? Snapped Rosalie, her sarcasm losing its edge as she seemed deeply pleased that Jessica had been halted in her crusade. Poor thing. Even I could see he wanted nothing more than to run away far from her. And I'm not the empath here, she answered with a pout, clearly empathic about Hadrian's situation. Yeah, dude looked like he was ready to bolt, added Emmett, leaning back in his chair and playing distractedly with his wife's hair, earning himself a flare of desire Jasper really didn't want to feel. Are you certain the rest of the afternoon is going to be manageable for you, Jasper? Maybe it would be for the best if we go home now. Colin's sick or something. I mean, Humans do it all the time, don't they? We could catch the flu, said Rosalie, kindly batting Emmett's hand away, and Jasper was sure she would be blushing if she was able to. I'll be fine. I don't know if we have any more lessons in common, but the day's almost over, he drawled. And in all honesty, I appreciate y'all's help, but I don't want to leave now. During the rest of their lunch, Jasper glanced discreetly at Hadrian's table, drinking his every feature, noticing that in the harsh light, his skin looked too smooth, devoid of any identifiable characteristics. While Jasper observed his mate, Alice, Rosalie, and Emmett were also talking about him, half commenting on his mate's appearance, thankfully delivering only compliments, and half teasing their brother falling head over heels for someone he didn't know yet. They left before the bell, Jasper stopping his breathing as they exited the cafeteria, the day already daunting enough without tempting his thirst with the smell of human blood, hoping he would see Hadrian once again before leaving for their emergency family meeting after classes. Chapter end notes. See you next week and hope you enjoyed this week's chapter. Mind attacks, magic demonstrations, and a lot of tea. Chapter summary. Harry's first real encounter with Edward and the chaos that ensues. Jasper falling a little bit more in love with his mate, and Jacob and Harry's first discussion. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. Here is this week's chapter. It's longer than the rest, but I didn't have the heart to cut it in half, so I hope you enjoy it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. No matter how hard Harry tried, he couldn't concentrate on the lesson. History seemed interesting enough, but he could feel Edward's eyes puncture the back of his skull, and something not yet identified brushing against his occlumency shields. The tendrils trying to burrow their way past his carefully constructed walls were unfamiliar and far different from how legilimency felt. He had to rebuild each of his barricades each time one was destroyed, trying to put up walls faster than they were dismantled. Where legilimency was more about subtlety and roaming through a mind unnoticed, this attacker was a brute Harry wasn't accustomed to. Because of a detour Mike and Jessica had forced him to take, insisting on the importance of knowing every creak and crevice of the school, he had arrived late and had been unable to choose a seat at the back and was forced to sit in front of Edward and Bella. The mind attacks were coming from Edward. He was sure of it. Somehow, he could feel the vampire's peculiar energy as his tendrils tried to destroy his carefully crafted defenses. It was cold, clammy, intensely focused, obsessed even. With the vampire sitting behind him, he felt exposed and powerless. Well aware of their speed and developed strength, he was helpless against. If Edward decided to try something, Harry would never see him coming. With his nerves on high alert, his back stung and jolts of electricity moved up and down his spine like an exposed wire. His hand rested on his wand, the holly handle familiar enough to comfort him, and his thumb rubbed the wooden knots, trying to calm himself. He wished he had taken the time to research the vampires a tad more before delving into school subjects he probably wouldn't need in the future. After all, he wasn't planning on building a career in the Muggle world. In times like this, he understood Hermione's past angry speeches about Ron and his study habits. Maybe if he had actually read about the creatures he came here to investigate, he wouldn't have been surprised about Edward's apparent ability to, what, read minds? Or were his abilities more devious than this? What could the vampire do if all of his defenses fell? As the lesson trudged on, the persistent throbbing at the front of his head intensified, each beat echoing like a relentless pounding in his mind. Beads of sweat were forming on his brows and trickling down his face in discreet rivulets. By the time his student's watch beeped the 30-minute mark, his stomach revolted, threatening to betray him at any moment. It was like he was 15 again, facing Snape in a dark, dank dungeon classroom and trying to brush off his attacks without any preparations beforehand. At least Edward's assaults were tamer in comparison, and he could rebuild as the vampire destroyed. But the effort cost him, and he longed to throw him out of his mind or reciprocate in one way or another. Behind him, he could hear Bella whispering angrily, whether it was about her boyfriend's attacks or something else he didn't know. But after her intervention, the tendrils poking around his mind diminished enough for him to get up and leave the classroom. He was followed by the surprised murmurs of the students and the teacher ordering him to sit back down. Harry ran to the parking lot, his hand trembling while he tried to fish out a cigarette from his pack. The first one fell on the floor and he took another one, lighting it with a wandless incendio, for once uncaring of the potential muggles around him. Duck. It had been a very long day. Too long if he was honest. He wanted nothing more than to leave the school, pour himself a glass of whatever alcohol he could easily buy in Forks, and brood in front of the fire while mulling over his life choices. He briefly contemplated staying in the parking lot, waiting for the Cullens to get out and confront that arse about what could only be considered an assault. Did nobody have manners anymore? Voldemort had had no restraints in how he had used his legitimacy, and even Dumbledore had been known to dip into unsuspecting minds whenever he pleased. But how dare this teenager destroy what he had built over the years? How dare he make him feel weak again? Maybe he should head back to the cabin. He doubted he could confront anyone peacefully after this, and it would be the right thing to do rather than go haywire on the vampire. He wanted to keep his cover a little longer if he could, and violently dismembering Edward wouldn't amount to anything. Unfortunately, he lit another cigarette while he mulled things over, enjoying the acrid taste of the smoke filling his lungs, almost imagining the tar coating his chest from the inside, and blew out slowly, finding comfort in the familiar taste. Sometimes, he wished it could cover him entirely, fill his every pore and suffocate him from the inside, if only to choke on something existing rather than the never-ending guilt crushing his throat each time he tried to move on. With every exhale, he fortified his shields, building new walls brick by brick, adding corridors and labyrinths, doors leading to nowhere, and every protection he could think of. Quickly looking around him to ensure that he was still alone in the parking lot, he closed his eyes, letting his magic run free to bind hexes, wards, and charms to his defenses. On a whim, he intertwined a muggle-repelling charm to his second line of defense, hoping that the lack of magic he had sensed in the vampires would mean his own would recognize them as muggles rather than magical creatures. Powerful as he was, he had always been a poor student in magical theory, operating on the basis of because it just feels right, and then hoping it would stick. Sometimes he was lucky, other times, well, not as much, as his numerous scars attested. Once again, the bell startled him out of his thoughts and Harry tied the last bow on his occlumency shields, feeling more prepared than ever and almost hoping Edward would try to breach his mind once more. He had prepared a nice present for him if he did, and he was curious to see if the particular hex he had tied to his first wall would have some kind of effect on the vampire when it crumbled. Taking out another cigarette from his pack and leaning on his bike, he waited for the vampires. It was too late to leave and run back to the house now. The ball was in their court, so to speak. The rebuilding and strengthening of his barriers had calmed him to some extent, and he didn't want to leave now when he could watch them some more and hopefully see them interact with Bella as well, as the young girl had been absent at lunch and he had been distracted during their last lesson. Jasper was the first to get out, his gaze darting around the parking lot and stopping on him, letting a smile light up his face when their eyes met. The vampire offered him a small wave and mouthed a greeting from across the car park. Harry saw no reason to leave him hanging and waved back, reassured to see the vampire's irises had reverted to the topaz color his coven seemed to share and didn't seem seconds away from making himself a mic-shaped sandwich anymore. The blonde vampire noticed his ride and a wider grin lit up his features, transforming the world around him. Harry was briefly reminded of the time his elementary teacher had told them about the Greek gods and goddesses, showing them statues and paintings of the deities during their lesson. With a smile brighter than the sun itself, Jasper radiated an easy warmth Harry had never touched from near or far, and he almost wished he could extend his hand to meet the deity walking slowly towards him. How easy it could be to bask in this light forever, expose his scarred soul to the sun the vampire seemed to carry in him, and take some of this glow for himself. Unfortunately, Harry knew he was destined to burn his wings eventually, doomed to stay a spectator of a comfort he had never been allowed to have. Jasper seemed about to join him and walk past the silver car when the remaining 3 unnamed coven members caught up with him and stopped him in his tracks. Harry was still absently smiling when Edward came out of the building with Bella attached to his arm, and he felt his anger flare up, his presence enough to wipe the smile off his face. Evidently, he hadn't gotten over their last interaction. As Harry felt the spike of his ire, Jasper's head snapped towards his brother at the same time, Edward's features frowning in confusion and Harry's lighting up with a sudden understanding. If he thought about it, it all made sense. The fact that the vampire had reacted to his anger just now, his conversation this morning during class when his thoughts had taken a dark turn, taking him back to Privet Drive and, finally, before classes in the parking lot when a wave of serenity had kept his panic attack at bay. Jasper was an empath, or at least able to sense emotions and project some, maybe even manipulate them. Was Jasper responsible for the attraction Harry had felt towards him all day? Unfortunately for him, Harry was no stranger to the dangers of emotional manipulation, and if Jasper was indeed an empath, he could prove even more dangerous than he had thought, especially if he indeed was behind Harry's unwanted poetic prose of his physique. As far as he knew, lust and attraction were easy to fabricate in his world as well. Edward and Bella had just joined the rest of the coven when Jasper grabbed his brother's arm, his lips moving but his words too low for Harry to hear what he was saying. At Edward's answer, the vampires and Bella gasped, all of them yelling at him at the same time in hushed voices, their gazes darting to Harry and back. He was once again the subject of a conversation he wasn't included in, and he briefly wondered if he should go to the group and ask to be included, as evidently they were talking about him. On the other hand, he was also quite content in staying there to watch Edward get yelled at by his family and girlfriend, the boy looking more and more angry each passing minute his coven berated him. Harry hoped it was about his mind-reading proclivities and not some other subject. In a way, it would make him feel better to know that the attack was Edward's decision alone and not a group effort. At the very least, it would give him a reason to feel a little safer if he was ever in a position to investigate the vampires by being invited into their home. And it would also mean that he would only have to deal with one enemy rather than the 7 members of the Cullen Coven. Edward seemed to finally snap, furiously pointing at him and stomping his foot on the ground in such a way that Harry could only think of Draco's theatrics when he was younger, snorting as the bronze-haired vampire was fleetingly replaced with the picture of the Slytherin boy proclaiming that his father would hear about this. The vampires all stopped, turning their heads in his direction, Jasper lifting an eyebrow questioningly and holding back a smile. Edward, for his part, squinted at him, his brows furrowing in concentration. Harry held his gaze, feeling the tendrils brush against his shields once more, an idea forming in his mind, preparing himself to put on a show if necessary, and preparing his defenses for the potential attack to come. It was about time Edward got a taste of his own medicine and reaped the consequences of his actions. As soon as the vampire burrowed in his mind, his attack far more aggressive than it had been earlier, Harry fell to his knees, stifling a scream but letting just enough noise past his lips to ensure the vampires would hear him. Edward wanted to play? He would soon realize he had chosen the wrong opponent. To be entirely honest, the pain Edward was inflicting on him was excruciating, each wave stronger than the previous one hacking into his shields. It just wasn't the worst Harry had felt in his life. He would take Edward's clumsy and brutal assaults over the Dark Lord's Cruciatus curse any day. When he felt that the vampire was deep enough in his mind, he let the first wall of defense crumble, unleashing the stinging curse he had braided into its foundations, and stifled a laugh when he heard the vampire shout in alarm and retract from his head. He got to his feet, straddled his bike, pressed the clutch, smiled as he heard the deep rumble of the engine and rode off, winking at Jasper and the pixie who had rescued him from Jessica and, in an extraordinary display of maturity, refrained from giving Edward the finger. Before he exited the parking lot, he turned around to gauge the reactions of the coven members. Edward was glaring at him and holding his face, his eyes wide open and shocked, and Bella seemed torn between worrying for him and gaping at Harry as he left. The pixie girl was laughing, her melodious voice ringing pleasantly to his ears, and the blonde girl was throwing her vexed coven mate a vicious smile while her boyfriend was pointing at Edward, his loud guffaw resonating in the parking lot. Jasper, however, seemed only to have eyes for Harry, an expression of pure reverence on his face, his golden gaze lingering on him as he disappeared from their view, as if etching the memory into his mind. Harry knew he would regret exposing himself as soon as the engine cut off and he set foot in the cabin, but for now, he delighted himself in not only getting even, but also the bewildered expression the vampire was wearing as he left. He hoped he had packed a pensieve. He wanted to watch the memory over and over again until it no longer made him laugh, and he bet it would be a few decades before it no longer made him chuckle. Harry arrived at the cabin in a better mood, his headache washed away by the ride, and was greeted by an unfamiliar figure poking at his wards, his hand touching the edge of the spells and retracting immediately after. The boy had deep coppery skin and wore only a frayed short despite the brisk weather and gentle rain falling from the gray skies. In Harry's opinion, abnormally muscled chest exposed to the elements. He was also at least 2 heads taller than him. A ridiculous height to have. Very impractical. At least Harry didn't bump his head each time he entered a room. As the boy turned around with a smile, Harry recognized Billy's easy grin and eyes, as well as the defined cheekbones the blacks seemed to have in common. He cut off the engine, dismounting his bike with as much grace as he could muster and walked towards, if he was correct, Billy Black's son with a friendly smile and keeping his wand within reach nonetheless. As he got closer, he noticed the peculiar hue of his eyes, almost glowing with yellow undertones, reviving memories of how Remus Iris's had been when the full moon was close. What was it with this town and weird eye colors? "Harry, right?" said the boy, extending his hand as soon as Harry was close enough. "I'm Jacob, Billy's son." "Yup, that's me. I could have guessed honestly. You have the same eyes," he replied, shaking his hand, noting the boy's skin was burning hot and that he seemed to take great care in the strength he put in his handshake. "Yeah, everyone says that and I still don't see it. They're not even the same color or shape," Jacob sighed, rolling his eyes. "It's the crinkles when you both smile. They're the same." Jacob rubbed his chin. "Never thought about that. Guess you're right." He waved the conversation away and pointed in direction of the wards. "What's that about? Where's the house, and why do I want to go check if my oven is on every time I try to get close?" Harry laughed. Having never experienced the muggle-repelling wards himself, it's part of the wards to protect the cabin. What you experienced are the muggle-repelling wards. It's what we call non-magical folks in England. You're called non-mages in the States. He took his wand out, excited to do a demonstration of magic. "I put them up to avoid being disturbed. Some of them hide the house from view as well. Look." He waved his wand around, dispelling the wards one by one and finishing with the one hiding his house, grinning when he heard Jacob's surprised gasp. "Dude, that's awesome. What else can you do? Can you, like, fly and disappear and shit? Want a demonstration? Do you even have to ask?" the teenager replied, jumping excitedly. Harry was briefly reminded of an overeager puppy. "Brace yourself then." With an impish smile, Harry pointed his wand at Jacob, who appeared worried at first, and then squared his shoulders and threw him a challenging nod. Harry waved his wand in a circular motion, causing the fallen leaves to dance around the teenager before lifting him a few centimeters off the ground, enjoying Jacob's astonished laughter and flapping around to mimic swimming in the air. "I'm flying. I'm actually flying. Careful, I'm dropping you." "Yeah, go on, man. I have great reflexes." "Suit yourself," Harry mumbled, canceling the spell and watching him promptly fall face flat in the leaves, his head snapping up comically, soil and leaves stuck to his face. "What else can you do? How about we go inside? I can show you more, and then I don't have to worry about someone seeing me. We're technically not allowed to use magic in front of muggles." Jacob appeared worried for an instant. "Shit, I don't want you to get in trouble. I know what it's like, not to be able to tell your friend something." He shook his head, oddly touched by Jacob's proclamation of their friendship. "Nah, don't worry. I can twist the rules a little bit." He walked towards the cabin, turning around to make sure Jacob was following him. Once inside, Harry put the kettle to boil, happy to finally use his kitchen, and looked around to find something to eat, refusing to have someone over for a cup of tea without something to nibble on while they talked. He had the nerve to appear surprised when he realized his cupboards were empty. "Want a cuppa?" "I'm sorry, but I don't have anything to eat. Didn't have time to go grocery shopping." "Yeah, sure. I've never had a cuppa before," Jacob answered, copying Harry's accent jokingly before adding, "What you mean? Didn't have time? You've been here half a week." Yeah, I guess. Didn't see the time go by," he said sheepishly, his hand running through his knotted hair and frowning when his fingers got stuck in a particularly massive knot. "Are you telling me you've not eaten since you ate at our house?" Jacob asked indignantly, getting up from the couch he was sitting on far too quickly to be entirely human. Harry decided. "Yes, do would. He's gonna kill both of us if he hears that. Wait here. I'll be back in a few minutes." With that, he ran out of the door and into the woods. Harry was almost certain he saw him take off his shorts before disappearing into the forest. Very weird. Shrugging, because he had seen weirder after all, he turned around to gather his mugs and tea blends, selecting a classic Earl Grey for both of them. While he waited for Jacob to come back, he scouted through his bookshelves, looking for any books about vampires and other immortal or long-living creatures. Luck was on his side, and soon enough, he was sat in his favorite armchair and playing with the worn-out threads while he glanced at the tome embossed with the Peveril coat of arms. Far different from the vampires born from magic, these immortals do not have any magical core and appear to crystallize as they transform, immortalizing them as they were when bitten. I was lucky enough to witness a transformation ceremony myself, far different from the one recorded previously. See Chapter 5, Vampire Turning Ceremony, Born in Blood for a New Life. As these vampires do not possess blood anymore, they transmit their powers through their bite, each of their teeth sharp as a razor and coated with venom, making it impossible for them to feed without killing their prey. Any prey left alive would surely transform. After 3 days of intense suffering during which the cries of the soon-to-be-born immortal echoed through the walls of the palazzo, evidently expected as my hosts went on with their daily lives without an outward reaction, the immortal, called by its peers a newborn, was given a human at its awakening, their screams soon replacing the newborns. I was told it could prove dangerous to approach the newborn in its state, and that it could take anywhere between a year and a decade for the newborns to resist the smell of human blood without making each soul they crossed their immediate meal. My hosts were delicate enough to answer my questions about their way of life, interested in the differences between what we as wizards describe as true vampires and these hybrids so far from what we encounter in our world. During our long discussions, day or night, as these vampires do not require rest of any kind, we theorized the changes that a wizard could go through and if a bitten wizard could be gifted, as they call them. My hosts were kind enough to describe some of the gifts of his coven, and I was able to experience some of them. His close guard, particularly, was impressive in their demonstration of power, one able to send a smoke erasing all senses and the other a non-verbal cruciatus curse. We have theorized that the venom would surely burn a wizard's magical core, as the children precedently mentioned had been sentenced to the stake for their demonstration of power in what was surely accidental and underage magic. My hosts admitted their ignorance regarding the requirements for a person to be reborn, gifted or not, as these kinds of gifts were often absent during their human lives. Their current theory was that the gifts they were reborn with reflected an important aspect of their personality during their human lives. Regarding the variations of those gifts, a sudden yelp distracted Harry in his reading, and he ran to the door, hoping he wouldn't find a wild animal stuck in a trap of some kind. What he found waiting for him in front of his porch steps was unexpected. In front of him sat a gigantic wolf with russet fur, its tail wagging happily and his head cocked to the side. Its deep brown eyes circled with yellow twinkled with intelligence, and in its mouth, it held a plastic bag from which escaped a delicious smell, making his stomach grumble. This town was getting weirder and weirder. The wolf whined and cocked its head on the other side, opening its jaws so Harry could retrieve the plastic bag. He extended his hand slowly, taking it by the handles, and the animal wagged its tail happily once again. He opened the bag and saw 2 clear containers with what looked like a nicely cooked meal inside. Harry focused on the wolf's eyes, noticing a familiar creasing around them, and an idea formed in his head. "Jacob?" he asked uncertainly. The wolf barked and jumped on all fours, running once in a circle before stopping and transforming back, the gigantic and furry wolf leaving a naked and muscled teenager in its place. "Dude, no way you understood it was me that fast. Are there others like us in your magic world?" Jacob said, evidently unbothered by his nudity as Harry tried to look anywhere but at his butt-naked cousin. Wait, can we talk about the fact that you were a wolf just now?" He then noticed something in Jacob's question. "What do you mean? Like us there's more than you? How many?" Harry didn't consider himself the most knowledgeable about mythical and magical creatures, but it was thrilling to be close to 2 creatures he knew nothing of in the same day. First, the Cullens, considered hybrids who defied every expectation the wizarding world had about vampires, and then whatever Jacob and his friends were, more like animagi than werewolves, it seemed. Harry burned to know if Jacob would prove as devoid of magic as the Cullens, and his hand itched to get out his wand and cast extensive diagnosis charms on him. "Yeah, we're a whole pack. My dad got the authorization from the council to tell you about it this morning, so I volunteered, 'cause I wanted to meet you, you know?" "Back up, mate," laughed Harry, keeping his hand in front of him to hide Jacob's nudity, who didn't seem to be in any hurry to cover himself. "What council and what pack?" "Okay, yeah, Sorry, the Quileute have these weird legends, yeah? Thought they were only myths at first, he said, finally bending over to fish his shorts out of the bag. But then, one day, I get really sick. Like, horrible fever, wanting to barf everything I ate and everything. And then, boom, wolf transformation with all these voices in my head. Voices? That didn't look good. In his experience, unknown voices in your head were rarely a good sign. Granted, the last one he had in his was Voldemort. But still, yeah dude, it was so weird. And then Sam. He's the alpha of the pack. He explained that we change when there's a threat around. These cold ones, the Cullens. Jacob nodded and took the containers out, handing one to Harry and opening the other one, walking inside as if the house was his. In a way, Harry was happy Jacob acted so carefree around him. It had been a while since someone he met treated him like that, as a friend and not a war hero or a potential threat. Yeah, but get this, a lot of us are transforming recently, but we don't understand why, because the Cullens aren't changing anyone, because they're not allowed. So you're alpha, Sam. He thinks there are more vampires around? Jacob nodded again distractedly, foraging through his drawers looking for cutlery and letting out a victorious cry when he found them. That's the theory, but we don't know where or why. He sat on the couch, patting the seat next to him for Harry to join him, who was still standing on the doorstep with his jaw slightly slack. We're 7 right now. Sam, Quill, Paul, Embry, Leah, Seth and me of course. But the elders are afraid more will shift, and that they'll only get younger. Harry joined him, sitting on his couch with his legs crossed and dug into the food, moaning when he tasted the first bite. I know, Dad's cooking is the best. You ran to the reserve? He asked, surprised, almost choking on his food. You were gone only a few minutes. Jacob shrugged. I don't know what to tell you. I run really fast, dude. Harry wondered if his firebolt flew faster than Jacob ran. He hadn't flown on a broom since the incident in the Room of Requirement, the last time he had tried to get his broom out for a friendly Quidditch match with the Weasleys soon after the war. He had ended up curled up and hyperventilating until Ron had slapped him across the face, snapping him out of it. Painful but efficient. He hadn't tried again since. The broom was collecting dust in a chest somewhere, always with him but never used. So what's this council, exactly? He asked, blowing on his next bite and savoring the taste with his eyes closed. It had been years since he hadn't enjoyed a home-cooked meal that way. Whenever he went to the burrow, his gut churned with guilt and his eyes constantly wavered at the empty spaces around the table. His stomach, too, nodded to enjoy what he ate. When he traveled, he ate whatever was fast and easy to make. And when he was in Grimmauld Place, he ate because Creature nagged him to, not because he wanted to. But Billy had given him food only because he considered it the polite thing to do when hosting someone over, and then again, when his son had asked, Billy had given him portions of what was probably their dinner, just to be nice. For once, Harry discovered what it could mean to eat without guilt. He hoped the novelty didn't wear off when his inevitable dark thoughts would come barging in. The elders are the keepers of our legends and heritage. They're the ones who eventually decide the things we do for the good of the tribe. My dad's one of them, kind of important too, 'cause he's a black. Jacob scraped the plastic container for his last bite. He had, no pun intended, wolfed down his food and was looking at Harry's with a forlorn look. Harry brought his plate closer to him in an unconscious protective gesture. Jacob continued. So my dad asked if we could tell you about the pack, 'cause you're a black as well, so as family you're allowed to know. Especially since my dad and I know about your magic and stuff. They came to a decision this morning, so I came to your house to show you. He smiled, gesturing with his chin towards the plastic bag on the coffee table. Got a little sidetracked, but the end result's the same. I was curious to see how you would react. We have something quite similar to shapeshifter abilities in the wizarding world, he answered pensively, thinking about the varied shapes the animagi could take. It's not something you're born with, but an incredibly long ritual with complicated steps. In the end, you shift and the shape you take is supposed to mirror your profound nature. You don't seem convinced. My dad was a stag. I've known some who were a cat, a rat, a huge black dog, and a beetle. I think the whole profound nature thing is bull, but we've no other explanation, so that's the one everyone takes at face value. Wait, your dad was a stag? Dude, that's so cool. But I hope you're not one as well, 'cause the leeches hunt in these parts, and from what Bella told me, they eat deers as well. Harry cringed, imagining his father stuck in front of a hungry vampire, sucked dry in seconds. Was it a better death than the killing curse? He wasn't in a hurry to find out. Nah, I'm not one. It's too much of a bother, and there's a bunch of paperwork you have to fill out if you want to do it legally. I don't think I could get away with doing it illegally. Our ministry loves sticking its nose where it doesn't belong, especially in my private life. But why? I mean, is it the same for everyone? Why you, especially? Harry looked away, his throat suddenly tight. It would be all right, he told himself. Jacob wouldn't look at him differently if he told him. They were cousins. He could want to visit Grimmauld Place one day, or Diagon Alley. He would know then. He would see. Hey dude, you're all right? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Shit, he had spaced out. No, it's not that I don't want to tell you. Just, I don't know where to start, I guess. Your call. I won't be angry with you if you wait a little before telling me. Or not telling me. Whatever you're comfortable with. Thanks, Jake. The teenager's eyes lit up while he smiled compassionately as Harry smiled sadly. I'll tell you one day, just not today. No problem, he answered, placing his warm hand on Harry's shoulder. He eyed Harry's unfinished meal once again. You gonna finish that, or can I? Harry laughed. No, go on. Jacob made him think of Ron in a bittersweet way. His appetite for one, but also the easy company the boy brought, his compassionate understanding, and how simply he had accepted to wait before Harry was ready, despite being probably very curious. Jacob nodded his thanks, gulping down the remainder of the food in seconds. Harry couldn't help but be impressed by his speed. With a contented sigh, Jacob leaned back in the couch with a satisfied smile before moving to grab the container. Don't bother, said Harry, getting his wand out. I'll do it. With a wave, the plastic boxes danced in the sink, washing themselves thanks to an easy household charm he had learned from Molly. Is there anything magic can't do? Jacob asked with an incredulous laugh. Can't create food out of thin air, and can't bring the dead back to life. Other than that, I think almost anything's possible. Become invisible? Yup, he answered, casting a disillusionment charm on himself before being smacked by Jacob as he tried to find where he had disappeared. Ouch! Invisible, not intangible. Sorry, he said sheepishly. So do you. What, brew potions, wear pointy hats and fly on brooms? Honestly, you're pretty smack on. Think traditional witches mixed with weird wizards in their tower, and you won't be far from the truth of what my world looks like. So what? You fly on brooms with colorful, wacky robes and pointy hats? Jacob laughed, amused by his joke. Yeah, basically, Harry deadpanned. Jacob stopped laughing. Please tell me you have said wacky robes, and that I can see you in them. No way. I can show you my broom if you want, but I am not putting on dress robes. Firstly, I don't have any wacky ones. Mine are plain and in dark colors, and honestly, I'm weirded out by not wearing pants. So what, like skirts? That's okay, I guess. Bit breezy, but not the end of the world. Jacob, no. No underwear, like Scottish kilt style. Damn, that's a whole lot of breezy. Jacob laughed, hiccuping a little bit. Don't like being the first one to know when it's cold? Harry joined in on his laughter, remembering Hermione's and his hilarity when Ron had told them how traditional wizards wore their dress robes, making the ministry events that much funnier. Harry had even approached Draco Malfoy, completely drunk, asking him during the winter ministry ball if his snake wasn't too cold. He had learned that night that not only was Draco's stinging hex a bitch, but also that, evidently, his snake hadn't suffered too much from the frosty weather. After that, they had spent a few nights together, shaking hands amicably and going their separate ways when Draco married Astoria, wishing to concentrate on his life with her. Harry had shrugged and wished him a good life, happy for at least one of his relationships evolving into something other than what it had been at Hogwarts. Harry dried his eyes, still chuckling at both Jacob's question and the memory it brought, and waited to see if the teenager would pick up on his offer to fly on his broom. Wait, I could actually fly on a real magic broom? There it was. Do you want to? Do I want to? What kind of question is that? Of course, I want to, he cried, getting up and looking around as if the broom was just waiting and hiding in a corner for him to use it. With a dramatic wave of his hand, Harry cast an accio on his firebolt, catching it with an ease he hadn't forgotten over the years. The brooms would handle so familiar under his calloused palms that it brought a wistful smile to his lips. Come on, I'll put the wards back up and teach you how to fly outside. Harry and Jacob spent the remainder of their evening in Harry's front garden, hidden from potential sight behind the wards, while Harry laughed every time the broom smacked Jacob in the face or when the shifter fell from it. At some point, Jacob grew so annoyed by his repeated tumbles against the ground that he sifted in anger, tearing his shorts to pieces in the process, offering Harry more insight as to why the boy seemed to stay shirtless at all times. Less clothes to buy. He waited for Jacob to calm down and come back to his human form, and wondered if the fact that the shift could occur when overwhelmed by their emotions was a regular occurrence. If it was, he could only imagine how hard it was for the pack, mainly constituted of teenagers, to handle. A shame the wolves didn't team up with the vampires, he thought. Although he didn't know enough about what seemed to be Jasper's gift, he bet the vampire could teach the pack quite a bit about managing their emotions. Once Jacob transformed back, Harry asked his question. Does that happen each time you get too angry? Yeah. Honestly, I'm not the one with the most trouble. Paul is winded up all the time, and he can't even go back to school yet. Imagine if someone bumps him in the corridor and he loses his shit, Harry hummed, imagining quite easily the panic that would unfold and the trouble it could bring. It wasn't for nothing that the magical world stayed hidden from sight, and even though Harry wished the magical world was more open to muggles, he could easily understand why only the Muggle Prime Minister was aware of their existence. He had stopped counting the Muggle-borns he knew who had lost touch with their Muggle family, too estranged and distant from the Muggle world to enjoy spending time in it anymore. Their technology advanced too fast to keep up, and it proved complicated to talk about your daily life with your aunt when you had to invent all of it to avoid breaking the statute of secrecy. Maybe I could help, Harry said without thinking. How? Jacob seemed desperate for the first time, leaving Harry to wonder if the teenager had a specific, unknown reason for wanting to better manage his emotions. Well, he mused, I mean, there are standard relaxation techniques that I learned when I was younger. They could help at least a bit, I think. Maybe I could look into potions as well. I'm not the best there is, but I'm a competent enough brewer. Man, that would be great. Then that leech Edward wouldn't have any more excuses to stop Bella from coming to see me, he mumbled bitterly. Each time she comes, she has to do it behind his back, and I just know he's being an ass about it afterwards. That seemed awfully controlling. Why does he stop her from coming? Says we're too dangerous, that I could lose control anytime and hurt her. I mean, he's not wrong. It happened to Sam with Emily, and he still feels like shit about it. But it's not my pack who almost ate Bella on her birthday. What's that now? Jacob huffed and started explaining the events that took place on the human's birthday. Her paper cut and Jasper running towards her, Edward's reaction and throwing her on a glass table of all things, and then his decisions a few days later to ditch her and skip town with his entire family, taking back everything he had given her, including the photographs. The shifter went into more detail than his father about Bella's comatose state and her nightmares, the sleepless nights Charlie, her father, had spent reassuring her, her recurrent visits to the ER, first because of the biking incident, then the jump from the cliff, and the other dangers she put herself in. Harry was no relationship expert, but he had seen his fair share of couples, and this didn't seem healthy at all. He compared it to the relationships he knew, Bill and Fleur, Molly and Arthur, even Ginny and him, however short that had been before Bellatrix took her life on the battlefield, and none seemed to come close to the blind devotion Bella seemed to give Edward. According to Jacob, she spent her days excusing and explaining his controlling behavior, bowing her head each time he ordered her something regarding her safety. From what he had briefly seen of their interactions at school, he had to admit that it did seem likely that the only mystery he had come to uncover was a toxic and codependent relationship, which sucked. It would have been easier for him to solve if this was the allure of a creature or an illegal use of powders or potions. Although he hadn't cast any detection spells at her yet, he could still be wrong. How was he supposed to help her if he was supposed to be a normal Muggle student? Not even normal anymore, because he had ducked his own plan well enough that now the vampires knew that he felt whenever Edward used his power on him. Maybe he could leave for a bit, stay away for a week or two, and come back as an adult, convince the school that they needed a new psychiatrist, and hope to have Bella in consultation. No, they probably had his scent well memorized by now, and he didn't know how to go about keeping it hidden at all times. He would inevitably be discovered, and then he would have to answer some real complicated questions. That, and he didn't want to traumatize the poor kids who actually came to see him with his shitty advice. Godric knew he'd been supposed to be seeing a mind healer for years, and he'd just been telling everyone he was, without actually going to the appointments. so he didn't dare think about the bad advice he'd be giving those kids. He had ducked up the moment he had run out of the classroom when Edward tried to read his thoughts. He should have played dumb and oblivious. He knew how to do that. Ask Runil Waslip. Maybe he could still play dumb? It had worked in the past. Jacob went on to explain their budding romance and the distance he had put between them when his creature inheritance came to light, and her heartbreak once again when she had begun to feel better at last. Their aborted kiss and Alice's return to Forks, begging her to go to Volterra to save her brother. At least that was an answer he now had. Bella had indeed been to see the Volturi and had stayed human and living to tell the tale. So what was the deal? What had been promised to allow her to live? From what he remembered about the ruling coven, they were inflexible about their rules. What bargaining chip was worth keeping her human? As Jacob had none of these answers, it seemed Harry hadn't come for naught and would still be able to be of service during his stay in Forks. Jacob ended his tale while explaining how the wolves found their mates, how it had broken Leah when Sam had imprinted on her cousin, how the rest of them felt so alone when they saw the couples, how he had thought that maybe Bella would have been his to cherish rather than his enemies. Harry was not ready for the teenager's tears so soon after meeting him. They were subtle, but Harry had heard Ron choke back his tears enough times to hear them through the words. It seemed that, like his best friend, he didn't know how to let them go. So Harry did what he did for Ron when he needed it, and as Jacob sat on the ground, playing with the leaves, he curled up against him and made himself small. Not that it was difficult, the teenager really was huge, and laid his head on his shoulder. He felt Jacob's arm wrap around him, more by reflex than anything else, and his shoulders sagged and shook, finally releasing the tears he had been holding back. They stayed like that for a while, Jacob silently crying and Harry pressing against him as the teenager unburdened himself. It's just, I was falling in love with her. I thought she was too. And when I shifted there was so much noise. Everything was new and I thought I could at least keep our relationship how it was, he said, his voice breaking. She was my rock as much as I thought I was hers. When she left, when she chose him even though he had ducking left her, I swear I felt my heart break. Harry hummed in understanding, leaving Jacob the space to vent more if he needed it. And now everyone in the pack expects me to ditch her, leave her with the leeches because they don't care what happens to her, he lamented. Harry waited a few seconds to see if Jacob had still something to say. When the shifter stayed silent, Harry started talking, trying his best to say what the teenager needed to hear rather than what he wanted to hear. It seems Bella made her choice, Jake. You can try to stay here for her, go against your pack's wishes, but you also need to let her come back to you in her own time if she wishes to do so. He straightened, turning towards Jacob and taking a deep breath. At one point, my school had a type of contest, a championship to determine the best of 3 wizarding schools of Europe. The rules clearly stated no one under the age of 17 was to enter and compete, he said, taking out a cigarette and rolling it between his fingers. Ron putting some distance between them and accusing him of cheating was by far the less traumatic experience of the whole debacle that was the Triwizard Tournament, but it had stung and hovered over their friendship like a sword of Damocles for long enough. The cigarette was only there to concentrate on something else than Jacob's saddened face. Someone entered my name and my best friend, Ron, thought I cheated without telling him. He didn't believe me when I said that it was a setup and stopped talking to me, he said and went on. Now keep in mind that at stake there was a consequent sum of money to be won in a lifetime of celebrity. Harry sighed and paused, wondering how he was going to explain in only a few words that at that point he was already famous and rich without sounding entitled. In that case, the truth seemed to be the best course of action. My parents were killed by a complete madman when I was 1. That guy was a pretty famous killer and my parents were well off. The whole wizarding world knew who I was because I was the only one left alive. So when my name was called as a contestant, everyone thought I was looking for more than I already had. Jacob whistled. Evidently, he hadn't expected such revelations from Harry so quickly after their previous conversation. Damn. And I thought I had problems, dude, Harry snorted, taking in the teenager's wide eyes and surprised air. The actual point of my sob story, he continued with a soft smile, was to say that eventually, Ron listened to reason and came back to me. It was hard at first. The trust between us had been damaged, but we talked about, laid some things flat and listened to each other. He lit his cigarette, creating a discreet gust of wind to carry the smell away from them. If being a shifter was anything like being a werewolf, he didn't want the smell to linger on him as Jacob didn't strike him as a smoker. I get it. But what if she never comes back to me? Or what if she wants to but can't? That's where you're lucky I'm here, aren't you? He teased. That full of yourself, are you? Jacob laughed, his eyes crinkling and washing away the last traces of sadness from his face. I mean that hopefully, I haven't made a total mistake today, and that I'll be able to get closer to them to investigate and maybe be a bridge between you and Bella as well. I may not look like it, but I assure you, I can be very persuasive. What mistake? Asked the teenager eagerly. Harry told him about his first day at school as they went back inside and made them another cup of tea, launching into the tale of Edward's attack and the small vengeance he executed, relieved and full of mirth when Jacob snarled in anger on his behalf, insisting that the leech deserved way more and offering to enact retribution for him. Using a modified version of a pensive he had learned while working undercover with Ron on an assignment, he showed Jacob his vision of the event, thrilled when Jacob roared with laughter at Edward's offended expression when he was hit by the stinging spell. The teen asked to watch it once more, offering comments and information on the Cullens Harry didn't have a name for yet and the tidbits of knowledge Bella had told him about them. Strangely, he hadn't much to say about Jasper except his loss of control at Bella's birthday party, letting Harry wonder if maybe the Southern Vampire was more of the hidden advantage of the Coven rather than their main fighter. If Harry noticed that Jacob's gaze often went to Bella before focusing on another person to offer their name or what he knew about them, he avoided mentioning it. When Jacob had nothing more to add and Harry started feeling the aftermath of his day, they wished each other a good night and, before leaving, the teenager extorted from him the promise to visit Billy over the next days to keep them informed and eat with them. Already thinking about the salmon stew and delicious meal he had eaten earlier, he saw no problem agreeing, taking Jacob's phone number and giving his in return to ensure the shifter wouldn't be on patrol the day he came. Harry ended up falling asleep on his couch, the book he was reading open on his face and his tea still hot, exhausted from his trying day. Chapter end notes. Thank you for reading. Hope you enjoyed it and see you next week. I'm very happy to say I just passed the 50K mark and that this is officially the longest I've ever written, so feeling very proud of myself. This is the skin of an idiot, Bella. Chapter summary. Jasper's POV of Harry and Edward's confrontation and the consequences of Harry's first and chaotic day at school. Also, neither of the Cullen members are very impressed with Eddie right now. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. Another week, another chapter. As always, thank you again for your kudos and comments. They really are the highlight of my weeks. This being done, enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. He should have gone home after lunch. Mr. Lee, their mathematics teacher, had announced a surprise quiz at the beginning of his lesson, leaving Jasper surrounded by the students' fear and stress for the first half hour before it subdued to a manageable level and he could concentrate as he should on his exam. Usually, Jasper sent a wave of tranquility their way, soothing the students' anxiety to ensure his control wouldn't snap. However, with the discovery of his mate still fresh in his mind and his gift, he was unsure of his ability to tamper his wave of serenity. Unfortunately for him, anxious humans meant their blood heated and boiled under their skin, and in those moments he was painfully reminded of the delicious smell of freshly baked cookies coming out of the oven. He was happy not to be in the same class as his brother. Although Jasper could feel his struggle each time Bella came close to him, Edward loved to play high and mighty, turning around with only an eyebrow raised, silently judging his lack of control and shaking his head disapprovingly, as if he was any better. At Bella's birthday party, it hadn't been his thirst that made him jump across the room. It had been Edward's. Edward and his obsession with Bella's blood, and the trials he had to overcome to stay with her, seducing his singer rather than killing her as he maybe should have done when he met her. Edward and the fact that when he had pushed Jasper back that day, he hadn't felt fear for his girlfriend. He was defending his territory, his thirst burning away his trachea and his senses. He had been lucky that Carlisle was there that day, or Edward would have had legitimate reasons to stand trial in front of the Volturi. As the bell rang, Jasper handed back his paper, sure that he would pass as this was far from the first time he had had to take this type of test, and left the classroom in a hurry, hoping to see Hadrian before going to their family meeting. Maybe he could offer to give him a ride. He was sure Rosalie and Emmett wouldn't mind running home, as that would allow them to take a quick detour, just the two of them. Yes, that could work. Asking Edward to leave was out of the question as they came in his car, and in all honesty, Jasper would sooner run home alone, under the rain, with a missing leg than have Hadrian think the Volvo was his. He was the first of his family to exit the building, and he noticed Hadrian easily as his eyes scanned the parking lot. The boy was somehow even more stunning in the overcast and moody light than in the classroom's white neons, and Jasper filled his gaze with the small details he hadn't seen earlier. As he waved and mouthed his greeting, he saw the triumph he had noticed this morning, realizing his mate was the one leaning on it, meaning the bike was his, meaning he liked motorcycles, meaning Jasper could go over there right now and ask him about his ride. Maybe even offer to go driving together one day. Maybe even together on one. Would he sit behind Hadrian, snuggled against his back with his arms around his waist, inhaling the thunderous scent of his mate, or would Hadrian sit behind him, laughing each time Jasper sped up and tilted the bike a little too much? He was halfway through waxing poetics about the glint his mate would surely have in his eyes after a ride through the forest when a flutter of anger escaped from Hadrian, his gaze settling on something behind him, his mouth losing its smile and changing into a hard line. Jasper snapped his head around and saw his brother and Bella coming out of the building. As usual, Bella was glued to Edward's side, and he could feel his brother's attention as he held her to ensure she wouldn't trip. It seemed something had happened between Edward and his mate, and from the look of confusion on his brother's face, he had managed to ruin something and hadn't even noticed. "What have you done?" whispered Jasper, drawing his sibling's attention, sure that Edward would still hear him as he came closer. "Nothing, I swear. I just tried to read his mind during classes, but couldn't go any further." "What do you mean you couldn't go any further?" seethed Jasper, ready to jump on his brother in the parking lot if needed. "Something blocked me, but I could feel it move and crumble if I kept going," Edward answered nonchalantly, now close enough to speak at a louder volume without appearing strange to the surrounding humans. "That's what you were doing," Bella intervened, almost shouting and snapping around to glare at her boyfriend. She looked at Jasper, and he could feel the shame she felt, an unusual emotion for the young girl. "I'm sorry, Jasper. I didn't know what Edward was doing. I just saw Hadrian pale and start sweating, and then he left the classroom and—" "What do you mean he left?" he said, interrupting the girl and grabbing his brother's arm with as much force as he could get away with in public. "Your mate ran away when I forced his mental barriers. Obviously, he has something to hide, or he wouldn't have any," Edward answered in a haughty tone before adding, "Plus, it's not my fault he ran away because he was minutes away from puking. He probably just has a weak stomach." Jasper heard his siblings and Bella gasp, most of them for different reasons. Bella felt angry and betrayed, probably wondering if Edward thought the same about her and her involuntary barriers, and Rosalie and Emmett agreed for once, both of them furious at Edward's lack of discretion, once again, but also at his voluntary intrusion of their brother's mate. Alice only felt a deep shame and guilt, undoubtedly berating herself for her lack of visions that could have prevented such a situation. "I sincerely hope you're joking, Edward." Rosalie, vindictive anger and disbelief burning bright like a dying star. "Dude, no way you thought that was okay." Emmett, disappointment engulfing his certainties with the calmness of the waves before a storm. "You saw it, didn't you? You saw you were hurting him." Bella, shock and fear tainting the pink-colored bubble she saw Edward through. "Edward, why did you do it? Couldn't you just wait? What if he felt you?" Alice, panic seizing her petite frame, blanketing her usual childlike joy. "If I learn you hurt my mate, there is no corner of this good and green earth where you could hide from me. Do you understand?" Jasper threatened. His fury almost covered his family's emotions, his retributions for Edward planned in the blink of an eye and swimming behind his eyes. He hoped Edward saw them. They all started shouting at the same time, their voices mingling into a buzz of hissed blame towards their brother and boyfriend. Jasper had to admit he was surprised that Bella was taking his mate's side in this situation, as she usually took Edward's side no matter the argument. Maybe their separation and trip to Volterra had indeed changed something between them. The rest of the group was still shouting at Edward while Jasper was trying to find anything to tether him to the situation, feeling his rage build up in the face of his brother's actions. Granted, Edward rarely encountered humans able to evade his gift, and as he was responsible for a fair part of keeping the family safe, He could understand why he had thought it necessary to force his way through what he called his mate's barriers. But Bella's addition that Hadrian had fled the classroom and felt unwell was too much for him to take. The storm raging through him was destroying every carefully crafted barrier he had built to cull his instincts. He could feel his venom pooling in his mouth, and his teeth ached to pierce through skin. A barely contained growl was building up in his throat, and only the knowledge that they were still in a very public place stopped him from freeing it. He couldn't easily forget his slip from earlier with Mike. At least, he knew not only where to find Edward, but that he could and was very much allowed to destroy him if he so wished. Only if someone glued him back together. Eventually, we can't trust him. We don't even know him. Just because he's Jasper's mate doesn't mean we should endanger everything. Edward finally snapped, pointing in the direction of Hadrian, stomping his foot angrily. The mind reader's emotions were an onslaught on Jasper's senses, his own anger mingling with his brother's, building up in his chest, forming a scream he wasn't sure how to contain anymore. Jasper could feel it claw its way up his throat, tearing him from the inside. Unsure of how he could stop himself from shredding Edward to pieces. Although on his behalf, Rosalie's outrage, Emmett's angry surprise, Alice's guilt, and Bella's hollowness of betrayal didn't help either. A curiously elegant snort pulled him out of the storm of emotions in which he was navigating blind, halting the argument and offering Jasper a welcome reprieve as all stared at Hadrian in surprise while he lifted his eyebrow at his mate, wondering what was the cause of his amusement. As Hadrian's gaze hadn't left them since their argument had started, he could only guess that his mate's laughter concerned them. But why? Too lost in Hadrian's emerald gaze, Jasper missed Edward's emotion turn into spoiled determination, his eyebrows furrowing and body tilting forward, and jumped in alarm when his mate fell to his knees, a pained moan escaping his lips. Before he or someone else could react, Edward stepped back, grunting in pain and holding his face, a red gash appearing on his face, his features distorted and swollen. Bella rushed to Edward, trying to pry his hands away from his face to see the damage done, allowing Jasper and the others to see the redness had disappeared, leaving only the distortion behind. He turned again once he heard the engine roar, sweet music even to his sensitive hearing, and saw his mate ride off, his black hair strands flying behind him as he offered him a teasing wink before exiting the parking lot. Alice's crystalline laugh and Emmett's deep guffaw barely registered as he tried to etch into his memory every second of his mate's amused features as he rode off, drinking in the last of his appearance when he turned around one last time before disappearing behind the building. To say that the ride home was tense would be the understatement of the century. Edward was still hiding his face, even though the swelling had almost diminished to nothing, and Rosalie still snickered each time he tried to catch a glimpse of himself in the rear window. Emmett had taken the keys from Edward when he had stopped laughing enough to concentrate on the road and drove leisurely, chuckling every few minutes when he caught sight of his brother in the front mirror. Bella had taken her truck and drove home alone, promising Edward she would be safe enough to drive, glancing furtively at Jasper and sending a wave of culpability that he understood as an apology before she left. The girl was still feeling pretty shaken up by the events, and her goodbyes to her boyfriend had seemed colder than usual. Fortunately, Alice had noticed as well, and an understanding nod between them, as well as a swell of loving determination from her, allowed him to be sure that she would talk to Bella when they were alone. As for Jasper, he was pensively watching the woods unfurl in front of his eyes, wondering how he could have changed so much since he saw them on the way to school that morning. His existence had been upturned, and he could feel the bond between him and Hadrian still pulsing with life even though they were apart. He sensed the golden thread resonating in his still chest, wondering how he had never noticed how dead he had felt before meeting his mate's intense gaze. At that though, Edward turned to him, a feeling of longing and sadness emanating, hidden behind the embarrassment and anger. Jasper could understand why, and for a moment, he felt for his brother. He knew Edward battled constantly with his thirst for Bella's blood and the instinct to end his singer's life. Seeing Jasper find his mate in a human and be devoid of the craving, he felt for Bella couldn't be easy on him, and he mulled sending a wave of cheer his way. In the end, he decided to avoid it. His resentment toward his brother still ran deep, and although he could understand what led to this, he didn't think Edward deserved to be cheered up right now. His brother turned his head towards him, nodding his head once, guilt and sorrow escaping from his aura in a steady trickle. At least the idiot understood. Maybe he wasn't a lost cause then. Jasper felt Carlisle's and Esme's worry before he saw the wooden panels of their home, and he longed to share his news, troubling as they were. He knew his adoptive parents would be happy for him, and he desperately needed the support. As soon as Emmett parked the car, Jasper opened the door, rushing to the kitchen and sitting at the table, unwilling to wait any longer to talk with his family. He would leave them in a heartbeat if Hadrian proved dangerous or unsafe for them. But he also hoped he would be able to juggle both. Although he had matured since his transformation, he wanted to introduce his partner to his family, wished to share a meal with all of them even if they had to pretend to eat for a while, and needed to have his family's approval after decades of enduring Maria's scorn and false love. Carlisle was the first to enter the kitchen, a compassionate smile on his lips to hide the worry he felt at the fact that Jasper was the one to ask for an emergency family meeting. After Bella's disastrous birthday, Jasper had felt his guilt more than ever, but it seemed that right now, nothing could truly dampen his joy at the news he was about to announce. Not even Carlisle's worry that he had lost control and exposed them or Edward's attack on his mate. Although the growl building up in his throat told him it wasn't forgotten either. Esme soon joined them around the table, her compassion for Edward's swollen face stronger than the amusement she felt at his distorted features. Edward acted wisely by sitting the furthest from him, and the rest of his siblings sat down, all looking at Carlisle for their leader to start the rushed gathering. "Son, Jasper, you asked for us to meet? What do you wish to talk about? Do we have to worry about anything?" he asked, his tone as gentle as usual. "I found my mate today." Esme was instantly overcome with joy, her eyes glinting as she took Jasper's hand in hers and smiled blindly at him. Carlisle's smile and joy were more restrained than his mate's, but warmed Jasper all the same, and although the rest of his siblings already knew, their general cheer at the announcement moved him deeply. "We are very happy for you, Jasper. What is their name? What do you know about them?" asked Carlisle, lifting an eyebrow when Edward huffed. "What I know is that his name is Hadrian. He moved here from England and he's human." To this, Carlisle's and Esme's joy tainted with sorrow for their adoptive son, aware of the fragility of mortal life. In truth, Jasper didn't care. He didn't have the same reserve as Edward regarding their immortal existence, and didn't believe their transformation had taken away their soul just because they had shifted into something else. If vampires existed, they had been created. Whether by God, another deity, or some kind of mutation, the reality of things was that they were here. They existed, moved, talked, felt pain, and loved. To him, that was proof enough that immortal life was far from the eternal damnation Edward believed it was. If Hadrian wanted it, he would bite him and live their eternity together, and if he didn't want eternal life, Jasper would love him until his heart stopped beating and beyond. Pragmatism really was his best quality. "I do have some more worry and news to share about my mate," he continued. "It seems that he can evade not only Edward's gift but mine as well, even though I was able to feel some of his stronger emotions today. Alice told me she hadn't seen anything, which could mean that he eludes her gift as well. That is indeed concerning. Do you have reason to believe he could be anything other than human? Even Bella can't avoid your three abilities?" asked Carlisle, leaning forward and resting his chin on his knuckles. "I don't know for the other, but his scent is far different from the rest. I don't feel any thirst for him, far from it even. When I sat next to him, it was as though it disappeared for a moment, like a soothing balm in my throat." "Me neither," intervened Alice with a grin, followed by Rosalie and Edward nodding their confirmation. "Yeah, he just doesn't feel, like food. Although I didn't get the soothing bit, but maybe I wasn't close enough," added Emmett with a teasing smile to get a rise out of him. Jasper bared his teeth for show, but he could feel Emmett's constant and blinding love for Rosalie. He knew he wasn't a threat. Carlisle hummed, "Interesting. Anything else?" Glancing towards Edward, Jasper was about to explain the events that took place in the parking lot when Rosalie stood up, her anger exploding from each of her pores. "Maybe we should ask Edward that," she seethed. "Hey, Ed, how do you feel about the fact that you potentially exposed us? Again, I might add." Emmett tried to convince her to sit back down, but she brushed him off and started walking around the table to reach there. "Brother, how do you feel about attacking Jasper's mate and causing him so much pain that we heard him cry out across the parking lot?" She reached him and forced him to lower his hands, revealing his distorted features. Far from the swelling he sported in the parking lot, but still quite impressive for a species supposed to be unchangeable and unmoving. How do you ducking explain that because you don't seem to have a brain you forced your way into what seems to be a ducking defense mechanism in his goddamn mind? She screeched, her fury so strong that Jasper knew that even without his gift, everyone at the table was feeling it. It was never good when Rosalie resorted to cussing rather than cold one-liners and distant disdain. "Edward, what have you done?" asked Esme, horror written on her face. "All of you. Out," said Carlyle, his voice cold and threatening. "I need to speak alone with Edward." Rosalie snickered, throwing her blonde locks behind her shoulder and leaving promptly the kitchen, obviously happy at the chaos she had sowed. The rest of them followed, Esme squeezing her husband's arm, no doubt asking him to listen before condemning Edward for his mistakes. Only Jasper stayed seated, waiting for his leader's orders regarding the situation. "Jasper, you two please, wait for me before you go hunting tonight. I will come with you and we will talk," he added, far gentler than his previous tone. Jasper nodded and exited the kitchen, rushing to his bedroom to fish out his copy of Frankenstein, wondering if Hadrian would still want to talk to him after all this. Soon after, Rosalie knocked at his door, entering before he could invite her to. "I'm sorry for stealing your anger and going off on him in your place, but I won't apologize for doing it. He deserved it," she announced without preamble, her arms crossed and chin raised defiantly. He couldn't truly stop from chuckling. Beyond the confident facade, he could feel how sorry she was, how she knew what her anger had caused in him, too aware of the long discussions they had shared where he had confessed how assaulted he felt all of the time by everyone's emotion. In a way, he understood easily why she had been the one to snap. Annoyed for months by Edward's disregard for their safety and secrecy, annoyed at Bella for choosing this life when she would do anything to regain her humanity, angry on his behalf because she would have killed anyone making her mate suffer that way. Rosalie was a ticking time bomb, and he wasn't surprised she had let her rage loose today. Still, he was grateful for her apologies, as haughty as they were. "It's okay, Rose," she raised her eyebrow, clearly not believing him. "I promise. I understand why you did it, and honestly, I was so beyond words that I would have just cut his inflated head from his body." She snorted, the disgracious sound elegant coming from her. "I'm pretty sure staying headless for a few days would be an improvement for him," she said while trailing her fingers on Jasper's dust-free shelves. "It would be an improvement for us, at least," he replied, lying back on his bed, his arms crossed behind his head, his gaze focused on the fresco he had painted on the ceiling. Before joining the Cullen Coven, Alice had taken him to Volterra, insisting on the urgency of paying their respects to Arrow and his brothers sooner rather than later. She had been right, of course, and Arrow had thanked them for their insight, his eyes alight with the immense prospect of power he saw when he held their hands. How valuable they would be to him. Two gifts allowing him to grow his power beyond the frontiers of Italy and enact vengeance on the Romanians and Egyptians that had provoked him millennia ago. Arrow had let them leave that day. Caius and Marcus were interested but didn't share their brother's vision of the future. Marcus content to stay seated and observe the passing of time, and Caius too bloodthirsty to imagine a future where their expansion didn't mean a bloody battlefield. But Jasper saw it in his burgundy eyes, the possibilities, always a few steps ahead of everyone else, living his immortality dissected between the different realities, between the different possibilities of the universe, constantly divided between his existence and the ones he had absorbed. He had felt the vampires' emotion change and warp into something greater, something bigger than their coming to Volterra to pay their respects and show Jasper's good faith after parting from Maria. By his hunger, Jasper knew Arrow had seen a possibility of expansion, planning his enemies' movements with Alice's gift and assuaging their revolt with his. Jasper also knew what Arrow had seen when he had brushed his hand, his touch delicate and tender, despite the violence of the memories rushing in front of his eyelids. Arrow had seen the soldier. Because of his gift, more than being seen, Jasper had been understood entirely and completely for the first time in his life. For the first time since he had been bitten, someone understood his need to obey, to be guided rather than to guide. The cool detachment of having a master above your head to pat your cheek paternally, detached from your actions and absolved from all responsibility. Arrow had seen this part of him he kept hidden. This part of him only Alice knew about. This part of him she listened to but could never understand in the way Arrow had at that moment. At that moment, He had been tempted to let go of Alice's hand to join the Volturi. By that time, it had been only a year since he had left Maria and he had parted from Peter and Charlotte a few months back, meeting Alice 2 days after choosing to go on alone. He adored Peter and Charlotte, but he felt too much like a third wheel to entirely enjoy their moments together. And now that he had felt how impactful the mate bond could feel, he could easily understand why they hadn't insisted too much for him to stay either. When they had entered the palazzo, Jasper was still struggling with a life where no one was ordering him around. The concept of free will more than foreign to him. Arrow had seen all of that, of course, but still, when the maestro had let his hand fall, he had smiled indulgently at him and bid him good day, thanking them for their visit and wishing them luck in finding the Olympic coven. He had disappeared for a minute, coming back from his private study with a gift for Carlisle to ease the separation, and sent them away with nothing more than the wave of his hand. At first, Jasper had thought it a trap, a roundabout way of forcing them to breach etiquette in one way or another and entrap them with him. But a look in Arrow's direction had the Volturi send him back what he had given, understanding. They had been allowed to leave, not because they weren't interesting enough, but because in that moment, Arrow saw himself in Jasper enough to let him try something else than what he had always known. It had been more than a gift, it was insurance that Jasper would be indebted to him. The illusion of a choice with the promise of an obligation to pay him back one day. After that, Alice had brought him sightseeing, gorging on animals before entering the museums and chapels buzzing with human activity, and revealed to him wonders he had never dreamed of. When they left Italy and its marvels to follow the Olympic coven, Jasper passed the time by drawing from memory the breathtaking art he had engraved in his memory, thankful for once of their ability to remember every detail of what they saw and lived. In the first months, he had filled countless sketchbooks before finally painting his bedroom, ceiling to mimic bits and pieces of the frescoes and paintings he couldn't get out of his head. Only then had his life with the Cullens seem real enough for him to adapt to their ways entirely. Rosalie followed his gaze, raising her neck and looking at the painting, no doubt knowing where his thoughts had taken him. His and Alice's trip to Volterra wasn't a secret by any means, and they had all varied opinions on the meaning behind Arrow's indulgence. In a way, Jasper knew that Rosalie understood more than she let on, leaving him the choice of confiding in her or not. "I am ready to leave if my mate proves a danger to any of you. I know you already aren't fond of humans, and I won't force his presence on our family. I don't want to make you feel like you and Emmett are in danger either," he said. Rosalie hummed, sitting on his bed, her gaze still set on the array of colors on the ceiling. "I like him unless he threatens us. I don't see you needing to leave just now." He sat up straight, surprised by her words, far too used to her rejecting anything that threatened their way of life and fragile peace. "You like him?" "Honestly, Jazz, anyone willing to face Edward after having their brains dissected, and with the power to make him look like that?" She chuckled. "That's a win in my book, and you've waited for happiness long enough." She paused, weighing her next words. "As long as your mate doesn't endanger us, I'm willing to stand by your side. Emmett also." She stood up, running her finger on the spines and adding before leaving, "Plus, I feel like Hadrian has his fair share of secrets as well. He could fit in better than you think." She winked at him, a voluntary echo of his mate's wink before he had left, a reminder that Rosalie could distance herself as much as she wanted. It didn't mean she was blind to anything happening around her. Jasper nodded with a smile, thankful for her support, but also listening to the reminder for what it was. At 2 in the morning, Carlisle knocked at his door, waiting for his answer to enter. How he wished the rest of his family followed his example and offered to go hunting. Jasper readily agreed. He had felt restless for the last hours, and he would have left earlier if Carlisle hadn't asked him during their previous conversation. "You've worn out your sketchpad, I see," teased the blonde as they jumped from the window into the woods, noticing Jasper's shortened and sharpened pencils on his bed. "I feel worn out since this morning. An eternity since I felt anything other than a burning thirst, and now I feel almost human again." Carlisle smiled as he leapt over a fallen tree trunk. "I still remember vividly when I met Esme when she was still human." Carlisle stopped, watching the moon rays filter through the canopy, playing with the light refracting on his skin. "When we talked, I could feel our souls touch. Was it stronger once you turned her?" asked Jasper, his worry audible to any who knew him. "Not really. It changed, I won't lie to you. But in a way, the core of it stayed the same. It wasn't a loss or stronger, he answered pensively. The night was stunning. Jasper had always appreciated the calm beauty of the night. He still vaguely remembered the evenings he spent at his parents' farm, watching the moon surrounded by miles of corn. The dark held a peculiar scent of tranquil loneliness, an embrace holding him in its arms and cradling the somber thoughts he carried with him. Far from his sunny home, Fork's dead of night was picture-perfect. The moon rays pierced the overhead leaves and cast their light in the tightly packed forest. Thousands of small beams of light touching the bark from their tips, illuminating the grooves and crevices in the dark wood. Even he had to admit that being a vampire had its perks. Being able to see every detail of the beauty surrounding you was an incredible one. Not even 24 hours and I feel like a lifetime passed me by. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do, he said, standing still, his arms crossed behind his back. The soldier waiting for an order. Carlyle laughed softly. I won't tell you what to do, Jasper. I may be a father figure as a cover, but I am your friend first and foremost. He took an unnecessary intake of breath and spoke again. There is no right or wrong way of doing. Approach your mate, speak to him, do what you think best. Finding a mate and having one is an instinctual morsel of our species. Listen to it. I don't think it will guide you on the wrong path. I had the feeling that's the advice you would give me, Jasper said with a wry smile. I'm afraid I have nothing more to offer. Jasper stayed silent for a while before touching the subject they were both avoiding. What about Edward? Carlyle shook his head, pursing his lips, an unusual display of disapproval marring his gentle features. What Edward did to your maid is unforgivable, and you will have the right to enact vengeance on him if you so wish. I pray he realizes how wrong his actions have been. Knowing Carlyle wouldn't rush him, Jasper took a minute to think about his words. Torn between feeling and logic, he couldn't see what would be the best course of action. He obviously wanted revenge for his mate's treatment and would be, as Carlyle had said, well within his right to dismember Edward for a while. He knew he wouldn't try to stop him. But was it worth Esme's sadness? Was it worth Alice's guilt each time she would pass Edward's room, knowing that behind the door, her brother waited for mercy? Was it worth Carlyle knowing he had chosen to listen to the darkest parts of his mind? Was it worth Edward holding a grudge and never speaking to him again? Eternity wasn't short, and although their time seemed to be shortened each time the couple found themselves in a dangerous situation or another, he didn't want to spend his nursing anger and resentments. He sighed. Once again, he would listen to logic, even though his heart was fluttering like a caged bird at the idea of letting his mate's assault go unpunished. He would let it go, for the sake of his family. But he wouldn't put it past him to throw Edward through a wall at one point, or another just to ease his nerves. I won't take action right now, but I don't want to see him close to Hadrian if it can be helped. He will have to miss school. Yes, that doesn't seem unreasonable. And who knows, maybe being reminded that he can still be grounded will help him react more maturely. Jasper didn't even try to stifle his disbelieving snort, and Carlyle only offered him a contrite smile before continuing. Maybe you can still find a way to turn the situation to your advantage? You have an idea? Edward's involvement and your mate's reaction allow you to apologize on his and our family's behalf. Hadrian seems to have some secrets of his own. Maybe you could find a common ground. MH, that could work, Jasper answered pensively. It just could, Carlyle answered before clapping in his hands. Now, how about actually hunting? Before Jasper could answer, the blonde was already gone, leaving only twirling leaves as proof of his presence. He laughed and followed suit, letting the thrill of the chase wash away his worries for the time being. Chapter end notes. Sue. Firstly, I am very sorry none of you got to see Jasper throw Edward through a wall. Secondly, don't worry, Edward will not get off that easily. See you next week. Playing dumb. Chapter summary. Harry realizes that maybe the real danger is how hot Jasper was all along. Also, maybe he had a leather kink. Uncertain. At least there's no migraines today. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. Firstly, happy Pride Month everyone. I realize that I've written nowhere in my notes that honestly duck JK and her backward, bigoted, and ducking dangerous political stance. So here it is. Duck JK. I will also be honest in saying that I'm not particularly fond of this chapter, and it's far from being my favorite. I wanted Jasper and Harry's first conversation to be the center of it, and I can't stop shaking that it feels like a filler chapter. Well, I'm sorry. Hope you still like it. The twittering of the birds in the trees pulled Harry out of his dream. each sharp note resounding in his head and clearing out the feeling of wool woven around his senses. It had been ages since he didn't sleep a full night's sleep. He looked out of the window, stretching slowly, and noticed it was barely light outside. Somehow, Harry fell asleep so early that he woke up before his alarm clock. A novel concept. Hermione would be proud, he thought, traipsing to the kitchen, his cold tea mug clutched in his hand like a lifeline. He emptied its contents in the sink and turned on the coffee machine. Harry was a lot of things: a wizard, a soldier, a man. Although that was still open to change, as he was far from thinking he had questioned everything in his life. But he was also British, and he would die before he reheated a cold cup of tea in a microwave. And the heating charm was barely better, as it still created that irritating white veil floating on the surface. For the first time in a while, Harry enjoyed a leisurely morning, drinking slowly his scalding coffee from his favorite mug, enjoying each sip with a renewed mirth. It was one of the first artistic presents Teddy had gifted him, and he found endless pleasure in the never-ending chase of the two stick figures pursuing after a golden dot, their blue and black hair floating behind them as they flew. He missed his godson with a fierce ache, similar to the one he felt whenever he had left Hogwarts to return to the Dursleys. It tore away at his heart and ate through his blood, burning his veins and boiling his viscera. And so he busied himself writing a letter to Teddy while his coffee cooled, and closed his eyes to drink in the blessed silence of the forest and the soft trilling of the birds waking up with the sun. Harry wrote about Forks, how different from London it was, how dissimilar the everyday noises enveloped him, and the purity of the surrounding nature compared to the small pockets of greenery in the capital. With a smile, he transformed the view from his porch into a photograph, including an ephemeral spell so Teddy could hear the chirping and rustle of leaves as well when he opened the envelope. He didn't mention Edward's mind assault. His godson would worry about him, and he had enough to think about with his art show. Plus, he knew Teddy would tell his grandmother, who in turn would tell Molly, and Molly would alert the whole wizarding world in her quest to avenge him. He wasn't ready to share his oasis of peace with anyone yet. He hadn't enjoyed it enough on his own. He ended his letter with wishes of love and well-being, reminding his godson to eat, drink, and sleep, too aware of his tendencies to forget himself when his head was stuck in the vast imagination the boy had curated for himself. It took one to know one after all. With the letter sealed, Harry sipped on his coffee, too much cream, too much sugar, while swaying on his wooden rocking chair, feeling very much like an old man despite his youthful features, and enjoyed the tranquility brought by the dawn as he drank. His alarm jostled him out of his meditative state, and he raised slowly but surely, stretching and noticing with surprise that his usual headache had lessened. Incredible, the wonders a correct night of sleep could bring. Although he wasn't keen to welcome back the endless night of nightmares he was sure would soon follow. Hermione and Ron had cornered him one night, interrupting his usual lonesome and nightly adventures in Grimmauld Place, cornering him and asking why he stayed voluntarily awake. He'd had to admit he didn't think they would find out. Not that they weren't bright enough, but the usual excuse of nightmares and adrenaline-filled restlessness was always enough to curb their interrogations. Ron had put up what Harry called his aura face, and Hermione had put on her own mask, the one she wore at the Ministry every day during Wiseman sessions, the one daring any pureblood lord to look down on her because of the circumstances of her birth. He had caved in, relinquished another one of the secrets he held close to his chest, afraid. Always afraid that every time his best friends would hear another unsavory morsel of his life, they would run and turn on him. That they would turn around and walk out the door because he was so damn sure that every day would be the day they realized he was too ducked up to be healthy for them. In the end, Hermione and Ron had held him as he explained the fear, the constant and nagging fear that if he fell asleep, he wasn't sure he would wake up. Wasn't sure he wanted to. So used to be on the run and survive since his birth that he couldn't relax properly, that he had to exhaust himself to be able to sleep correctly, and that, if he did, his body made him pay the next night, bringing forth even more traumatic experiences for him to deal with. Hermione had known, of course, what to say, how to explain that his mind brought forth every single traumatic shit he saw when he slept correctly. He still remembers the fond smile between Ron and him when Hermione had started her sentence by, "I read a book." Then they had pushed him to see a mind healer, and Harry had lied. Lied to avoid having someone else rummage through his brain for his deepest memories. Voldemort, Snape, even Dumbledore. Harry had enough of people seeing what wasn't theirs to see in the first place. After the attack, memories were all that were left of his friends and family. Moving, breathing, laughing, crying. He was afraid he would forget if he even talked about them. He didn't want to share them with anyone else. So he kept them alive in his mind, swimming in a denial thicker than blood. A good night's sleep he may have had, but Harry still craved some kind of comfort and put on a knitted maroon jumper with a white har, Sirius leather jacket, and the Elder Wand strapped in a holster around his shin. The ride to Forks High School was uneventful. However, he was glad for his foresight regarding his clothes, as the shy sun rays he saw greeting him when he woke up had disappeared behind a thick curtain of graying clouds, promising overcast weather and maybe some rain. So nothing new. When he arrived, way too early, in the parking lot, he was surprised to see another bike parked where he had parked his the day before, and on it, its rider, still wearing their helmet. As if they were waiting for his arrival, they removed it, freeing blonde locks caressing the man's defined cheekbones and pale skin. Curse the melodramatics of vampires. If Harry had found Jasper alluring the day before, it was nothing next to how the vampire looked straddled on a vintage forest green motorcycle. From where he was, he could see the faint shape of a kawa peeking out behind Jasper's leg. In all honesty, he didn't know which made his mouth water the most between the vampire and his ride, and he had to rein in his thoughts and tighten his shields when he saw Jasper's wry smile. Merlin. He hoped the vampire hadn't felt his emotions just now because, for a man in his 40s, he should have a better grasp of his thoughts, especially when he was on a mission and investigating the Ducker. As he parked his bike next to Jasper's, unwilling to concede his parking spot, he noticed the vampire was wearing suitable gear, complete with a brand new helmet, leather black gloves, and jacket. It seemed Jasper took seriously their efforts to fit in, and Harry had to admit he could at least respect that. It was better than half the Wixen he had seen interact with the Muggle world. Harry looked around and, noticing none of the remaining members of the Cullen Coven were present, raised his eyebrow in Jasper's direction, letting the vampire explain why he was waiting for him to arrive. Still as a marble statue, the vampire didn't seem to be in any hurry to clarify the reason for his presence, gazing at him with his lips parted. There was a disturbing intensity in his golden irises, and for a moment, Harry wondered if he had forgotten to catch his glamours before leaving his cabin. A glance out of the corner of his eye assured him his skin was as unblemished as it should be, and he cleared his throat, hoping to break Jasper out of his reverie. The vampire shook his head. "Sorry, I was waiting for you." That much was clear. "Why?" he answered, crossing his arm on his chest. What a sight they must offer, both atop their motorcycles, Harry's untamable nest of hair wild around his head and his pupils dilated by the adrenaline, jiggling his leg while he waited for the vampire to answer, and Jasper, not a hair out of place, immobile and focused. "I wanted to apologize," Jasper blurted. "For my brother." "And what did your brother do to require you to apologize for him?" Part 1 of playing dumb. Act like you don't know shit. "Well," Jasper stopped, opening and closing his mouth like a fish out of water, while Harry rejoiced in stumping him. In truth, he was oddly touched Jasper was the one to come apologize for his brother's behavior rather than having to face Edward. But Jasper acknowledging the fact that something happened didn't help his plans to pass as a normal and very much human student. "Oh, you mean yesterday? Don't worry, I have really bad migraines is all. Why would your brother be responsible?" he said, an air of perfect innocence on his face. He should have kept the glasses. They always helped sell the ingenious and lost boy act when he needed it. But not needing to walk blindly every time he managed to break them was an asset he couldn't throw away. Maybe fake ones? Step 2 of playing dumb. Lie your ass off. "Migraines? Yes. You know, when your head hurts," he said, an impish smile tugging at his lips. Step 3 of playing dumb. Act like the other is dumber than you. Jasper chuckled and mimicked his expression, raising his hands as if conceding Harry his victory for the time being, and shaking his head. "Yeah, migraines can be really annoying. I hate when they dig through my brain as well." And voila. Harry almost wished there was some kind of applause. Harry let a sincere grin light up his features, thankful for Jasper's withdrawal. Even though the vampire probably still had questions and didn't buy his excuse, he appreciated his willingness to play his game. "I think I found a pretty good way of keeping them at bay, though." "What you think?" "I sure do. I don't think you have anything to fear anytime soon." Although they tend to be stubborn and persistent, I'd stay on my toes if I were you." Harry nodded, understanding the warning. Edward had learned his lesson for the time being, but he would try to come back. He was almost looking forward to it, and only hoped that when the vampire would try again, it would be in a more secluded place. His thoughts were the only thing he had left, and he would burn the world alive before he let anyone sift through them without his consent. A tense silence had fallen between them. Jasper obviously wished to know more, to ask more than Harry was able to give him, but seemed to try reining in his desire to do so, and Harry wondered how he could inconspicuously ask the vampire to visit his home. "I have the book, by the way," Jasper said, breaking the quietness between them. "Thanks. I'll have to take a look at it when I can. Mere God, I don't know if I'll manage this year. Everything is so different." "Really? Where were you before?" he asked with the air of a man starved, leaning in towards Harry, his gaze entirely focused on him. Harry felt his cheeks redden and fished a cigarette out of his pack, needing to occupy his thoughts and hands with something else than the hungry look on Jasper's face, far from the dangerous hunger he had seen in the vampire's eyes the day before. "I've been in a Scottish boarding school since I was 11. The curriculum is far from being the same, and it was kind of a special school, more focused on practical skills than intellectual ones." He sighed, both at the realization that he was probably going to fail his classes and at the fact that he hadn't packed a lighter before he left. He had never needed one before. Jasper nodded in understanding and seemed lost in thoughts for a moment, considering his next sentence. "Do you want me to tutor you? I'm fairly good, and honestly, I could use the challenge." "So I'm nothing more than a challenge?" "I'm hurt," Harry said, fake deception dripping from his voice. "I mean, better that than thinking you're a charity case, no?" He pursed his lips, thinking about all the times the wizarding world had raved on about poor orphan Harry before dismantling his reputation to the ground, only to gloat that they had supported him this whole time when they found out he had been right again and again and again. "Much better." Harry turned around, hiding behind his shoulder, casting a flame out of his index, and hoped the vampire wouldn't notice the fact that there was no wheel turning or sparks to be heard, only the faint crackling of the flame as it lit up his cigarette. When he turned around, Jasper was once again looking at him with something akin to awe at the center of his golden irises, and Harry took a deep drag of his cigarette, unsure what to make out of the vampire's focus on him. "So you'd tutor me and take time out of your schedule even though we only met yesterday? You're coming on strong, Hale," Harry said with a flirtatious smile, hoping to clear the vampire's eyes of whatever was swimming in them at the moment. He hadn't expected Jasper to almost choke and start coughing air he didn't even need. What was up with these vampires anyway? If he had to be honest with himself, Harry was used to the traditionalist aspects of the undead residing in the wizarding world. He was used to vampires who didn't have to act like they were anything other than what they were: predators, near immortal, and with a bloody diet supplied by willing or unwilling humans. This game of pretend the Cullens insisted on playing placed him on an unusual footing and required more lies and pretense than he was used to, especially since they weren't as skilled in their deception as they thought. Harry had singled them out at the moment they arrived in the parking lot on instinct only, and evidently, Bella had understood what they were pretty quickly as well. He didn't know much about the muggle, but she didn't look like the kind to spend hours bent over dark tomes about mythical creatures. So how on earth had the Cullens avoided suspicion so far, especially in such a small town? Jasper stopped sputtering and turned away, his cheeks faintly colored as he avoided Harry's gaze. Was the vampire blushing? "Sorry, swallowed wrong," Jasper said, making a point of taking a deep and futile breath, and Harry rolled his eyes at the unnecessary action. "I'm not Braggin, but I'm near the top of the class. Honestly, tutoring you wouldn't take much of my time. I don't sleep much," he added with a private smile, and Harry almost keeled over from the strength he had to muster to avoid laughing. "Merlin," this was Dracula saying, "I don't drink wine," all over again. Harry was almost tempted to answer, "What are you, a vampire?" But he refrained from doing so, afraid Jasper would withdraw from the conversation. "Okay, what?" Jasper's head turned towards him at an alarming speed. "I said, okay. I'd be very grateful if you could tutor me. I'm not so far gone that I think I don't need help when I clearly do." Once again, Jasper fell silent in an apparent confusion, and Harry wondered if he should have resisted a little before accepting. He sighed inwardly. This was exactly why Ron had been the one to go undercover when they were on a mission together, and not him. Harry simply didn't have the patience to feign disinterest and beat around the bush when it was clear as day that he would agree to the proposal anyway. "Oh, well, great," the vampire said with a dazzling smile. Recovering quickly, "Would you be free tonight after class? We could ride to my house. It'll be much better than staying in the high school's library." Harry inhaled another smoke, weighing his options carefully. He needed the Cullens to trust him enough to divulge family secrets, or at least what the hell was going on with Bella, and being invited to their house was as good a first step as any. On the other hand, as far as he knew, he could be drained and drunk as soon as he took his coat off, never to be seen again. From an objective point of view, he was new in town, had no close family, no one to go home to, and if he disappeared, no one would bat an eye. Harry turned towards Jasper, hoping that he would find something in the vampire's eye to ease his hesitation and bring him closer to a sensible decision. As if he ever had one of those. The too intense vulnerability he saw in his golden gaze was enough to make up his mind. He would follow his instincts, hoping the frail boat in which he stood wouldn't steer him too far from the shore and into the tempest. "Sure. Do I need to stop in town to shop for something for your parents? Thank them for having me over?" he asked, observing Jasper's reaction to his agreement. Jasper rewarded him with another of his blinding smiles, and he leaned slightly in his direction as if Harry was offering him the sun wrapped in a bough by agreeing to come to his house. In some odd way, Harry desperately wanted to trust this broken soldier thrust into a tepid high school life so far away from how he carried himself. He had seen in Jasper a similar mind, a kinship he didn't know how to explain, how he wanted to fully trust him. One day maybe, once the vampire proved himself. Esme loves flowers. Can't go wrong with a bouquet if you insist on it, but it wouldn't be necessary, I assure you. Still, I like paying my thanks. Plus, can't have your parents thinking the new kid is rude on top of being a troublemaker, Harry grinned. "No one thinks?" started Jasper before he was interrupted by Harry's raised eyebrow. "Yeah, okay, you have a point. I mean, the bike, leather jacket, and smokin' aren't exactly helpin', you know," he ended with a smile. Harry's coarse bark of laughter was answer enough. He could easily imagine how well the inhabitants of the small town had taken the arrival of a new neighbor living on the edge of the forest, underage, and already putting his life and health in danger as he did. "I know. Bad habit I can't shake. The smoking. It soothes me," he said, taking another drag to illustrate his point. "I get it. It helps to have something bringing you down when you can't get up. It's weird, right?" Harry's head snapped towards the vampire, surprised by the knowing tone of his words. He checked his occlumency barriers to ensure nothing was bleeding through, only to find them intact. "Personal experience, then." "Yeah," he said in a raspy voice. "Yeah, that's exactly it. What's your cigarette?" "I eat, even when I'm not really hungry or don't need it. He sighed, "I need something to fill the chasm I have in me." Harry nodded, letting the silence answer for him, taking in Jasper's strikingly private confession. Vampires were cursed in a way few were ready to accept. From what he had read, the type of vampire the Cullen were, and the ones he had met in the wizarding world weren't that different in that regard. Eternal bloodlust was a common denominator between the both of them, and if the Cullens stayed true to their vegetarian diet, it wasn't so far-fetched to assume none of them ever felt truly satiated. Well, as much as a vampire could feel their thirst quenched in the first place. Jasper broke the silence first. "My family will arrive soon. I'm sure they'd be happy to get to meet you, but in case you don't want to feel too crowded you could, you know." Harry snickered. "Get out of here before you apologize once more for something a member of your family didn't do?" "Something like that, yeah," the vampire grinned. "I'll be on my way then. Don't know if we have any classes in common. Anyway, I'll see you in the parking lot at the end of the day. Hope I won't have a migraine this time." Jasper hummed, falsely thoughtful. "I think you'll be okay. Something tells me the migraine won't come today." "Well, that's nice to know." Harry stood up from his bike, extinguished his cigarette, and took his bag. He walked a few meters in the direction of the entrance before stopping and turning around, speaking in a low voice, knowing Jasper would hear him even if he whispered from the opposite of the parking lot. "Thanks for your trust and your apologies." He didn't wait for Jasper's answer, but when he turned around before entering the building, he saw Jasper's gaze was still focused on him, unmoving and predatorial. For once, the shivers at the idea of being hunted weren't due to fear as much as he would have wanted. Humans are important, and should be protected. Chapter summary. Jasper obsesses over Harry, has an interesting and surprisingly worrying conversation with Bella, and realizes that he would maybe be okay with aliens, but only if Harry is one. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. Hope you'll like this chapter. It's been a blast writing it. See you next week. Bringing back the memories of his earlier conversation with Hadrian as he walked to class, Jasper realized once more that he really was a lucky ducker. He had heard talks of love, marriage, bonding, and many others when he was a human soldier, and even more when he was bitten, understanding just how important mates were to their kind. But he had never taken a time to think about that particular subject, even though he knew each of them was born with another half, a person so perfectly in sync with them. It seemed as if they were cut from the same fabric of fallen stars, their constellations completing the empty sky caged away in their soul. It had never hit him that he could one day find them. From what he remembered from his human life, his parents had loved each other enough to stay together and expand their family, but he couldn't remember any heated looks, evenings where he could hear the scratch of a record player in the night, soft steps lit by the moonlight in a private waltz they would have danced with their love as only guide. Perhaps they did take place, but had since been thoroughly burned by the vampire venom now coursing through his veins. When Maria had bitten him, his purpose had been clear from the beginning, and even though he had fooled himself into thinking her love for him was genuine, he had recognized it for the manipulation it was when he had felt Peter and Charlotte's bond bloom into existence when their eyes first met. The purity of their feelings when they looked at each other was so far from the thinly veiled disdain with which Maria looked at him that it had paved his way to rebellion. Finally taking action when she ordered him to kill Charlotte, claiming her presence distracted Peter from his duties. They had fled in the middle of the night, never looking back. The day Alice found him, he had hoped, fleetingly, that she was the one for him, that her finding him was a sign that they were made for each other, that maybe his feelings were muted only because he had lived through too much to feel the brunt of the affection and devotion mates felt for each other. They had tried for a few years, forcing a connection that wasn't there. Each of their kisses about as underwhelming as wet fireworks and feeling too much like he was kissing his sister to really enjoy it. Though he found freedom in the easiness of a relationship where he wasn't expected to put up a front. Eventually, Alice had been the one to sit him down and tell him that it wasn't working, hugging and thanking him for the experience before inviting him to go hunting with her, laughing when he stayed slack-jawed and open-mouthed in front of her easy acceptance. They were going nowhere. Easy as that, and Alice had just accepted it and made him feel accepted in turn. As if it wasn't the first time since his rebirth that someone treated him that way. It was one of the things easy to enjoy in Alice's character. For all the suffering she had endured from her previous life, remembering more than she would have truly liked, her easy-going personality always took precedence in her interactions with the world, confident about her ability to predict if something would go sideways. Simply put, he liked Alice. He truly didn't know what he would do without her. The school corridors resembled a giant beehive with the morning bustle, and Jasper was buzzing with excitement. He was tempted to break in the secretary's office to steal and copy Hadrian's timetable to know where their paths could cross during the day, hoping to position himself as a friendly acquaintance at first and hopefully a friend later on. The only thing stopping him was the memory of Edward doing the same thing at the start of his relationship with Bella. And anything Edward did regarding a relationship was a sure way of knowing what not to do. Once again, he was deeply grateful that Carlisle had ordered Edward not to show his face at school today. He would keep his fingers crossed and hope for a chance encounter sometime in the day. Maybe this time he could ask his mate to have lunch with his family and him, and convince his brothers and sisters that they needed to fake their food intake more convincingly. Yes, that could work. Sitting like always at the back of the classroom, watching through half-closed lids the students entering and speaking loudly with each other, he straightened when he saw Bella approach him, ignoring Angela's surprised look when her friend didn't sit with her as she usually did. "Mind if I sit with you today?" she asked, her voice low and shy. Jasper inhaled slowly, tempting the devil but also unwilling to put the girl in any kind of danger if, for some reason or another, he was unable to control himself. Hadrian's scent still clung to him, coating his stony skin with the sweet smell of thunder before it struck, the specks of ash from his numerous cigarettes still sticking to his coat. He inhaled once more, trying to find the human scent beyond his mate's heady perfume, and found the coppery and sugary scent of her blood. God, He could hear it pumping through her veins. Either Hadrian's scent was enough to cover the smell of blood coming from the students around him and Bella's particularly pleasant smell, or he had fed enough the night before because the burning he usually felt was unpleasant but tolerable. "Of course, be my guest," he answered with a small but sincere smile, pulling the chair out for her and gesturing towards the empty seat. "Thanks, Jasper," she answered, surprise coating her features and quickly replaced by a soothing and warm feeling of acceptance coming from her and a similar smile on her lips. As they rarely were alone with each other, they waited for the geography teacher to enter the classroom in a stilted silence, Jasper refraining from turning towards her each time he felt the spike of curiosity followed by anxiety. She clearly wanted to say something to him, and he hated that their relationship was so strained that she didn't even dare ask him. "I wanted to ask you something," she whispered slowly, her gaze still focused straight in front of her, her arms crossed and hands squeezing her arms tightly if the whitening of her knuckles was any indication. "I'll try to answer the best I can," he replied, tone soothing and calm, wondering if her unease was high enough to justify using a small trickle of his powers to calm her down. "Do you think Edward would have pushed as much with me? If him attempting to read my mind had hurt, well, that wasn't what he had expected." He wished Bella had waited for them to be with Alice to ask her questions. She would have handled the situation way better than him. What was he even supposed to say? He pondered on her interrogations for a few seconds, not wishing to push Bella away from Edward, but unwilling to lie to her either. Would Edward have stopped if reading Bella's mind caused her pain? He was ashamed to admit he didn't know. He often thought his brother's attitude with the human was bordering on paranoia and obsession, but he truly thought his infatuation came from a place of love and respect. Jasper had always attributed the conflicting feelings coming from his brother to the fact that he had the unfortunate luck of falling in love with his singer. The fact that fear tainted her conflicted feelings told him he should have taken a closer look at their situation a bit earlier. Was his brother's love stronger than his desire to know the truth about the people around him? He was so accustomed to hearing a person's inner thoughts that he would often answer before they had asked their question, traipsing through their minds as if it were his birthright. And in a way it was. If Bella had truly suffered from his repeated attempts to crack open her skull and observe the insides, would he have stopped, or would he have kept going and shrugged off the consequences? He cleared his throat. "I think he has always been called to you, and being unable to read your mind was a curiosity he had trouble getting over. I want to believe that he would have stopped before you felt pain." He paused, unsure how to continue. "But I think it's possible he would have thought making you feel uneasy or uncomfortable was a low price to pay for knowing if you were any threat to the family." A striking mix of relief and deception washed over him, and he projected his compassion towards the human. "Did you ask him?" "Yes," she answered forlornly. "I take it he didn't give you the answers you wanted?" She huffed, her feelings indignant. "Like always. He never tells me anything. I'm always kept in the dark and no one bothers to keep me informed," she yelled. Jasper's answer was cut off abruptly by the door opening and their teacher entering the classroom in a state of disarray, their hair flying in every direction and auburn strands sticking to their forehead. "Sorry for the delay, class. My car broke down on the way, and I had to hitchhike my way here," Ms. Fay announced hurriedly while placing their computer and notebook on their desk. "Please open your textbooks. We'll start the lesson, and we'll try to keep a nice and smooth pace to make up for my late arrival." He took advantage of the flurry of pages to turn to Bella, watching her intently bite her lip, seeming elsewhere. "What doesn't he tell you?" His question brought her back to where she was, and she bit her lip once more before answering. "It's just," she sighed, "when James was hunting me, I was dependent on you guys to save me. When you left, I was so alone and I had to go on by myself. And I hate the fact that I found out what you were alone and without help, but he still doesn't believe me when I tell him the disappearings in Seattle are strange." Behind her somewhat incoherent answer, he could understand what she meant. Her anger was a small and precious thing, barely an ember in the fireplace, but promising to light the place ablaze in her fury if she stoked it. It was at that moment that Jasper realized that his brother's girlfriend was less demure and naive than he had thought. Still, there was a lot to unpack in her words, and geography class wasn't the ideal place to talk about these issues. "I'll look into the Seattle thing. I promise," he murmured, going on before she could answer, already knowing what she was about to say thanks to the deep wave of gratefulness he felt from her. "I invited Hadrian to catch up on his lessons tonight. Would you want to come with? I'm in dire need of pointers on how to act human, and I gather he'll feel more at home with another human here. You could stay afterwards? She laughed sourly. Yeah, like Edward's gonna leave me to speak with you alone without eavesdropping if he knows I'm at your place. That did put a dent in his plans. Maybe he could convince Alice to bring Edward hunting after classes while they took a detour in the city for Hadrian to buy flowers. A vibration in his pocket attracted his attention, and he opened the message. Alice, don't need to. Carlisle ordered him to stay away from the house when you're in it. Think he's still scared you'll throw him through a wall. Would have been fun though, sad face. Although he'll be waiting for Bella in the parking lot at lunch break. Jasper chuckled and showed Alice's answer to Bella, the young girl rewarding him with a blinding smile. Strangely, she didn't seem that put off by the prospect of Jasper hurling her boyfriend through a wall. Interesting. Although he hoped Edward didn't expect to eat with them, he wanted Hadrian to join their table and meet his family. Jasper didn't think he would be able to stomach another second of Jessica clinging to his mate's side. Overeager limpet. Can't imagine I'm going to have an entire evening without him looming over me like I'm about to keel over just because I swallowed wrong, she laughed. That was more than concerning. She didn't seem to have a problem with it, but it didn't strike him as very healthy. They turned their attention back to the lesson, and the rest of the class passed in an enjoyable silence between them. Jasper still holding his breaths, but moving his chest, unwilling to tempt fate by fear of losing his precarious control. The rest of the morning passed without notable events, and at noon Jasper was standing guard in front of the cafeteria doors waiting for Hadrian to come by. Between classes, he had kept his family informed of Hadrian's venue to their house after classes, and all had shown support of his idea. Rosalie even surprised him with a nod, and a rare wave of approval was sent his way. Alice was also overjoyed because she had seen Hadrian sitting with them at lunch and rejoiced in sharing a meal with him and getting to know him better. Alice was, generally speaking, a little impatient, and she didn't want to wait until the evening to speak with him. As always, he smelled the ozone first, his body reacting before he could stop himself, his head turning to the left to hear Hadrian's soft voice cutting through the morning gloom. From the sound of it, the boy was trying to convince Jessica that he was perfectly able to walk without a human crutch, and still the girl was clinging to him, her arms snaked around his in a possessive grasp. He liked humans. They did marvelous things. Like the wonderful ceiling of the Sixtine Chapel, Jessica could grow up to be an important person. Maybe she would save people. He would not kill and drain her of her blood in front of witnesses. He would not think about dismembering her and ripping off her arms so she couldn't touch his mate anymore. Jasper! Hadrian's voice washed away his possessive rage as the young man approached him quickly, shaking off Jessica's arm at the same time. Jasper had to retain a victorious grin as he saw and felt Jessica's feelings get hurt at being brushed off. Hadrian, to what do I owe the pleasure? He asked with a grin, and his mate's amused expression told him he had done a poor job covering up his glee. We were supposed to eat together, remember? I was just telling Jessica and Mike that I couldn't stay with them at lunch today. Jasper had been so absorbed by the girl's arm linked with Hadrian's that he hadn't even noticed Mike standing next to them like a fish out of water, disbelief seeping out of him and mouth slightly agape. Of course, he smiled, showing his teeth and hoping that the remnants of the human's reptilian brain would get the message to back off. How could I ever forget? Great. Let's go then. I'm famished, Hadrian answered, taking off without checking if Jasper was following or not. Something told him his mate was used to people listening to him, and not for the first time. He wondered how such a young person could have such an innate command of a room. If he had been older, Jasper would have guessed his mate had military experience based on how he acted, but he didn't see how a 17-year-old could have any military experience. Youth army camp, maybe? He bid his farewell to the gaping humans standing in front of the door with a small bow of his head and followed suit. I was unaware we had plans to eat together today. What a pleasant surprise, he teased as he caught up with the man. Hadrian finally slowed down and looked around him to ensure they were alone. I'm sorry, he said apologetically. I shouldn't have sprung that on you without warning, but honestly, I spent my morning with Jessica ducking Stanley stuck to my hide and couldn't bear to endure her while I ate. He stopped and turned around to face him, throwing a coy look through his eyelashes before saying, I can be out of your hair and leave you to eat with your family if you want. I wouldn't want to impose. Jasper's heart was about ready to stop beating a second time, both taken aback and enthralled by Hadrian's demure front, because that's what it was. a front. He would be a fool to believe otherwise. His mate's stance when he introduced himself to the classroom and his immediate reaction to the bell had proved that if he was anything, it was far from being innocent and shy. Hadrian was playing a game he didn't know the rules of just yet, but Jasper wanted nothing more than to join him in the arena, elated by the prospect of fighting either alongside or against him. Both were equally alluring, and he knew better than most the thrill that could come with prefacing a relationship with a bit of adrenaline. "Nonsense," he replied with a feral grin. "You're not imposing, darling. Come, I'll introduce you." He resumed walking, leaving his mate sputtering and blushing behind him. The blood rushing to his cheeks allowed him to better smell its heady scent, the crimson liquid smelling like the ground of a forest after the rain. What he imagined an ancient and cursed crypt would smell like. What he knew the stillness of a victorious battle smelled like. Hadrian's blood smelled of decay, death, and rebirth, and never had Jasper wanted to bury his nose more in the crook of his neck. Judging by his blushing, his mate hadn't expected him to join the game he was playing. All the better. He loved a good chase. For once, Jasper chose to trust entirely in Alice's visions and his instincts. His mate was after something. That much was clear by how he acted and their earlier conversation. If Hadrian didn't want anything from them, or him, he would have skipped town or chosen not to show up after the unfortunate debacle with Edward. But there he was, eagerly asking Jasper to eat with him and his family, and willing to act coy just to sit with them. The question now was, what did his mate want with them, and how much did he know? He wasn't an ordinary human. That much was clear despite his human-like appearance. He didn't smell of the wolves, thankfully, or any other animal, so it was unlikely he was a kind of shifter, but his scent offered not much insight beyond that. Before his transformation, he didn't remember believing in vampires either, yet here they were. He had trouble believing Maria when she had told him about the Volturi and the rules they had to adhere to, but he had seen the carnage they trailed behind them like the crimson capes they wore. He hadn't believed anything other than vampires could exist in their world, but the wolf shifters had once again proved him wrong. He had understood his lesson. Until proven otherwise, everything existed, except maybe aliens. Or maybe even aliens could exist. He hoped Hadrian wasn't an alien. He didn't know if he would survive on another planet despite their alleged immortality, although he didn't need to breathe, and his resistance could allow him to resist a harsher gravity than Earth's. So maybe it was okay if Hadrian was an alien. With his mate's footsteps following behind him, he guided them to their usual table, holding back a scowl when he saw Emmett, Rosalie, and Alice already sitting, the three of them radiating unbridled delight. He understood at once that they had heard his slip and the nickname he had given Hadrian. They were never going to let him forget that. God, he was in for at least weeks of ruthless teasing. He groaned internally before turning towards his mate to introduce his family. "Hadrian, these are my brother and sisters, Alice." She waved happily with a wide-eyed smile. "Emmett," he nodded with a smile. "And Rosalie." "Welcome, Hadrian. Please sit," Rosalie said with a small smile and a quick look in Jasper's direction. Jasper sat beside his mate, trying to appear more relaxed than he was, hoping that his family would behave themselves. He didn't need Hadrian to flee so early on. "Harry, what?" he asked, turning towards the black-haired man. "Hadrian is, I'm not used to it. I'd rather you guys call me Harry." Harry, somehow, it suited him better than Hadrian. The simpler rhythm of the syllables brought out a certain frankness, one that was absent from the first name he had given them. Although it was quite uncommon to use another name as a nickname, Jasper thought, better to move on for now. After all, people named Richard were frequently nicknamed Dick, and if that wasn't weird, well, nothing was. "Very well, Harry," he answered, tasting the name rolling on his tongue and how the letters wound around the apex of his teeth. He liked it, and offered a satisfied smile to his mate. He was rewarded by the faint scent of Harry's blood pulsing faster and rushing to his sullen cheeks once again. He inhaled slowly and discreetly the fragrances of the earth, tickling his senses. The pink was barely visible under his perfectly smooth tawny skin, but Jasper wanted to see more and wondered just how much he could push before his mate started pushing back. He thought about his argument with Edward and thought that once again his brother had been right and wrong at the same time. Jasper knew with certainty that Harry was after something and that it had to do with his family. Although he didn't seem ill-intentioned, He was clearly angling for something. No one in their right mind would approach them without a good cause, and even Bella, who had found out their secret, almost on her own, avoided them on instinct, her brain urging her to find shelter and reprieve from the predators they were. Either Harry had no instinct, or he was ignoring them on purpose to stay close to his family. Jasper stood up abruptly, startling Harry, who followed the movement and crouched slightly in front of him. His right hand held behind him and his left moving towards his calf in a defense position, his back towards the humans and his gaze flickering between him and his siblings, lingering on Emmett and him more than Rosalie or Alice. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I thought I saw Edward come back, but I must have been wrong," he explained, sitting back with a satisfied smile and shaking his head imperceptibly for the sake of his siblings to tell them he would explain later. So Harry was indeed repressing his initial and instinctual reactions to keep interacting with them, choosing to crush his fight or flight response rather than spend a meal in the company of Mike Newton and Jessica Stanley. Somehow, Jasper believed Harry was perfectly capable of avoiding the two humans by himself and eating alone if he needed to. Interesting. Given his mate's reaction, Harry was more worried about him, then Emmett, then Rosalie and Alice, both of whom were placed on the same threat level. How perceptive of him. Jasper almost wanted to purr in delight, and he sent a small but heartfelt thank you to fate, grateful for the half of his soul the world had chosen for him. Now that he knew with certainty that he was right and that Harry was indeed on edge and well aware of the danger he was in, all that remained was to find out what Harry was after. The chase was promising to be more exciting than he originally thought, and he couldn't have been happier. Smoke your heart out, baby. Chapter summary. Harry spends his first meal with the Cullens and is forced to ponder the strange attraction he feels for Jasper. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. Short but early chapter this week because my town's pride is tomorrow, and I won't be able to edit and post the chapter when I get home. Hope you enjoy it, and see you next week. Edit. Thanks to a very helpful comment, the math should now be mateing regarding Hermione's age and Ron's death. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry's day was turning out to be too ducking confusing for him. He had spent his morning trying to avoid Jessica Stanley from permanently sticking herself to his hip, lest they be known as conjoined twins for the rest of the year, fending off Mike Newton's feeble attempt at friendship as he reminded him that his father was so happy had moved here and bought the cabin, and being asked inane questions about his life. Draco had been a pain in the ass when they were in school, throwing his father's name left and right, but at least Harry had known it was all for show, the boy more terrified of his father than he had wished to admit. Harry had seen it for what it was, a defense mechanism to keep well-wishers at bay and fortify the screen of smoke the Malfoys always kept around them. But Mike really did seem to love his overbearing father and find solace and joy in repeating every half hour that he was really happy that Harry had moved into his father's cabin and that he was so lucky to live alone and get to do whatever he wanted all the time. Harry almost offered to get rid of his parents for him so he could experience his life, but that seemed petty and hurtful. Despite his age, it was too easy to fall back into high school behaviors. He knew why, but still, that wasn't an excuse to act like one. When he saw Jasper waiting at the cafeteria doors, he had seen a better escape route than what he had originally planned: to claim a stomach ache and hide behind a bush to smoke chain cigarettes until classes started again. At least if he ate with the vampires, he could get up close and personal with the Cullens and ask innocent questions about their lifestyle and relationships. Harry was still waiting for the perfect opportunity to cast discreet spells on Bella Swan to check if she was under any compulsion or find out if anything was wrong with her. He hoped she would be present at lunch. Casting diagnosis spells in a crowded place wasn't his idea of an ideal occasion, but if it came to this, he would have no other choice than to take a few calculated risks. He had taken one with Jasper on their way to the table, playing coy to avoid being seen as imposing, knowing vampires tended to be territorial and hoping the Cullens would welcome him more easily if one from their coven invited him. He hadn't expected Jasper to smile like he was good enough to eat and call him darling of all things. He followed, trying to will his blush into oblivion without much success as he walked to the table. What was Jasper's game? Their previous discussions had been cordial, but nothing had given Harry the impression they were close enough to warrant the use of nicknames, and certainly not such personal ones. Somehow he didn't think Jasper meant it the same way as Mrs. Weasley when she called him love or dear. While they crossed the cafeteria, causing a few other whispers and stares, he tried to reflect on their interaction. The more he thought about it, the more he feared Jasper had seen through his act. Harry had never met a being capable of sensing emotions and feelings, and it was entirely possible that his occlumency shields protected him only against mind reading and compulsions. After all, Jasper could very well scent the pheromones created by strong emotions, and as far as he knew, apart from casting a scent-canceling charm every day, there was nothing to stop the vampire from scenting him. Jasper's smile had been feral and toothy enough for him to wonder if vampires considered showing teeth as an act of intimidation and aggression. He still didn't know how to deal with the nickname, though, intimidation or not. The fact remained that if the vampire had seen through his act, it could very well mean the end of his poorly thought-out infiltration. He would have to be cautious for the time being and stay alert. At last, they stopped in front of the Cullens' table, Harry almost bumping into the vampire, so lost in reflection as he was, and listened carefully as Jasper introduced his family. As he listened, Harry reassessed his opinions and observations on the present members of the Cullen Coven, starting with Alice. She was the pixie girl who had dropped her tray to save him from Jessica the day before, and she was waving delicately in his direction. She wore her name like a well-fitted dress. The otherworldly expression she painted on her features seemed more like a truth than a lie, and her friendly demeanor didn't look forced, which surprised him. Although Alice seemed like the friendly type, she had a hidden sharpness he could almost taste. Like a serrated knife hidden in a pretty and ornate cover, he could easily grasp that her strength resided in her opponent underestimating her, which he would try not to do. He smiled and waved shyly, truthfully this time, before focusing on Emmett, the burly brown-haired man from the parking lot. How this bear of a man could pass as a high school student, Harry would never know. Emmett seemed closer to his 20s than his teenage years, and Harry was convinced no teenager ever could have that much muscle mass. The vampire threw a boyish smile at him, and Harry resisted the urge to wave once more and settled for a smile and a nod. When Rosalie spoke, he realized how similar to Fleur she was. Her voice called to him like a siren, and he longed to throw himself overboard to crawl towards her song. Each clipped syllable was carefully crafted and thought out, exuding a compelling power. Beyond her bewitching physical appearance, Harry could see ferocity and a profound desire to protect what she held dear. For his sake, he hoped the two women would never meet. He wasn't sure the world would survive a duo like that. Harry obeyed her command and sat, baring his neck imperceptibly to show he wasn't a threat, and earned himself a more sincere smile from the woman. Harry, if he was to stay with the Cullens and befriend them, they were bound to see he didn't always react to his alias and start asking delicate questions. He thought it a good idea until Jasper all but purred his name, passing his tongue on his canines as if he was already imagining tasting him. He could only hope that his blood didn't smell appealing to the vampires, because with how often Jasper made him blush, he was dead meat. For the first time, he also hoped his instincts were wrong about Jasper's powers, because the spike of desire lighting his nerves as the vampire murmured his name was uncalled for, and he would rather dig his own grave than learn that he had felt it. Although maybe this was his doing, since he laid eyes on him, he felt an attraction like he had never experienced before. Beyond the physical desire and the need to run his hands through his hair to feel if the golden strands were as soft as they looked, or the urge to feel the vampire's cold hands on his skin, wondering if they would be cold enough to burn. He wanted to know him. Harry had never been a disinterested person. He just didn't care much for the details of others' lives, so used to his being pulled apart by friends or foes over the years. He had lovers after the war, many of them, but never stayed long enough to know them. Now, he wanted to know everything. The need to learn and connect was like an itch he couldn't scratch, because he knew he would flay his skin until it bled. He could feel a connection pulling him towards Jasper, the string tangled and roped around his heart, pulsing steadily and squeezing it each time his gaze lingered on the vampire. Harry was starting to crave Jasper's attention and look forward to their interactions. Never in his life had an attraction been so intense that he blushed at the drop of a hat because of his own name on another's lips. Maybe Jasper was influencing him in some way, creating desire and attraction to better lull him into complacency. If the Cullens' relationship with Bella was indeed suspicious, he could very well distract anyone from asking too many questions if they were too taken with their desire to jump his bones rather than ask them. Yes, that must be it. Harry could finally see clearly in his game. Or he was just that itch-starved. Either way, he would stay vigilant, and his wand was at the tip of his fingers in an instant. his hand behind his back and falling into a protective stance, his body reacting on instinct as Jasper raised suddenly, his eyes scanning the Cullens, trying to establish who was the biggest immediate threat. Addictive as the adrenaline was, his body hadn't forgotten that he was having lunch with a coven of vampires, and Jasper's sudden move triggered his fight response. Magic buzzing to release his wand from his holster. He was ready to fight and almost looking forward to it. It took him by surprise when the vampire sat back down, apologizing with a contrite expression and lying through his pointy teeth. "It's all right," he said as Jasper sat back, relaxing and offering a smile to disperse the tense atmosphere and trying to ignore the vampire grinning at him like the cat that got the cream. "I've been told I was pretty jumpy, so it's no harm done." "What the duck was that for?" "So, Harry, what's your story?" asked Rosalie with a side-eyed glance towards her brother. He rubbed his neck. "Nothing fascinating. I've always lived in England and I was at a boarding school in Scotland." Harry drank his water, thinking about a vague explanation he could offer as to why he moved to the US. "I've had a difficult time at my school and wanted to move and discover another country. I don't speak many languages, so America was an easy choice." "Oh no," Alice cooed with compassion. "It's nice that your parents agreed to move when you needed to." "Shit, live alone actually. My parents are dead." Better rip that band-aid off quickly. It was weird, seeing people react to this news, he thought. All his life, the people who met him either already knew or saw him with a glamour to age up his appearance, making the question unnecessary. The three vampires had frozen, gaping at him like he had sprouted an additional head. Jasper was the first to recover. "Has it been long?" "Yeah, kinda. Never knew them, actually. They died when I was a baby." "Isn't it too hard to live alone? I heard you were in the wood cabin south of here, yes?" Rosalie asked with a concerned look. The more Harry saw her act, the more he saw the resemblance with Fleur, thinking of the times the Vila had jumped in to protect her daughter or other family members. His eyes crinkled at the reminder. "Nah, I've been alone for a while now. You get used to it, honestly. You know, Harry, I think the cabin isn't far from where we live. You can come anytime you need. Like if you need some sugar or something," Alice said, nodding her head with a solemn look, contrasting with her cheery demeanor. Emmett nodded his approval. "Or you could come to work on your lessons and homework. Or play Mario Kart with me," he added in a staged whisper, making Harry chuckle. "Thanks, guys. I'll keep it in mind. Anyways, I'm already coming tonight, so Jasper can tutor me." "Yes?" he asked, turning his head towards him for confirmation. Jasper nodded and locked eyes with his. "That is still the plan, yes?" "Perfect." He turned his head, his stomach fluttering and jittery, and broke the eye contact. "Let me come to your house at least once before inviting me more. You never know. I could be a horrible guest." Alice laughed, and the sounds were so enchanting that for a moment, Harry thought someone had brought a crystal wind chime in the cafeteria. It was a communicative laugh, the kind you couldn't help but bask in to enjoy the cheer and joy it carried around. In the cafeteria, some students had fallen silent, their attention wholly on their table. They all wore a smile, and the air around them felt alive with happiness. Harry wondered if the crystalline laugh was enough to warrant such glee, or if it was his first glimpse at Alice's potential power. Although, he didn't feel particularly happier than before. "So, what's your story? I know I'm the new student and all, but with what people know about you, I'd swear you were there for a shorter time than me." "Have you been asking around, Harry?" Jasper asked, a predatorial smile on his lips. For once, he could answer truthfully. "No, actually, I've been stuck all morning with Jessica Stanley, and it seems like she has quite the obsession with you guys." "We've kinda noticed, yeah," Emmett said with a low chuckle. "You know you won't be spared now that you sat with us, right?" Alice asked. Harry frowned and grumbled. "Strangely, it seemed like she already had an obsession with me. I swear I can't shake her off. She's worse than—" He cut himself off, guilt strangling him. He had been about to say Ginny in second year. Ginny who would never nag him again. Ginny with whom he couldn't talk anymore. Ginny who had lost her life while dueling Bellatrix just before Molly killed her. Ginny who he would never see again. Her crush had been annoying when they were younger, but during the war, he had loved her deeply. She had died before they could have a real discussion about their relationship. She didn't deserve to be compared to Jessica ducking Stanley. Worse than glue. If the vampires noticed his interruption, they didn't show it. Jasper cleared his throat. "She can be a bit intense, yeah? Bella told us that her first week wasn't even over. She already knew everybody's name and the rumors about them. Strangely, that doesn't surprise me. By the way, where is Bella? Doesn't she usually eat with you? Alice's smile fell as she sighed. Yes, but Bella and Edward are eating together outside. He insisted on coming even though he was grounded for. It was Jasper's turn to clear his throat and Alice went on, undisturbed, being a general ass. Harry bit down a laugh and let out a snort. He didn't know how the Cullens would take his laugh, and he had seen Ron defend Percy seconds after joking about him too many times to count. I see, he said diplomatically. What's your favorite thing about forks for now, Harry? Asked Rosalie. It's gonna sound weird, but I love the rain. The boarding school I went to was in Scotland, and each time it stormed I would stay under the window to look at the sky while I talked with my friends or did my homework, he said before adding. Which wasn't that often, let's be honest. I would have expelled in my first year if Hermione hadn't been there to save my arse more than I could count. The Cullens laughed quietly and Jasper shuffled on the edge of his seat before asking, "A friend of yours?" Harry would have loved to answer. To share what made Hermione special, the adventures they had shared together, her wedding with Ron at the end of the war, rushed and passionate out of fear of another conflict breaking out. He would have loved to describe her. The way she had needed glasses when she hit 30 and how she pushed them back on her nose when she read, huffing and rolling her eyes when he reminded her she was a witch and she could spell them in place. Later on, she confided that she grew to love the simple muggle gesture of pushing back her spectacles, reminding her she was alive, she was changing, she was growing. Harry had nodded, far too aware of the empty space beside them on the couch. She was alive, and it was all that mattered. His hands started trembling before he could answer, memories playing at the back of his head of the last meal he had shared with her, the last words they spoke to each other, the notice reading, officially deceased, the ministry had sent him. "I'm sorry. I need a fag." He stood up, leaving the cafeteria at a brisk pace, almost running until he found the back of a building devoid of any students or teachers. Taking his pack out of his jacket, he lit up a cigarette, inhaling the smoke like it was his last breath, letting it burn his lungs until he was close to passing out and exhaled slowly. Hermione had been missing for 11 years, and Ron had been dead for 23 long years, and still, it hurt like the first day without them. They had been a constant in his life since he was 11, looking towards the beginning of the school year more for their company than the lessons provided at Hogwarts. Living without them was no different than losing a limb. He felt asymmetrical. On the edge of a precipice he could fall into at any given moment because he couldn't quite grasp how his body worked. Death had extended its skeletal hands into his body and rearranged his organs after plunging them into a frozen river, putting them back haphazardly and leaving some behind to burn at the pyre of his mourning. Puppet with its strings cut, he was forced to learn how to live a life without the foundations of his badly built castle, and every day he woke up with the heartbreaking realization that the stones hadn't been blown away in the night. As he smoked, he rubbed the scars on his forearms. Even though they were hidden by the glamour, he could always feel the different places where his skin was pulled taut by the various wounds he had collected over the decades, self-inflicted or not. "Mind if I join you?" Jasper's melodic voice was a welcome distraction from the path his thoughts had taken, and he nodded his approval, gesturing towards the empty space beside him. As the blonde sat down, he rolled his eyes discreetly, annoyed at how the vampire managed to be graceful even as he sat on the floor. "I'm sorry for your loss. Has it been long?" 11 years. Too long, but so very short. He was thankful that their tentative truce still held, and Jasper didn't ask how she could have been dead for 11 years when Harry wasn't even in middle school yet. "I understand." They fell into a sullen silence, their gazes lost into the woods bordering the school grounds, only punctuated by Harry blowing out his smoke at regular intervals. "You aren't going to ask questions? Do you want me to ask questions?" Jasper replied, with a subtle grin. Harry huffed and shook his head with a small smile. "Not really. Then I won't ask any." Simple as that? Yes, he liked that. He crushed his cigarette, and promptly took another one out, lighting it with a fire he had transfigured from a leaf the day before. "May I have one?" "I've always been curious," Jasper asked. He handed one to the vampire with a raised eyebrow. "Careful, people will think I'm influencing you." "In a way you are. I only want to smoke one because you are, and want to understand you better." Not knowing what to answer to that, he stayed silent and lit the nicotine tube, locking eyes with Jasper as the flame danced between them. He looked away, scared his face would reveal just how much he could lose himself in the vampire's golden pupils. As Jasper inhaled for the first time and Harry took another drag, he glanced sideways to watch his reaction. The vampire had none. Jasper took drag after drag, barely taking the time to fake human breathing and stopped to watch the thin tube between his fingers. I gotta say, I'm a little bit disappointed. I was expecting something more. It's foul. Harry chuckled. More what? Interesting, enjoyable, fun. He let out a short bark-like laugh. Yeah, I get it. I think the problem is you get used to it. First one's never that great, but you still keep going, and when you want to stop, it's too late. That's how they get you.
Jesper sighed.
God, my father would go ballistic if he knew how much you smoked. Strict parent? He asked, even though he already knew why the Cullen patriarch had to maintain a health-oriented image. Not that much, but he's a doctor. Oh, yup, I suppose that would do it, he grinned. Don't worry, I won't rat you out. Or myself for that matter. Why, thank you. You're too kind, good sir. Don't flatter yourself, Cullen. I'm doing it for my skin more than yours. I've heard way too many health speeches to endure another one. I'm hurt, darling. I thought we had something special, Jasper joked, echoing his smile. If Harry didn't manage to take control of his body when Jasper used either a nickname or his name, things would get embarrassing very quickly. You're not that special, Cullen, and not special enough for me to get in trouble with your father. I guess I'll have to live with that, or prove you wrong. And how would you do that? He asked, his heart beating faster. The bell rang, ending the lunch break, its jarring sound startling him. Saved by the bell, Jasper said with an enigmatic grin while getting up. I'll see you later. I'll be waiting for you next to our bikes. Depending on how it goes, we may have to give Bella a ride home. She'll be studying with us. He paused. If that's okay with you? This could be his chance to speak to Bella. Maybe he could even offer to drive her home and use the opportunity to ask his questions without being disturbed. But first, he had to at least be introduced. Despite knowing a few things about her from Billy and the rumors circling around school, he still hadn't met her properly. Fine by me. I'll see you after classes, Harry answered, taking a last drag on his cigarette and crushing it. See you later, Harry. Maybe he should have kept Hadrian for the time being, because obviously, the damned vampire wouldn't stop purring his damn name. As he walked to his next class, he tried to convince his heart to stop beating so loudly and make his inconvenient feeling of arousal go away. Also, why was Jasper doing all of this in front of his girlfriend? Or were Alice and Jasper not an item? The bell rang once again and he dragged his feet to his French lesson, hoping the holidays he had spent in France with Bill, Fleur, and her sister would help him at least a little. Chapter end notes. So here it is. We get a look at Harry's unfortunate reactions to Jasper's teasing, and if you're like me and read a lot of fics with this pairing, the moment Jazz calls Harry darling makes me go feral, so this is my present to you, but also me, I guess. What are your theories as to why Harry reacts like that, although he is still supposed to be past 40 and surprise, surprise, maybe Hermione is just missing? If you have any thoughts, I'd love to hear them. Also, I am sorry to say that I will be earning the oblivious Harry tag. He's a genius sometimes, but when it comes to love, he's not the brightest of the bunch. A bouquet of flowers. Chapter summary. Finally, Harry goes to the Cullens' house and meets Esme and Carlisle. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. A lot of you were waiting for the chapter where Harry goes to the Cullens' home, so I hope it will satisfy you. The next chapters will be quite abrupt in their endings, so mind the cliff. See the end of the chapter for more notes. As the last bell of the day rang loud and clear, echoing on the corridor walls until it reached their classroom, Harry stifled a relieved sigh. His school days were long behind him, and he had forgotten how demanding it was to stay concentrated during lessons. Even as an Auror, his shifts were often less taxing than high school revealed itself to be, and not for the first time. He wondered how Muggle students succeeded in their studies without pepper-up potions. He knew he had some stored in his trunk from previous brewing sessions, and couldn't wait to kick back one of the vials when he got home after his impromptu study group at the Cullens' house. He packed his bag and walked towards the exit, keeping a low profile to avoid Mike and Jessica, who seemed intent on questioning him about his lunchtime activities with the Cullens. He had been in class only 2 days and still, it seemed a lifetime had gone by. He was exhausted. Harry took a quick detour and stopped in the restrooms to tidy up his hair and appearance with a few quickly cast spells. He saw how the Cullens usually dressed, and they appeared so well put together that he felt the need to clean up before meeting their parental figures. Given their respective ages, he wondered if the Cullen children saw Mr. and Mrs. Cullen as parental figures or friends in the privacy of their home. He doubted they would drop the perfect family act when he was there, but maybe once they were more comfortable with his presence at their home, he would see another side of the coven. In the parking lot, Jasper and Bella were waiting for him next to the motorcycles, and a quick look around assured him that the silver Volvo belonging to Edward was nowhere to be seen. Good. One less problem to deal with. Hello again, Harry. I think you haven't been introduced to Bella. Bella, this is Harry. Harry, meet Bella, Jasper said when he reached them, gesturing between them with a smile. Pleased to meet you, he answered, holding out his hand so Bella could shake it. She took his hand and shook it with a thin smile, her eyes avoiding eye contact. Same. We saw each other in class. Briefly. I mean, you'd know, right? She said with a small depreciative laugh. She didn't seem to like eye contact, and for the time being Harry soothed her pain by looking at her chin and taking his hand back. He got all he needed in the 3 seconds of skin-to-skin contact when they shook hands anyway. The tracker and monitoring spell were stuck to her skin for at least a few days. Yes, I remember, don't worry. So you're to be my studying companion? I got the feeling Jasper here wasn't the one in need of tutoring. She snickered silently, and her eyes flickered rapidly towards Jasper, her smile growing when their eyes met. There was clearly an inside joke of some sort. Yeah, I don't think Jasper or any of the Cullens need tutoring, she said while rolling her eyes, her books pressed against her chest. They're all top of the class and A students. Harry sighed dramatically and said, Nerds. The whole lot of them. What are we going to do with them? He whispered, leaning towards her. Her shy laugh lightened the awkward mood left after the presentations, and he was happy to see that her mirth didn't seem reserved for her boyfriend. I don't know, she whispered conspiratorially, although Jasper looks very nice in a leather jacket, I think. And if he broods a little and dresses like a bad boy, I don't think anyone will guess he's secretly the biggest nerd. Harry's gaze fell on Jasper. A tender smile draped on his lips as he listened to their falsely secret conversation. With his developed hearing, the vampire probably heard every morsel of their discussion. Unfortunately for him, Bella's comment made him remember their morning meeting, Jasper sitting astride his bike, his hair mussed by the winds and lips swollen by his teeth. Merlin's balls. What was it with the vampire that had his hormones running wild? Shaking off the unwelcome question and still halfway hoping his reactions were due to the influence of Jasper's gift, he lifted his seat and put his backpack in it. Are you both ready to go? He asked. I still have to ride through town to get something for your parents to thank them for having me over. Jasper rolled his eyes but stayed silent, his head turning to Bella in a silent question. I'm ready to go. So, which one of you am I riding with? She said, covertly gauging the two bikes like she was trying to decide which one of them posed the most danger. You've ridden before? She blushed furiously, and Harry saw Jasper's chest stop moving from where he was standing. Only once, and it didn't end well. You crashed? More like flew a few seconds and hit a rock. Jasper's attention snapped to her, his eyes widening. If Harry could bet with someone, he would have bet that this was the first time the vampire was hearing about that particular accident. I see, he answered, stopping himself short of laughing, remembering the first time he had taken Sirius Spike to go on a ride after the war. Or rather, not remembering and enduring Hermione's hour-long rant when he had woken up in St. Mungo's. Can I assume that you haven't been on one since then? No, she fell silent, her eyes darting between Jasper and the empty parking space where her boyfriend's car usually was. Her look told him enough, but Harry waited anyway, curious to see if the human would divulge the reasons why she hadn't tried that experience again. Although he didn't have the specifics and was loath to delve into her mind considering who her boyfriend was, he had a fair idea he was part of the problem in one way or another. Bella took a deep breath and changed subjects. But I think I'm ready to try again. Harry took a second to think about it. He could offer to ride with him, leaving him enough time to strengthen the tracking and monitoring charms he had put on her skin when they shook hands, maybe even cast some others. Diagnostic charms took some time and concentration. This was a golden occasion, and although he didn't want to breach her intimacy, casting a surveillance charm on her as well to have more insight into her private conversations with Edward could bring him the answers he was missing. He looked at her once more and saw the subtle tremble in her hands, The way she held her books against her chest as if they had the power to protect, and he was sure she was already thinking of joining them on foot rather than climbing behind one of them. She was scared, and Harry knew he wasn't the right one to comfort her. "You should ride with Jasper, I think. Something tells me he'll be in better control with the wet roads and all." Harry glanced at the vampire, raising an eyebrow in a silent conversation, offering a truce of their respective secrets to ensure Bella wouldn't leave the situation more scarred than she was. "Can you control yourself? Can you calm her down with that weird gift of yours? Can you ride safely enough that she has a good time?" To his surprise, Jasper barely looked taken aback before he nodded and held out his helmet for her to take. Not that he needed it. "Well, that's settled," Harry said with a smile. After securing Bella's helmet and shrugging the silent question away when the vampire noticed he wasn't putting one on, they left. The rumble of their engines purred through the quiet streets, not loud enough to be a nuisance, but far from discreet. The florist was only a few minutes away from the school and was ecstatic to help them buy flowers from Esme, who he knew well from the charity events she organized for the town. His flower arrangements were tasteful and surprisingly ornate for a small-town flower shop. As Harry and Jasper perused his shelves while Bella waited outside, he had the distinct impression that this went further than offering a thank-you present for a study session. With a small but colorful bouquet under his arm, they exited the shop and rode off to the vampire's den. Harry hadn't known what to expect regarding the Cullens' house. He knew it would be dumb to imagine a Victorian house town complete with cobwebs, dust gathering on the porch, and candles lighting the interior, but he hadn't expected this. This being a modern and minimalist house complete with enormous glass windows spanning from the floor to the ceiling on each floor, letting every visitor see the front part of the house. From where he was standing, he could see Emmett and Alice sitting in front of a TV, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of movement from what appeared to be the kitchen. The Cullens were really taking the "we have nothing to hide" approach more heads on than he would have thought, he mused with an amused smile. By now, the faint drizzle of the morning had transformed into a torrential rain, and he was forced to hurry inside and stop his observation of the Cullen house. Everything in him bristled at the idea of entering a potentially dangerous coven's den without scoping out the location first. Even he could recognize that the error would have cost him a few months of overtime as an Auror. Robarts had been inflexible on this. Although Robarts had also never sent an Auror alone, undercover, and without backup in a coven of 7 hybrid vampires, so maybe he could cut himself some slack for not having a perfect plan. As usual, he would have to wing it and see. Bella was here after all, and she still wasn't dead after a year of close contact with the Cullens. Harry could only hope that her presence would be a deterrent to any retribution from the vampires for Edward's swollen head. Under the guise of wiping his shoes on the doormat and gaping at the decoration, he let his magic flow out of him in measured tendrils, covering the house's ground floor and slowly creeping upstairs. It was once again intriguing to see that the vampires registered as muggles, even to his magic, but now knowing what their venom could do to a magical core, he wasn't surprised. Apart from a few objects giving off a faint magical signature upstairs, the house was nothing more than it seemed. He promised himself to snoop later, but he still didn't know how old the vampires were, and any objects having belonged to a magical being gave off a signature. For all he knew, the Cullens had bought an antique chair that had belonged to a wizard centuries ago, and that's what his magic was catching on. There were no wards, no spells, not even a rune scraped underneath a floorboard. For all purposes, it was a muggle house like any other, if a bit posh. "Everything all right, Harry?" Years of training stopped him from jumping in surprise and attacking as Jasper's smooth voice rang softly and close to his ear, eliciting shivers as his cold breath caressed the crook of his neck. He hadn't registered his approach. Why hadn't he been aware of Jasper coming so close to him that he could feel his cool temperature seeping between them? Why had his magic once again decided that Jasper wasn't a threat? "Yes, fine. I was just admiring the decoration." It sounded as false as it was, and Harry was sure Jasper was about to call him out on it based on the grin spreading on his lips when his magic went haywire, urging him to turn around. He spun around fast enough to get an armful of Alice as she planted 2 kisses on his cheeks. "Harry, I'm so happy to see you," she cried, taking his hand in hers and pulling him towards the room she'd just come out of. He couldn't quite stop a chuckle from escaping his lips. They had barely spoken, and still, the woman treated him like a lifelong friend she hadn't seen in years despite having shared lunch with him a few hours earlier. After years of being treated as something almost other from the wizarding world, her open and animated nature was a breath of fresh air. "We saw each other at lunch, Alice," he answered anyway, looking behind him to see if Bella and Jasper were following suit. Catching his eyes, Bella offered a mellow and amused smile, clearly used to Alice's antics. Jasper was standing behind her, his gaze on Harry's joined hands with his sister's. Harry briefly wondered if the man was indeed Alice's boyfriend as he initially thought, and if his staring was due to his jealousy. "I know," she answered, stressing on her last word, effectively conveying to Harry the feeling that he was quite dumb to say something so obvious. But she continued before he could take offense. "But we almost never have anyone over, except Bella," she quickly added with a glance at her friend. "And she already knows the house, so it's no fun giving her the tour." "I'm afraid it will have to wait, Alice dear," a melodic voice interrupted. "I've just finished preparing an afternoon snack, and it needs to be eaten hot." Harry turned around to face a woman, fitting the distinguished motherly role to a T. Her caramel hair brushed her shoulders in delicate waves, and on her lips flowered a gentle, if somewhat guarded, smile. Everything in her appearance was impeccable, and there wasn't a speck of flour to let on that she had previously been in a kitchen. The woman exuded an air of calmness and security, so strong that Harry had to shake his head a little to avoid walking into her arms, so sure that she would have opened up to greet him. She walked to him, holding out her hand. "You must be Hadrian. I've already heard so much about you." "I'm Esme." His social instincts answered before him, and soon enough he found himself shaking Esme's distinctly cold skin and answering, "Please, call me Harry. Very glad to meet you, Esme." With a jolt, he remembered the bouquet he was still holding and presented it to her, trying to shake off the distinct impression that he was trying to impress his partner's parents. He had seen too many Muggle movies recently. "Oh, Harry, they are simply marvelous. Thank you so much." Her smile lightened the room and mended some of the cracks fossilized in its heart. "Please, come through to the kitchen before getting to work. I hope you like cinnamon rolls." The kitchen was spotless, with only an array of fruits, freshly baked rolls, and varied snacks on the table betraying that it had indeed been cooked in at least once. Bella sat first, clearly used to the treatment, and dug into the offered food, biting into a smoking roll with an appreciative sound. "Esme, these are wonderful, as always." Harry sat in turn while Esme thanked Bella, going over the details of the recipe she had used while she delicately placed the flowers in a cream vase. He wondered if Esme had liked to cook when she was human, and if having Bella and him over was as good an excuse as any to use her kitchen once again. As far as he was aware, he hadn't seen any of the Cullens eat yet, and he'd assumed that they only drank blood. As he grabbed a roll as well and brought it to his nose, he had to admit that the smell of cinnamon and sugar was mouth-watering, and he made quick work of discreet and wandless detection spells before biting into it when they came back clear. He refrained to let his eyes roll back as he chewed. With skills like that, he was pretty sure Esme could have been a professional pastry chef. He barely remembered to swallow before speaking. "Esme, these are some of the best pastries I've eaten in my life." "Aren't you the charmer?" she giggled. "Thank you, dear. I don't use the kitchen as often as I'd like. It's reassuring to know I haven't lost my touch." A faint coloring appeared in her cheeks and Harry realized she was blushing. Bella and him ate in companionable silence, Jasper, Alice, and Esme all having varied excuses as to why they weren't eating the feast laid in front of them. Alice's excuse of it not being a good week for cinnamon, being the most creative and, surprisingly, the most believable. Soon enough they left the table, their stomachs fuller than before, and Alice made good on her offer to show him around the house. After the living room, game room, and garage, complete with varied collector cars and other vehicles Rosalie was tinkering with, Harry was faced with his biggest challenge yet. In front of him, covering the wall along the main staircase, was a pixelated piece of art composed of various blue squares that he soon recognized as graduation caps. The question now was, would he laugh at how stupid the decoration idea was, or could he keep his cover for a while more? Bella had stayed in the living room with Emmett, and he could hear Alice's voice further on in the corridor leading to the bedrooms, his tour guide's attention evidently more on what she was saying than checking if he was still following her. He was about to let a snigger escape when he heard Jasper's voice ring from the bottom of the stairs. "Don't you dare laugh. I'd never," he said, resisting the urge to mime a cross in front of his heart. As if I'd believe you. No, really. This must be one of the most incredible and awe-inspiring pieces of art I've ever seen in my whole life. Jasper laughed, joining Harry in front of the horrendous artwork. This is one of the bleakest and dullest artworks you've seen, and you know it. And you'd think it even more depressing if you knew the story behind it, Jasper said with a barely hidden scowl. Would you tell, Harry? Alice's voice cried out before they heard her quick steps coming towards them. You mean to say I've been speaking alone all this time? Yes. Ugh. I'll have to go over everything again, she groaned, rolling her eyes. Come, I'll show you the rest and then we can go study. Please remember that you weren't invited to study with us, Alice, intervened Jasper. Yes, I know. She waved his intervention away and placed her delicate hand in Harry's once more, tugging him gently towards the corridor, her crystalline voice echoing on the bare walls as she went on with her tour. So this is my room. Rosalie and Emmett's, Edward's, Esme and Carlisle's and Jasper's. She pointed to each door as they walked, stopping in front of her brother's room before adding in a fake whisper, I'm sure you'll see the inside in no time. Don't worry. Somehow, Harry had almost expected some kind of comment from the young woman and was able to moderate his blush. Did that mean she didn't mind opening her relationship, or that she wasn't in one with the vampire? It was no surprise that Alice had noticed him and Jasper getting closer to each other. With his luck, either Jasper had shared some of their conversations with his family, reason why he stayed purposely vague, or they could smell their mingled sin on him. Harry couldn't pinpoint why, but he didn't think Jasper would share their future or past conversations with his coven mates. He had met few people who screamed privacy and secrecy more than the blonde vampire. Harry was spared having to answer Alice's teasing from a door opening at the end of the corridor. In its wake stood an imposing figure, blonde hair sleeked back, well-cut and dark gray suit, welcoming smile on his lips and hands clasped behind his back. You must be Hadrian. I've heard so much about you already, the man said in a deep baritone voice, tone like dripping honey coating his every word. The light spilling from what looked like a study behind him made it difficult to see any detail of his face. But as he began to walk, Harry noticed that his features were kind and well-shaped around his Greek nose. He extended his hand. I'm Carlisle. Something bristled at the forefront of his mind. Even though he noticed Carlisle's subtle air intake as he walked closer and the discreet tension in the man's shoulders as he waited for Harry to shake his hand, it didn't seem he was in any immediate danger. He clasped Carlisle's hand in his, noticing once again the perfect smoothness of the vampire's skin. No calluses, no scars, no dryness, nothing to suggest that the man used his hands daily to wield scalpels and clamps in an operating room. Hadrian, but you can call me Harry. Pleased to meet you, Dr. Cullen. Carlisle let a pleased smile show on his face, as if Harry had confirmed something for him. Would you follow me in my study? I believe I have an ancient tome you would find pleasure in studying for your classes. As far as invitations went, this one was far from subtle, but Harry shrugged and nodded. He was there to investigate, and Carlisle obviously wanted to talk in private. Who knew what he could learn from their conversion? Harry followed the vampire in his study, the man closing the door behind him and walking to his desk, fishing out a small piece of paper and pen from a drawer. The room exuded an air of calmness and timelessness. Softly lit, the combination of large windows and well-placed lights helped bring the focus to the wooden furniture and grand library. Meticulously organized, each book and artifact was in its designated place, not a speck of dust daring to rest on them. Behind the large, solid wood desk, most likely an antique, a large painting brought color and life into the study. From what he knew from Hermione's long and passionate lectures when she had brought them to Muggle museums after the war, the style was reminiscent of Renaissance portraiture, with rich, deep colors and intricate details. Standing next to three imposing and richly clothed figures, Carlisle brought an interesting focus of light and levity to the scene. Towering above their subjects on the marble balcony, the Volturi looked down on the party with a regal look, oozing authority and power. Aero, Caius, and Marcus. That the painting represented the three leaders, Harry had no doubts. The obvious opulence and royalty exuding from the figures was evidence enough, but he wondered which was which. If he had to guess, he would say the central figure was Aero, king amongst kings and figurehead of the vampire's governing body. But of the blonde or the dark-haired, who was Marcus and who was Caius, he couldn't say. A clearing of throat drew his attention, and his gaze fell on the vampire, sliding the piece of paper across his desk. On it, one sentence in a delicate and precise script, turning his world on its axis. "Are you able to cast your magic to ensure the privacy of our conversation?" What the duck? Chapter end notes. Here it is. Finally, someone from the Cullens is aware of Harry's magic. Did you expect Carlisle would be the first to confront Harry about his powers? Hope the wait until next week won't be too long. Devious laugh. A little walk through the mind. Chapter summary. Harry and Carlisle talk and get some things straight. Others, not so much. Harry discovers once more that his Potter luck will never leave him alone. Also, an open love letter to dragon lore. I love them. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. Thank you for your comments, and so very sorry for the cliffhanger this past week. That is why I'll put on a warning again. There is another one at the end of this chapter. It is not nice, and you will not have the answers you seek next week either. So if you can't handle cliffhangers, which is your prerogative, you can tune back in on Chapter 16, where I will give you all the fluff you will deserve. That being said, for those like me who like suffering, suffer well, my friends, as I await your screams in the comments. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry read the words once, twice, then 2 times more before he raised his head to look at Carlisle. With one raised eyebrow, the vampire was clearly waiting for his answer. The question was, what answer would he give? Bluff or not, the vampire evidently knew something about the magical world, and he suspected Harry was part of it. Whether Carlisle knew who he was or not was yet to be determined, but this could be the opening into the Cullen coven he had been waiting for. With a stilted nod, Harry flicked his wrist, his holly wand jumping to his open palm. Since their camping trip from hell in their 7th year, Harry could perform privacy charms wordlessly and wandlessly, but the less Carlisle knew, the better. It wouldn't do to divulge all of his assets at once. He still cast the charm wordlessly, not wanting any of the Cullens to ask what the hell a muffliato was, and added a temporary ward altering him if anyone came close to the door. Turning away from the it, he put his wand back in his wrist holster and eyed Carlisle with a searching look. He had gathered that the vampire had been close to the Volturi, but if he knew of the wizarding world, he had been a lot closer to the rulers than he had previously thought. Another sharp nod, and the vampire let the tension drain from his shoulders. With a wave, he offered Harry his chair. Harry stayed standing. "Merry meet, wizard. As you may have guessed already, I am the head of the Cullen Coven. It has been a long time since I spoke with one of your kind," Carlisle said with a shallow bow, hand flat on his heart. Harry almost gaped in surprise, but shook it away quickly, donning his Wizenmagot demeanor easily, as if it hadn't been more than a decade since he last sat in the cushioned chairs of the ministry. "Well met, vampire. I must admit, it is my first time meeting one of your kind. I was not expecting such a large coven in a small town," Harry answered, with a slight bow. After the war, he had been thoroughly drilled on how to greet faction leaders in official and private settings. Andromeda had been outraged when he told her that no one had told him how to act in the wizarding world, and what was expected of him now that he was Lord Black and had been Lord Potter since his birth. They had been furious together when the Potter account manager from Gringotts had told them that as Albus Dumbledore had been Harry's magical guardian at the time, they hadn't deemed it necessary to inform young Harry of his heritage, believing that the headmaster had already taken care of his wizarding social education. Harry had never heard Andromeda curse as vehemently as that day. In between raising Teddy and mourning her daughter and son-in-law, Andy had drilled into his thick Potter skull the customs, greetings, and history of noble houses, who outranked who had entered a blood feud with another family, how the Wizenmagot worked, in what order he had to use his cutlery in a formal diner, how to host formal diners, and much more, until he could answer every question she asked to perfection. She had tried her best to bring Harry up to speed before he entered the Aurors with Ron in December, only a few months after Voldemort's defeat. "Yes, my family and I return to Forks every few decades," Carlisle said, bringing Harry back from his memories. He paused, seemingly pondering his questions. "First things first, is Hadrian your real name? How should I address you?" With a sigh, Harry made his lordship rings visible. "My name is Harry James Potter, Lord of the noble house of Potter and Lord of the noble and most ancient house of Black." He chuckled. "I know, it's quite a mouthful." The vampire's eyes widened in surprise, and the tension that had left his shoulders returned. "I see. Must I address you as Lord Potter Black? It is expected, Harry answered, making his rings invisible once more with a wave. But not by me, he ended with an easy smile. Carlisle relaxed, although Harry could see some of his tension remained. Privately, he thought it quite amusing to see the Coven leader be a little on edge in front of him. He supposed it didn't happen often that Carlisle felt weary of anyone. Any connection to the family of William and Jacob Black? Harry thought it over. I had no knowledge of members of my house residing in Forks. Not entirely a lie. After all, before Billy had sent him the letter, he didn't even know they existed. Plus, they didn't exactly live in Forks. He didn't add anything else. He wanted to see what Carlisle would say next, and how the patriarch of the Cullen Coven wanted to play the situation. Would he tell him how he knew Wixen existed? Would the vampire speak of the Volturi, and if so, what did Carlisle actually know of the treaty between the Wizarding World and the Vampire Kings? Most of all, Harry wanted to see what Carlisle wanted from him. He could have said nothing, greeted him like one of his children's classmates, and gone on with his day. So why ask for a private meeting? If something had stuck from Andy's lessons, it was that no one in politics ever did anything for free or for nothing. Everyone had a hidden agenda, and every person he would ever talk to would want something from him, whether it was something benign or not. Before I ask and answer, of course, some questions, I would like to offer an alliance, treaty, or at least come to an understanding between us. I do not wish to be at odds with yourself or your kind, Carlisle said, donning a paternal smile once more. It made his features smooth over and feel much more natural. It was as if any expression of tension was out of place on his face. An alliance or treaty would be to his advantage, he thought. At the very least, it would protect him from retribution, allow him to infiltrate the Cullen family much faster than he had expected, and be seen as reliable by the rest of the Coven members. If their leader trusted him, it stood to reason that the rest of the Coven would have a modicum of trust as well. Not to mention that having an alliance with the family would allow him to get closer to Bella and start asking some questions and casting some detection spells more easily. I think an informal alliance would be beneficial for the both of us, and I'd be happy to start redacting an official treaty between us as soon as I get home. However, he said, putting his hand up to stop Carlisle in his tracks, feeling that the vampire's happy grin would only spell trouble for him. I do not wish for the rest of your Coven to know about me or my world just yet. I value my privacy and like my business as it is, my own to worry about. Carlisle stopped in his tracks, his smile faltering a little before coming back with a compassionate expression. Of course I understand. He paused, rubbing his neck in an embarrassed gesture, contrasting with his composed demeanor. Although I must tell you that some of my children have powers. Harry's ears perked up. My son, Edward, can read minds. I'm not sure how I can keep your nature secret. Oh, trust me. I know about your son's powers. Carlisle gulped. The sound was so loud in the silent study that Harry almost laughed. Almost. Instead, he let his fury show, letting his grasp on his power barely unfurl, just enough to show Carlisle that the event had not been forgotten. Know that according to our laws, you would be well within your rights to demand retribution for his actions, he said calmly. Harry had to give it to him. The man was unflappable. He wondered how far he'd have to go for the Coven leader to lose his composure. Focusing on the matter at hand, Harry tried to remember what he knew about the vampire's culture. Something nagged at his mind. The way Carlisle worded his answer rang a bell, but the information kept getting away. Anyways, being allowed to punish Edward was too good to pass on no matter the law allowing him to do so. Laws about how to use one's power maybe? Harry felt his magic surge, clawing its way up his throat and snaring around his tongue, imbuing his words with power and weight. Believe me, there will be a reckoning. I will make sure of it. Edward will rue the day he harmed a child of magic and death. He felt the vow flicker and snap in place, his lordship rings growing hot under the power of his promise. Shit, that wasn't the plan. On the bright side, it seemed that unflappable Carlisle was flapped. At least a little. Was flapped even a word? I apologize, he said, running his hand through his hair. It was not entirely intentional. Sometimes my magic is a bit more unruly than I'd like it. Carlisle's empathic smile came back in full force, although it was skewed. Damn. Not even 10 seconds before he composed himself again. Harry had to admit, the man was good. It's quite all right, Harry. I know a thing or two about having difficulty restraining yourself. I just hope you, won't permanently kill my son. Permanently? You can die temporarily? That was interesting. Not quite die. The only thing that can destroy us is fire. You'd have to light us on fire for it to work, and even then, it can be extinguished if you're quick enough. To permanently kill one of our kind, you'd have to dismember us and light the remains on fire. Harry stayed open-mouthed at the careless way the vampire told him that. Merlin's beard, why was the guy spilling all of their secrets so casually? They hadn't signed anything yet. He had no guarantee that Harry wasn't going to use that knowledge against them. Apart from that, we are, for all that matters, immortal. Our venom is a curious substance and can stick back our fragments if needed, even if we tend to be a bit sore afterwards. He chuckled. What on earth was Carlisle playing at? He was giving Harry everything he needed to exterminate them, and he was chuckling like he wasn't giving away precious and dangerous information. Although maybe it would be hard to retrieve all of the bits if a vampire was blown into multiple pieces. To be honest, we've never had that problem before, but from what I remember, wizards have some extraordinary powers. Why was he still going on? It seemed Carlisle couldn't stop. Could vampires have some kind of weird chatty panic attacks? Should he go find someone to help? Was that the reason why Carlisle was still babbling away? Was he panicking? Should Harry panic as well? Carlisle? Yes, I am not planning on killing a member of your coven. Oh. He stared, unblinking, for a few seconds. Creepy. That's good. Thank you. Harry sighed. Could we maybe start again? It was obvious Carlisle was anxious and shaken, and Harry thought he deserved some kind of kindness thrown his way after Harry but promised a reckoning on a member of his coven. Gods, he'd even called himself Child of Magic and Death. Granted, that was what he was, but still, he could understand the guy's panic. With pleasure. The man held out his hand once more. Hello, my name is Carlisle Cullen, head of the Olympic Coven, and as far as Forks knows, doctor and adoptive father to 5 children. Also, a vampire. Harry snorted, happy for the quip lightening the tense mood. Pleased to meet you, Carlisle. I won't say all of my names again, but you can call me Harry. I'm a wizard from England and I came to Forks on private business. Also, I wasn't expecting Forks to be so populated with supernatural hybrids. Between you and the wolf pack, it's surprising no one has asked questions yet. Carlisle nodded. I see you've met them. Good. It wouldn't have been my secret to tell. Yes, we're quite fortunate no one noticed us. Although the recent event brought quite the attention our way. Finally, what event? The vampire sighed and waved to the chair in front of his desk. This time, Harry took it. An accident made the Volturi, the head of our community, aware of my son and step-daughter's relationship. They were already weary of our number and the fact that we have more than one gifted among us. I'm afraid that we'll have to move soon to avoid them coming to check on us. They don't share our eating habits. For all of his earlier rambling, it seemed like Carlisle could be quite the politician if he wanted. So the Volturi did know Bella and Edward were in a relationship, weren't happy about it, and feared that Carlisle's coven would get too big and end up being competition. Harry had been right in thinking that Edward wasn't the only one with powers, and he'd bet everything that the others were Jasper and Alice. Maybe Rosalie, but he didn't think so. Perhaps she had been of Vila descent before her transformation? And finally, they had to leave soon and before the Volturi came knocking, or they'd feed on the human population, making it difficult for the Cullens to return to Forks if they wanted to one day. Also, it would be a massacre. I see. From what I know about them, they don't seem the type to let a human live with that kind of knowledge. They take secrecy seriously, no? Yes, they do, he huffed. They gave Bella until the end of her school year to join us. Nice of them to let you live and give you some time to prepare, Harry said, nodding along. Truly, it was nice. The ministry had been known to be far hastier in their decisions and punishments. That was my opinion as well. Unfortunately, Edward is having some trouble too. He paused, shaking his head. I'm sorry, I didn't want to talk your ear off about our issues. No, he was so close. He knew there was something more to learn. That bloody man had spent 5 minutes babbling about how to kill them. Couldn't he keep on talking for a few seconds more? Harry sighed. It's quite all right. I should probably head back anyway, otherwise they'll start asking questions. He flicked his wand out. Carlisle, I am sorry, but I'll have to secure your memories related to me he said, leaving the vampire no choice. Carlyle didn't seem elated at the idea of someone securing anything in his head, but nodded his approval all the same. Harry breathed slowly and moved in front of the sitting vampire. "It won't hurt. Just remember to relax," he promised before breathing and casting legilimens. Harry was by no way an expert in mind arts, although the possession of the Hallows had given him a considerable advantage. But entering Carlyle's mind was like slipping in a cool pool of water on a sunny summer's day. Easy and relaxing. It seemed the vampire had some knowledge of mind palaces because Harry found himself standing in the middle of an imposing entrance hall decorated with long burgundy carpets interwoven with gold, iron candelabras, and centuries-old paintings. The thick stone walls were oddly bright considering the Gothic decor, and their immaculate off-white hue lightened the room. From one of the surrounding open windows, he could see an imposing and lush garden, alive with herbs and aromatics strewn in between roses, poppies, and lavender. In front of him, a deep brown wooden door barred the access any further. Not one to dismiss anything without trying, Harry knocked. Maybe Carlyle had enough awareness to feel him in his mind and open the door for him. Nothing happened. He shrugged. At least he had tried. He looked around, reluctantly impressed by Carlyle's barriers, even if he knew they would fall like a kicked sand castle if he tried to enter forcibly. Maybe decades of being with Edward had forced him to build some rudimentary barricades. Harry was curious to see if all of the Cullens had some basic acclimacy walls already in place. It was sad to think that they'd needed it all. He made a mental note to better understand how Edward's power worked. Was it conscious? Or did he hear the thoughts of everyone and everything around him? If it was the latter, poor guy. No wonder he acted like a psycho. If it was the former, he was a major asshole and he doubly deserved what was coming to him. Before casting magic of any kind, Harry climbed out the window, hoping to find another entrance. He was rewarded when the decor changed and moved around him. Standing in the center of this rotating plate, Harry watched the plants lose their leaves and wither, mushrooms growing from their corpses. Like a movie being fast-forwarded, he saw the sky undulate and change, the clear blue mutating into the dark gray of an oncoming storm. The spinning stopped, and Harry now found himself in the middle of a forest with colossal pine trees stretching several hundred meters above his head. Nestled between roots as big as a giant's leg was a small stone hut with a brick chimney. Smoke billowed out of it in a steady stream. He walked at a leisurely pace. After all, time went by differently when one explored a mind space. By the time he'd finished, he'd be surprised if more than a minute had passed in the study. The tiny cabin had only one window on the side and a thin, worn-out curtain in place of a door. Inside, a fireplace seemed to be lit and its warm light flickered on the leaf-covered ground, casting long, dark shadows. He pushed the curtain to the side, bending his head to enter the small dwelling. Rows and rows of candles smothered the walls, most of them aflame, their light mingling with the fire in the hearth at the end of the room. In front of the fireplace laid a cot, tattered by time and use. In many ways, it was similar to the mattress Harry had in his cupboard. The room looked a bit like a mix of a shepherd's cabin and a wayside chapel. He wondered if the cabin existed, or if it was a creation of Carlyle's conscious and unconscious memories. He sat cross-legged on the cot and closed his eyes to connect to Carlyle's memories of their discussion. He didn't need to close his eyes, but he had always felt like it helped him concentrate. During one of his travels, he'd met a witch living as a hermit in the Zhangjiajie Mountains, while he was there to deal with their Chinese fireball dragons. In-country flights had been diverted to fly above the floating mountains, and the sound from the engines drowned out the dragons' calls. The horde had been cut off from each other and flying blind, trying to find their mate or their clutch. Chinese fireball were practically blind and functioned rather closely to bats, using echolocation to navigate the floating pillars and using the sandstone rock as amplifiers as they flew. With the overhead noise, all their markers were thrown into disarray. As soon as he'd arrived, he had flown over the peaks, weaving silence and bubblehead charms in a tightly knit net and cast it over the valley. The horde calmed down soon after, no longer panicked by the noise. With the dragons calm at last, he'd flown towards them, speaking a very rudimentary Parseltongue to guide them to the pocket of reserve created by the wizarding villages around the mountains. Afterwards, he'd been approached by the woman, asking him to visit her lodging, interested by the parcel tongue he'd spoken with the dragons. She ended up teaching him as much as he taught her about his ability, and he'd made incredible progress in his occlumency while staying with her. She'd finally been the one to make him understand how to clear his mind, as Snape had so eloquently put it, and for the first time, meditation had brought him a momentary peace. Since then, he has found it easier to practice the mind arts with his eyes closed. You'd think someone could have told him earlier that all it took was closing his eyes. Alas, not. Exhaling slowly, he concentrated on calling forward Carlisle's memories and focused on his magical signature to avoid being tempted to look at more private thoughts. He found them soon enough, their conversation replaying in front of him, his magical aura shining like a beacon in the sepia undertones of the memory. He coded them carefully with a notice-me-not charm, working and casting on instinct, weaving disinterest and discretion to his magical signature. He hoped it would be enough. With the charms layered on the thoughts, Carlisle would have to think about their conversation and him voluntarily for the thoughts to be brought forward. He could only hope his gamble about Edward's power turned out to be right. He had worked out some kind of theory as he explored. He let the memory go, opened his eyes, stood up, and left the hut in silence. Clearing his throat, he called out softly, "Hey, Carlisle, can you feel me in there?" For a while, nothing happened, but Harry knew immediately when he had been noticed. Behind a tree, a figure was sticking its head out and watching him with a curious look, its neck cocked to the side. "Hi," he waved, still speaking in a low voice. "I'd like you to try and kick me out of your head. It's good training for you to feel when Edward is pawing around. Can you do that?" The figure came closer, its silhouette becoming clearer with every step it took. When it stopped in front of him, it looked like a faintly glowing sculpture of Carlisle. He cocked his head to the side once again, his brow furrowing. He put his hands on Harry's chest, waiting only a second before pushing Harry towards the tree behind him. Harry closed his eyes and curled up, bracing himself for an impact that never came. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in front of Carlisle and in the study once more. "Wow, great job. I'm impressed you found and kicked me out so quickly," he said, a little breathless from the effort and the restraint he used to make the experience as painless as possible for Carlisle. He wiped his brow and offered his hand to the vampire to help him get up. He hadn't said a word yet. "You all right there?" The blonde shook his head, seeming to chase away the remnants of Harry's presence in his head. That, he said, was very, very weird. "Huh. Yeah, don't worry. That's the reaction everyone has after legilimency." "What is it?" Carlisle had recovered quickly and was looking at him questioningly. I'd say it's a bit like mind-walking. Our minds connect and, to be true, it's not that far from a duel. I try to see memories, feelings, impressions, any kind of information really, and you're the castle under siege," he said, repeating the lesson he'd heard from the hermit years ago. "In your mind, I arrived at the entrance hall. Behind the door was your consciousness. With people without any experience in occlumency, the art of protecting and blocking, there's no door, no entrance hall. There can be some decor or a special setting, but it's not that far from stepping in a library and checking out books. All the memories and thoughts are there to peruse and experience without barriers." "But that's not what happened in my mind?" asked Carlisle, looking like he was debating the need to get a pen and paper out to take some notes. "Exactly. Are you familiar with the concept of mind palaces?" "Of course," he said, nodding his head. "You don't live that long without having to order and clean what's up there." Harry chuckled. "Yeah, I suppose I can understand. Did he ever?" "Well, occlumency isn't that different from creating a mind palace. Except in that scenario, you have to defend the palace from the intruder. Your barriers can take any form they want. One of my friends had a librarian berating you for damaging the books as she yelled and overwhelmed you. All the ink from the library books seeped out and formed a mountain troll running towards you with his club." He laughed, remembering how terrified he'd been when facing the troll from his childhood. Only 4 times bigger. He'd nearly pissed himself. "A troll?" Carlisle said, slightly terrified. "A story for another time, I'm afraid. I'd better go. I already don't know what I'm going to say to explain why we spent so long in your office." That and his wards had alerted him to someone standing guard in the corridor. Harry's questions would have to wait until their next meeting. "Unfortunately, tell them I was asking about Inverness." I lived near there once, and the location is important to me. A story for another time? A story for another time, Harry chuckled. He would be looking forward to that. Against all odds, he'd be leaving this meeting with a quiet sort of understanding with Carlisle Cullen. Unexpected, but pleasing nonetheless. I'll be in touch, Harry said while opening the door and canceling the spells with a flick of his wand. Jasper was waiting for him in the corridor. He quelled the instinct to whip his wand out again and met Jasper's golden gaze. It burned in its intensity, and he felt like they were sharing 100 silent conversations. A quiet, whispered acknowledgement in the dead of night. A murmured promise as the dawn broke through. A sigh against his lips in a stolen moment, and many, many more. Jasper broke their eye contact first, trailing on his body possessively with a fever Harry knew too well. He was looking for injuries. The fact that this was his first reflex either said a lot about Carlisle or betrayed a lot about Jasper. Harry didn't know which one he'd prefer. He cleared his throat. "Your father was asking me about Inverness?" Jasper asked, a look of understanding blooming on his features. "Yes, Inverness." Harry burned to ask, to violate the tentative trust between Carlisle and him. Instead, he swallowed his curiosity. The man would tell him the meaning of the very obvious code word between his son and him in his own time. "Are you ready to come down?" he asked with a honeyed tone. "I think Bella and Alice are getting quite impatient." Harry nodded and started walking, Jasper marching alongside him. "I thought Alice wasn't invited," he teased with a sideways glance. Jasper grumbled. "Alice has the unfortunate quality of thinking she's welcome everywhere." Merlin, Jasper rolling his eyes in annoyance, shouldn't be so endearing, and yet Harry was under no illusions. He knew very well that all in the house, save Bella, were hearing every word between them. And yet, then maybe we'll have to find some way of making her feel unwelcome. It had been years since he flirted with anyone. Not since the end of the war. Not since he had tried to forget Ginny's laugh in any willing arms. He had haunted the muggle clubs, mourning every fallen friend as the morning rose, leaving as the dawn illuminated everything in pinks and purples to avoid any kind of relationship. He couldn't get attached. He had seen too many die to live through the death of a partner, someone he'd come to love if he stayed too long. But he always felt raw after using legitimacy, and against everything he knew, Jasper felt safe, known. It made him long for the easy connection he had lost himself in after the war, and the promise of companionship and understanding Jasper's energy brought was hard to resist. The fact that the vampire was incredibly handsome didn't help either. Morgana. He needed a cigarette. His teenage reactions were really getting out of hand. A quiet snort and followed whispers from the living room brought him back to reality, and he forced down yet another blush. "It would be my pleasure, darling," Jasper answered, so low Harry wasn't entirely sure he heard right. He knew he had when he entered the living room and saw Bella's crimson blush, Rosalie's knowing grin, and heard Alice's and Emmett's stifled laugh. The fact that the vampires were turning out to have super hearing was bound to get embarrassing very quickly. Head high, he sat at the table, next to Bella. "So, what are we working on?" Everyone pretended nothing happened and returned to their activities. Although he noticed Bella had trouble looking him in the eyes without blushing, Jasper started helping them with their lessons, his voice oddly fitting to that of a teacher, and Harry surprised himself by actually making an effort to follow and understand, fascinated by what he was explaining. With the quick-witted interactions made by Alice, the sometimes brilliant observations Bella made, and the quips and anecdotes coming from the rest of the Cullens, Harry's heart ached with a forlorn recollection. It truly felt like a family, a happy, globally functioning family. He hadn't felt that since his last duel with the remaining Weasleys, Hermione, Teddy, and Andromeda, more than 12 years ago. Before Ron's death, before Hermione's disappearance, when the clock chimed 7, he politely declined the invitation to eat and stretched, feeling the fatigue of the day settling on his shoulders. He left the Cullens with the promise that he'd be visiting again, and Jasper accompanied him to his motorcycle, parked in the garage. "Thanks for inviting me. I had a great time. Honestly," Harry said, meaning every word. "You weren't expecting to?" Jasper arched his eyebrow. "It's been a long time since I haven't done the whole, people thing," he gestured, hoping the vampire would understand. He wasn't expecting Jasper to start laughing. It was like he was showered by sunlight, Jasper's laugh lighting everything around him. For a few seconds, the colors seemed brighter, fuller, like they were breathing with life, and until then, they'd been lifeless husks waiting for the vampire to fill them with his amusement. Is that your way of saying you're feeling a little feral right now, darling? Feeling very hot all of a sudden, Harry noticed how close Jasper had come to him as they talked. He was pinned against his bike, Jasper only a few inches away from him. He gulped, feeling the electricity tingle between them like a live wire sparking with deadly arcs. Everything was alive, and he felt electrified by their closeness while cursing every atom separating them. You could say that, yes, he answered breathlessly, tensing as Jasper raised his hand to a strand of hair that had freed itself from his bun. He placed the strand behind his ear, caressing his temple as he did, and Harry bit back a moan clawing its way out. The pads of Jasper's fingers were trailing a path of fire and ice, waking up his every nerve, and shivers climbed up his spine. I'd love to see what it takes to tame you, Jasper rasped like a man dying of thirst. His pupils were black voids of desire and wildness locked in his own heated look. Harry felt his cock swell and his jeans tighten. You have no idea, he answered with a wild grin, elated by the challenge Jasper offered. I think I'll try my hand at it then. Jasper smiled, taking a step back towards a shelf with helmets of every color Harry could think of. Harry tried to stifle a whimper at the sudden distance between him and the vampire. He didn't know how, but he knew Jasper was aware it was too soon. That despite his challenge, Harry felt too raw, too exposed, to commit to what he was asking for. He was allowing space while still accepting his bait, and that alone made Harry want to take the man bent over his bike and fill the garage with their moans, which told him exactly why it was a bad idea to do it. They'd known each other for 2 days, and Harry was here for a reason. Fooling around with a pretty vampire wasn't one of them. Jasper offered him a forest green helmet. It didn't escape Harry's notice that it was the exact same color as Jasper's bike. So you drive safely. Don't think I didn't notice you riding without any protection. Harry snorted and rolled his eyes. If only he knew how useless these precautions were for him. Still, he indulged him and put it on. Happy, at last, yes. Intense, but sweet. Very sweet. He climbed on his bike, lowered the visor, and started the engine. Jasper took a step back and saluted him with an impish grin. Harry shook his head, chuckling. The sound echoed weirdly in the helmet. He was unused to it. With a rumble, he left the garage, riding into the pouring rain. Jasper's foresight moved him, and he made a note to thank him the next day. He hadn't exactly been overflowing with gratefulness in there. Harry was still thinking about his burning cheek when his wheels encountered the smooth tarmac leading him towards town. His mind replayed the moment between Jasper and him on repeat, and he was still feeling like he was missing an important piece of the puzzle. In the end, he was leaving the Cullens' house with more questions than he came with. He couldn't say it was a roaring success as far as recon missions went. He was still distracted and going over every detail of his interactions with the vampires when his will hit a pothole, stopping his motorcycle in its tracks and sending him flying in the air. Harry had time to cast nothing, not even a cushioning charm, before his shoulders shattered on the ground, his head following less than a second later. Under the moonlight and the rain, Harry Potter died. Not for the first time. His body bent and twisted like a rag doll, and his helmet caved in his skull. Chapter end notes. There it is. I have been building to this scene for a while, and it was one of the few already written in notes before I even started writing. Harry dying was always part of the plan. Hope you're not too angry with me. Remember, it's only temporary. P.S. I was wondering if you would find it useful to have a short summary of what has happened until now at the beginning of each chapter. I can't imagine that my FIC is the only one you're reading, and if you have the same problem as me, I get confused as to what I read and what FIC. If enough people have the need for it, I'll try to write a detailed summary at the start of next week's chapter, and then update it each time. Harry's death. Chapter summary. A multiple POV chapter of reactions to Harry's death. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for your comments. It's the first time I had so many under a chapter, and I'm still reading and rereading them, and I'll answer them soon. As promised, not exactly the answers some of you were looking for, but some insight to some characters and how they lived through Harry's death. Summary. In the last chapter, Harry finally went to the Cullens' house and was discovered by Carlisle. They talked about drafting a treaty between them, and Harry used legitimacy on Carlisle to avoid Edward knowing of his nature and powers. Jasper and Harry flirted in the garage and should both be sent to Horny Jail. Harry left on his motorbike, and then our poor wizard hit a pothole and promptly died. Very sad. See the end of the chapter for more notes. One of her monitors was beeping. The monotonous noise grated on her ears, and she longed to wave the sound away, to simply brush off the concerns it brought. In front of her was a gilded globe with hundreds of pulsing lights, all fading after a few seconds before she could pinpoint their location with any accuracy. Hogwarts hadn't encouraged geography enough, in her opinion. The rounded walls keeping her prisoner shivered, the structured rings holding the room grinding against each other in a cacophony of metal before halting and letting out some scalding steam. Her arm still held the proof of the vapor's temperature. The ridged scar was rosy and caught the light whenever she took off her robes. By the Founders, she hadn't even installed a steam valve. None of this was working how it was supposed to, and the witch was more than sick of it. Her attention was brought back to the globe and its whirlpool of lights. There were so many, so much more than she could have ever thought, each a miniature world of its own scale. As each faded in a last beacon of light, they brought a surge of magic washing over her. At the same time, the notebook and quill she had charmed during her experimentations wrote down the location. There were hundreds upon hundreds of names. Some she knew, others she didn't and longed to discover. Huffing, not for the first time, the witch cast a modified version of the Tempest charm and rolled her eyes when the glowing numbers indicated 012. She had been gone only 12 minutes for her colleagues, which meant she had been stuck in the mortem for 12 long years. Mortem, Mors Portum, Death's Gate, an apt name if there ever was one, albeit one she was starting to regret. Eyeing the closed doors once more, although she knew she would not be greeted by a different sight, it hit her that her options were running low. The gates were charred by fire and dented by the strongest Bombarda Maxima she had been able to muster. Useless, like everything else she had tried. And tried she had. The gilded entry bore marks of her repeated attempts to exit her creation. At one point she had stopped, worried her attempts would damage the doors beyond repair and lock her inside even more. She had even tried to conjure a crowbar to pry them open, but she had to admit she had done her spell work correctly, a foresight that was now coming back to bite her. She would have to wait until her disappearance worried her colleagues to be freed, and that was only if one of them took a rather lengthy time to search her office, decode her notes, and track down the residence she had purchased under her mother's maiden name. Even then, would someone recognize the magic seeping from what appeared to be a paperweight on a desk? Ornate and beautiful, true, but a paperweight all the same. Not for the first time, she asked herself why she hadn't deemed it fitting to warn or inform someone of the next step of her experiment. At least she could have asked someone to come check on her every few minutes rather than pacing around endlessly, wondering how she ever would escape her gilded cage. The witch laughed humorlessly. She knew why she hadn't told anyone. Between her mistrust of the ministry and her wish to prove herself without any aid, she wondered which of them had a bigger part in her mistake. At least her food supplies weren't going down. If only one thing was going to work as it should, it had better be this one. Gamp's Law and whatnot. A litany of scraping sounds attracted her attention. She approached the desk cautiously, looking at the quill scribbling furiously one location over and over. Seattle, Washington. Seattle, Washington. Seattle, Washington. Seattle, Washington. The rings rubbed against each other once more, fighting against each other but staying jammed. I know you want me to see what's happening, but I can't because you're a big hunk of useless piece of metal, she screamed, kicking a curved wall and stifling a whimper when she heard and felt her toe break. A quick episki made her broken bone a thing of the past, but the malfunction of her creation was still very much a problem, authorizing herself a 20-second breakdown to let her tears run down her cheeks. She didn't even attempt to dry them off as she counted down. Once her time was up, she exhaled slowly, dried her face, and stood up. It was hardly the time for useless breakdowns. What she needed was a breakthrough. Stuck in this endless loop of hope, anger, and despair for too long, the consequences had started to show a few years ago. With a humorless snicker, she thought about the mop with paper glasses she had created 8 years ago and started talking to whenever she pondered a new idea on how to exit the damned artifact. Who was she kidding? She had gone round the bend 2 years after she realized the closed doors weren't opening. Sometimes, she had half a mind to destroy everything from the inside to see if the artifact would free her once dismantled. Until now, only her sense of self-preservation had stopped her from doing just that, but the idea was slowly growing on her. The rings, supposed to rotate and separate, should have shown her the instances of death magic her monitoring charms captured, allowing her to visualize safely the rituals, spells, or strange causes around this particular branch of magic. For now, their sound only served to remind her of her father's broken-down car when she was a child, laughing along with him when the engine sputtered and groaned, letting out steam in summer and winter alike. It was before her parents opened their practice, before money problems had been a thing of the past, before her dad had gotten rid of his trustworthy and dangerous vehicle. The seats had been comfortable, the stains from her homemade popsicles a familiar sight, and the can of lubricating oil on the floor oil. Rushing to the library, she fished out her runic alphabet and ancient rune coursebook she hadn't opened in years, turning the pages feverishly until she stopped on a worn-out page. Chained runic reactions. Of course, the potential solution to her problem would be so simple. For more than a decade, she had been perusing increasingly complex tomes, looking for an elaborate solution to the rather elementary setback that was stuck machinery parts. Resisting the urge to smack her forehead, the witch started working, creating small beads of oil encased in a gelatinous shell engraved with bind runes. Painfully and delicately, she crafted bead after bead, working for hours on end without raising her head from her desk, feverishly hoping that this time, she had found the solution to her problem. Finally, after hours of casting endlessly, the beads of oil were ready to be used. They shone under the soft light bulbs, mimicking the flicker of a flame, and glimmered like golden Akoya pearls. Acting cautiously, she placed every one of them where the mechanisms were jammed, sticking with a heavy epoximize most of them for good measure to ensure they wouldn't slip or move too much when the chained reaction started. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. She raised her vine wand and aimed for the center of the mechanism. Bombarda Maxima. The powerful spell triggered a controlled explosion, sending vibrations through the artifact. Dust and debris scattered, and with a chain of faint pop, the beads exploded, the oil flowing between the components, replacing the rust and magical residue jamming the rings. The rings finally began to loosen, revealing a glimpse of the window she had sought for 12 long years. The witch barely had the time to enjoy her success and her whoop of joy as an alarm blared and a bright blue glow of light illuminated the globe. The quill wrote down the address hastily. Forks, Washington. Whatever was happening in that state had to be major. First Seattle, then Forks? Shaking her head, she ran towards the overlapping rings and pressed her wand to the inscription carved on the side, the tip following the sleek lines of the Ura's rune, the gateway. Still dripping with oil, the coils separated and unveiled the rest of the circular window, from which she saw a rainy road alight with flickering headlights. Barely stifling a gasp, her hand rested on the paneled glass as she watched her best friend's body lay on the wet asphalt, his leg askew and head bleeding on the damp road. Her breath hiccuped and tears started pooling in the corner of her eyes. On her lips, a prayer only consisting of a name over and over again. Harry, 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 Harry. His body and motorcycle moved, displaced by an unseen force to be hidden in the ditch below, hiding her friend from her sight. Behind her, the light had not yet faded out, illuminating the room with a macabre glow. As she stood watch, waiting desperately for his luck to turn as it usually did, she resolutely avoided thinking about why Harry would be in the United States rather than in London where she had left him, and why the sleek street lights looked so different from what she knew them to be in the Muggle world. Because she knew that when she would have the insurance of her friend's survival, she would have to ask herself just how much her experiment and creation had failed her. And by Merlin, did she not want the answer to that? In the ditch, the figure was slowly rising. The tranquil waves crashed on the shore, lapping at her feet as the fair-haired witch hummed to herself. The moon was gracing the world with her light, and the clouds were a painting of swirling whites and gray, like thoughts swimming in a pensieve. Behind her, the wind blew through the bushes in the dunes, whispering secrets of the world to her, a murmur of a confidant, an old friend soon to come back to himself. The world was changing once more, but that was fine. She was more concerned about the colony of murtlaps escaping the growing tide. Should she help them, or let nature run its course? "Hello, little anemone. How are you?" she cooed as one of their younglings clawed its way up her skirt, its small claws tugging on the embroidery as it hoisted itself up. She cupped her hand, helping the young up to her face to hear what it had to say. She could trust him, because it was clearly a him she felt. He was less infested with rackspurts than the rest of his colony. Luna stayed silent for a while, breathing the fresh seaside air and imagining the salt cleansing her lungs as she had done so many times when she was younger, only listening to the soft squeaks of the creature in her hand. "I see," she said after a while, taking one of the radishes off her earring to gift it to the small rat-like creature. His colony would be fine. They had found a surprising ally of late. All would be well. The witch gently lowered the murtlap back on the rocky terrain where he shared his treasure with the rest of his family, their soft cries echoing through the rough stones. Luna closed her eyes. A lone tear seeped past her eyelids as she felt a life end and start again. The fourth now. "Oh, my starlight. Your son will worry so." She waved her wand lazily, smiling when a yellow parchment with red ink appeared. It indeed was a day for yellow paper and red words. Sitting cross-legged on the sand and playing with the grains, she dictated her letter, taking the time for the words to be true, knowing it would find Harry when he needed it most. It would not do to have her starlight scorn his very own light when it was so offered by the Lady of Fate. Jasper wondered idly if that's what it was like to take drugs. He was elated, floating 100 miles above the earth, still smiling like a loon when the garage door closed, taking with it the distant rumble of Hadrian's. No, Harry's, by God, he was so far gone. The boy had only been to their house a few hours and Jasper shivered with happiness at the mere thought that he would be smelling his mate's scent all over the house for days, maybe weeks if he was lucky. The soldier didn't believe it was only due to their mate bond, which he was sure Harry felt, even if maybe less than him as well. But his mate was truly spectacular. It was obvious Harry had gaps in his education, his knowledge sometimes too flawless in some subjects, whereas he seemed almost ignorant in others. But each of his questions had been precise, cutting, and showed an understanding way greater than that of a 17 or even 19-year-old. Tonight, Harry had shown another image than the one he projected in school, and Jasper didn't know what to think of it. His mind was still full of their shared electricity, of his mate's alluring scent when he was leaning against his bike, Jasper's head full of thoughts that would have brought a furious blush on his cheeks if he had still been capable of it. Harry had flirted with him. Whether it was part of his mate's unknown plans, or if it was genuine, he didn't know. But Harry's bodily reactions weren't fake, of that he was sure. Which meant that even if this was all part of Harry's strange goal, he still had his chance. Jasper was still mulling over the night's events, the meeting between Carlisle and his mate, how easily Harry had found a place with them tonight, his scent even dampening the call of Bella's blood, allowing him an enjoyable night with the shy girl, and how thrilling their banter had been when he felt his heart break in a million pieces. The golden bond he knew was interwoven with the marrow of his bones tore itself from his chest, taking with it his hopes and dreams, crushing the fabric of his very soul as it left his body, leaving only a bloody trail of grief behind it. He felt more than heard the scream shred his vocal cords as he cried the loss of his soulmate. His ribs caved in, suffocating him as they pierced his lungs, planting their deadly shards into his molecules. His skin was ablaze, turning inside out and leaving him raw and bloody, exposed to the darkness encasing his senses. His guts were strangling him, slithering around his throat in a last effort to squeeze whatever cursed life was left in him. Harry was gone. His mate was gone. His hope was gone. Jasper snarled and thrashed against the hands restraining him, teeth wild, trying to grasp at whatever enemy was causing him this pain, this terror, this despair. He would sink his maw in his own skin if he could but reach his body, but the hands were firm, almost familiar in their strength. Far away, a soothing voice was pouring words of crystal and frosty water on his wounds, none of them sedating the fact that he could feel his heartstrings break under the loneliness. A prickling pain against his cheek, harsh enough to cut through the haze of anguish ensnaring his sanity, holding by a bare thread, and behind, words he knew, words he had once answered to. Jazz aspie per jasp. Another blow. Closer, sharper, more real somehow. The strike enough to bring him back from the depths of his fatality. Jasper Whitlock Hale. What the hell is going on? Jasper. That was his name. His identity before he was reduced to a soulless husk. Hadrian, he wheezed. His brain obviously forgetting that he did not need air in its panic. Harry is. The string of pure energy linking him to his mate flared back to life and brought with it the clarity shattered by its departure before he could finish. He could feel his mate once more, his light previously snuffed out from his sight, Harry's confused and pained emotions, and the stability the bond brought to his soul. It linked itself to his marrow once more, its threads weaving a path of comfort and joy through his veins. He could breathe again. He could live again. He could hope again. Jasper focused his gaze on his family members. Rosalie's hand was still raised, ready to hit him again if necessary, and the rest of his family, bar Edward, were in various states of panic and fear, their emotions briefly clouding his joy and relief. What should he say? What could he say? Did a vampire find Hadrian and bite him? No transformation took so little time. But, as far as he knew, he had just experienced a mate bond breaking, and only death could sever such a connection. So what exactly was his mate? And how the duck could he die and come back to life so quickly? Death liked its master, it thought, as it saw the collision come and did nothing. It could have stopped it, of course. Its powers were far from few, and it was nothing outside of its grasp to magically fill the pothole or allow its master to slowly float to the road without a scratch in sight. But it was not to be. Firstly, because it had been a while since it had not exchanged a few words with the being calling himself Harry, although death thought of him as its master always and its child sometimes, and some things needed to be said. Secondly, because death, although powerful, had to answer to some forces even its master could not grasp. He had lived through a prophecy and countless encounters with fate, but never the being herself. Fate, as was her right, held dominion over the entities roaming the Earth and other planets. However, she saw fit and had asked to let its master come to it. So death obeyed, bowed, and hollowed out the pothole a little more to ensure its master would join the realm of the dead. Death liked its master. It did not want him to suffer more than he had to. It had seen enough of his life to know the human had lived through enough pain and distress for more than a lifetime. So it carved the asphalt lovingly, calculating the curve of the fall, placing a rock where it knew the boy would hit his head. A quick death, a fitting present. Death preferred a quick passing rather than the agony its master had lived through once or twice, attempting to join him. Its job done, it nodded, satisfied, and waited for its child. Death found that it often thought of Harry as its child. It had seen his life after all. None would blame it for feeling protective of the young being. Not when Fate and Lady Magic themselves had such a soft spot for the child, defying all expectations. It had long been prophesied that its master would be the one to master the Hallows, the first in a millennia to do so, and the first to do so so quickly. The previous had been Merlin, and as far as Death knew, the wizard was still hailed to a status befitting a god in the wizarding world. It was anxious to see what feats its master would achieve in his life. All in all, Harry was nothing like Death had expected when Fate had told it that its prophesized master would come. It had expected someone who had looked for the Hallows all their life. Someone old maybe? At least not a scrawny boy with a haunted look and so much trauma he could single-handedly ensure any mind healer's retirement plan for 3 lifetimes. Death was still feeling a little resentful that Albus Dumbledore had beaten him to greet its master upon his first death. What a celebration it had been stolen by the meddling old wizard. Death had made up for it at its master's second death, of course, but it wasn't the same. Although, it had to admit that in the middle of a war, learning about his responsibilities and powers as Master of Death would have been maybe a little overwhelming for the young boy. So all in all, Death did not begrudge Albus Dumbledore for his intrusion. Its child had needed reassurance after all. And if Death had let the old headmaster roam in a washed-out version of purgatory a little longer than necessary, well, that was no concern but its own. Gods were allowed to be spiteful every once in a while. Death was also more than satisfied that the old headmaster had not found the Hallows during his time. Albus Dumbledore as the Master of Death would have been a disaster, and Death had heard the sentence, for the greater good too many times to count. In a way, It was thankful that Tom Riddle had transformed the resurrection stone into a Horcrux, even if the soul-splitting magic was an abomination. Only fate knew what the wizarding world would look like if the meddling old coot had had his way, and Death was not about to ask her. Some things were better left unknown. The rumbling of an engine tore him away from his ponderings, and it turned its sight towards the wet road its master was taking. Fate had assured it that its master would hit the pothole, but Death couldn't help but wonder if the being's luck would protect him from such a gruesome end. Stranger things had happened, like outflying a dragon at 14, for example. It shouldn't have worried. It thought as the wheel dipped into the depression and stopped abruptly the motorcycle, sending the wizard into the air without warning. His body crashed on the soaking asphalt, his head opening on the well-placed rock and blood gushing out of the wound. It was such a splendid sight, it thought with an appreciative sigh. For a deity, Death was rather stereotypical. It loved life, finding beauty and solace in the existence of all living things, enjoying unabashedly the wonders humans created, and they sought out both their immortality and the end of their brethren. It also adored their deaths, always so intrigued and fascinated by the countless ways humans had found to die. The delicateness of humans seemed to be infinite, and Death regularly updated its list of its favorite ways humans rushed to their end. Since 1974, the name standing at the top of his list was Basil Brown's, a health food advocate who had succumbed to a lethal overdose of vitamin A after drinking 10 gallons of carrot juice in 10 days. It still made it chuckle. Down below, its master took his last breath, and Death prepared for their paths to meet once more. Chapter end notes. Hope you like this chapter. It was a little shorter than usual because I didn't want to put all the POVs in the same chapter, but the next one is quite long, so I hope it will make up for it. On an unrelated note, I've fallen behind on my writing, so I only have the chapter for next week written. I hope to catch up and keep the posting to one chapter per week, but if I struggle too much, I may have to post one chapter every 2 weeks. I really hope it won't come to this, but I wanted to give a heads up anyways. A Talk with Death. Chapter summary. Harry and Death have a very much needed discussion, and Harry comes to learn what it can mean to have a family, albeit one he doesn't know that much. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. As usual, thank you for your kudos and comments. I get more and more comments each chapter, and I can't quite believe the reception this FIC has. As it's only my second work, I wasn't expecting so much, and I can't thank you enough. I'm sorry for the slight delay in the chapter update. It's my boyfriend's birthday in a few days, and I've been caught up in the preparations. Previous chapter summary. An assortment of multiple POVs starting with, you guessed it, Hermione, Luna, Jasper, and Death, who we learn killed our poor guy because it wanted to chat. Enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Welcome, my child, my master. There was a dull pounding in the air, and a faint ringing reverberating through his skull. His limbs felt like they had grown 10 times heavier than usual, and there wasn't a place in his body that didn't scream in pain. Whoever said Death was peaceful was way off the mark. Hi, Death. What's poppin'? He rasped as he tried to make his body obey his will and get off the ground. Death chuckled. Its laugh was a deep rumble, ancient and powerful, the magic radiating off it enough to move mountains and create tidal waves. I am well, child. You have died again, it seems, it said. Its voices 1,000 tones overlapping each other, similar to the blend of voices of a chapel choral, a bitter irony tainting its words. Yeah, Harry huffed. Like Death had nothing to do with that. Looks like it. How long till I can come back? The hooded god chuckled once again. Such hurry, such haste. I actually would like to converse while I repair your mortal shell. Harry shivered, still creeped out by Death calling his body a shell. Sirius Bike is in the middle of the road, and I don't want somebody hitting it, he explained, rolling his shoulders to dissipate the soreness. He was already feeling a little bit better. Always did after a few minutes in Death's realm. Ah, if that is all, I will reassure you. I took the liberty of moving your deadly vehicle and your corpse in a ditch while you recuperate. You will not be noticed. Oh, he answered dumbly. Well, I can wait then. Have anything to drink? Your favorites, master. I would suggest the Yule tea blend. It is fitting, no? Bastard, he chuckled. Finally able to stand up, he walked around, looking at the room he'd woken in. Every time he died, Death had greeted him in a different room. Harry didn't know if it was a product of his subconscious or if it was a deliberate choice from the entity, but this time, he was looking at a circular and cozy lounge, blending modern and sleek furniture with ancient and imposing stones on the wall. It looked like the Cullens' living room had popped into Gryffindor Tower. On the wall, paintings were hung. Some of them Harry recognized, seeing his discussion with Jasper in the garage, a questioning look Bella had thrown at him during the evening, and his handshake with Carlisle. Some were smaller, the details too tiny for him to properly observe the scenes. Although he thought he saw his lunch with the Cullens as well as two figures in a classroom, too blurry for him to recognize them. Above the mantel, a towering painting held the place of honor. His motorcycle was on the ground, its headlight illuminating his corpse. Harry could see every painstaking detail and took a few seconds to admire the macabre beauty of his broken body, taking in the helmet digging into his skull, his right leg bent in 3 different places, and the blinding contrast of the white bones jutting out of his bloody limbs. Like many other things in Death's realm, magic imbued the canvas, and he could see the rain shower him, rinsing away the blood down the road. It was the 3rd time Death presented his end in that way. "Must you do that every time?" he asked conversationally, sitting on one of the couches and serving himself a cup of the tea Death had waved into existence. "I enjoy seeing the fragile quality of your immortal body. It pleases me to see the ways you have tried to join me, Master." With an indolent wave, the figure canceled Harry's glamour, revealing every scar, every wound his body now wore. "Ah," Death sighed, its raspy exhale a gust of warm wind in a snowstorm. "This is better. If only you knew of I long for the day you wear your true skin as you walk amongst mortals." Harry shook his head and snorted disbelievingly. "You know very well I would start a riot out there. Muggles, Wixen, or even vampires aren't used to seeing a body so ornate, bejeweled, decorated with life. A testament to the beauty of life and death." "Yeah, sure," he chuckled. "If you want to put it that way." "I do," the entity nodded. "Still, I feel Our Lady of Fate has heard my lamenting, and that I will soon witness you walk the earth as my fitting champion. I cannot wait for the day your mere presence makes them quiver, the day you will strike fear into the hearts of every enemy of yours who believe you are not battle-tested, the day you will show them the survivor you are. Forever the boy who lived, eh?" Harry joked in a sullen tone. "Do not test me with the ridiculous moniker your peers have thrust upon your innocent shoulders," Death growled, obviously annoyed at the subject. "You were too young," it trailed off sadly. "You won't hear me arguing about that." The deity didn't answer, the sound of their spoons clicking against the porcelain enough to fill the silence. Harry sipped his tea, enjoying the flavors he hadn't tasted in years. Death had given him the tea blend sent by the kitchens during Hogwarts Christmas feasts, and if he closed his eyes, he could almost hear the flutter of wings and Christmas carols echoing off the stone walls. In a way, it was kind of sad that Death was the one to know exactly how to comfort him. Fitting, logical, but sad all the same. Harry cleared his throat. "Do you think you could add a few years to my body?" He raised his hands to interrupt when Death started answering. "I know you said that my first death crystallized my appearance and development, but honestly the crazy teenage hormones are not making this mission easy. I can barely concentrate when he's next to me," he complained, knowing it was useless to contextualize who he was talking about. Knowing Death, it had followed his every move ever since he had stepped foot in Forks, if not well before. Death laughed softly. "Is it bothersome because you cannot concentrate? Or is it because you feel undeserving of his attention and attraction, so you convince yourself it is distracting you? I wonder?" "That was uncalled for," he huffed, placing his teacup with a little more strength than necessary on the wooden coffee table. "It would do you some good to brush up on your social skills, you know?" "I am aware," it granted with a shallow bow of its hood. "I am also aware that none around you will tell you this, as you have refused to tell your friends and family of your location. Until those you are getting to know learn of your secrets, I am afraid I will have to take the mantle of your friend," it said, hesitating on the last word. Harry was oddly touched. His relationship with Death was hard to grasp. He hated the deity as much as he enjoyed his company, and as it had said, it was far from the first time their path crossed. It was nice to have someone telling him uncomfortable truths. Merlin knew he needed it sometimes. Besides, who could say one of their friends was Death? To answer your question, however, even I cannot bend every rule to my whim as you so usually do. Furthermore, I seem to remember aging your body already. The second time we met, I believe? I have already gifted you a boon, Master. Yes, yes, I know. Still, I had to ask, Harry waved, stewing in his displeasure. I understand, it said. Death continued sipping its tea, the cup disappearing every time it was brought inside the dark hood. Although I feel we should celebrate, after all, it is the first time you have joined my realm unwillingly. You do know that the amount of times you come here on your own is worrying, yes? Like you have nothing to do with that, Harry answered, rolling his eyes. Are you giving me a mental health awareness talk? Should I? Harry chose to ignore the fact that the deity had neither confirmed nor contradicted his claim and thought about its question for a few seconds. It was true that it was now the fourth time he was in Death's realm. The first time he had stood willingly in front of Voldemort's curse, shouldering the killing curse only to be greeted by Dumbledore and Riddle's Horcrux. The second time was after Ron's death, when staring at his best friend's aura uniform became too much, when all he could remember were spells shouted in a dark alley and a blinding flash of purple silencing the first friend he ever had. When a month had passed, and he still found himself calling for Ron and urging him to wake up lest they be late. The third time was after Hermione's disappearance, when she began missing their weekly diners at the Burrow, when her colleagues kept their lips tightly shut about whatever she was working on before she went missing, when the Unspeakables declared her officially deceased after 1 year without hearing from her, without even allowing Harry to take her files and belongings, claiming they belonged to the Ministry. And now the fourth.
d'un biking accident.
He wouldn't say it out loud, but he kind of wished his death had been a bit more epic, taken out by a pothole. Humiliating was what it was. Each time, he gained new scars. A second lightning bolt spanning from his chest to his navel in silver tendrils. 2 jagged lines on his wrists. A necklace of burns around his neck. He wondered what scars death would leave him with this time. Shallowly, Harry hoped the scar on his head wouldn't stop his hair from growing there. Something told him he wouldn't look good with a bald patch of scarred skin on his skull. As if it heard his every thought, Death snickered. Harry wouldn't put it past the deity. Not to worry, Master. Your sense of aesthetics will not be affected by your accident. I am allowed a few levities after all, as if the god couldn't regenerate his body without any markings on it. Harry knew it was leaving him scarred on purpose. Possessive bastard. The mouth on you, it tooted. I am surprised you are not inquiring about the vampire. No need. I already know. Do you now? Yeah. I mean, I was feeling raw and vulnerable after walking in Carlisle's mind. I'm a touch. Starved orphan and well, he's pretty. Well, if you have figured everything out, I suppose there is nothing more to say, it said mirthfully. Harry had the unpleasant feeling they weren't talking about the same thing. It was the same impression he'd felt before crashing. The nagging thought that he was missing an important piece in the puzzling situation. I will be visiting you in your new dwelling, I believe. Fate has asked me to keep an eye on the situation around your vampires, Death said, cutting short his musing. They're not my vampires, he rebuked before focusing on the matter at hand. Why's that? I fear it would be, as you humans say, a spoiler. But I believe she has a vested interest in the resolution of this situation, as have I. Harry let out a laughing bark and rolled his eyes, imagining the god in pink slippers watching a TV show. How did the deity occupy its days? Sometimes, he wondered if Death had agreed to a master only because it was lonely. Merlin knew he would be in its place. Okay, sure. It's not like I can stop you, can I? Just don't scare everyone when popping over, okay? I will try my best, Master, it said, inclining its head in a mock of a bow. Harry took his cup back in his hands, already craving the warmth from the perfectly brewed cinnamon and clove blend. They finished their cups in silence, Death rising when Harry had drunk the last drop. Your body is ready, child. He placed his cup back on the table and stood up, antsy to inhabit his body again. Before I forget, I have news of your Hermione. She has shown herself to my sight once more. What? You couldn't have led with that? What news? Where is she? Is she alive? I cannot say much other than that. She is in between, nowhere and everywhere, neither living nor surviving. Above all, she lives. Harry stared dumbly at the deity, trying to unravel the knot of information it had given him. Death's answer didn't bring him any closer to finding Hermione, but at least he had the confirmation she wasn't dead. And that was already better than what he had a few seconds ago, and had taken him years to gather, which was jack shit. He wanted to rage against Death, screamed that its answers brought him no closer to filling up the hole she had left behind, that he'd rather not know anything than be left with hazy and unclear explanations. Harry wished he could let his magic free of its tight-knit restraints and destroy every piece of the perfect furniture around him. Light the mockery of his first home in a blaze of fire to punish the god for giving him hope after 11 years of despair and solitude. His shoulders sagged before he even entertained the idea. It would bring him nothing. No comfort, no warmth or love, to wreck the mirage before him. He sighed and ran a hand over his face, his fingers rubbing the scar from his forehead to his cheekbone out of habit. "Anything I can do to find her?" he asked, hating how childlike he sounded. "Nothing you have not already done. I am sorry to say that you must now do something you have not tried yet and will not like." "What's that?" "To wait and see." Death was right. He didn't like it one bit. But then what choice did he really have? He knew the god wasn't keeping him in the dark for its own amusement. It answered to a master of its own. "Fine," he yielded reluctantly. "But I expect to be kept up to date as soon as you can tell me something." "Your wish is my command, master." For once, the title was neither ironic nor affectionate. Death had heard his order and would carry it out. Harry nodded, his throat too tight to thank Death properly. He knew the god would feel his gratitude anyway. "Come on, Spock. Beam me up. I've got places to be." "One could only hope that place would be your bed, child. You are, frankly, dreadful by human standards." Harry smiled. The deity made it difficult to stay angry with it. "I have one quick stop and then yes, I'll go to bed." He murmured. "A very good idea, master. I will beam you up now." Harry felt his surroundings fade as he laughed softly, groaning soon after when his consciousness returned to his body. Maybe next time, he'll remind Death that human bodies weren't made to bend in certain positions. His injuries had healed, but the gnarled roots digging into his lower back were sure to leave bruises if he didn't apply some paste at his house. Stretching and cracking his joints, he crawled out of the ditch and levitated his bike onto the road. Thankfully, it didn't seem too damaged, and the repairs shouldn't be too taxing, but he'd have to order some pieces. Transfiguration only went so far after all. At least it comforted him in his destination choice. He shrunk the motorcycle, putting it carefully in the moleskin pouch he kept on him at all times, and turned on himself to apparate in front of Billy Black's porch. During his Aura training, he had been tasked to work with a team of unspeakables to find a solution to the noise apparition made. Unfortunately, Hermione wasn't part of the team as she was finishing her last years at Hogwarts and preparing her newts at the time, but by then, it was a pretty well-known fact that Harry had a vast magical core and was deemed the best test subject for the experiment. He had worked for weeks with the team, fascinated by the Department of Mysteries. Even if he tensed up each time, he had to go through the spinning room leading to the prophecy room and the veil. He got on well with the team despite not knowing their names and referring to them by their code names. Although he was sure one of them had been Hannah Abbott, and he constantly refrained the urge to go to her and ask how she was doing. In the end, the results were widely inconclusive. Harry had understood quickly enough how to focus his magic, feel the waves, and shape them into threads delicate enough to pass through the eye of a needle rather than letting the waves crash over him. It turned out it was only a matter of focus and intent, like most of it was with magic. The problem had been teaching and explaining that to the team. After weeks of frustration on both parts, Robards had asked him to come back on the field, overwhelmed by the resurgence of Death Eater activity, and he had to leave the Unspeakables to it. As matter usually went with the work done by the Unspeakables, he was never told if their research had amounted to anything conclusive. Although he was sure that some workers operating in the ministry were quieter than others, so maybe they had found a solution after all. That was to say that the faint pop as he operated was discreet enough that Billy startled and spilt his beer on his lap as he was about to take a swig. In his defense, Harry didn't think the man would be out on his porch in such a shit weather. "Christ, son, warn a man next time," he said, rubbing the stain. "Sorry. It was kind of an emergency." Harry didn't know if it was his hoarse voice or his words that made Billy snap his head back up in alarm. "Maybe both. Come in. Quick, before you catch your death," he said as Harry barked a laugh at the wording. Merlin, Billy was going to think he was insane if he kept it up. He raised an eyebrow and opened the door, holding it open for him. "And if you know a handy bit of magic to dry the beer out, I'd thank you." Harry followed and crossed the threshold. immediately comforted by the warmth in the living room and the sounds of pots clanging in the kitchen. "I'm sorry. I hope I'm not interrupting?" "Nonsense, you. Is that Harry?" a voice shouted. Jacob came running out, tackling Harry into a well-needed hug. "Dude, you're soaked. Come on, let's get you by the fire. I'll get you some dry clothes." "No need," he said, flicking out his wand to dry his clothes and vanish Billy's beer stain from his pants in a quick movement. Billy whistled appreciatively and Jacob patted his clothes. "Man, I wish I could do that. It would make laundry day so much quicker," the teen complained. "I have to admit it has its perks," said Harry. "So, why were you there? You eaten yet?" Billy asked, not one to lose track of anything. Well, I guess I kind of got into an accident. And no, I haven't eaten yet." "An accident? Dude, are you okay? Are you hurt, son? Do you need us to drive you to the hospital?" Their thoughtfulness was touching. He almost wished he did need to go to the hospital, if only to have members of his family fuss over him. It wasn't something he got to experience much over the years, courtesy of the Dursleys. "I'm fine. I'm fine. I promise," he said, raising his hands. "Can we sit down? I'm afraid it's gonna be a long story." Harry had thought something over during his talk with Death. Billy and Jacob were part of his family. They were one of the few left, and it seemed unfair to keep so many things close to his chest. From what Jacob had told him, the ancients of the tribe had trusted him with their secrets, knowledge he could have used against them if he so wished. Billy had vouched for him, and in turn, Jacob had given him his trust without a second thought. They deserved to know more about him, about his world, about his life, and why he was ducked up in so many ways. "Let's do that. Jacob, get us some beer out, yeah? You're allowed half of one. You hear me? Half." "Yes," Jacob shouted, pumping his fists in the air. Harry's accident all but forgotten for now. Harry laughed, remembering the first time the Weasley twins had smuggled fire whiskey into the tower after a Quidditch match. The excitement from their win shadowed by the thrill of their transgression and the hangover that followed. "Teenagers," chuckled Billy with a fond look towards his son. Before Harry could reply, Billy turned his eyes to him with a worried look. "How are you, Harry? What happened?" Billy gestured to the couch, inviting Harry to sit. For once, he didn't need to be asked twice. Jacob joined them, sprawling on the sofa with his feet on the armrest. Billy smacked his feet with a speed betraying the teen's habit, and he put them down sheepishly. The normalcy of the action made Harry smile, happy to see them interact so playfully. It gave him the courage to take the plunge. He took a swig and started his tale before he could lose his nerve. "I will come to the accident in a moment, I swear. But first, there are a few things you should know. Firstly, I'm unharmed. To be honest, the accident is almost secondary to this story," he said, his fingers tapping on his knees. "Secondly, this isn't entirely what I look like, and I feel like you deserve to know some secrets of my own. We're family, right?" He could only see his feet, focusing anywhere but on Billy's and Jacob's face. Harry couldn't bear to watch if he saw rejection mar their features. Rejection and disgust for the freak he was. He exhaled and closed his eyes. Bit by bit, he canceled his glamours, trying to ease them in as much as he could. Starting with the lighting bolt on his forehead, he allowed his glamour to fade, feeling the magic tingle over the scar turned white since Voldemort's defeat. Jacob's and Billy's gasps in the silence were like a tolling bell, deafening. Resisting the urge to shy away, he dropped the next. Explanations would come later. The jagged lines on his wrists weren't pretty to look at. Death had healed the wounds, but they were still daunting. One straight silver path on each of his arms, from the crook of his elbow to the bottom of his hands. There was no mistaking the story behind those scars. Someone whimpered. Jacob probably. It sounded more like the whines of a wolf than a human. Shaking his arms to hide their trembling, Harry raised his head to show his neck, grateful that his hair was already attached. He dropped another layer of his spells, and he could feel Jacob and Billy's pupils follow the rope burn around his neck. Nobody could mistake these either, unfortunately. Feeling like he had shown the worst, Harry dropped the majority of his glamours. Some things he had to keep for himself, but he showed them all he could. Almost everything was visible, from the scar on his elbow when Dudley had broken it, to the one on his nose, courtesy of Draco Malfoy, and all the dozen others from his injuries during his expeditions. Scars of all kinds and nature, burned, cut, needled, maimed, clawed, bitten. There was hardly an injury he hadn't come by. He knew they could see how his bones jutted out just a little too much. Years of starvation at the Dudleys and his year camping and on the run not having helped his body fill up. He knew they could see how tired he was. The blue and purple bruises underneath his eyes betrayed how little he rested, how exhausted he was all the ducking time. If he opened his eyes, they would see they were too green, too deep to be human, too intense even for wizards. Harry had found when witnessing the looks from his colleagues turn from trusting to weary over time. So yeah, this is how I look under my spells. A warm hand on his knee made him jump, torn between shying away from what the touch could bring and quenching his starvation from human touch. It had been years since he took off his glamours entirely. He took off most of them when speaking to Bill, knowing too well how the smaller part of him howled in victory when he saw his healed wounds, a testament to his strength and their battle-tested bond. Two things the animalistic nature of his curse could only love. But even then, he kept some of them on. Some he had never taken off since he had learned how to cast the spell. "Open your eyes, son," Billy said in a gentle voice. Harry almost shook his head, far from ready to face them. But as usual, he soldiered on and obeyed. To their credit, none of them had any reaction to his very clearly non-human irises. Although he supposed that with Jacob's yellow pupils as a wolf and the vampire's gold, he didn't stand out that much here. Jacob's imposing frame was shaking with silent sobs, his cheeks wet from the steady trail of tears running down his face. Billy's cheeks were equally wet, but his serious gaze burrowed into Harry's. "The ways your suffering has shaped your body are not shameful, and you do not owe us someone you are not." He curled up, tucking his chin to his chest to hide the tears welling up in his eyes. Each word from the man like a velvet-wrapped dagger to his shame. Jacob sniffed. "Can I hug you?" Merlin, what was he doing? Jacob was still a child. Why was he showing that to him? Didn't he deserve a few more years of innocence? He agreed nonetheless and prepared himself for the onslaught of doubts that would inevitably hit him when the teen wrapped his arms around him. Would he feel his bones? Would he feel how ducking cold he was all the time? Would he realize how beyond saving Harry really was as he wrapped his arms around him? To his surprise, the impulsivity and haste Jacob carried in every action were absent. Instead, he was cradled by careful, warm arms, encasing his body from the front. The teenager shuffled, placing his legs around him and rested his chin on top of his head. Harry should have felt overwhelmed, caged, ensnared. But the only thing he could think of was how good it felt to be hugged. He leaned into the touch. The tight rope he strangled his emotions with snapped when Billy joined the hug, rubbing soothing circles on Harry's back. Like a rubber band stretched too far, it all came rushing back. His death, the useless news about Hermione, the tentative absence of weight now that one of his secrets had been revealed. Some of the tension he carried with him drained from his body, and the tears came unbidden, rushing down his cheeks. He hadn't cried in years. His chest heaved under the pain of his relief, each sob racking his body, his shoulders shaking as Jacob rocked him back and forth, murmuring words Harry could barely hear over the noise of his agony slowly ebbing away. Harry's breathing was reduced to ragged gasps, each inhale a desperate attempt to regain some of his control, each exhale bringing him closer to the scream lodged in his throat for decades. Freeing one of his arms, he wrapped it around Jacob's waist, his fingers digging into the fabric of his shirt as he clung to the teen like a lifeline. He couldn't bring himself to feel sorry for the snot and drool surely decorating his clothes by now. They stayed like that for what seemed like hours, neither Jacob nor Billy stopping their comforting gestures. At last, his tears slowly subsided and his sobs turned into hiccuping breaths. He felt drained, empty, exhausted, and yet better than he had in years. As the last tears fell, he straightened up, sniffling and wiping his face with his sleeve. He let out a shaky breath and cleared his throat. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break down like that." Harry was tired. Tired of being strong. Tired of carrying on without the people he cared about the most. Tired of being brave all the ducking time when all he wanted was to go on and join the ones he'd lost. He had been ready for his life to end when he walked to his death in the Forbidden Forest. He had never planned for his life after the war. Sure, he wouldn't live to see the aftermath ever since he had heard the prophecy. He hadn't been ready for the funerals, the grief, the pain. the necessity to rebuild an entire community that had been living on borrowed time since Voldemort came back. Becoming an estranged father figure for a godson he didn't deserve hadn't been in his plans, convinced from the beginning that Remus and Tonks had made the wrong choice in choosing him. Starting a career, managing a home, maintaining relationships. None of these made any sense for a boy, now adult stuck in survival mode since the death of his parents when he was 1. Maybe death hadn't been wrong in giving him a mental health talk after all. When I turned, at first, it was agony. All these voices, all these emotions that didn't belong to me. I thought I was gonna die, said Jacob in a soft voice. Hell, I wanted to as well. Harry felt the teen swallow and heard Billy stop breathing. It was better once Sam explained everything to me, but it destroyed everything. I wanted to finish school, get a job as a mechanic, stay in my garage all day working on vintage cars and shit. Language, Jake. Billy's interruption was half-hearted at best, a semblance of normalcy and control. His tone was unbearably soft. Sorry, Dad. The teen chuckled. Harry joined him, amused by the surreality of the interruption and relieved he apparently hadn't taken away as much of Jacob's innocence as he had thought. Anyway, I don't know how you survived all that, and I hope you'll trust us enough to tell us one day, but what matters is that we're with you now. We're your family, yeah? We're not gonna let you down for a few scars. Especially not ones I would have as well if the pack hadn't helped me. Was it possible for a heart to burst from gratitude? It felt like his was about to. Billy's grave and steady voice took over. Jake is right. Although I wish I didn't have to learn about it like that, from either of you, I won't turn my back on you. What were you afraid of, Harry? The use of his given name made him look up, and Jacob eased his embrace reluctantly. How could he explain? How could he mention the insults, the nights where he dreamt he was still a freak, an abnormality, a disturbing strangeness that had to be hidden in a spider-infested cupboard? How could he explain to these men the duality of his fame in the wizarding world and the weight of the looks thrown his way? How every gaze stopped on his scar first and him second? How they waited for him to stay their hero for eternity, their golden boy unmarred and untouched from pain or hurt. To them, he was untouchable, perfect, above all criticism, but the first to be crucified if he stepped out of line. Every one of his mistakes during his service as an Auror had become front-page articles, the Wixen of Britain vilifying him if he had the misfortune to even file a report a few hours too late. I'm not exactly normal among Wixen. My scars, for example, they're not things most wizards can bounce back from. Harry fidgeted with the hem of Jacob's shirt. I was afraid you'd say I'm a freak, he whispered. And we should care why? Jacob scoffed. I'm sorry, but I really don't give a shit what makes wizards think you're weird. Yeah, so you have a duck ton of scars? I think they're cool as hell. I don't agree with the language, but Jake is right, even if he owes the swear jar a very nice bill. Believe me, with teenagers shifting into wolves, we've seen our fair share of scars. And no one can say that word to you. Yeah, if they do, I'll track them and maim them, promise. Jacob, snarled Billy. What? I'll make it look like an accident. Don't worry, joked the teen, winking at Harry when his father rolled his eyes and grumbled. He let out an inelegant snort and pretended not to see Billy's proud smile when he looked at his son when he wasn't watching. Thanks, croaked Harry. Merlin. He really needed a cigarette. As if he heard his thoughts, or maybe he was that observant, Billy cleared his throat and offered to continue the conversation outside. The rain was still falling, covering the landscape in gray tones and static. It was an oddly fitting weather for the second point Harry wanted to mention. Fishing out a cigarette from his pack and drying it as he put it to his lips, he started explaining the events leading to his accident. I was on my way home from the Cullens when my will hit a hole on the road and I crashed. Can magic heal you that fast? Asked Jacob. That's the thing. It can't. I died. Jake. A long, heavy silence greeted his words. What the duck? Screamed the shapeshifter as he stood abruptly. For once, I am going to agree with the wording. Would you like to explain? Billy asked calmly, his hands crossed underneath his chin, and Harry did. He talked and talked, explaining the Hallows, the tale of the three brothers, how he came to possess some of the most powerful artifacts of the wizarding world, his first death, glossing over the ones that followed and ending with his accident, his fourth death. By the time he finished, he had smoked half of his pack and Jacob and Billy were looking like someone told them pigs could fly. which, to be honest, some could. But that was a discussion for another time. So death, like the god, death, is real? Yup. You can't die? Yup. And it's not the first time you die? Yup again. Billy whistled and Jacob snorted. And I thought my life was a mess. Harry couldn't hold back his laugh any longer, the surreality of the situation finally dawning on him. You have no idea. I haven't even told you half of the ducked-up shit I went through. Oh yeah? Can it beat the time I transformed and ripped all my clothes, but I forgot to pack a change of clothes and had to run butt naked through the reserve? Jacob laughed, blushing. I mean, I don't know, but when I was 12, I fought a giant 50 feet long snake underneath my school with just a sword, a talking hat, and a phoenix. Dude, no way. You're joking? A talking hat? That's the part you focus on, grumbled Billy. In retrospect, maybe talking about a deadly giant snake wasn't his brightest idea. Werewolf, vampires, wizard, he said, pointing at him. The forest and Harry in turn. The snake is a magic creature. The phoenix as well, and the sword is just, hairy stuff. But talking clothes? Nah, I draw the line there. Harry chuckled, lighting another cigarette. I swear it's true. It's the same hat that reads our mind and puts us in our designated houses in the school I went to. Nuha, not buying it. You're just trying to see if I'm willing to accept anything just because you say it's magic. I'm not gonna believe there's a mind-reading hat out there. Suit yourself, Jake. But I swear it's real. Okay, then what's it called?
What?
The talking hat. What's its name? Did the talking hat even have a name? Despite having more interactions with the enchanted object than most Hogwarts students, he had to admit he didn't know. It was just the sorting hat. I don't know. Everybody just calls it the sorting hat, cause, that's what it does. It sorts us into houses. So your world has a magic talking hat, and it's used just to tell you which house you go to? Yes, Jacob shook his head, puffing at Harry's explanations. That's the dumbest thing I've heard. Harry had to admit Jacob wasn't wrong. With the number of students the sorting hat sorted each year, it was probably a goldmine of information. It was a shame not to take advantage of that. Not going to contradict you on that, he acknowledged. I'd be more interested in the creatures, personally, Billy said, stroking his chin. Are there any in the area? I haven't had the time to explore yet, but thunderbirds are native to the United States, and there are quite a few mountains here, so I bet we could find a few nests. Thunderbirds? I thought they were legends, he said wistfully. We know them as Tistilo, birds big enough to carry a whale in their claws. They figure in many of our myths. Oh yeah, they're big all right. I don't know if they're big enough to carry a whale, but their talons hurt like hell. I bet, chuckled Billy. From what our legends tell us, they were huge. Want to see something cool? Harry asked. Jacob and Billy nodded with the faces of people finally understanding that when Harry said, something cool, he probably meant incredibly worrying, stupid, and/or dangerous. It was a face Harry had seen a lot over the years, and Bill and Teddy had perfected it. He rolled up his trouser leg, showing the 2 puncture scars on his calf. Spaced a few centimeters apart, it was clear that the wounds had been deep and painful. And that was done by a baby, he explained proudly, oddly happy to be able to show some of his less emotionally painful scars and the anecdotes behind them. Dude, that's so cool. Jacob gasped. Impressive, admitted Billy with a stunned look. For someone who seemed to be about to ask Harry to lead him to the nearest Thunderbird nest, it looked like he was reevaluating his request. By the way, sorry to bring up a sensitive subject again, but is your bike okay? From the accident? Shit. Jacob wasn't going to like what came next. Well, you see, what happened to your bike? Okay, so, you have to remember that it was a pretty show the damn bike, Harry, he growled. With a sigh, Harry took his motorcycle out of his pocket and brought it to its original size. Its once sleek and shiny frame was now dented and twisted. The front wheel skewed at an awkward angle, and it was missing bits of its black shell. The headlights were shattered, and scuffs and scrapes marred the paint, revealing patches of bare metal underneath. It was a stark contrast to its former glory, now a testament to the violence of his accident. The previously light mood soured, both of the men understanding just how severe Harry's collision had been. He knew they were imagining the state of his body from the condition of serious bike. Jacob looked like he was about to cry again, and this time didn't think it had anything to do with him, but rather the state of the vehicle. So, do you reckon it can be fixed? He asked, desperate to change the subject. Man, I don't know. Do you have magic spells to help? Jacob said, circling the motorcycle and eyeing it critically. Yeah, I suppose so. We'll see what we can do about it then. We can do that tomorrow if you want. His brows furrowed. I have to go to school tomorrow. PFFF, the teen waved his assertion away. As if Dad was gonna let you go home and go to school after tonight? What? No. I am very happy to stay with us for the night and take a day off after living a very emotional, scary, painful, and possibly traumatic experience. Yes, I agree it's the best thing you could do in that situation, Billy interrupted in a stern voice. Billy's tone indicated that this wasn't open to bargaining. It was the same tone Mrs. Weasley used when she served him a second plate, so Harry shrugged his acceptance, secretly elated by the worry and care in the older man's eyes. After a few hours of casual conversation and anecdotes shared under the awning while watching the rain fall and eating soft tacos, they were all feeling the fatigue of their respective days and headed off to sleep. As he was tucked on the couch by Billy with a soft stroke on his hair, and later by Jacob bending over him and making kissing noises which he soon regretted with a well-aimed spell, Harry realized that he was staying with members of his family, people he hadn't dared to imagine existed, and had welcomed him with open arms despite everything he carried with him. It felt good, being accepted. That night, he fell asleep lighter than he had in years. Chapter end notes. Hope the scene with Jacob and Billy was enough to appease the cliffhangers of the past week and that you found it nice. As always, kudos and comments give me life. Don't hesitate. See you next week. Laughing face, weird Harry things, the saga. Chapter summary. Previously, Harry had a little chat with Death, learned that Hermione wasn't as dead as he thought she was, and showed more of himself to his family, earning the acceptance of Jacob and Billy. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. As always, thanks for your kudos and wonderful comments. I haven't had the time to answer all of them yet, but I'll do it as soon as the chapter is posted. Thank you for the person mentioning Harry's helmet. I had indeed forgotten about it, and added it in this chapter as I edited. Hope you'll like it. It's the first chapter with Bella's POV, so it's also a kind of summary of what has happened that she knows of until now. Personally, I had so much fun writing this chapter and grew to love Bella more and more as I wrote. I'll also add that if you see me not following the canon biographies, no you didn't. This FIC is entirely self-indulgent, and although I'll globally stick to what we know in canon about the characters, I'm allowing myself some wiggle zone to have some fun with their past. Enjoy. See the end of the chapter for more notes. As Alice pulled out of the garage to drive her home, Bella used the time to do some much-needed introspection on the situation. The last 48 hours had been hectic, and she felt like she never had the time to mull over everything that happened in the last 2 days, never mind the last months. She hadn't taken the time to deal with the numbing pain and depression she'd been stuck in when the Cullens left, nor think about her and Alice's rush to Volterra to save her boyfriend,
ex-boyfriend,
from killing himself. Well, asking the Volturi to kill him. But tomatoes. Bella hadn't taken the time to reflect on her relationship with Edward either, the vampire intent on going back to where they left off as if he hadn't crushed and stomped on her heart when he'd left her in the woods. But lately, it was Jasper's mate, Hadrian, or Harry, as he had asked to call him, that had the sole focus of her attention. The being, because she had no clear way of referring to him otherwise, brought with him a feeling she knew too well. It was the same feeling she had whenever she'd gone to her father's house during the holidays and got lost in the thick vegetation of the woods. The same nagging sense of rightfulness whenever she ran after glowworms taking flight in the clearings and came home with mud on her sweatshirts and scraped knees. She had felt the same deep, cord knowledge that she was facing something other when her eyes had met one of the Cullens for the first time. She had always felt something other as well. Somewhere between the lush ferns and the towering conifers, she had lived a childhood full of laughs, as light as morning dew, and adventures as thrilling as the books she had devoured later on to recreate that feeling. Silent and introverted, even as a kid, she had kept to her father's footsteps, mingling with his shadows whenever she could, waiting, lurking for the time he would finally allow her to go play on her own. There, she invented in the oasis of her mind tales of wonder and magic with fairies, trolls, goblins, and other fantastical beings she had read about. She had been her father's little goblin well before she became the withdrawn and awkward teenager she was now. Adolescence had kicked her in the gut when she'd expected it the less, and between her mother's dalliances and the fact Renee was definitely not made to be a mother, she had matured. Fast, way too fast. Forced to step in the light of early adulthood when her mother started dating again with the responsibilities of a home on her frail shoulders, she had had no choice but to leave behind her joy and tranquility in favor of mothering her own parent. Gone were the days she could stay curled up in her bed, an open book lying in front of her, and forgotten infusion on her bedside table. Gone were the holidays she could go back to Forks and breathe the damp air of the forest she loved so dearly. Each holiday now came with a mountain of homework and lessons to catch up on, her schoolwork suffering from all the time she'd had to clean the house or call doctors and dry cleaners to make appointments. As a result, her relationship with her father had worsened year after year, both as unwilling as the other to keep contact by telephone when their understanding of each other stemmed from their shared silences. When Renee had all but abandoned her to follow her beau's career, she had dreaded her return to Forks, well aware she wasn't the same girl she'd left behind. Charlie had been sweet and understanding, but ill-equipped to help her deal with her abandonment issues and the high-strung emotions she now felt all the time. Recently, the abyss separating them had grown so deep that she didn't know how to mend it. More so than anything, the child wailing in the hidden crevices of her heart was afraid he would never forgive her for the distance she had put between them over the years. So she did nothing while burning with the need to cross the room and curl up in her father's arms while they watched a movie. Whenever she resolved herself to act and stop fleeing, something happened. At first, the mystery surrounding the Cullens had taken up all her time, privately relieved to have something to concentrate on rather than the now awkward stretches of silence between Charlie and her. Then, it had been her budging relationship with Edward and the introduction to his incredible world. He had swept her off her feet and gifted her the best present there was. The feeling she had lost ever since she'd had to grow up, this incredible sense of wonderment at what surrounded her. Afterwards, it had been the end of her relationship with Edward and the bone-crushing anguish taking her when she realized her first love had taken away every proof of his existence. And then, Jacob's transformation and the knowledge she would never be part of his world either, Edward's near-death experience, and she really tried not to see the humor in that. Her meeting with the Volturi leaving her terrified and fascinated, Jacob still not talking to her, Edward talking about ducking marriage of all things, and now Harry definitely not human Peveril. When had her life become so dramatic? Was it really too much to ask to focus on her lessons, watch a few good and many bad movies with her dad, and concentrate on something else? Hobbies? Maybe? God, why didn't she have any hobby besides lusting over a world none of them wanted her to be a part of? She knew her father and friends thought she was too enamored with Edward. In a way, it was the truth. She had read enough love stories to recognize infatuation and obsession when she encountered it, and wasn't so far gone that she failed to recognize it in her own relationship. Everything with Edward was intense. From the looks he threw her when their eyes crossed to the devotion he showed her, she felt adored, loved, and seen as she had never been. But she also knew it was enthralling and maybe too intense at times. And don't get her started on the climbing her window thing. She understood why he did it, from an intellectual point of view. But most of the time, she felt too self-conscious to even brush her teeth in front of him with how he followed each of her movements. What none of them understood, however, was that she knew her relationship with Edward was bordering on obsessive, but nothing was too high a price to pay to keep on discovering and living in his world, oh so better than the one she was in. Who in their right mind would keep on going as a human when an entire universe was waiting out there to be discovered, just out of her reach? In truth, Edward was also the only one willing to let her join his world, even if it came with a footlong of conditions. Carlisle had sworn not to transform another being if he could help it. Jasper would drain her dry before her heart stopped beating. Rosalie hated her. Alice didn't want her to suffer, and she didn't know Esme or Emmett enough to dare ask them to bite her. The only problem was that Edward's recent actions had pried her eyes open with a crowbar the size of Mount Everest, and she could no longer ignore the more unsettling aspects of their relationship. Most of all, had she been pained by Edward's attempts to read her mind. Would he have stopped in his quest to extract the answers from her? She was embarrassed to admit she didn't know him enough to have a definitive answer to that question. The fact that he had abandoned her alone in a forest also still rattled her. Anything could have happened, for God's sake. Who left their ex-girlfriend in the middle of the woods after delivering one crushing blow after another, only to rush to her house to wipe her room clean of proof of their existence? She didn't have a definitive answer, but some words came to mind. Assholes and psychopaths were some of them. As a result, she had avoided him a little since their return from Italy and a lot since their silent argument in the car park as Harry left, and had barely said 2 words to him during their lunch together. Bella knew too well that he would come knocking on her window tonight, and she didn't know if she wanted to see him or not. On one hand, no one around her seemed to understand her like he did. On the other hand, she knew she needed some time to deal with her emotions and feelings, and she couldn't do that if he was always around her. The young girl also knew she needed time to understand and analyze the situation with Harry. He was other. That she knew in her bones to be true. What exactly? She didn't know yet, but Harry was not and could not be human. Firstly, because no human could make another's head inflate after they tried to read their minds. Secondly, because nothing that wasn't some kind of creature could have eyes that green. Thirdly, because he felt like home in a way she couldn't explain but knew she had never felt for another being before. Not that she harbored any kind of feeling towards Harry. She left those to Jasper, who was surprisingly adept at making heart eyes to his beloved each time he interacted, looked at, or even thought about him. But something in his energy, aura, was of the same sweetness as her escapades in the heart of the wilderness. She knew, in theory, that her impressions made no sense, but Harry was eerily similar to the feeling of the air before lightning struck the ground and scorched the earth. Something in him called to her. Some kind of longing she couldn't quite put a word on. Not yet, at least. Ever since he strutted in PE. 10 minutes late with hair as wild as if he'd just come out of a fight with the Animoi themselves, her attention had gravitated towards him. Bella had ignored him at first, unwilling to impose another unwanted eye following his every move as most of the students were already doing. But she had looked all the same, unable to truly tear her gaze away from his lithe silhouette. Already distracted from Jasper's announcement, she had told herself her curiosity was only because of so many new things in so little time. Bella was many things but a creature of change. She was not. Later on, when Edward had been recounting the latest funny thoughts he had gleaned in their classmates' minds, her head had snapped to the door as Harry entered their classroom, solely focused on the towering presence he seemed to carry with him. Somewhat inexplicable as he was shorter than her. When Edward started his attack, she had felt the air grow heavier, her lungs on the brink of collapse from the tension seeping from the teenager in front of them. Then, his peculiar stand against Edward in the parking lot, where her mind had once again been forced to warp around something she thought did not exist. Had Harry been a vampire, she would have thought Jasper's new mate to be gifted, in itself not impossible, but Edward had assured her that night. As she tried to keep her cool and failed, faced with his engorged features, that Hadrian, as he hissed it, possessed a heartbeat. And according to Edward, he did not smell of the stench he associated with the wolf pack. So that left her with even fewer clues than she had when she perused books upon books trying to find what the hell Edward and his strange family were. At the end of their woefully short discussion, Edward had tried to convince her to sleep and she'd caved when in reality, all she had wanted to do was open her computer and search all night what kind of supernatural creature Harry could be. She had fallen asleep reluctantly, trying and failing not to resent that once again. None of the Cullens had told her anything. I mean, how hard was it to send a text saying, "Hey BTW, Hadrian is Jasper's mate, just a head up?" But no, she'd been forced to put 2 and 2 as Edward crumpled to the ground in pain in a painful echo of the scene in the Volturi's throne room. That night, her nightmares had woken her father up again. Bella was ashamed to say that when she'd arrived the morning after and asked where Edward was, she had been relieved and torn to learn he was grounded. And wasn't that hilarious? And that she would probably only see him at lunch as he had been forbidden to approach Jasper's mate. Torn because she knew from Edward that being apart from her was akin to torture, and relieved because it gave her much-needed time alone to sort through everything that had piled up in only 24 hours. So the dark circles under her eyes had been her faithful companions as she mulled over the recent changes during her lessons. She dared to ask Jasper her most pressing question during their geography lesson, and even if his answer hadn't given her the relief she sought, she'd still felt lighter after voicing it. Her relationship with Jasper was strained at best, her birthday still hanging like a sword of Damocles over their heads, no matter how many times she had assured the vampire that she held no grudge for his lapse of control that day. She knew the youngest of the Cullen family still blamed himself, and she had resolved herself to a distant, if cordial, relationship with him until she joined them in immortality, which was why his invitation to their house had come as a surprise. Once more, Alice had come as a lifesaver, and she had barely been able to contain her excitement at the idea of a whole evening with the one she considered her found family and Jasper's mate. Maybe it would ease some of her worries about Edward as well, and she would realize that a little distance from her boyfriend was all she needed. Ironic considering what had brought her to this situation in the first place. Above all, she couldn't wait to spend a few hours with Harry, curious to see what information she could glean from the teen in a more relaxed setting. Their introductions had been pleasant, if somewhat awkward due to her rambling, and she had felt this sense of kinship once again when he had shaken her hand. It had felt like a creamy and rich hot chocolate in winter, like the first leaf twirling off a tree in fall, like the sweet sun rays piercing the clouds and warming her skin in spring, or the cooling lick of an ice cream in summer. During the ride with Jasper, she had taken some time to think, mostly to divert her attention from the last time she had been on a vehicle with two wheels, but also to try and understand why Harry felt so familiar and novel at the same time. At first, she had thought it to be a crush. It wasn't unreasonable, she mused. After all, Harry was far from unpleasant to the eye, and the sliver of his easygoing nature she had caught was refreshing. With his leather jacket, wild hair, and English accent, she wouldn't be the first in the high school to develop a crush on the black-haired teen, namely Jessica, who had been prattling to who would listen that Harry was about to fall head over heels for her and invite her to the ball at the end of the year. Bella almost felt sorry for her, but it was nothing like the rush she had felt when she was younger and had stuck a poster of the lead singer of her favorite group behind her door, or even like the sleepless nights she spent imagining Edward kissing her before he had revealed his vampiric nature. It was like something in him was calling to her core, her entire body vibrating with recognition. It was the same feeling she had when she invented fairies and unicorns urging her to adventure when she was little. Even if she was relieved to realize it wasn't a crush, because wouldn't that have been the nail in the coffin to her complex situationship with Edward and Jacob? She wasn't any closer to figuring out what exactly made Harry feel so much like a home she had never known. Although that didn't stop her from blushing furiously when Alice relayed Harry and Jasper's conversation on the stairs. To her, she was still a teenager and had read her fair share of books after all. She doubted anyone could blame her for the pictures forming in her mind after the vampire and the teen joined them in the living room, Harry sporting a blush as well, even if subdued compared to hers. During their study session, she had forgotten her questions and worries, basking in the easiness in which all of them interacted, happy to bring her piece to the table and even happier when Harry, Alice, and Jasper nodded their assent to her ideas and reflections. Even Rosalie had stayed with them, although not at the table, and had looked begrudgingly impressed with some of her assessments on their assigned readings. The opportunity to speak to Harry alone hadn't shown itself, unfortunately, but the evening had progressed wonderfully. She had been able to talk about books for most of an hour, offering the Cullens a peek into the rantings she held with herself on a regular basis, and she had been overjoyed to see that Jasper was finally able to spend time with his mate uninterrupted. That she had realized that she had never spoken to the Cullens this much, because Edward always steered her away from his family was, in her opinion, besides the point. When Harry had had to leave, she'd resisted pouting and pleading for him to stay, knowing too well that it wouldn't earn her anything other than a glare from Rosalie and bid him goodbye, giggling with the others when Jasper had escorted him to the garage. And if Bella also tried to steer away from the thoughts of a potential goodbye kiss from Harry and Jasper, berating herself for intruding in that way in their private relationship, well, that was also beside the point. She had been reflecting on how relaxed the atmosphere had been and wondering if it was due to Harry's particularly carefree attitude or the absence of Edward's tense one, when all of them jumped in fear at Jasper's wail of agony. Bella had been the last to arrive, of course, all the Cullens already in the garage, trying to understand what had happened when she joined them, only to see Jasper kneeling on the ground. His screams were a painful mirror of the ones she had let out when Edward had left her, and without needing any explanation she knew what had happened. From a logical point of view, it wasn't hard to deduce either. It was still raining outside, Harry had left on a motorbike, and she had been privy to how dangerous his driving was on the way there. Bella didn't know how either, but she knew, in her bones, that Harry had died, which was why she was as surprised as Jasper when Rosalie slapped him and felt that Harry had come back a few seconds later. Her hunch was confirmed when Jasper calmed down and rushed outside without explaining anything to anyone. Alice had left, packing her stuff in her bag and offering to drive her home, and Bella had agreed. Knowing she was out of her depth, slipping into the passenger seat of Alice's colorful car. Evidently, she had enjoyed the yellow Porsche Volterra, as it was the same model only in a garish electric green. A few seconds later, the vampire had placed her bag in the back and started the engine. As they drove, Bella realized that this was probably the best time to talk to her friends about some things she was still not over. So she breathed deeply and took the bull by the horns. "Alice." "Yes," the girl answered, her brows still furrowed as they had been since Jasper's breakdown. "Why did you never answer my emails when you all left?" Her heart was pounding in her chest, and Bella was sure her friend heard every staccato beat as clear as day. Alice looked away from the road, still steering expertly even if Bella wished she would concentrate on the road while answering. "I couldn't," admitted the vampire, biting her lower lip. "Couldn't? Or wouldn't?" "Couldn't. I swear, Bella, it wasn't my choice to leave that way and leave you in the dark. I told them it would do more damage than good, that you would suffer uselessly, and that it wasn't necessary to leave." It was like a dam being opened, and Alice's passionate speech showed no sign of stopping. "I knew that you would do something like that. Not that I blame you, mind. I understand. But did anybody actually listen to the clairvoyant of the group? No. Let's all listen to Edward and his self-hatred rather than logic. I'm sorry, I know. You love him and don't like hearing negative things about him, but honestly, no, I agree. How could she not? No, please, let me explain." "I what?" Alice asked, her head snapping towards Bella. "I agree with you," Bella said simply. "Edward is full of self-hatred. I would have to be blind not to see it." "Oh, well, yes. Well," she huffed, seeming to have trouble finding her words, a rare sight when Alice was concerned. "I'm sorry. I know I haven't said it, or not enough, mostly because I was afraid you would laugh at me if I tried to apologize. I'm the one that's been saying you were like a sister to me, and when time came, I still sided with Edward's decision without doing anything." Somehow, Alice's apology started mending something in her heart. When Edward had left, it hadn't been only his departure that had destroyed her. It had been knowing that all of them had left as well, that she wouldn't suffer through Alice's tries to dress her up like a doll and grumble when in reality, it felt like having an overbearing but attentive older sister. That she wouldn't try and fail to beat Emmett at Mario Kart, but taunt him that at least she hadn't broken her controller in her defeat. That she wouldn't be able to mend her relationship with Jasper, and explain to him that she understood how hard it must be to resist the call of her apparently appetizing blood. After all, who wouldn't salivate in front of a hearty meal after a week without sustenance? It had also been saying goodbye to the motherly presence of Esme, who had become something of a second mother during the past year. It had been saying goodbye to the potential conversations she could have had with Carlisle about historical events and what he had lived through. It had been saying goodbye to their world, yes, but most of all it had been saying farewell to the people she considered her family without anybody to say it to. "Thank you." Her voice came out slightly hoarse, but thankfully Alice didn't mention it. "I read all of them, you know. I can't tell you how much I wanted to answer, but Edward was adamant it was best to leave you alone, and that you would move on better if we didn't have any contact. I knew it was a shitty idea, but God, I didn't realize how much until I parked in front of your home in March. Yeah, I was a mess, wasn't I?" Bella answered with a depreciative chuckle. "I wouldn't say a mess per se, but I've seen you better," Alice laughed, her giggle easing the atmosphere. "No, it's okay. You can say it, you know. I was a mess." Bella chuckled, more frankly this time. "God, I'm not even sure I'm not still one." "Bella, I don't know if this is my place, but maybe you should talk to someone."
Bella sighed.
"I know. I've thought about it honestly, but how could I even explain the situation without breaking the rules of the Volturi? I mean, I know psychiatrists are sworn to secrecy, but I think vampires and wolf shifters would somewhat trump that. Not to mention I would be institutionalized as soon as the words would leave my mouth." "Yeah, been there. Done that. It's not fun," the vampire pouted. "Sorry. It's okay. You didn't know," Alice answered, waving her apology away. Could you give me a few days to think of a solution? I think I could come up with something, or at least find some contacts who could help me. Yeah, sure. No problem, Bella nodded. She hadn't expected Alice to actually try to help her with her issues. It was heartwarming to see and feel that the tension between them lingering since her hasty return had slightly ebbed away during their conversation. They kept on driving in silence for a few miles, both of them absent-mindedly humming along with the song playing in the car when Alice swerved abruptly, stopping next to a hunched figure on the side of the road. "That's Jasper," Bella cried out, recognizing the waterlogged blonde locks of the vampire. "Shit, stay in the car just a few seconds. I'll wave if it's safe for you to come out," Alice ordered, not waiting for an answer before she jumped out of the convertible. Bella obeyed. She had no intention of getting out. Jasper had potentially just lost his mate, or at least thought he had, and was looking at what seemed to be the remnants of a crash. She wouldn't budge until Alice explicitly invited her to. After a few seconds of fast-paced conversation, Alice waved at her and Bella exited the cabin, joining Jasper and her next to the ditch on the side of the road. With the headlights lighting the road, she could make out red plastic debris, black broken metallic pieces, and some part of engine she couldn't name. What she could see was that the use and patina of the black pieces were the same as Harry's bike, and that a puddle of blood was being washed away by the rain. Jasper, in his hand, held a forest green helmet, almost smashed in two. "Do you have any idea what happened?" she asked in a quiet voice, hating to be the one to break the silence. Jasper shook his head, his gaze lost in space and staring at the puddle of blood on the asphalt. "I have no idea. It's his blood, his bike, of that I'm sure. But there's no body and his scent disappears somewhere over there." He waved at a spot a few feet away. Alice closed her eyes, her features relaxed and almost absent. The familiarity of her actions to find a vision grounded Bella a bit and allowed her to concentrate on something other than the gore in front of her, her stomach still queasy at the sight of blood. Woe the irony of her existence. "I still see you happy, Jazz. I don't understand. Nothing's changed. I still don't see him, but I never have. I only saw your happiness and love. But I don't know how, but he's not dead." "I'm sure of that," Alice said, coming back from her absent state with a small smile. "I know that. I felt him come back. I felt the bond we've back in place," Jasper said, huffing in frustration. "I felt it too," Bella admitted, not sure if it was the right time to share another thing that made her weird for human standards. But at least Alice and Jasper were the most experienced in evading Edward's mind. He wouldn't know of her strange feelings regarding Harry until she was ready to explain them to him. Ideally, when she had more answers herself. "What do you mean you felt it?" Jasper asked, oddly calm in the face of her revelation. "I don't know how to explain it, but in the garage, after Rosalie slapped you, when you came back to yourself, I felt something click back in place. It was a bit like the feeling in your gut when you're walking alone at night and your brains tells you, not that street, you're gonna get mugged, you know?" she uttered difficulty. Jasper and Alice stayed silent. Alice was looking at her questioningly, while Jasper nodded pensively. "Okay, so is thing another weird Harry thing? We'll have to ask him when he's in the know, or do we investigate further?" Alice finally asked, turning towards Jasper, evidently deciding that Bella's weirdness would have to wait. She wholeheartedly agreed. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in an oddly human manner for the stoic vampire she had always seen. "I think it's a definitive, weird Harry thing. I just don't know how we can investigate this further. It's not like there's any other scent. I checked 100 times. His scent goes from our house to this ditch, then over there." He waved again. "And after, nothing. No other car, no vampire, no human, no wolf," he huffed. Alice walked away to follow the scent, coming back to their little reunion after only a few seconds. "It's like he disappeared," Alice said, a note of wonder in her voice. The times when she was stumped and didn't know what had or could happen were far and few, and she seemed almost happy at the prospect of not understanding something. Idly, Bella wondered if she could convince Alice to listen to true crime podcasts. She was certain the pixie would love them. "Jasper, do you know anything about Harry that could help us understand?" Bella asked. "I think by now I could fill a library with what I don't understand about Harry and a sheet of paper with what I do understand." He sighed while running his hand over his face, dislodging the drops clinging to his skin. "But you have a theory?" Alice pressed on. Of course, he snorted. Who do you take me for? I'll explain in the car. Bella's going to catch her death if we stay out in the rain. And honestly, I think I need to sit down. Strangely enough, Bella couldn't begin to explain how touched she was by Jasper's foresight. It wasn't rare that the Cullens forgot how humans lived despite living amongst them, and she wouldn't have begrudged Alice and Jasper to forget that humans could fall sick. Despite it being well into April, the rain was still cold and she had started shivering. She knew she was in for a sore throat the next day, but if Alice blasted the heating in the car, maybe she wouldn't fall too sick. The pixie skipped to the car, starting the heater. How are you feeling? She asked in a small voice, worried for her friend. Lost. Understandable. Any idea why you feel connected to him as well? She smirked. Unlike you, I have no theories yet, although I've thought magical creature once or twice. Out loud, her theory seemed laughable. Not bad, Jasper chuckled, some tension seeping out of his shoulders. Personally, I was going with aliens, Bella snorted, her hand jumping to cover her mouth and reddening at the ungraceful sound. Want to bet on it? She asked before she could stop herself. Jasper laughed, a real smile finally gracing his lips. You're on. Closer one wins. I'm still waiting for you over there, Alice shouted before Bella could answer, her head peeking out of the window. And for the record, I want in on that bet. They joined her in the car, Bella shivering with contentment at the hot air pulsing from the grates, warming her hands as she turned to look at Jasper in the back seats. So, before Alice gives her theory and we decide on the prize for the winner, what do you know? She asked. Some things I won't say and will keep to myself because they were given in confidence, he said, waiting for them to show their understanding, which they both gave immediately. He doesn't smell appetizing to us. His blood holds no appeal. His scent, apart from his blood smellin', like damp earth and decaying leaves, smells powerful, like lightnin', tearing the sky apart. At that, Alice nodded vigorously. I agree. His scent is electrifying. It's like standing on the brink of a storm, feeling the charge in the air before it hits. He gives me the same feeling. I can't smell him like you do, of course, but I was thinking of this exact image when we were driving, added Bella. His heart beats too slowly. At first we thought he was sick, but I mean physically he's the picture of healthy, if somewhat on the thin side, Jasper continued. Alice and Bella nodded again, and even if that was news to Bella, she took it in stride, adding it to her private mental notebook titled Weird Hairy Stuff. Evidently, he just disappeared out of thin air, and when the bond snapped back in place, I felt his emotions, if briefly. Implying you don't feel them usually? Alice asked, noting Jasper's tone. Most of the time they're either muted, or I don't feel anything coming from him. With my gift at least. I can still smell when he's stressed or embarrassed though. The time I could feel his emotions, it was, well, a whirlpool. Okay, so to recap before we go on, Bella said, starting counting on her fingers. His blood smells weird. He doesn't smell like a human, but like a storm. His heart is beating too slowly. He just vanished out of thin air, and you can't feel his emotions most of the time, but when you do there, what, too intense? Jasper nodded, deep in thought. Man, he's not really good at pretending to be human, is he? Giggled Alice. Oh, like you're any better, retorted Bella with a smirk. She was still surprised she was the only one in the school to discover there was something weirder to the Cullens than their apparent relationships between siblings. I resent that. I think we're really good at pretending to be humans, the pixie pouted, crossing her arms and raising her nose. You don't eat or come to school when it's sunny. You never talk to anyone. You're all too beautiful to be human, have golden eyes and don't wear contact lenses, do good in every class, don't look like teenagers, and you're all way too pale even for the weather we have. I mean, you all scream undead, you know, Bella deadpanned with a look to her friend. Okay, you may have a point, Alice conceded after a few seconds of stunned silence. Are we really that obvious? She asked the other vampire in the car. He only shrugged, moving his hand in a motion that had his sister huffing and pouting again, though less sincerely this time as the corners of her lips were upturned in the beginning of a smile. Coming back to Harry, don't forget his eyes. I mean, they have the same supernatural quality as yours or the wolves. Even if the colors of his exist, no one, and I mean no one, has pupils that green, Bella added, raising her other hand to add a finger. Jasper sighed and added, against his will it seemed, He was also there on the first morning when Edward told you I had found my mate. So I'm pretty sure he can turn invisible as well. And when he was talking with Carlisle in the office, no sounds were coming out. Not even a breath. He left Bella and Alice gape a few seconds before adding the proverbial nail in the coffin. We mustn't forget that he also inflated Edward's head in the parking lot. Yeah, that was great, the pixie giggled, soon joined by Bella to her own surprise. She had worried for Edward, but from what she had understood from their conversation, it had been the second time he had tried to pry open Harry's mind, so she felt like he entirely deserved it. And apparently he can die. And what? Come back to life in a few seconds or minutes. Bella carried on, ticking another finger. All of them were raised. So definitely not human then. Jasper and Alice both glanced at her raised hands, both of them seeming to realize just how many strange traits were attached to Harry. This time, the long, suffering sigh came from Alice. So what are our theories? And Jazz and Bella, are you staying with yours? I mean, an alien would make sense. Turning invisible, being beamed up in the middle of nowhere, dying and coming back? To me, it's clear he's not human, to say the least, Jasper said, staying on his theory. Bella thought it over, recapping what they had said, unwilling to bring forth a flawed theory. I think I'm going to stay on my first guess. He has coursing blood, a beating heart, and looks more human than you, apart from his eyes. I think he's some kind of magical creature. I mean, magic would explain a lot, like the turning invisible and inflating Edward's head. She nodded, more convinced by her theory than Jasper's if she was being honest. A sentiment she hadn't hidden enough if Jasper's fond eye roll was anything to go by. You are all fools, declared Alice with a certain voice. It is obvious he is one of the sons of the god Hades or Thanatos. He's a demigod. She smiled victoriously. And, she added, we actually have many text sources for the existence of demigods since antiquity, but nothing but fiction on aliens or magical creatures. You forget these texts were fiction during their time as well, sweetheart, interjected Japer. Although I have to admit that I'm so lost that they all seem like believable theories. He rubbed the back of his neck, tousling his hair in the process. Sue, do we bet on it? Alice asked, a glint of something in her eyes. Wait a second, you haven't seen anything, have you? Because that's cheating, Bella asked. I swear, I've seen nothing about Harry's nature in my visions, the vampire answered, crossing her heart, her wide eyes the perfect picture of innocence. Jasper raised one of his eyebrows, looking like he wasn't believing a word coming out of her mouth. Okay, let's bet on it. Closer one wins. Evidently, he didn't have enough proof to call Alice out on her word. So, what do we win? Bella asked, hoping the two Cullens would choose something she could give away if she was wrong. She was by no means as wealthy as them, and although she knew Jasper could offer a new car to Alice in the blink of an eye, she could at best create a Spotify playlist for them with how much pocket money she was given by her father. Not that wasn't happy about that, but she was saving it for later and using it to buy books. Bragging rights? Offered Jasper with a discreet nod towards her, obviously privy to her worry. She did her best to send what she hoped was a wave of gratefulness his way. Judging by his smile, it had been received. PFFFFF, lame but I'm game. Only if bragging rights are usable for a decade, Alice answered, holding out her hand so Bella and Jasper could shake it. Jasper slapped her hand away without malice and shook his head. No way, 5 years. 9. 5, 8, 5, 7. I said 5, Alice. Ugh, Fythian, she relented. 6 then. I won't go lower. You have to give me something. Bella was still turning her head left and right to follow their verbal sparring, entirely unused to seeing them interact so freely around her. It was so pleasant to see them bickering like that. Very well, 6 it is. But you're bleeding me dry, sweetheart, Jasper smirked. Shut up, she huffed. Bella couldn't help it then. She exploded in a fit of nervous laughter, the surreality of the situation finally hitting her. They were betting and bickering about what kind of being Harry was rather than questioning why he was there in the first place and where he had gone. She knew her priorities had never been straight, but it was kind of refreshing to see that Alice and Jasper were in the same boat as her for once. You're aware we're insane, right? She asked. Oh, for sure. I mean, I see the future on a regular basis and I live through most things twice. I'm definitely not all there, Alice nodded vehemently, her spiked hair following the movement. Ex-human and vampire soldier with probably a very bad case of PTSD. Not the picture of sanity either, I'm afraid, Jasper chuckled. Makes sense, she shrugged. So what do? Do we tell the others? Do we try and track him down? Without surprise, both of her and Alice's gaze turned to Jasper. After all, it was his mate they were talking about. No matter their involvement, he would be the one to call the shots. I think for now it's best if we drive you home. Your father will worry if you're too late. Regarding Harry, I think it's best if we wait and see for now. He raised his hands to interrupt Alice's sure rant at the possibility of unearthing a few mysteries and winning her. Bet probably. Listen, even though she was right, we were all stressing when Bella started investigating on us, and even more when Edward confirmed her hunch. Bella cringed sheepishly, sorry, only to feel a calm wave of reassurance from Jasper and a tentative pat on her shoulder from Alice. So I think it's for the best if we let it go for now. Harry will tell us what he is when he feels comfortable enough to do so. Also, I'm afraid he'll leave and never come back if we confront him about what he's hiding from us. We have no right to his secrets, he whispered fearfully. Alice and Bella exchanged a glance, both nodding to each other before Alice ran her hand through Jasper's locks. We'll keep it to ourselves then. Maybe talk to Carlisle to try to learn if he's in the know because of the thing that happened in his office. But other than that, we say nothing to the others. Edward can't read Bella's mind, and both of us are too used to evade him when he's close. We can also make ourselves scarce in the house until the cat's out of the bag, she assured gently and confidently while Bella smiled at Jasper with determination. He was right. If the others hadn't picked up on Harry's weird mannerisms and powers until now or didn't speak about it, it either meant they agreed with them and assumed that he was entitled to his privacy, or that they hadn't noticed, which was unlikely. So none of them would begrudge them for keeping what they had discovered silent. This wasn't their secret to tell, and if they wanted him to feel accepted, confronting the teen wouldn't do any good in the long run. Thank you. Jasper's melodic voice was oddly hoarse. It mustn't have been easy for him to feel the link between Harry and him die out only to spring back to life again so abruptly, and Bella felt for him deeply. Let's go then. Bella needs her beauty sleep, Alice finally said. She started the engine and hit the road smoothly. The ride to her house was spent in relative silence, Jasper obviously suffering through the aftermath of his evening and looking worse for wear in a way she didn't know was possible for vampires, still clutching the green helmet and caressing the ridges with his thumb. Alice was humming candidly along with the music as usual. When Alice parked the car in front of Bella's house, she exited the car with her, fishing her backpack from the back seats and putting the strap delicately on her shoulder, surprising Bella and making her blush. I know we haven't finished our discussion, and I know there are still some things that should be said between us. How would you feel about a movie night at your place? I think if I go hunting before coming your scent shouldn't be that much of a problem, Alice offered as she hugged her. With pleasure. I think a girls' night would be a great idea. I'll ask Charlie tonight and text you his answer, Bella said, returning the hug, although briefly to avoid making it too hard for her friend. Great. Now go sleep. You need it. It's been a trying day for all of us, I think. For once, I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm dead on my feet. I think I could sleep for a week, Bella laughed, her tired tone seeping through her voice, showing just how exhausting her day had been. Take care of him? He's gonna need it, she asked, nodding towards the car. Way ahead of you. I'm going to stay so close to him he'll think I've become a real leech, the pixie giggled, her laugh easing some of the tension in her chest. Great. See you tomorrow. Or not, depends if I call in sick, honestly. We'll text, don't worry, Alice said, climbing back in the car with a wave. Bella heard Alice driving off only when she closed the door behind her, smiling at the protective gesture. As soon as she hung her coat on the rack, her legs gave out, the fatigue and revelation of the last days finally catching up to her, and she slumped against the door. Is that you, Bells? Charlie cried out from the living room. Yeah, Dad, it's me. Her voice barely carried out of the corridor, and a few seconds later, she heard her father's footsteps coming to her. Hell's peanut, what happened to you? Is it Edward again? Because I swear if that boy did anything… It's not him, Dad, promise, she said, interrupting her father before he could slip into his well-rehearsed rant. Come on then, tell me while you eat. You look like you're seconds away from fainting. Charlie held out his hand, pulling her up when she clasped her hand in his. She was pushed against him, her nose buried in his plaid shirt, smelling the pizza he must have ordered and the cigarettes he smoked whenever she wasn't home and thought she didn't know about. Bella melted in the hug and tried keeping her tears at bay, always feeling like she was 5 again when her father held her in his arms. The teen let herself be guided to the kitchen and forcefully sat down as her father piled up pizza slices on her plate. The pizza was still hot, and from the turned-on oven behind Charlie, he must have reheated the pizza so it could be hot when she came back. She wouldn't cry. She wouldn't cry. She wouldn't cry. She wouldn't cry. When she felt her emotions had been wrangled successfully, she thanked her dad, grateful that he didn't mention the croak in her voice. "So, you're gonna explain to me why you're damp and looking like death? What happened, kiddo?" God, what was she going to say? She couldn't tell her father. "Well, Dad, you see, Jasper's a vampire, like Edward, by the way, and vampires have mates. So this new English guy comes to school and, surprise, we find out he's Jasper's mate. Also, he's weird as hell, and we think he may be an alien, a magical creature, or a demigod. And you, how was your day?" Yeah, because she saw that going over so well. What's more, she couldn't talk about the accident because Charlie was a cop and he would insist on speaking with Harry, whom none of them couldn't find presently. What possible excuse could she find to explain why she was wet, exhausted, and late? "Peanut? You all right there?" Shit. She still hadn't said a word. Jasper had a mental breakdown because he has a crush on a guy. What? The duck? Oh. Charlie's eyes widened, his posture relaxing a tad. "Well, I gotta admit, that wasn't what I was expecting you to say." Good going, Bella. Way to push your friends under the bus. Why had she said that? Anything else would have been better. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it as well. Alice and him were driving me home, and we stopped on the side of the road to talk about it. Great. She was still going. It was good to know that even in the days where she felt like she was partly in control of her mouth, it still managed to run free at the least possible convenient time. "Under the rain?" he asked disbelievingly. "Needed some fresh air to talk it out. Lamest excuse ever." "Oh, okay. Jasper's the blonde one. Yeah?" She couldn't believe her dad had bought that. "Yup. Well, he seems like a good lad. And Carlisle and Esme don't look like people who would hold that over his head. I mean, everybody's allowed to ask themselves questions, and if he's gay, well, he's gay. It's not the end of the world, and if it comes to it, you can tell him he'd be welcome here." He shrugged, leaning back in his chair to fish a beer out of the fridge. "Wow. Way to go, Charlie." Maybe it hadn't been such a bad idea after all. She could always tell Jasper what she had said in case Charlie decided to talk to Carlisle, and if Charlie asked any question, she could tell him Jasper had told them and everything happened great. Yes, that was what she was sticking with. "Thanks, Dad. I'll tell him. I think he's mostly worried about his crush not liking him back, though." "Ah, that I understand. It's never easy, especially when you're a teenager." "Tell me about it," she snorted. "Oh, do you have a crush as well? Is it not going well with Edward?" he asked hopefully. God, she hated how happy her father looked at the possibility of things ending between Edward and her. And it's not like she could blame him. No, things are okay between Edward and me. We're still talking everything out, you know?"
Liar, 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 liar.
"Humph. I see," he grumbled, sipping his beer away. "You still don't like him, do you?" she asked with a sigh. Of course, Bella knew why her father didn't like Edward, but sometimes she wondered if it would be easier talking with Charlie about her boy problems, as he called it, if he antagonized Edward a little less. "It's not that I don't like him, Bells." Well, that was news to her. "It's that I hate him." And there it was. Truly, she shouldn't have been surprised. "You have to understand that from my point of view, he's brought you nothing but pain," Charlie sighed. "You arrive here, in the middle of the school year, meet him, and a few days later you tell me you're leaving because you broke up with him. Then you come back, injured and in pain, and he's back again. Then in September, you spend your first birthday here at their place and come back injured again. Then he breaks up with you, leaves you alone in the forest at night, and I'm forced to hear you scream and cry every night for 3 months. 3 months, Bells," he ranted before going on. "Then a few months later, I come home to find you left with only a note, telling me you're going on a girls' trip with Alice. You come back with Edward in tow and I don't see you anymore. When you're at home, you're in your bedroom talking to him. When you're at school, you're with him. I mean, that's not healthy, Bella." Charlie finally stopped, looking at her with pleading eyes. It looked like he was begging her to see his point of view, and it broke her heart because the fact was, she did. She did see how unhealthy her relationship looked to her dad. She did see how ducked up this whole situation was, how quickly everything escalated, and how he could think that Edward was the sole responsible for all of these things. And the worst was, in a way she knew he was. She just didn't know how to get herself out of this situation without losing everything she held dear in the process. Not to forget that she couldn't get out entirely because now the Volturi were aware of her existence and were sure to come knocking in a few months or years to check if she'd been transformed or not. "I know, Dad. I swear I know. It's complicated," she begged. "You know you don't have to stay with your first love, right? We made that mistake with your mother, and she was the only one of the two of us intelligent enough to realize we were destroying each other. I know. It's just..." She could feel her eyes watering, and she knew that if she went on, the waterworks would come whether she wanted them to or not. But she couldn't stop. Not now that she was finally talking with her dad again. Not now that she could finally talk to someone about some part of her problems. "I'm afraid of losing all of them again. They're like a second family, and if I'm not with Edward, they have no reason to keep on seeing me. And I know he hurt me, but I still love him." Bella couldn't see anymore, her tears blurring her vision, not yet fallen but tethering on the edge of her lashes, ready to trickle down her cheeks at a moment's notice. They finally fell when Charlie got up and cradled her, taking her in his arms like he did when she was smaller. At last, she allowed her emotions to loosen up, letting herself cry for the girl she was before meeting Edward, basking and letting go of the agony she felt when he broke up with her and left her alone. She finally allowed herself to feel the pain and sadness she had kept at bay since their return from Volterra, hiccuping in her father's shirt as he kissed the top of her head and rocked her gently. For a few minutes, her hiccups were the only sound that could be heard in the dimly lit kitchen, occasionally peppered with a few there from her father as Bella cried her eyes and heart out. At last, her tears dried out, and with a last squeeze around Charlie's chest, she let go of him reluctantly. Without a word, he presented her with a box of tissues, smiling when she blew her nose noisily. "There you are. Couldn't see you underneath all that snot," he joked, a trace of worry still etched on his face. "Thanks, Dad," she chuckled, her voice hoarse and broken. "Feel better, did she?" Knowing her father wouldn't press for an answer, she took a few seconds to think about his question. She definitely felt lighter now that she had let go of months' worth of repressed emotions, and it felt like her breathing came more easily now. A welcome change after the endless days she had felt like she was suffocating on the air surrounding her. Inhaling slowly and exhaling ever slower, she smiled at her father, nodding shyly. "I do, honestly." "That's good, Peanut. Sometimes all you need is a good cry, you know? God knows that's all I was doing when we broke it off with your mother." "How do you recover from that?" she asked. Still sitting, she had started bouncing her leg, restless but aching to go and sleep for 1,000 years if possible. "Time. I know it's a shitty answer," he added when she snorted, "but it's the only one I have. You're sad and it feels like it's going to drag you underwater and never let you go. But after a while, you find yourself realizing that somewhere along the way, the pain ebbed, that it doesn't hurt as much or in the same way as it used to. And then one day you realize that instead of hurting, you think back to what happened and you're happy that you experienced it, that the memories you made and what you lived through made you the person you are." Charlie put his arm around her shoulders, smiling gently at her. "There's also the fact that for all you suffer, there's always good things that come out. How could I be sad still when I have a wonderful daughter to love?" If he kept this up, she was going to cry again, and she was way too tired for that. Her head came to rest on his chest as she closed her eyes to enjoy the sound of him breathing. "Thanks, Dad. Really, thank you." "You're welcome, Peanut," he answered, squeezing her before blowing a raspberry on her cheek to make her laugh. "Now, if you're not hungry anymore, I'd like you to go to sleep early. I'm not ordering you to, but you look like hell. As you're the second person to tell me that tonight, I'm inclined to believe you." "That's exactly what I'm going to do," she said, getting up from her chair to put her plate in the sink. With a sigh addressed at the stairs of her home, which had never looked so challenging, she got her backpack back from the entrance corridor and dragged her feet to the stairs. "Hey, Dad," she cried out before climbing the first stair. "Yes? Do you want to have a movie night tomorrow? If you're free?" Charlie joined her, his features alight with joy. "You sure? Don't you have anything planned? I think I'm free, but I can cancel. You'll have to help me with my homework, though, she shrugged. With pleasure, he answered with a blinding smile. Great. Good night, Dad. Bella smiled, impatient for a nice evening of takeaway and bad movies. Good night, Bells. Charlie was halfway to the couch when he turned with an equally serious and embarrassed face to say, You know, if like Jasper you were, gay, it would be okay with me. I mean, the only thing I care about is that you're happy with your partner, whatever their gender. He paused. Seemed important to tell you. Cool, yeah. Thanks, Dad. Ditto, she answered hastily, cheeks burning, her father's laugh following her to her room. As she got ready to go to bed, Bella couldn't help but wonder if her dad would be so accepting of a partner of a different species. Not that she would tell him, of course, but if it turned out that their world held not only vampires and wolf shifters but also aliens, demi-gods, or magical creatures, would Charlie be so accepting as well? He would, she concluded as she spat out her toothpaste. Bella had always seen her father take everything in stride, and she was sure that if for one reason or another he came to discover the existence of beings other than humans, he would at least be intelligent enough to ask questions about them before judging them. Before turning her lights out, she sent a quick text to Alice, warning her that she would ask her father for their movie night the next day. She was about to slip under her covers when she heard a soft knock at her window. For a second, she thought about pretending she hadn't heard, hiding under her covers and letting Morpheus take her in his sweet embrace. But she also knew that if she didn't say anything, she'd have to talk to him tomorrow anyway. Stepping into her slippers, she shuffled to her window, opening the latch enough to hear Edward's answers, but not enough that he could slip in her bedroom. Not tonight, Edward. I'm exhausted and I need to sleep. His face appeared in the window frame, his features tense and drawn with worry. Is everything all right? Did something happen at home? Did someone hurt you? He asked, concern marring his honeyed tone. God, she had forgotten he probably didn't know about Jasper breaking down in the garage or Harry coming to study at the Cullens. No, don't worry. We studied and did our homework. It's just been an exhausting day. I think my period is coming soon, so I just need to rest, I think. There. No entire truths, but no lies either. After all, Mother Nature was due to call in a few days if her tracker was to be believed. Taking into account that it tended to be more accurate than her approximate estimations, she was indeed inclined to believe it. But it's not there yet, is it? He asked, pushing slightly the window frame to sit on the edge. No, she asked, unsure why that was his first question. So I could still stay while you sleep? No. Why? He retorted with an affronted look. Because I don't want you to, she sighed, lowering her voice lest her father think the first thing she had done was call Edward after their discussion. Is it because of the discussion you had with your father? He asked haughtily. Bella couldn't believe it. Had he been waiting out there all this time, listening to her every word about their relationship and her fears, intruding on her private conversation with her father? Have you been listening? She seethed. The nerve of him. Hard not to, he scoffed. You speak loudly, and your father even more. We can talk about it, you know? I know you have doubts about us, and I know I should have never left you like that. But it's not like he thinks. We're perfect together. You complete me, Bella. Right. That's enough. Go now. We'll speak tomorrow. I can't believe you wouldn't get further away to stop listening to something so private, Bella hissed, closing her window. Edward's hand stopped her movement before she could move an inch of the frame, pushing inside her bedroom and forcing her to take a step back. Bella, we should speak about it. I know I've been the one to avoid the discussion, but I understand now that we need to have it. We can fix things between us, he pleaded, an edge of desperation seeping into his voice. Normally I would agree with you, but I told you. I'm exhausted and I just want to sleep, undisturbed and alone, she argued back. My love, please, listen to me. You're being unreasonable. Unreasonable? She snarled, her eyes widening at the audacity of his accusation.
I'm unreasonable.
Get out, get out, get out, get out, she chanted, or I'm calling Charlie upstairs. Strangely, right now she wasn't above petty threats to ensure he left her alone just for one night. Bella, you have to understand. No. I told you, Edward. Get out. Bella tried to push him outside. A useless endeavor if there ever was one. It was like trying to move a brick house with her bare hands for all the good it did. Please, We have to talk about it. We could. Edward, I said no. Leave. Now. Buried in the furthermost crevices of her stomach, she could feel her desperation and outrage clawing their way to her throat. No, you have to understand, Bella. You're not listening. Edward, for the love of God, duck off, she snapped, finally shutting him up. We will talk, yes, but tomorrow. She was panting, her nerves alight with anger at the sheer stubbornness he was demonstrating. Is that really what you want? He asked incredulously. And here I thought vampires had perfect hearing, she answered, crossing her arms and huffing. Yes, I would like one night where I'm alone, please. Very well. Edward turned around, jumping on the window ledge and preparing to jump before he looked at her and added, there was a time when you wanted nothing more than to be with me. Without waiting for her answer, he jumped out of the window, leaving Bella with only her rage for company. Slamming the window closed, she laid down on her bed, releasing a furious scream into her pillow. What? An asshole. Chapter end notes. Hope you liked it. See you next week. And can't wait to read what you thought about this, lengthy for once, chapter. Update. Hi everyone. I'm sorry for the false joy some of you may have had receiving the update notification. I've been really struggling with my mental health these past weeks, and it's come to a point where I can write and as of now, have nothing written for the chapter update on Saturday. I'm not abandoning this story. Far from it. I still have plenty of ideas, and I still love it with all my heart. I have good hopes that I'll be able to deliver a chapter on the 6th, so you won't have to wait too much, but I won't make any promises as it will depend on how my professional life evolves. I'll say it again, but I have no plan on abandoning this FIC. I'm too invested and still have ideas, I just can't write them. Also, this may be a pitiful cry for help, but if you know anyone looking for video game narrative designers, you would help me in ways I can't even word. All my love. Playing dumb can't work forever. Chapter summary. In the last chapter, Jasper, Alice, and Bella bet on what kind of creature / being Harry is after they realize that his oddities pile up. Edward attempts to talk with Bella only to completely disregard her wants and desires, that manipulative ass. Also, she kind of mends this with her father because Charlie deserves it. Regarding Harry, he moves to Forks after Billy asked him to investigate the state of Bella's well-being regarding the Cullens, and especially Edward. Turns out he's Jasper's mate, although he doesn't know that yet, and less discreet with his powers than he'd like. He gets into an accident and crashes at Billy and Jacob's house for the night. Chapter notes. Hi everyone. I don't even have the words for the amount of support you've given me, and know that I have reread each and every one of your comments multiple times because I couldn't believe how kind and thoughtful they were. They helped me when I was at my lowest, and it's thanks to you that I can post this chapter. So thank you so much. Regarding the next updates, I've changed the info in the summary to irregular updates for now. I think maybe posting when I feel like I've written enough, and am happy with what I wrote will be enough to avoid completely panicking like I did earlier. Hope the wait wasn't too long and will be worth it. P.S. I will be leaving the previous chapter up because I don't want to lose your infinitely kind comments, so it will stay up for now until I find a way to keep them somewhere. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The next morning, Harry woke up in a jolt in the soundless living room. His disastrous sleep clung to him like spiderwebs and brought with it its share of foul mood. Why he had expected otherwise was still a mystery to him. Maybe he had hoped that his confidences the previous night would have eased some of the pain weighing down his chain in a constant thumping of guilt and sadness. Or maybe he had hoped that the warmth of Jacob's hugs would crush away all of his past traumas. Whatever he had hoped, it hadn't happened. Casting a discreet tempest, he realized that the reason for the silence in Billy's humble house was that it was too early for any normally composed human to wake up. Harry had always woken early. During his early life at Privet Drive, it was a necessity born out of survival, a necessary sacrifice to ensure his back would stay well away from his uncle's belt or his jaw far from Dudley's fists. At Hogwarts, it had also been out of habit and necessity, too self-conscious to use the bathroom and communal showers with his dorm mates, well aware of how his bones jutted out. Afterwards, only the habit stayed, but it was enough for him to rise before the sun was up no matter the hour he had fallen asleep. 5 o'clock. Way too early for him to wake up either Billy or Jacob, both needing sleep more than him, in his opinion. What would lack of sleep do to him? Kill him? He scoffed as he rose from the couch, shaking the last remnants of sleep, and dragged his feet towards the kitchen in search for something to make coffee with. The cupboards were empty. From the state of their house, he knew Billy and Jacob weren't wealthy, but at that moment, Harry realized just how much of a difficult position the two were in. From the conversation between Jessica and Mike he had been a spectator to, he knew there was a big store not too far from here open 24/7. He thought it could be a nice way to repay the Blacks' kindness. A few seconds after his decision was taken, he was dressed properly, his glamours were cast again, and he had apparat in front of the store, thankful that he always kept some money in the moleskin pouch around his neck. During the better part of an hour, Harry bought everything from meat to vegetables, coffee, eggs, flour, the best brand of tea he could find, and many other things, filling up his shopping cart. As he pushed the cart through the supermarket, he observed the Muggles interacting with each other. Raised in a household where people watching meant a possible meal at the end of the day, he had kept this habit, following actions and words like a hawk. As a silent observer, he listened to greetings and small talk, watched how they interacted with each other, how they dressed, anything to ensure he wouldn't stick out more than necessary. And stick out he did. Harry wasn't dumb. He knew too well what he looked like and how Muggles reacted to it. Reason why he stayed away from civilization or joined Wixen communities rather than Muggle ones when he had to travel. The recent fashions had allowed him to claim his eyes were due to colored contacts and that his clothes were some kind of obscure designer brand. Anything to explain why the Muggles instinctively knew he didn't belong. Unlike the Cullens, Muggles didn't see him as a predator, none of them staying out of his way like they did with the vampire at school, but they held some sort of fascination for him, a call they had trouble resisting. His theory was that it was either his developed magical core or his status as Master of Death. Either way, it had made him over-aware of when he was watched, once again a necessity for his survival, which was why he felt in a matter of seconds that someone in the store was watching him as intently as he was observing the surrounding shoppers. Hand on his wand, he turned around, only to meet chestnut eyes eyeing him a few feet away, the girl's mouth agape in surprise. Bella Swan, a book in hand and her gaze fixated on him, the Muggle stood immobile, like a deer in headlights in the middle of the road. Wordlessly and wandlessly, Harry cast another tempest, this time over her head so she wouldn't see and he wouldn't look away. It was still early, and from what Jacob had told him, he was due for a patrol in the evening. The teen would probably sleep until late, and his father as well. Nothing to stop him from going over and saying a quick hello, maybe even finally being able to cast those diagnostic charms. Bella, hi. How are you? He waved, pushing his cart towards her. Apparently shaking her thoughts away, the teen smiled at him, waving her book awkwardly. Harry, hi. I'm okay. And you? How are you since yesterday? Could be better, he laughed while rubbing his neck. Been in a small accident yesterday because of the rain and my bike will have to be repaired. The absence of his bike was sure to be noticed when he got back to school. He had to have a cover story, and nothing kept secrets better than to wrap truths around them. Oh my God, are you all right? She gasped, raking her eyes over him like she was trying to find any injuries. Only her eyes flew straight to his head as if she was expecting to see a wound there, and her surprise was well rehearsed, but it seemed fake in some way. Yeah, don't worry, just some bruises and a good scare. More fear than harm. Thank Mayor God. Oh, well, that's good then. What are you doing shopping so early? Been crashing at a friend's house, pun intended, and they were out of coffee. Thought it would be a good idea to repay them with a few groceries. Bella squinted, eyeing him suspiciously. How did you get there without your bike? Shit, I hitchhiked, Harry answered quickly, patting himself on the back for his quick answer. Lots of folks going to work early and happy to take me. She snorted and shook her head before shrugging. You're gonna get kidnapped one day. Almost happened already. Believe it or not, he laughed, his short bark attracting the attention of the surrounding Muggles. And you? Why are you here so early? He asked before she could ask the story behind it. The young girl pointed to the shelves of books behind her with her chin. I couldn't get back to sleep and I needed something to read. It's only a 20-minute ride from where I live, and the bookshop in Forks doesn't open until 10. A smile found its place on Harry's lips, her answer so similar to one Hermione could have given him that he almost wondered if they weren't related in a way. But bookworms could be found in any corner of the world, he supposed. I see. And what couldn't wait until the end of the school day? He asked, noticing the 3 books already in her shopping basket. "Oh, fantasy reading," she answered with a small smile, fishing out the books to hand him all 3 of them. Aliens, facts of fiction, fantastical feats of magic through the ages. He raised his brow. Famous demigods and their stories. Well, that was eclectic. Although he was slightly worried that only a few days after meeting him, she was buying books on magic. Wow, varied interests. You like fiction, I take it? Yes, but I also have a bet to win. Although I think my chances doubled very recently, she laughed. Do you want me to drive you back when you're finished? I could drop you by your house, or your friend's house if you want. With pleasure. I still have some things to buy, but we could regroup next to your car? If it's the one I saw you use, I think I can recognize it. He paused and smiled. It's rather specific. Is that a dig towards my car? Because if you don't like it, I have no problem making you raise your thumb to go back to your friend's house. She frowned playfully, her upturned lips betraying her amusement. I wouldn't dare, he cried, raising his hand to his heart. A gentleman knows not to insult a lady's ride, even if it's more akin to a pumpkin than a gilded carriage. Her sweet laugh carried an air of youth and innocence he didn't hear often enough. It also made him understand how she and Jacob could have been friends, and maybe more for a time. They both had that air of wildness and high spirits. Or maybe they were just very young and Harry was starting to feel very old. Leaving Bella with temporary parting words, Harry finished his shopping and found her already waiting by her car. They took the road, chatting with a familiar levity. While Bella talked about her father and their upcoming movie night, Harry talked about his own parents and what others had told him about them, their characters, how they met, and their harmless pranks at school. And even though he had to change some of the details to erase the magic from his stories, and he forced the shame from some of the Marauders' pranks, bullying away, it felt nice to talk about them with someone who knew nothing of his life. After some time, Harry asked Bella to take the turn towards the reservation. It was impossible to miss her surprise at his demand, with how high her eyebrows had raised. So you know people there? I do, he answered, offering no other explanation despite her obvious curiosity. It wasn't his place, and selfishly, he wanted to keep his family to himself for a little while longer. As they neared the treaty line, Harry asked her to stop on the side of the road, stating he would walk the rest of the way, and waved her objections away about the weight of his bags. He didn't wish for her to intrude on a territory he knew she wasn't welcome to anymore, no matter how it pained both Jacob and her. Sensing he could use her distracted state to his advantage, he waited for her to have her back turned and cast a diagnosis charm before reinforcing the tracking spell he had put on her the day before. Contrary to the spells healers used for their patients, this spell had been created by Draco Malfoy and Theodore not after the war, in a joint effort with the new ministry to avoid the shortcomings they had all been guilty of during the last 2 wars. Instead of focusing primarily on health, wounds, and illnesses, this spell focused on magical manipulation and was able to inform the caster if the recipient had been imperoed, or was under the influence of potions, memory charms, or anything else. Everything to ascertain if the person was swayed one way or another. He read the small scroll unfurling in his hands as the spell worked its way through possible causes of influence. The diagnosis came back negative and Harry shook his head, both in relief and disappointment. If Bella was influenced, it was with nothing thrust upon her, but something she had created herself. Perhaps it would have been a kindness that she had been manipulated. At least he would have been able to help her with magic, one area he knew he was powerful in. But what power could his words carry? Especially with someone he didn't know well enough? Billy wouldn't welcome well this failure, he knew. Even though Harry was well aware the man wouldn't see it as such, he also knew it pained him to see a girl he had known since childhood lose herself in this way. At least, Bella being manipulated would have been a small comfort for some of her decisions and her near obsession with her boyfriend. What are you doing with him? The voice rang clear and strong from above their heads, and Harry had barely enough time to whip out his wand before Edward came barreling towards them. Harry tucked away the scroll in his pocket. His pupils were pitch black, and the dark circles under the vampire's eyes seemed more pronounced now than ever. Still advancing towards them, his teeth were bared, his lips curled above them in a threatening snarl. A deep shudder coursed through his body. Edward looked like he was on the brink of madness, and the fact that his gaze wavered between his girlfriend and Harry was far from reassuring. If he attacked, which one would be the target of his fury? Edward, I told you I didn't want to see you right now, and what I'm doing with him is none of your business." Bella seethed, advancing to confront her boyfriend who was coming closer and closer to them. Good on her to stand her ground, but a terrible choice of words. If Edward was truly the jealous type, Merlin knew how he would interpret her statement. "You would steal her from me? You who have stolen everything else since you arrived?" Edward roared, crouching menacingly in front of the wizard and holding his gaze. "Well shit, I have stolen nothing. Our encounter was one of chance in the grocery store, and Bella was kind enough to give me a ride back," Harry tried to placate. "I'd wonder more about why you're acting so strangely," he added, hoping the comment would burrow its way into Edward's thick skull and remind him that as far as the vampire knew, Harry was supposed to be another human, one who wasn't supposed to know about the existence of anything supernatural. "Don't play dumb with me, boy," Edward spat. "You're no more human than I am. And you reek of wolf." The vampire ran, rushing towards them with so much hate in his eyes it was a wonder he wasn't frothing at the mouth. Harry hadn't planned on reacting at first, knowing very well that vampire venom wouldn't kill him more efficiently than any other creature who had tried. But it was Bella's scared gasp and her retreat behind him that prompted him to action. Protego, Petrificus Totalis, Incarcerum. The three spells were cast in quick succession and with his full power, halting Edward's course as abruptly as it had started. His body gave a loud thump as it fell to the ground. The bronze-haired vampire lay frozen on the asphalt, his arms and legs immobile in a semblance of a run, his eyes darting madly from left to right. Harry had made his bed. Now he needed to lie in it. "Bella, are the Cullens the type to open their doors to anyone in a time of need?" Harry asked, barely turning towards her yet. "Why yes, I'd say so." Her panicked pants pained him, but he couldn't alleviate her worry now. Some damage control was well necessary first. Conjuring his Patronus took no effort as he was already looking at Edward's numbed face, and a smile took place on his lips as he thought with glee that he had another memory to add to his pensive. Edward really was on a roll these last days. J.E. wondered if the vampire usually showed a modicum of intelligence and discretion, or if this kind of mediocrity was to be expected of him as standard behavior. "What is that?" Bella's question rang in the air, holding within it an air of wonder he knew too well. "A Patronus, a concentration of warmth and happiness. It's used to ward off dementors, creatures who feed off happy memories. And souls, although he chose not to mention it. She was scared enough as it was. It can also be used to send long-distance messages when in a rush, like I am now." The young girl raised her palm to the stag's snout, her hand hovering inches away from the Patronus, unsure if she should bridge the distance. Prongs took the matter in his own hooves, butting her fingers with his muzzle and rubbing it against her palm under Harry's astonished gaze. For anyone else, the Patronus was supposed to be intangible. Only the caster could touch the embodiment of their happiness. The casters and Luna, who had always been an exception to every rule ever written in the wizarding world. Another thing to add to his "to understand later" list then. "It's so pure. It feels as though I don't even know what sadness is. Like it's a foreign concept I can't quite place or understand." Harry understood too well what Bella felt. After Ron's death, he had spent weeks locked in Grimmauld Place with Prongs as his only warden, his stag butting his broken body again and again, urging him to raise and live. The presence of his Patronus had become a necessity he couldn't live without, and it was when his magical core had run dry and he couldn't cast anymore that he had listened to grief's call. Death had kept him in its realm for more than a month, trying desperately to imbue him with will and life again. It can be addictive. It's easy to forget that true content and happiness can only come from yourself. Rely on something else, and you'll feel yourself die inside when it's gone. Bella lowered her gaze and dropped her hand, red spots of shame appearing on her cheekbones. It was a low blow, but maybe one she needed to hear. Harry turned to his Patronus. "Go find Jacob and Billy." Bella gasped. "I'm all right, but heading to the Cullens' house." "Jacob, meet me there." "Billy, I'm sending some groceries your way. If I'm to eat at your table, I'll participate whether you want it or not." His Patronus now on its way, Harry waved his wand above the groceries, sending them to Billy's front porch, hopefully not startling the man like he had done the day before. Reluctantly, Harry turned to Bella, afraid of what her reaction would be once her shock had worn off. The girl appeared lost in thought, her gaze resting on Edward's unmoving body. As she looked at him, her brows furrowed gradually, her eyes resting on his face, still frozen in rage. "I don't know who this man is." Her voice rang clear in the silence brought by Dawn, and Harry sighed. Above all else, he had to remember that this was her boyfriend. Although he had been an ass to him since the day he stepped out of his horrendous car, this was someone Bella loved despite his shortcomings. There was also the fact that he didn't wish for her to be harmed. Her pain echoed in his bones, and he almost considered hitting her with a memory charm, but it wouldn't help in the long run. If Edward pulled this kind of shit once again, she would be disappointed once again. In truth, he should obliviate her. She was a muggle as far as he knew, despite her apparent connection to his Patronus, and the laws of Wixen were as harsh as the ones the Volturi enforced, although without the same punishment. But he couldn't bring himself to it. He would bear the consequences of his actions, if there were any, and he would pull as much rank as he could if it came to it. But he couldn't steal her memories away from her. Has he changed that much? Or are you opening your eyes to something that was already there? He asked softly. A tear cascaded down her cheek. I'd like to think it's new. I want to think it's new. Bella breathed deeply, finally ripping her gaze away from Edward. But I don't think it is. The small steps she took in his direction were loud, the few pieces of gravel on the side of the road cracking underneath her soles. I'm not sure I can say anything that would bring comfort to you right now, and I don't doubt you have a shitload of questions for me. He huffed, resisting the urge to shrug, unsure how she would receive his nonchalance. But I can offer something pretty to think about, something else if you want. Bella stayed silent a few seconds, mulling his offer over. You know what? I think I'd quite like that actually, she said with a timid smile. Harry stood in the center of the road, beckoning Bella to him. The dawn was rising, and with it, dark clouds of grays, lightened by the rose hue of the morning. He took a deep breath, calling his magic to him, hoping the display would be enough to distract Bella from her unwelcome thoughts. The magic in his core simmered, heading his call and flowing through his veins in unbridled joy to come out and play. Bella was watching him with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Smiling, Harry raised his wand and began to cast the atmospheric charm. Sealum pluvia, he murmured. The sky responded immediately. Somber, billowing clouds formed overhead and a gentle rain began to fall, each drop darkening their clothes and hair. The air filled with a soft, rhythmic patter, a welcome reprieve and soothing ambience for their heavy hearts. Bella gasped and shot him a displeased look, but Harry was far from finished. With a swift motion, he cast Arresto Momentum, and the falling raindrops slowed to a halt, suspended in midair. Each one of them was frozen in time, capturing the rosy light and reflecting it like 100 miniature mirrors. With a grin, Harry watched the young girl's reaction, taking delight in her face lighting with wonder as she stepped closer to the hanging droplets, her eyes wide with surprise. "Now that I can get behind," she whispered, her hand raised halfway to one of the suspended drops in front of her. "And you haven't seen everything yet," he answered as softly as her, his voice clear but filled with excitement. He raised his wand one final time and aimed it at a particularly large sphere of water. Lumos Solum. A thin beam of white light shot from the tip of his wand, striking his target. The light refracted through the droplet, splitting into a spectrum of colors that danced and shimmered between the suspended raindrops. Reds, blues, yellows, and purples cascaded in the air, creating an intricate and labyrinthic display of light and rainbows. The entire scene was bathed in a kaleidoscope of colors and life, each droplet now a prism that cast beautiful, shifting patterns of light around them. Harry watched as Bella turned in circles, her face alight with joy and awe as she played with the beams and allowed them to cast their colors and vibrance on her skin. She reached out, her fingers grazing the suspended raindrops, causing the colors to shift and dance even more. It's beautiful," she breathed. Harry had learned too young that magic could be as deadly as it was beautiful. Bella had seen his Patronus, yes, but she had also seen him incapacitate a vampire in less than 4 seconds and without breaking out a sweat. She was smart, he knew she was, and it would be stupid not to consider him a threat after his display. But he hoped that he had also shown her that the power he wielded could be used to create as well as destroy, that it could bring light and amazement joy, and weightlessness as well. Harry didn't want Bella to fear him, didn't want his life here in Forks to be destroyed as quickly as it had started. Together, they stood in the center of the stunning display, the world outside forgotten for a while, just basking in the happiness he had been able to create. Until a wolf's howl broke the spell. Harry cursed, canceling his charms and letting the skies clear, blowing away the gray clouds to buy them more time. Although he had laughed way too hard when Billy had told him that the Cullens stayed away from school whenever it was sunny on their camping trips, he had to admit that the sun would buy them time, however much he liked the rain. "I'm sorry, but it looks like the fun's over," he told Bella reluctantly as he dried the both of them. It wouldn't do for the teen to catch a cold of all things. To her credit, the teenager took the end of their fun in stride and nodded, her head turning towards the sound coming from the forest. Now moved by urgency, Harry gestured for Bella to come with him as he walked to Edward's unmoving body to clasp his frozen hand, leaving the other free for Bella to take as he offered it to her. "Fair warning, you might puke." Totally normal. Distracted as he was, Harry didn't take the time to soften his apparition, and the loud crack resonated like a gunshot. At least the Cullens wouldn't be caught unaware by his arrival, he mused. "That was awesome," Bella cried, her arms raised in the air in celebration. Well, that wasn't the usual reaction to a first-time apparition, but then he supposed that if one of the vampires had taken her for a run, maybe the unpleasant sensation didn't feel as incredible. "So you like feeling like you've been squeezed through a very tight and dark tube?" he joked, letting Edward fall to the ground and doing nothing to stop the vampire from falling face first on the gravel. "I mean, when you put it like that, it doesn't sound great. But I don't know," she shrugged. "It was like a roller coaster. You know, the ones in the dark?" His cheeks pinkened. I don't know. I've never been on one." Her cry of outrage on his behalf was interrupted by all the Cullens coming out of the house to meet them, bar Edward of course, and Jacob's warm huff behind their backs. Harry definitely didn't see the longing look Bella threw Jacob when she realized the russet wolf was behind them. The Cullens stopped, noticing their fallen coven member at his feet at last. Harry watched their reactions carefully, needing to know if one of them was aware of Edward's plans, or if he had acted alone. Carlisle pursed his lips, shooting his son a disappointed gaze so stern Harry was almost sad the vampire had his face full of leaves. But his wife closed her eyes and clasped her hand around Carlisle's arm to look for support. At the same time, Rosalie cackled and whispered something to Emmett, bringing a smile to his face before a disapproving tut from Esme made them fall silent. Alice had her brows furrowed in confusion, her gaze jumping from Jacob to Bella to Harry, barely giving Edward a second look. But the reaction Harry was the most anxious to see was Jasper's. A slow and tentative trust had begun blooming between them, and Harry didn't dare imagine what he would feel if he realized Jasper had been behind his coven's mate attack. The blonde vampire only had eyes for him and wore a blinding smile on his lips. His golden pupils never wavered from Harry, bringing a shiver in his lower back he couldn't ignore. Jasper marched towards them, his slow gait one of a predator, and in that moment, Harry didn't feel like running. For once, he didn't mind feeling like prey either. Knowing Bella would be more than safe with Jacob, he walked to him, calming Jacob's warning growl with a hand movement as he advanced to meet Jasper halfway. Once face to face, he cupped Harry's cheek in his hand, too fast for him to stop the motion. It wasn't the first time their skins had touched, but it was the first time he felt the burning intensity their proximity brought. It was like his body was waking up, every atom shivering in delight as Jasper caressed his skin in the barest of movement. Still, that minute motion stole his breath away. This was it. This was how Harry was going to die. Not even a day had passed, and he would be forced to face death and explain that he had died because a pretty boy had softly touched his face. Death would never let him live it down. Merlin. He would keep the painting of this moment over the mantle for decades and centuries to come if Harry keeled over right now. Jasper moved his hand forward, grazing the nape of his neck with the tip of his nails. Harry's sigh was all anyone could hear in the tense silence. Before he could react and step back, the blonde raised his hand in his hair and grasped the strands in his fist, baring Harry's neck to his eyes. Jacob growled, and Harry was very thankful for the varied reactions from both the Cullens advancing towards their coven member and asking him to stop manhandling him, and Jacob prowling towards them because he could at least hope they had muffled his low moan. But Jasper had heard it. Jasper, whose pupils had darkened to a deep black of hunger. Jasper, who parted his lips and inhaled slowly to better scent Harry's desire. Jasper, who looked like he would fight 1,000 battles if it meant bridging the separation between them. The vampire leaned forward to whisper, "I'm sorry I couldn't be there to see you fight, darling. But I hope these ropes can serve more than one purpose." Jacob pounced between them before Harry could react and pushed him to the side. Bella cried for him to stop. Carlisle pleaded Jasper to back off, and Alice sighed loudly. Edward was still face-first on the ground, and in the middle of all that, Harry was stuck with the most untimely boner of his life. On the plus side, Jasper definitely hadn't known about the attack. Chapter end notes. So here it is. Hope you liked it. As always, kudos and comments bring me life and joy, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this chapter. See you soon. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.